Chapter 1. The Coming of the Apocalypse. Today is May 7th, 2035. Ye Feng sat at his desk, opened a notebook, and began to write. Today, unlike yesterday, there was no blood-red rain. However, the blood rain from yesterday has caused many people to contract a strange disease. Some say this is the end of the world, while others claim it's a punishment from heaven for humanity. Such discussions have exploded online. Fearing that the apocalypse might really be upon us, I took Chen to the supermarket today to stock up on food and snacks. The little guy was thrilled, and now, although he's fast asleep, he's still clutching a bag of chips, mumbling in his dreams. As Ye Feng wrote this, he glanced at his son, who was peacefully sleeping in bed, a gentle smile spreading across his face. It's often said that a mother's love is great, but a father's love is just as profound. I hope everything will be all right tomorrow. I really don't want to see the world end, as people are saying online. Just as he finished writing, his phone rang. He picked it up to see it was his friend Wang Yang calling. He answered, asking Yangge, "What's up so late?" "Ye Feng, do you have enough food at home?" Wang Yang's voice came through, sounding somewhat anxious. "I've stocked up a bit." "Why?" Ye Feng was puzzled by Wang Yang's tone. "They say the world is ending," Wang Yang said, his voice tense. "I heard at the hospital this afternoon that those infected with the mysterious virus have started to turn into corpses." "What? Turning into corpses?" Ye Feng was startled, his expression changing. "Are they going to become zombies?" "Very likely. Stay home with Chun and don't go out these days," Wang Yang advised urgently. "Got it, Yangge. You take care too." Ye Feng quickly agreed. "Okay, I'll hang up now. They'll come find you after I'm done tomorrow," Wang Yang said before ending the call. Ye Feng stared at his phone, suddenly feeling a wave of sadness wash over him. He had a strange feeling that this might be the last time he spoke to Wang Yang. He sighed, shaking off the inexplicable sadness. He closed the notebook and turned to look at his son, who was still asleep, and decided he needed to make another trip to the supermarket. Even though he had bought quite a bit of food today, it wouldn't be enough if the apocalypse really came. After locking the door, he headed downstairs and hopped onto his small electric scooter, making his way to the supermarket near the community. The neighborhood was quiet, and the dim streetlights cast an eerie glow. Ye Feng felt a twinge of fear, so he unconsciously sped up a bit. Soon, he arrived at a supermarket outside the community. As soon as he entered, he noticed a considerable number of people had already gathered there, clearly sharing his concerns about the impending apocalypse and stocking up on supplies. Ye Feng pushed a shopping cart to the rice and flour section, quickly tossing 2 bags of rice into the cart, then moved on to grab various foods, from chocolates and snacks to whole boxes of instant noodles. He only stopped when the cart was overflowing and hurried toward the checkout. The checkout line was even more crowded, with people jostling to get through, all eager to pay and leave. Ye Feng occasionally checked the time on his phone, feeling sweat bead on his forehead from either the heat or the urgency of the situation. Suddenly, the supermarket lights flickered and all the checkout computers rebooted. In an instant, the crowd grew more anxious, with some people starting to shout and argue. "What's taking so long to check out?" Someone yelled. "You're in a hurry, so are we," a cashier retorted, annoyed. "Everyone, just line up properly and don't crowd." "Back off. You're too close to me." "Who told you to be so fat? How can you talk like that?" "That's just how I talk." "What's wrong with it?" "All right, enough arguing. Is it not chaotic enough already?" Ye Feng looked at the restless, agitated crowd and felt an overwhelming impulse to escape. He glanced down at the food in his cart, but decided to hold back. After a while, nothing else went wrong, and he managed to check out and leave the supermarket. Ye Feng quickly loaded the food onto his scooter and headed back to the community. Just as he entered the community, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from nearby, causing him to jump in shock and nearly fall off the scooter. He steadied the vehicle and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a person pinning another to the ground, seemingly biting into the one below. The person being bitten struggled desperately, letting out horrific screams. But no matter how hard they fought, they couldn't push the attacker off. Ye Feng was about to rush over to see what was happening, but suddenly remembered Wang Yang's warning, so he decided against it. At that moment, 2 people ran over, seemingly ready to intervene. But as soon as the attacker looked up at them, their expressions changed, and they stumbled back in fright, yelling, "Ghost! A ghost!" The attacker, no longer biting the person on the ground, stood up and began to chase after the 2, moving with a twisted gait, yet surprisingly fast. One of the fleeing individuals fell after just a few steps, and the next moment, the attacker pounced on them, followed by another chilling scream. Ye Feng's heart raced, and he was engulfed by a surge of terror. Could that be a zombie? He quickly accelerated on his scooter, his speed increasing. When he reached the ground floor, he didn't even bother to lock the scooter, grabbing the food and rushing upstairs. Once inside his home, he locked the door behind him and let out a heavy sigh of relief. Then he remembered something and hurriedly took out his phone to call Wang Yang, but there was no answer. Ye Feng panicked, truly panicked. He paced back and forth in his room, trying to calm the rising anxiety, but it was futile. The more he tried to relax, the more agitated he became. At that moment, Ye Chen woke up and came out of the bedroom, looking at Ye Feng with a hint of tears in his eyes. "Daddy, what was that sound?" "I'm scared." He quickly hugged Ye Chen, and his frantic heart began to settle. He reassured himself, "I still have my son. I can't panic. I can't panic." He spoke softly to Ye Chen. "It's okay, Chen. Just sleep. Daddy is here." "Daddy, what was that sound?" Ye Chen looked up at Ye Feng, asking. "That sounded like the monsters in the movies," Ye Feng replied after a moment of silence. With Ye Feng's comfort, Ye Chen soon fell back asleep. Ye Feng then went to his desk, opened his laptop, and started searching online for ways to deal with zombies. There were plenty of discussions about zombies on the internet. After browsing for a while, he found an article about using nearby weapons to fight zombies and began to read it intently. After finishing, he immediately got up and went to the secondary bedroom. This room was a storage area where Ye Feng kept various items he had collected, including some gadgets he had made. As a mechanical engineer, he also had some metal materials and a multifunctional toolbox stored here. He looked at the materials and pondered. The article said to avoid close combat with zombies and to attack their heads from a distance to protect myself better. Then I'll make a repeating crossbow first. With that thought in mind, Ye Feng began to gather materials and started crafting. For him, making a repeating crossbow wasn't difficult. The only thing it consumed was time. After a night of hard work, Ye Feng finally finished a repeating crossbow that could shoot up to 7 arrows at once. He also crafted several spare arrow magazines, so as long as he filled them with arrows, he could quickly switch them out, making it convenient to use. The arrows were made from chopsticks and the heads of bullet casings he had collected. In total, he made 100 arrows, and after testing the power, he found the effective range to be around 30 to 40 meters, which was sufficient for him. Once the repeating crossbow was done, he thought of something else. What if he had to fight a zombie up close? He needed a self-defense weapon as well. After some consideration, he decided to forge a tang knife. The reason for choosing a tang knife was its simplicity and practicality. Making a tang knife was essentially just taking a manganese steel plate about 3 fingers wide, 5 millimeters thick, and over a meter long, and sharpening it with an angle grinder. As for the handle, he roughly smoothed it out and wrapped it with some cloth strips, completing the weapon. Chapter 2. The situation in Beiyuan City. Ye Feng wielded the tang knife with a semblance of grace, showcasing a hint of martial prowess. Although he appeared quite ordinary at present, he had, in his youth, trained in the fundamentals of martial arts under his father's guidance for several years. He carefully stowed away the tang knife and the repeating crossbow, secured the door to the auxiliary bedroom, and returned to the master bedroom to rest. When he awoke again, it was already around 8 or 9 in the morning. Ye Chen had managed to rise on his own, sleepily dressing himself. "Dad," Ye Chen called out upon noticing Ye Feng was awake. "Are you hungry? I'll make you breakfast," Ye Feng said, glancing at the clock and realizing it was nearly 9. He quickly sat up and looked at Ye Chen, ID like an egg pancake. Ye Chen replied after a moment of contemplation. "All right," Ye Feng said as he got out of bed. "Chongqing, dress yourself while I prepare breakfast." At that moment, Ye Feng no longer bore the frantic demeanor from the previous night. Partly due to his sense of security from having crafted what he deemed adequate weapons, and partly because he needed to project strength for Ye Chen's sake, adopting an appearance of unwavering courage. After breakfast, Ye Feng approached the living room window, drawing back the curtains to gaze outside. The sight took him aback. Scattered across the community streets were remnants of limbs and fragments of flesh, with pools of still fresh blood. He took several deep breaths to quell the tumult within, gently drawing the curtains back into place. However, he found it puzzling that the frenzied zombies from the previous night had grown eerily quiet by morning, as if they were now hiding. He approached the coffee table, picked up his phone, and noticed there was still signal, so he dialed Wang Yang's number. Yet, the phone rang for an extended period without an answer. Sighing, he set the phone down, acutely aware that Wang Yang might indeed be in peril. Returning to the bedroom, he opened his laptop and began browsing the web. The entire internet buzzed with discussions about the zombie crisis, a deluge of information inundating the nerves of the living, alongside various pleas for help. Having settled from an initial wave of anxiety, his mood had calmed considerably. He had also stockpiled ample food and crafted weapons, so he felt relatively secure. Yet, he was troubled by the absence of any valuable information from official sources. After a brief perusal, he shut the laptop. While browsing earlier, he had learned that water and electricity might soon be cut off, prompting him to accumulate as much water as possible to avoid future shortages. After a flurry of activity, he filled every basin and bucket in the house with water, even cleaning and refilling empty beverage bottles. Following a simple calculation, he concluded that the food and water stored in his home would suffice for him and Ye Chen for an entire month. Although a month was not a trivial span of time, Ye Feng's concern shifted to what they would eat and where to procure food thereafter. The day passed swiftly, and Ye Feng and Ye Chen spent the day sheltered at home. As night fell, a chorus of growls echoed from outside. Ye Feng pulled back the curtains to peer out, discovering several strange figures meandering through the community streets. Their limbs appeared distorted, and their movements were unsettlingly awkward. Their skin, illuminated by the streetlights, bore an unnaturally pallid hue reminiscent of corpses. "Dad, what's that sound outside?" Ye Chen inquired, approaching his father with curiosity. "It's nothing," Ye Feng replied, closing the curtains and guiding Ye Chen to the sofa. "Chincheng, if the world outside is filled with monsters, would you be scared?" "I'm not afraid. As long as Dad is here, I fear nothing," Ye Chen asserted, shaking his head. "Dad, are we going to fight the monsters?" "Perhaps in the future," Ye Feng contemplated before responding. "Dad, is that sound from those monsters?" Ye Chen suddenly asked, a realization dawning upon him. "Yes," Ye Feng nodded. "Those creatures are formidable. You must not leave the house, understand?" "I understand, Dad," Ye Chen replied obediently, then asked, "What do those monsters look like?" "They are quite terrifying," Ye Feng responded. Although he had seen them from a distance, he had yet to observe them closely, thus he could not accurately describe their appearance. "How terrifying?" Ye Chen, ever inquisitive, continued to press. "How can I describe it?" Ye Feng mused. "Do you know about big tigers?" "Yes, are they more terrifying than big tigers?" Ye Chen asked. "Yes," Ye Feng confirmed with a nod. "Isn't that frightening?" Ye Chen replied. "All right, it's dark now. Let us go to bed early." Ye Feng scooped Ye Chen into his arms and returned to the bedroom. The following morning, Ye Feng picked up his phone and noticed several unread messages, all system notifications from the communication platform. He opened each one, finding reminders to stay indoors and to avoid close contact with the zombies. The city was currently overrun with the undead. Anyone bitten would become infected and transform into a zombie. The government was working tirelessly to provide aid and was preparing to establish safe zones. Ye Feng shook his head, letting out a sigh. The situation appeared increasingly dire. He casually opened a webpage to browse. The internet was abuzz with discussions on survival amid the apocalypse, with some individuals even sharing methods for crafting weapons and combating zombies. Strangely, however, he could not find a single clear image of a zombie online. It was unclear whether this was a deliberate act by the government or simply a lack of captured footage. Nevertheless, the government had released numerous updates regarding rescue efforts, emergency hotlines for various cities, and the locations of established safe zones. As he resided in Beiyuan City, he began searching for information about the safe zone's location. After some investigation, he discovered that the safe zone was established in the western part of the city, specifically in the high-tech industrial development area. This location boasted numerous office buildings, several newly constructed residential complexes, and industrial parks. Most importantly, Beiyuan City's granaries and farms were situated there. Although this area appeared promising, the distance to the safe zone from the Nanshao community where Ye Feng lived was considerable, approximately 14 to 15 li. If they attempted to walk directly there, it was likely they wouldn't get far before being devoured by the zombies along the way. Chapter 3. The white pebble. Ye Feng sat alone in the living room, enveloped in silence for an extended period. At last, he arrived at a resolution. In the forthcoming days, he would endeavor to confront the zombies, for such a day would inevitably come. Rather than awaiting his fate passively, he deemed it prudent to bolster his strength and cultivate immunity to the terror instilled by the undead. He entered the bedroom and observed Ye Chen playing joyfully by himself. This sight brought him solace, for at least his son remained untouched by the horrors of the zombies, still able to live carefree. He pondered whether this was a good thing, yet as a father, his sole desire was to protect his son with unwavering devotion. After watching for a while, he spoke to Ye Chen, "Chun, play well at home. Father will be out for a while." "Okay, Daddy," Ye Chen replied. Continuing his play, Ye Feng proceeded to the auxiliary bedroom, retrieving the prepared tang dao and a repeating crossbow. He wrapped the tang dao in cloth and secured it across his back while holding the crossbow in his hands, with a quiver of arrows snugly positioned at his waist. After a brief rehearsal of his movements, he took a deep breath, suppressing his inner tension, and approached the door. Peering outside, he noted the stillness beyond, which allowed him to exhale quietly before he pulled the door open and stepped out. After ensuring the door was properly closed, Ye Feng glanced at the opposite residence, but its door was firmly shut. Since the previous day, he had not heard any sounds from the neighbors. He attempted to tug at their door, but it did not budge, which provided him with a sense of relief. He then moved to the stairwell, scanning both upwards and downwards, and seeing no signs of disturbance, he descended the stairs. As he reached the next floor, a sudden commotion emanated from room 401, only to quickly subside. Ye Feng surmised that there might be survivors inside who mistook him for a zombie, which alleviated some of his prior anxiety. He pressed on, continuing his descent. Upon reaching the third floor, a chilling roar erupted from below, followed by the rapid approach of a dark figure ascending the stairs. Though the creature's movements were somewhat awkward, utilizing all fours, it was remarkably swift, closing the distance between itself and Ye Feng in mere strides. As he discerned the figure more clearly, it was unmistakably a zombie. Its skin, a sickly gray, bore visible, purplish veins, which were spread across its entire visage. Its eyes had turned completely gray, devoid of pupils, exuding an unsettling aura. Its mouth, emitting a foul stench, was filled with yellowed teeth that appeared to be rotting, while deep within its throat came forth a series of guttural growls reminiscent of a wild beast. Despite having mentally prepared himself, the sight of the zombie startled Ye Feng, causing him to freeze momentarily. His mind blanked, he watched, paralyzed, as the zombie drew ever closer, inching him nearer to the brink of death. Suddenly, a vision of Ye Chen flashed in his mind, his son's innocent voice calling, "Daddy," jolting him back to reality. Yet the zombie had already reached him, its hands reaching out to grasp his neck. In a panic, Ye Feng instinctively pulled the trigger on the repeating crossbow. With a loud thud, an arrow shot forth, piercing the zombie's chest and momentarily halting its advance. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng hastily retreated a few steps, reloaded, and aimed again at the creature. Under normal circumstances, a human, even if not dead, would be rendered incapable of further combat after sustaining such injuries. However, the entity before him was no ordinary human. It was a zombie, a relentless being devoid of pain, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Despite being struck by 2 arrows, the zombie merely hesitated before lunging again at Ye Feng. In a moment of clarity, Ye Feng reloaded, aiming for the zombie's eye. The arrow struck true, causing the eye to explode, spewing a thick, grayish-white fluid. The zombie's body stiffened, standing frozen, emitting a series of hoarse cries. Ye Feng swiftly unleashed another arrow. Moments later, with a resounding thump, the zombie collapsed backward, crashing heavily onto the stairs, gradually sliding down. Ye Feng exhaled deeply, easing the tension within him, reminding himself that despite their fearsome appearance, zombies were not as formidable as they seemed, and he had successfully slain one. Once his heart rate steadied, he descended the stairs, approaching the fallen creature to retrieve the arrows he had previously lodged in its body, intending to reuse them. After all, he had only fashioned 100 arrows, and without recovery, he would soon find himself staring at his crossbow in despair. As he extracted the arrows from the zombie's chest, he inadvertently dislodged a small, fleshy lump. After wiping the arrows clean, he placed them back into the quiver. Curious about the lump that had fallen to the ground, he picked it up. It was approximately the size of a red date, soft to the touch, and seemed to encase something within. Compelled by curiosity, he peeled away the outer layer, revealing a small, white, jade-like pebble. "What is this?" Ye Feng mused to himself, holding the pebble, slightly larger than a peanut. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to pocket it, planning to research it online later. Without lingering, Ye Feng continued his descent. Upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered another zombie. With the experience from his previous encounter fresh in his mind, he felt a surge of confidence rather than fear. He swiftly aimed the crossbow at the creature's eye, but his first shot went awry, striking its face instead. Without hesitation, he reloaded and shot again, this time successfully piercing the zombie's eye, thus ending its life. As he retrieved the 2 arrows, a thought struck him. He drew the Tang Dao from his back and slashed the zombie's chest open. Following the path of the arrows he had removed, he discovered another small fleshy lump. He hastily peeled it open, uncovering yet another white pebble identical to the previous one. Though Ye Feng remained uncertain about the nature and purpose of these pebbles, he felt compelled to gather them, believing they might prove useful in the future. He did not venture far, merely scouring the vicinity of the building, and managed to dispatch 2 more zombies before hastily returning home. It was not that he feared continuing the hunt. Rather, he was concerned that Ye Chen might emerge in search of him if he lingered too long. Chapter 4. The awakening of success. Upon returning home, he felt a wave of relief when he saw Ye Chen still playing in the bedroom. After placing the tang knife and the repeating crossbow back in the secondary bedroom, Ye Feng quickly washed up before entering the master bedroom, holding 4 small white stones in his hand. He powered on his laptop and typed in what are the white stones inside a zombie? He clicked to search but found no useful information, only a plethora of survival-related discussions. Ye Feng browsed further, eventually entering a forum where he shared his discovery. Moments later, the forum erupted with activity, with numerous users tagging Ye Feng, eager to catch a glimpse of the small stones. Ye Feng, not one to hesitate, promptly uploaded a photograph. Could this be the legendary evolution crystal? One netizen exclaimed. It certainly seems like it. Anything that can appear within a zombie's body must be extraordinary, another user remarked in astonishment. I must ask, handsome, how did you manage to kill the zombie? A female user chimed in. I personally believe this object to be the source of a zombie's life energy. If a human were to consume it, they might awaken some latent power. Another user boldly speculated. Indeed, many books say the same. A follower echoed. Please, what you're discussing is merely fiction. Who has ever encountered a real energy evolution crystal core? Who would dare to be the first to take that leap? A skeptic retorted. I haven't, but if I had one, I'd certainly be willing to try, another user responded. You're just bitter because you can't reach the grapes, another user commented. The forum was a flurry of such remarks, and after quietly observing for a while, Ye Feng chose to disregard the chatter and shut down his computer. He gazed at the few white stones, murmuring to himself, could they truly be energy crystals? If they are, should I consider trying one? However, upon looking at Ye Chen, who was still happily playing, he immediately dismissed the thought. Without definitive results, he would not take the risk. What if he transformed into a zombie? What if he perished? Who would care for Ye Chen? As Ye Chen's father, he had to prioritize his son's well-being above all else. Ye Feng carefully stored the white stones away, awaiting further information. He believed it wouldn't be long before more discussions about these stones surfaced online, at which point he would discern their true nature. Thus, he remained patient. Days swiftly passed, and during this time, Ye Feng had successively hunted down 30 to 40 zombies, amassing over 40 white stones. One evening, seated at his desk, he once again opened his laptop to search for information regarding the white stones and discovered that someone had indeed attempted to consume them and succeeded. Ye Feng meticulously reviewed the shared information, summarizing the conclusions drawn by others. He resolved to conduct his own experiment. For safety's sake, he decided to consume just one stone first. After ensuring Ye Chen was fast asleep, Ye Feng retrieved a single white stone, now referred to online as an energy crystal core. Taking a deep breath, he swallowed it whole. As the energy crystal core entered his body, it rapidly transformed into energy, dispersing throughout his being. After several minutes, Ye Feng opened his eyes, feeling no discernible flow of energy within him. However, he sensed that his physique seemed stronger than before. He then took out a second energy crystal core and ingested it. Before long, half an hour had passed, and he had consumed 10 energy crystal cores, swiftly absorbing the energy from the last one. Suddenly, a small vortex appeared in his lower abdomen. Though minute, he could clearly feel it, and all the energy entering his body was drawn into that vortex. The moment the vortex manifested, his entire body began to radiate heat, his skin turning a deep crimson as though scalded by boiling water. Ye Feng furrowed his brow, enduring the searing pain that coursed through him. He hadn't encountered such a description online, and a wave of panic washed over him. he hurriedly stepped into the bathroom, intending to cool his body with cold water to alleviate the burning sensation. As the cool water cascaded over him, he finally felt some relief. Nonetheless, he remained vigilant, constantly monitoring his body. As time passed, the burning sensation gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented feeling of comfort. He examined his physique, clenched his fists, and felt a surge of strength. He seemed significantly more powerful than before. After a moment's contemplation, he dried off, dressed, and exited the bathroom, heading to the secondary bedroom. He retrieved a 10-centimeter-long manganese steel plate from his materials box, and with a firm grip, he effortlessly bent the plate at a 90-degree angle. "My strength has at least tripled," Ye Feng exclaimed, gazing at his hands with astonishment. "If I encounter a zombie again, I could simply use the tang knife to slice through them with ease." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he rushed back to the bedroom, eyeing the remaining energy crystal cores on his bedside. He spoke to himself, "I wonder how much my power would increase if I consumed all of these." With that thought, Ye Feng hesitated no longer and continued to absorb the energy crystal cores. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng had consumed 20 energy crystal cores, and once again, his body began to radiate heat. However, this time it was much milder, and he could endure it while seated. The vortex in his lower abdomen had grown larger, swirling gently, emitting a faint glow that continuously nourished Ye Feng's body. After his experimentation, Ye Feng discovered that his strength was now approximately 5 times that of an average person. Just as he was reveling in this newfound power, he suddenly sensed that he had gained access to a mysterious force. More precisely, he felt a connection to a very enigmatic space. It appeared to be intricately linked to him. He could open it with ease whenever he wished. After a series of attempts, Ye Feng finally learned how to access this space and store items within it. The mysterious space was not large, measuring about 10 meters in length, width, and height. Nevertheless, it could accommodate a considerable amount of items. Chapter 5. Gathering supplies. Ye Feng entered the kitchen, resolved to collect some water and observe its nature. After all, water and food are the most vital resources in these dire times. Seizing the opportunity before the water supply ceased, he endeavored to gather as much as he could. Upon transferring the water from the hose into the mysterious space, a remarkable phenomenon unfolded. The water did not disperse but instead coalesced into a sphere, suspended in midair. Overcome with excitement, Ye Feng continued to store water in this enigmatic realm, ultimately amassing a sphere approximately 4 to 5 meters in diameter before he ceased. With such an abundance of water, he and Ye Chen would be well provisioned for an extended period. However, recognizing the need to reserve space for other essentials, he was mindful to leave some room available. "Perhaps I should venture to the supermarket at the entrance of the community tomorrow to gather additional food supplies," Ye Feng mused to himself as he surveyed his storage space. Although he was uncertain about what the future held, he understood that for now, they must focus on survival. After days of hunting zombies, his fear of them had significantly waned. Yet, the unpredictability of future calamities remained a looming concern. Now that Ye Feng possessed such a mysterious space, it was only natural for him to strategize on how to stockpile food, water, and other necessary supplies. This, he believed, was essential for prolonging their lives. The following morning, after breakfast with Ye Chen, he imparted a few instructions, reminding him to arm himself and secure the door before embarking on his mission to hunt zombies and gather supplies. As he ascended to the 4th floor, the door of room 401 suddenly swung open, revealing a gaunt man emerging. The man's emaciated figure and pitiful gaze bore down on Ye Feng as he implored, "Brother, do you have any food to spare? I haven't eaten in 2 days." "No," Ye Feng replied curtly, shaking his head in resolute refusal, and proceeded to descend the stairs. The thin man watched Ye Feng depart, a flicker of malice flashing in his eyes. Once Ye Feng had distanced himself, the man stealthily made his way to the 5th floor, intent on searching Ye Feng's home in his absence. Unbeknownst to Ye Feng, the man's intentions were nefarious. He exited the corridor and glanced around, relieved to find no zombies in sight, and swiftly made his way outside the community. To his astonishment, he discovered that his speed had markedly increased. He halted, gazing incredulously at his legs, exclaiming, "I never anticipated my speed could improve so dramatically. If I were to run 100 meters, I could likely complete it in 5 or 6 seconds, he mused. His enhanced strength and speed filled him with confidence, and he found himself yearning even more for those energy crystals. Residing in Building 9, he faced a considerable distance to the community gate, needing to navigate past 5 or 6 buildings. Shortly after exiting the stairwell, he encountered 2 zombies. This time, however, he opted not to employ his crossbow but to test his skills with a tang knife, eager to see if he could dispatch the zombies with a single stroke. His newfound strength and speed bolstered his confidence. With a powerful swing, he severed the head of one zombie, eliciting a thrill of exhilaration. He found himself preferring the visceral engagement of close combat with the tang knife over the crossbow. Another decisive strike ended the life of the second zombie. After collecting the energy crystals from both, he continued onward toward the community's exit. As he progressed, he encountered a dozen more zombies, each falling to his blade. Soon, he arrived at the supermarket at the community entrance, only to find its doors locked. Peering through the glass, he scanned the dim interior, but the lack of light obscured his view, though he discerned no sign of zombies within. With a swift stroke, he shattered the lock and pushed open the glass door to enter. The interior remained largely intact, with shelves stocked neatly. Ye Feng wasted no time, methodically gathering food and drink from the shelves and depositing them into his mysterious space. Although the supermarket was modest in size, covering just over 100 square meters, the shelves brimmed with instant noodles, biscuits, soft drinks, and various daily necessities. This bounty occupied nearly a quarter of his space, leaving ample room for additional items alongside the stored water. Upon exiting the supermarket, Ye Feng made no further stops, opting instead to return directly to the community. With the provisions he had secured, he and Ye Chen would be well sustained for at least half a year. Upon reaching the 5th floor of Building 9, he was alarmed to find his door ajar. Rushing inside, dread gripped him as he discovered the room in disarray, clearly having been rummaged through. Heart racing, he hastened toward the bedroom, calling out, "Chun Chun, Chun Chen, Daddy," came Ye Chen's voice from within, tinged with tears. Entering the bedroom, Ye Feng's heart ignited with fury upon seeing the 5 distinct red marks on his son's face. Suppressing his anger, he scooped Ye Chen into his arms, tenderly caressing his swollen cheeks. "What happened, Chen Chen? Who hurt you like this?" "Daddy, the uncle downstairs came to our house asking for food, and I let him in," Ye Chen sobbed. "But as soon as he entered, he pushed me aside and hit me. I was so scared that I ran to hide in the bedroom." "Is it him?" Ye Feng's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flickering within. "Stay in the bedroom, Chen Chen. Daddy will be right back." "Okay, Daddy, are you going to confront that uncle?" Ye Chen asked, and of course he harmed Chen Chen, and Daddy will not let him go unpunished, Ye Feng replied. "Be good and wait for Daddy to return. Just be careful, Daddy," Ye Chen urged, nodding earnestly. Ye Feng rose, departing his home and approaching the door of room 401. He knocked firmly several times, and the gaunt man answered, regarding Ye Feng with disdain. "What do you want?" "Open the door," Ye Feng demanded coldly. "Get lost, or I'll chop you up," the man snarled, brandishing a kitchen knife threateningly. Ye Feng, unafraid even of the zombies, felt no trepidation before the man's weapon. Without further ado, he grasped the door handle and yanked it outward with a forceful pull. With a resounding clang, the ornate iron door was wrenched open by Ye Feng's might. Chapter 6. The father-son pact. The gaunt man stood frozen in disbelief at the scene before him, utterly astonished. "Is this even human? How can a person possess such strength?" he stammered, brandishing the kitchen knife in his hand as he shouted, "What do you want?" "Don't come any closer. I know martial arts. You have quite a nerve to trespass into my home and even lay your hands on my son," Ye Feng retorted, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Humph! Who told you not to feed me?" the gaunt man argued defiantly. "What? So you believe you have the right to complain simply because you weren't fed?" Ye Feng exclaimed, his figure suddenly lunging forward. In an instant, he closed the distance between them, seizing the knife from the gaunt man's grip before he could react and tossing it aside carelessly. With a sharp crack, Ye Feng delivered a powerful slap to the gaunt man's face, exerting all his strength and sending him sprawling backward. "Ah!" A wretched scream erupted as the gaunt man lay on the ground, clutching his injured face, which had swollen and contorted grotesquely. Yet Ye Feng was still not satisfied. He hoisted the man up and struck him hard on the other side of his face, eliciting another agonized "By this point, the gaunt man's visage had become severely disfigured, his eyes nearly swollen shut. With a swift kick, Ye Feng landed a blow to his midsection, sending the man crashing into the wall with a deafening thud. The pain rendered him silent, curled up on the ground. Ye Feng contemplated for a moment, realizing that things had irrevocably changed. One misstep could cost him and Ye Chen their lives. Though he had never taken a life before, he withdrew his repeating crossbow and aimed an arrow at the gaunt man's forehead, releasing it with a decisive twang. The man's eyes widened in shock before he collapsed, lifeless. Afterward, Ye Feng entered the gaunt man's kitchen and gathered all the food within. Upon returning home, he placed the rice and flour back in their rightful places. He then went to the bedroom, checking on Ye Chen, whose face was still slightly swollen. After offering some comforting words, he tidied up the house. "Dad," Ye Chen said, clutching a toy car in his hand, "will you play with me for a while?" "Of course," Ye Feng replied with a nod, recalling the toys he had collected from the supermarket. He pulled out 2 items, a toy gun and a remote-controlled racing car. "These are new toys I brought for you, Do you like them?" "I love them, thank you, Dad," Ye Chen exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the toys. Days slipped by swiftly, and Ye Feng continued his routine of hunting zombies, collecting energy cores, and gathering supplies from nearby stores. He even visited a pharmacy, stocking up on essential medications. During this time, several significant events unfolded in Beiyuan City. The first was a power outage, followed shortly by the loss of internet connectivity. Water ceased to flow not long after the electricity went out. However, Ye Feng had stocked sufficient water beforehand, so he remained unconcerned. On a brighter note, the safety zone in Beiyuan City was completed at an astonishing pace, though the government had yet to deploy many rescue teams. Ye Feng found himself waiting for aid, uncertain of how long it would take. Another troubling matter weighed on Ye Feng's mind. Ever since he had elevated his strength for the 3rd time, no amount of energy cores could further enhance his abilities. Presently, he possessed 7 times the strength of an average person and nearly 3 times their speed. He had also tried to give Ye Chen energy cores, but to his dismay, the energy dissipated shortly after entering his body, no matter how many times he tried. Eventually, he had to abandon the effort, leaving Ye Chen feeling somewhat dejected. "Chen, in the future, I will take you to a new place to live, all right?" Ye Feng said, looking affectionately at his son. "Where will you take me, Dad?" Ye Chen asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. "To another place, one without monsters," Ye Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. "Will we come back?" Ye Chen tilted his head, pondering the question. "Perhaps one day, we might return," Ye Feng said, unable to guarantee such a promise. "I don't want to go there," Ye Chen replied, shaking his head. "Dad, let's just stay in our home." "I don't want to go anywhere." "Why not?" Ye Feng asked, surprised by his son's response. "Because here, I can feel Mom's presence, and that's why I don't want to leave," Ye Chen said, tears streaming down his cheeks. "All right, we won't leave. We'll continue living here, okay?" Ye Feng said, his expression faltering as he struggled to conceal his sorrow. Memories of his wife flooded back, taken from him by illness, leaving only him and their son to carry on. "Yes," Ye Chen nodded solemnly. Then, as if struck by a thought, he asked, "Dad, will you also become a shadow watching over me, just like Mom?" "That might have to wait until you grow up," Ye Feng replied with a gentle smile, ruffling Ye Chen's hair. "But I don't want you to become a shadow watching over me," Ye Chen cried. "Even when I grow up, I don't want that. Then I will always watch over you like this, all right?" "I won't become a shadow." Ye Feng's heart ached as he breathed deeply, stroking Ye Chen's head. "Let's make a pinky promise," Ye Chen suggested, extending his hand. "Pinky promise," Ye Feng replied, extending his own hand in return. "Pinky swear, 100 years without change," Ye Chen declared in his sweet, childlike voice. "Without change," Ye Feng echoed, sealing their promise with a clasp of their thumbs. For the sake of Ye Chen, Ye Feng temporarily set aside his desire to move to the safety zone. He realized that although there were still zombies in their neighborhood, they posed no immediate threat to him. Moreover, they had ample food and water, sufficient for their father-son duo to survive for quite some time. After careful consideration, he decided to take the time to clear their entire block of zombies. This way, even if Ye Chen ventured outside to play in the future, he would be much safer. They resided in an older apartment building, each structure 6 stories tall with 4 units per floor. The South Road community was predominantly composed of such buildings. Ye Feng and his son lived on the 5th floor, and his plan was to first eliminate the zombies in their own building. After giving Ye Chen a thorough warning, He armed himself with the repeating crossbow and slung a tang dao over his shoulder before heading up to the 6th floor. Room 601 showed no signs of life. Ye Feng was uncertain if anyone resided there, but he was sure there were no zombies. Otherwise, the sound of his knocking would have attracted them. Chapter 7. The silver-eyed zombie. He arrived at room 602 and knocked on the door. After a moment's pause, the door creaked open to reveal a young woman of decent appearance. However, perhaps due to hunger, she appeared somewhat emaciated, her eyes lacking vitality, and she bore an expression of considerable fatigue. Ye Feng recognized her as Yuhan, a recent university graduate with a pleasant demeanor. She would always greet him warmly upon their encounters. "Brother Ye, what brings you here?" Yuhan asked weakly upon seeing him. "Nothing much, just wanted to check if there are any zombies inside," Ye Feng explained. "Oh," she replied, observing Ye Feng's good condition. She quickly grasped his arm, pleading, "Brother Ye, do you have any food? I'm starving." Ye Feng glanced at her, but remained silent. "Please, Brother Ye, if you can spare me some food, I'll do anything you ask," she implored, dropping to her knees, tears welling in her eyes. She was truly terrified of hunger. "Get up, Yuhan, I'm also gathering supplies. If you're not afraid, you can accompany me," Ye Feng said, helping her to her feet. I'm willing," Yuhan nodded eagerly. He then led her directly to the 4th floor. The door to room 401 was still ajar, and the corpse of the gaunt man lay there. Ye Feng cast a brief glance before proceeding to room 402. He knocked, but received no response. They entered, and in the next instant, a foul stench assaulted their senses, emanating from the bedroom. Peering into the room, they beheld a decaying corpse on the bed. Yuhan gagged, her face paling further. Ye Feng took a cursory look at the kitchen but lingered not, choosing to leave immediately. However, Yuhan did not follow. After another bout of dry heaving, she began rummaging through the place and soon found some food, which she devoured without restraint. Just as she was eating, a thought struck her, and she hurried to find Ye Feng. At that moment, Ye Feng had already ascended to the 3rd floor, having cleared the zombies from 2 rooms, and was making his way back downstairs. He discovered intact food supplies and clean grains, which he promptly stored in his space. Meanwhile, Yuhan, upon spotting food, filled her stomach first and then began packing everything into a bag. After clearing the hallway, she had amassed a large plastic bag of food. With an excited expression, she turned to Ye Feng. "Brother Ye, look, I can't believe we found so much food in such a short time." Ye Feng regarded her with mild surprise, but replied, "I plan to clear the entire building. Will you continue on, or head back home first?" I think I'll go back for now," Yuhan said, glancing towards the hallway, apprehensive about zombies lurking outside. "Very well." Ye Feng turned and walked towards the exit of the hallway. After more than half an hour, he had eradicated all the zombies in Building 9. To prevent any outbreaks, he gathered the corpses in one place and set them ablaze. When he returned, he found Yuhan standing at his door, holding 2 bags. Upon seeing him, she smiled and handed one of the bags to him. "Brother Ye, this is for you. Don't worry, these are quite intact and clean." Ye Feng did not reach for the bag. He hadn't anticipated that Yuhan was so starved that she had only gathered a little food, yet still felt grateful enough to offer him some, even selecting the best for him. This made him view her in a new light. "No need," Ye Feng said. "I've collected some as well. Please take it, Brother Ye." Assuming he was disdainful of her offering, Yuhan's cheeks flushed as she insisted, "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gathered any of this." "All right then." Seeing her insistence, he accepted the bag. Yuhan smiled brightly at him before contentedly returning home. Other survivors, witnessing Ye Feng's efforts in clearing the nearby zombies, bravely ventured out to gather food. Many shared this sentiment, leading to inevitable competition. Yuhan joined in but accidentally got pushed down the stairs, emerging with bruises. When she limped back home, she discovered that her previously collected food had been taken by others. Unable to contain herself, she sank to the ground, weeping profusely. Hearing her sobs, Ye Feng ascended to the 6th floor and brought her back to his home, offering her some medicine with a serious expression. "Yuhan, the world has changed. It is now a truly ruthless society. If you wish to survive, you must grow stronger and abandon your naive kindness." "But, Brother Ye, I'm just a woman." Yuhan wiped her tears and said, "What am I to do?" "You must adapt to this world. If you wish to live, you need to learn how to kill zombies and collect energy cores, Ye Feng stated. Do you dare? Yuhan was momentarily taken aback. Then after a moment of silence, she looked at Ye Feng and said, I will kill. Good. Ye Feng nodded. First, you should apply the medicine I gave you. He arranged for Yuhan to stay in the secondary bedroom, and the next day, he began teaching her how to hunt zombies. After some guidance, she gradually lost her fear of them. Subsequently, he handed her a crossbow, instructing, use this. Aim for their heads. Yuhan took it and fired haphazardly at a zombie, ultimately killing her very first one. Ye Feng extracted the energy core and handed it to her, saying, this is an energy core. Absorb it when you return, and it will enhance your strength. Okay. Yuhan nodded, accepting it. 2 days later, through her diligence, Yuhan had collected 10 energy cores. After absorbing them, her strength indeed increased, bolstering her confidence in hunting zombies. Time flew by, summer faded, and autumn arrived. Thanks to the combined efforts of Ye Feng and Yuhan, not only had they cleared the entire Downing community, but also the zombies on the nearby streets and in local shops. Now, the vast Downing community was left with only Ye Feng, his son, and Yuhan. Everyone else had departed with the rescue team a month or two prior to that time. Ye Feng had urged Yuhan to leave with the rescue team, but she was unwilling, choosing to stay behind. Though the three of them felt a bit lonely, the tranquil environment allowed them to live peacefully for over 2 months. During this time, they collected over 3,000 energy cores. After absorbing more than 60 cores, Yuhan ceased her efforts. Ye Feng, however, continued to absorb cores daily, striving to enhance his strength. To his disappointment, despite absorbing nearly 3,000 cores, he felt no increase in ability. Nevertheless, he remained hopeful, believing that with continued effort, he would eventually see improvement, perhaps once he absorbed enough cores. However, the good times did not last. One day, as Ye Feng and Yuhan ventured out to hunt zombies and gather energy cores as usual, they left the Downing community. Shortly after heading south, they sensed something was amiss. Previously, they had cleared the zombies from this street, but now, a significant number had reappeared in the southern part of the street. Had there only been a handful, they might have thought it typical for zombies to wander in from elsewhere. However, nearly 100 zombies had amassed there, with more continuing to converge upon the street. Ye Feng's expression grew serious as he pulled Yuhan back, who was moving ahead. Something's not right. Let us find a place to observe. Okay, Yuhan replied. Soon, they hid in a nearby shop, quietly watching the scene unfold. After about 15 minutes, the horde approached their location. Yuhan spotted one zombie that stood out among the rest, whispering to Ye Feng, Brother Ye, look. That zombie has silver eyes. All the others have gray ones. Following Yuhan's gaze, Ye Feng noticed the silver-eyed zombie moving through the throng. It walked at the center of the group, occasionally glancing around. Instantly, a sense of alarm surged within him. The presence of this silver-eyed zombie signaled a grave danger. From his extensive experience over the past 2 months, he deduced that this silver-eyed zombie had likely evolved into a higher-tier zombie. If it were merely one, he might entertain the idea of confronting it, but surrounded by nearly 100 zombies, approaching it would be tantamount to seeking death. Yuhan, that could be an advanced zombie, Ye Feng said, pulling her as they dashed out of the shop and back towards the Downing community. We need to move quickly. Chapter 8. The news from the broadcast at the very moment Ye Feng and his companion dashed out of the store. The silver-eyed zombie detected their presence. Let out a piercing roar and swiftly positioned itself at the forefront of the other zombies, rapidly pursuing the duo. Ye Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated the remarkable speed of the silver-eyed creature. Before they could reach the entrance of the Daonan community, the zombie had already closed into within a mere 10 meters behind them. Under such circumstances, it would not be long before they were overtaken. Ye Feng's mind raced, and in a moment, he devised a plan. He turned to Yuhan and said, Yuhan, let us make our way into the grove over there. Without hesitation, the two of them dashed through the gate and sped towards the nearby scenic grove, which, although not vast, was dotted with numerous trees. Ye Feng intended to utilize these trees to hinder the silver-eyed zombie's speed, seizing the opportunity to eliminate it. However, just as they were about to enter the grove, the silver-eyed zombie leaped high into the air, its sharp claws aimed menacingly at Ye Feng's back. Yuhan swiftly raised her repeating crossbow and loosed an arrow, but the silver-eyed zombie was too swift. With a resounding thud, the arrow struck its neck. The zombie landed, It roared and lunged towards Yuhan. Ye Feng's expression changed. He brandished his tang knife just in time to block the creature's lethal claws. He shouted, "Quickly, you head into the grove, and I will draw its attention." Understanding his intent, Yuhan swiftly slipped into the trees and readied her crossbow for another shot at the silver-eyed zombie. Despite Ye Feng's extensive combat experience, he found himself struggling against the creature's overwhelming speed and strength. Fortunately, with Yuhan's assistance, he managed to evade and enter the grove. Meanwhile, the lagging horde of zombies reached the entrance of the Daonan community. However, because Ye Feng had only opened the gate a meter wide, only a few zombies could squeeze through, leaving the majority stranded outside. This was a precautionary measure that Ye Feng had prepared in advance. Within the grove, Ye Feng wielded his tang knife, maneuvering among the trees while deftly evading the silver-eyed zombie. Yet, he understood that this strategy could not last indefinitely. He needed a more effective plan to defeat the creature. His eyes scanned the grove, and soon he noticed two closely spaced trees not far away, with merely a 20-centimeter gap between them, an opening that even Yuhan would find challenging to navigate. He turned to Yuhan and said, "Yuhan, let us devise a way to lure it between those two trees." She glanced in that direction, instantly grasping his intention. The two coordinated their movements, gradually enticing the silver-eyed zombie closer to the trees. Before long, they succeeded in guiding the creature to the designated spot. Rather than recklessly attempting to pass between the trees themselves, an act which could lead to their immediate demise, they continued to circle around the trees, waiting for the zombie to inadvertently wedge itself between them. Fortune smiled upon them. Moments later, the silver-eyed zombie became trapped between the two trees. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Feng swung his tang knife and severed the creature's head. Yuhan let out a breath of relief and smiled at Ye Feng, saying, "Brother Ye, we have succeeded." Indeed, Ye Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us discover what distinguishes this zombie." With that, he plunged his knife into the silver-eyed zombie's chest, extracting a peculiar flesh lump and peeling it open. Yuhan leaned closer, exclaiming, "Oh, this energy crystal core is a pale blue color. It appears this zombie has evolved," Ye Feng remarked. "I can sense that the energy contained within this pale blue crystal core is significantly stronger than that of the white crystal cores. Then, if we collect more of these energy cores, we might be able to enhance our strength once again," Yuhan suggested. "While that may be true, the silver-eyed zombies are exceedingly perilous," Ye Feng cautioned. "Just now, with our combined efforts and the advantage of the trees, we managed to eliminate it. If we were outside, we would have stood no chance." "Then we could set traps," Yuhan pondered. "Let us consider it later," Ye Feng replied, unwilling to take unnecessary risks. "For now, we must deal with the zombies at the entrance." "All right," Yuhan agreed. Ye Feng carefully stowed the pale blue energy crystal core and, alongside Yuhan, exited the grove, only to find that a considerable number of zombies had already breached the community's entrance. Without further ado, they charged forward, swiftly reaping the lives of the zombies while collecting energy cores along the way. By noon, the duo had successfully eradicated nearly 100 zombies, though they were utterly exhausted. Dragging their weary bodies back home, they washed up in the bathroom, changed into clean clothes, and settled onto the sofa to rest. Ye Chen emerged from his bedroom and, seeing Ye Feng and Yuhan, sweetly brought them 2 bottles of water. "Daddy, Sister Yuhan, here is some water for you." "Thank you, Chen Chen," Yuhan replied with a gentle smile. Ye Feng took a sip from his bottle and asked, "How was your time at home this morning, Chen Chen?" "I was so bored all alone. I wanted Daddy to play with me," Ye Chen said, looking at Ye Feng with a hint of disappointment. "All right, Daddy will play with you this afternoon," Ye Feng said, affectionately ruffling Ye Chen's hair with a smile. "And I will join too," Yuhan added. "Yay!" Ye Chen exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. As night fell, after coaxing Ye Chen to sleep, Ye Feng brought a radio into the living room, lowered the volume, and tuned in to the day's broadcast. This was his sole means of receiving news from the outside world, and it provided him with valuable information regarding the safety zone in Beiyuan City. Currently, a new type of zombie has emerged in Beiyuan City, which we are designating as Level 2 zombies. Their speed and strength surpass that of the previous Level 1 zombies by a considerable margin. Today, several survivor teams hunting zombies have encountered dire situations. Therefore, we urge all survivors to exercise extreme caution when venturing out to hunt. Moreover, after several days of observation by the city guard and national military, It has been noted that numerous areas within Beiyuan City have begun to accumulate large hordes of zombies, wandering about. As Ye Feng listened to the broadcast, his heart gradually sank. The prospect of remaining in this location began to waver once more. If these level 2 zombies proliferated, their safety here would be increasingly jeopardized. Just as today, had he and Yuhan not reacted swiftly and utilized the grove to eliminate the silver-eyed zombie, they might have met a grim fate. Furthermore, who could predict what formidable zombies might emerge in the future within Beiyuan City? Rather than risk it, he resolved to relocate while the threat level of the zombies remained manageable, aiming for the safety zone in Beiyuan City. "What is the matter, Brother Yi?" Yuhan emerged from her room and sat beside him, noticing his serious demeanor. "I just heard the broadcast," Ye Feng replied, summarizing the news he had just listened to. "Are you suggesting that we should leave here?" Yuhan inquired. "That seems to be the only option," Ye Feng said. "This place will only become more dangerous. If we stay, we will inevitably fall prey to those zombies. When shall we depart?" Yuhan asked after a moment of silence. "In the next few days," Ye Feng contemplated. "I also need to prepare Ye Chen for the transition." In the deep of night, Yuhan returned to her room to rest, while Ye Feng continued to absorb energy crystal cores. He knew that with just over 30 more cores, he would reach a total of 3,000. He hoped that upon reaching this milestone, both his strength and speed would see a further increase, ensuring that he would no longer fear encountering level 2 zombies. Chapter 9. The discussion of departure. As he unwrapped the bag containing the energy crystal cores, the first thing that caught his eye was a pale blue energy crystal. He held it in his hand for a moment before returning it to the bag. He felt that the energy crystal from the second-tier zombie was far too precious at this juncture, so he resolved to wait for the most critical moment to utilize it. Subsequently, he picked up a white energy crystal and began to absorb its energy. With each crystal he consumed, the energy stored within his body increased significantly, seemingly reaching a critical point, poised to erupt at any moment. However, Ye Feng only felt a slight warmth coursing through his body. Other than that, he experienced no discomfort as he continued to absorb the energy crystals. Upon absorbing the 3,000th crystal, a sudden transformation occurred within the cyclone of energy inside him, which began to spin wildly and drew in all the stored energy. Simultaneously, the cyclone was visibly changing. As it continued to absorb energy, a sense of panic washed over Ye Feng. He found it impossible to articulate the sensation, as if half of his being had been hollowed out. Even if he consumed anything at that moment, it would not alleviate the emptiness he felt. Gradually, the cyclone morphed into a lotus flower. Indeed, a purple lotus adorned with arcs of lightning. Just as Ye Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to consume something to counteract the hollow feeling, 8 bolts of lightning suddenly emanated from the purple lotus, each darting into his 8 meridians and racing within him. In an instant, Ye Feng felt as though he were being torn asunder, the pain overwhelming him to the point of unconsciousness. When he regained awareness, the flickering candle had burned down to nothing. Ye Feng lingered in a daze for a moment, assessing his body. Although the excruciating pain had vanished, he still felt a peculiar numbness, as if he had lost all sensation. Moments later, a foul odor assaulted his senses, prompting him to sit up and mutter, "What is that smell? It's so terrible." He fumbled to light a candle and discovered a thick layer of black muck covering his body, as though he had plunged into a mire. Frowning, he hurried to the bathroom. After a thorough wash, he donned a clean set of clothes and returned to the sofa. Extending his right hand, he concentrated, and a miraculous scene unfolded. Lightning coalesced into a sphere in his palm. Though small, this sphere radiated an astonishing power of electricity. He had stumbled upon this newfound ability while showering, and to his astonishment, how could he not feel exhilarated? After enduring such trials, he had finally reaped the rewards. Not only had he awakened the power of lightning, but he also sensed a considerable enhancement in his strength, though he could not quantify the extent of the increase. Nevertheless, he was certain that his abilities had at least doubled. Gazing at the lightning in his palm, he murmured, "If I encounter that second-tier zombie again, it should be considerably less taxing to deal with." The following morning, after breakfast, Ye Feng took Ye Chen by the hand and said, "Chen, shall we take Mother's shadow and leave this place? Let us seek a new place to live." "Dad, didn't we say we would stay here forever?" Ye Chen replied, clearly reluctant to depart, pouting slightly. "However, many formidable monsters have appeared outside, and even more will emerge in the future. After a moment's contemplation, Ye Feng briefly explained their current predicament to Ye Chen. If we find ourselves surrounded, we will be in grave danger. Can't even Dad defeat those monsters? Ye Chen asked after a pause. I could handle one or two, but there are simply too many. Even I would be powerless against them, Ye Feng replied gently, holding Ye Chen's hand. Then, how do we take Mother's shadow with us? Ye Chen inquired, still searching for a solution. Mother is always with us. As long as we leave, she will follow us. Ye Feng pointed to his heart and explained. And if you miss Mother, you can hold her photograph and you'll see her in your dreams. Really? Ye Chen tilted his head, questioning. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded earnestly. That's how I see Mother when I wish to. Where are we going then? Ye Chen glanced at the photograph on the coffee table, finally acquiescing to his father's suggestion. To a place devoid of monsters, filled with many uncles and aunts, and plenty of little friends, Ye Feng said with a gentle smile, ruffling Ye Chen's hair. All right, Ye Chen nodded. Dad, when shall we leave? In a few days, Ye Feng replied. Your sister Yuhan and I still need to clear out some zombies. Okay, Ye Chen agreed. Are you and Sister Yuhan going out today? We'll go out in the morning and spend the afternoon playing with you, all right? Ye Feng proposed. Good, Ye Chen nodded. Just be careful out there, Dad and Sister Yuhan. Chen Chun must be good at home too, Yuhan said, affectionately patting Ye Chen's head with a smile. Once outside, Ye Feng turned to Yuhan and said, I awakened a new power yesterday. Let us test it today, she replied. What power? Yuhan asked curiously. Lightning, Ye Feng said. Extend. This will make hunting zombies much easier, Yuhan exclaimed with delight. Ye Feng had previously asked Yuhan if she sensed any special powers, but she had not. As they exited the Down-End community, they were met once. Upon seeing Ye Feng and Yuhan emerge, the zombies lunged at them with frenzied aggression. Ye Feng raised both hands, and instantly, arcs of brilliant electricity emanated from his palm. When the zombies were within mere meters of him, he shouted, and the lightning surged forth, unleashing bolts that streaked towards the undead. With a cacophony of crackling sounds, the 10 or so zombies before him were ensnared by the lightning, their bodies convulsing as dark smoke billowed from their heads. In mere seconds, as the lightning dissipated, the zombies collapsed to the ground, lifeless and motionless. The sight filled Ye Feng and Yuhan with unbridled joy. They had not anticipated the sheer power of the lightning, which had dispatched the zombies so effortlessly. You're incredible, Ye Gu, Yuhan said, wrapping her arms around his, her excitement palpable. Now we need not fear these zombies at all. And we can gather energy crystals even more swiftly, she added. Indeed, Ye Feng chuckled. Let us collect the energy crystals from these zombies. You rest. I'll take care of it, Yuhan said, sprinting towards the fallen zombies. Ye Feng assessed the energy expenditure from his earlier attack. Given his current energy reserves, he could unleash this lightning assault repeatedly without concern, which was more than sufficient for their needs. Chapter 10. A city on the brink of death. After Yuhan collected the energy crystals, they resumed their hunt for the zombies. Brother Yi, a thought has just occurred to me, Yuhan remarked to Ye Feng. What is it? Ye Feng inquired. If we intend to take Chen Chun to the safe zone, we must have a secure route, Yuhan explained. However, the streets are teeming with zombies, and attempting to traverse them with Chen Chun would be exceedingly perilous. That is indeed a valid point, Ye Feng acknowledged with a slight nod. Let us select an appropriate route. We should aim to clear a path to the safe zone within the next few days. Agreed, Yuhan replied. After deliberation, they chose a narrow alleyway. Although the path was winding, the number of zombies there was minimal, making it easier to clear. Most importantly, once cleared, zombies rarely ventured into these narrow streets. After a morning of diligent effort, they had only managed to cover a kilometer, leaving them still 6 to 7 kilometers from the safe zone. At the rate they were clearing, it would take them at least another 6 or 7 days. In this whirlwind of activity, a week slipped by unnoticed. Ye Feng and Yuhan gazed at the securely shut gates of the safe zone in the distance. A hint of satisfaction. After a week of labor, they had finally established a safe route. Why are the gates of the safe zone still closed during the day? Yuhan pondered aloud, feeling a sense of curiosity. Perhaps this is not the— I can't believe you're still alive. Brother Yi, this is my brother, Yu Yang, Yuhan said, remembering something and quickly introducing Ye Feng. Brother, this is Ye Feng. Thanks to him, I've managed to survive these past few days. I know, Yu Yang replied. I met him during my visit home 2 years ago. Let's go. This place isn't safe. We must return to the safe zone. My son is still at the Downend community. You should go ahead, Ye Feng said. I'll accompany you to pick up Qin, Yuhan insisted. No need. You two siblings have finally reunited. Take your time to catch up, Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. Besides, Qin and I will be at the safe zone tomorrow. Well, all right then, Yuhan conceded. Brother Yi, I will go with my brother to the safe zone now. We shall meet again tomorrow. Ye Feng nodded, and he made his way back to the Downend community alone along the safe route. As Yuhan watched Ye Feng's departing figure, an inexplicable sense of melancholy washed over her. She suddenly felt that this parting from Ye Feng might stretch on for an extended period before they would meet again. Let us go, Yuhan, Yu Yang urged, pulling her away from the scene. Downend community Chunshun. Upon returning home, Ye Feng called out excitedly. Daddy, Sister Yuhan, you're back. Ye Chen emerged from his bedroom, clutching a small toy, but when he noted, then I want fried chicken nuggets. Ye Chen tilted his head in thought. All right, Ye Feng ruffled Ye Chen's hair. Daddy will make that for you right away. Later that night, once Ye Chen had fallen asleep, Ye Feng took the radio to the living room, turning it on as usual. Strange, why has the broadcast content been the same for the past few days? Ye Feng mused, frowning at the information being relayed. After listening for a while longer without any desire to continue, he turned off the radio. He retrieved a bag containing the energy crystals, having eliminated about 20 second-level zombies over the past few days, which yielded him a collection of over 20 faint blue energy crystals. Gazing at the faint blue energy crystals in the bag, he pondered for a moment before taking them all out. Since they would be heading to the safe zone the next day, he hoped these faint blue energy crystals might provide him with a pleasant surprise. This thought stemmed from a hypothesis he had formed. During his initial encounter with energy crystals, consuming 10 first-level white crystals had granted him a boost in power. Now, he wondered if the faint blue energy crystals would similarly elevate his abilities after consuming 10. Ye Feng picked up one of the faint blue energy crystals and began the process of absorption. As the second-level energy crystal entered his body, he felt a surge of immense energy being released. Approximately 5 minutes later, he finished absorbing the first crystal and continued with the second. Time flew by, and nearly 50 minutes had passed when he completed the absorption of the 10th second-level energy crystal. Upon fully absorbing the energy from the 10th crystal, his body underwent a transformation. The purple lotus in his lower abdomen sprouted an additional ring of petals. Although there was no noticeable change in size, Ye Feng distinctly sensed that the energy contained within had nearly doubled. Simultaneously, 8 strands of mysterious purple energy surged forth from the purple lotus, flowing into Ye Feng's 8 meridians. This time, instead of the previous pain, he experienced a comforting sensation. This process continued for about 10 minutes, and when Ye Feng rose, he felt a significant increase in his strength. It seems my hypothesis was correct, he exclaimed, exhilarated by the powerful energy coursing through him. The following day, Ye Feng did not venture out but instead gathered all the items they could carry and placed them into his mysterious space. He found a backpack, filling it with several bottles of water, packets of biscuits, instant noodles, and some chocolates and snacks that Ye Chen favored. This backpack was also intended to keep their preparations discreet. The crossbow that had been crafted earlier was taken by Yuhan, so he fashioned another one. While not particularly useful for hunting zombies at this point, it would serve as a deterrent in case of human encounters. Once everything was prepared, he stored the tools and materials from the secondary bedroom into his space. After organizing everything, Ye Feng took Ye Chen's hand, casting a final glance at their home before departing without looking back. As they walked through the Downend community, Ye Feng glanced at Ye Chen. "Chen, are you afraid?" "Not at all." Ye Chen shook his head, gazing up at Ye Feng. "With Daddy here, I'm not afraid of anything." "You're truly brave," Ye Feng smiled, praising him. Exiting the Downend community, although a few zombies still roamed the streets, Ye Feng's relentless clearing efforts had reduced their numbers significantly, with only a handful aimlessly wandering about. "Daddy, are those the monsters you mentioned?" Ye Chen asked, curiosity sparkling in his eyes as he pointed at the distant zombies. "Indeed," Ye Feng nodded. "Do they not appear fearsome?" Ye Chen contemplated. "But they don't seem as scary as a big tiger." Ye Feng couldn't help but chuckle at his response and chose not to elaborate further. He guided Ye Chen into the safe route that he and Yuhan had cleared. a path devoid of zombies and any signs of life, exuding an air of desolation. For a fleeting moment, Ye Feng sensed that the city was gradually succumbing to death. As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it. How could a city possess life, let alone die? Chapter 11. The desolate safe zone. Daddy, I feel a bit scared. Ye Chen clutched Ye Feng's hand tightly, his expression tense as he gazed at the houses lining the street. Despite the tranquility of the street, devoid of any activity, an overwhelming sense of desolation pervaded the AIR. Ye Feng offered a faint smile to Ye Chen, then lifted him into his arms, saying, "Do not fear, for Daddy is holding you." Ye Chen nodded. "Daddy, where have all the uncles, aunts, and children gone? Why can't I see anyone?" "They have all left this place," Ye Feng replied, his expression momentarily faltering as he pondered. However, upon seeing Ye Chen's expectant gaze, he smiled gently and continued, "They have gone to the place where Daddy will take you to date." "Is it the place without monsters?" Ye Chen asked, tilting his head in curiosity. "Indeed, there are many uncles, aunts, and children there," Ye Feng affirmed. "Can I play with them?" Ye Chen inquired further. "Of course," Ye Feng replied, though he was acutely aware of the changing times and wished to shield his young son from the harsh realities of the world. They were not lacking in sustenance. Their only concern was finding a safe environment to live in. Ye Feng was uncertain about what the future held, but he knew he must find a way to survive and care for his son, as that was his singular aim and motivation. As the father and son traversed the quiet street, they appeared somewhat solitary, yet Ye Feng's not particularly robust figure exuded the strength of a mountain. After a journey of several miles, filled with pauses and reflections, they arrived at the eastern gate of the safe zone after more than 2 hours. Although Ye Feng had previously cleared this route, a few zombies still roamed nearby. However, they were merely ordinary, low-level zombies, which Ye Feng dispatched with ease. "Daddy, why is this gate closed?" Ye Chen asked, looking up at Ye Feng. Ye Feng shared his confusion. It was nearly noon, and logically, even if the gate remained shut, some semblance of life should be visible. Yet, the eerie silence that enveloped the area was unsettling, devoid of any sounds. Ye Feng pushed against the gate, but it was locked, preventing him from opening it. "Let us explore elsewhere," Ye Feng suggested after a moment of contemplation, glancing at the safety zone's surrounding wall, which stood 5 or 6 meters high, constructed from lightweight steel panels. Though not as sturdy as a stone wall, its rapid assembly and decent defensive capability were advantageous. "Where shall we go?" Ye Chen inquired. "To another gate," Ye Feng replied, lifting Ye Chen onto his shoulder. "Let us go." Following the perimeter of the safety zone, Ye Feng carried Ye Chen to the northern gate, which was ajar. Although it too was locked from the inside, they could peer through the gap to glimpse the interior. As Ye Feng approached the opening and peered inside, he found the street desolate, starkly contrasting the lively descriptions broadcasted about the safe zone. Just as he contemplated whether to leave, a few figures emerged from down the street. 3 men and 2 women, all wielding long knives, their clothes stained with blood, bearing a weary appearance. Ye Feng recognized them as awakened ones, a term referenced in the broadcast for those who had enhanced their abilities through energy crystals. "Who are you?" asked the lead young man in a blue tracksuit as he approached Ye Feng, scrutinizing him. "We are survivors from Beiyuan City, hoping to seek refuge in this government-established safe zone, but the gate is locked, and we cannot enter," Ye Feng replied, adopting a humble demeanor with a hint of a smile. "You've arrived too late," the young man waved dismissively. "The government of Beiyuan City, along with other survivors and the city guards, left yesterday. There are hardly any people left here now." "How is that possible?" "I listened to the radio yesterday, and it spoke of this place," Ye Feng responded, disbelief etched across his face, though he seemed to realize something midway through. "Have you not noticed? The broadcasts have been repeating the same content for days," the young man said with a smirk, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor. Ye Feng thought of Yuhan, surmising she too had departed with her brother. "Since you've come, you might as well join us inside," suggested a young woman in white standing beside the young man. She was strikingly beautiful, her face slightly soiled, yet her eyes sparkled with an engaging allure. "Well, all right then, thank you," Ye Feng replied, furrowing his brow before consenting after a brief silence. The young man in the blue tracksuit approached the gate and deftly unlocked it. The group then entered, with Ye Feng carrying Ye Chen closely behind. As he walked, he surveyed the surroundings. "I'm Yang Hui. What do you go by?" the young man inquired. "I am Ye Feng, and this is my son, Ye Chen," Ye Feng introduced himself. I'm Luo Qinghan. The young woman smiled at Ye Feng. And this is Lu Weiwei. These two are Zhao Tuo and Chu Yun. Hello. Ye Feng greeted them warmly upon hearing Luo Qinghan's introduction. However, Lu Weiwei, Zhao Tuo, and Chu Yun seemed disinterested in conversing with him, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Unbothered, Ye Feng engaged in conversation with Yang Hui and Luo Qinghan. Why did everyone leave so suddenly? Because a city has been established in the provincial capital, something called the Seventh City, with towering walls, making it considerably safer than here, Yang Hui explained. Most survivors from our province should have relocated there. Additionally, there has been a surge of level 2 zombies, and even some particularly unique ones in Beiyuan City, Luo Qinghan sighed. The city government feared that conditions here would deteriorate, so they departed while the situation was still manageable. I see, Ye Feng acknowledged, feeling a sense of despair as he realized he had brought his son to a place that had already been forsaken. Nevertheless, the area was still spacious and relatively secure. Before more formidable zombies appeared, it could serve as a decent place to live. Although there are several habitable places here, I still recommend that you stay with us so we can look out for one another, Luo Qinghan suggested, glancing at Ye Feng. Chapter 12. University classmate Nan Gong Yue. Ye Feng glanced at Ye Chen beside him, noticing the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. He gently tousled the boy's hair and said, "Thank you." "What for?" Luo Qinghan replied with a faint smile, though there was an unmistakable hint of helplessness in her expression. "Now that our world has transformed into this state, we can only huddle together for warmth. It is the only way to survive a little longer." Ye Feng studied Luo Qinghan for a moment, sensing that the woman before him harbored a story. From her mannerisms and the eloquence of her expressive eyes, it was clear that she, like Yuhan, was a woman of kindness. Yet, in today's society, such goodness often proves to be a liability. This thought led him to recall Yuhan, another gentle soul. Perhaps this is human nature. Some individuals remain steadfast in their principles, even when confronted with the harshest of times. Under the guidance of Yang Hui and his companions, they entered a large courtyard. The premises were expansive, featuring a 3-story office building at its core, which appeared to have been converted into dormitories. 2 vehicles were parked within the courtyard, a bus and an SUV. Approximately a dozen individuals were busily engaged in various tasks, yet upon seeing Yang Hui and his group return, they all approached to greet them. However, when they noticed Ye Feng and Ye Chen, some displayed curiosity while others wore expressions tinged with dissatisfaction. "You're back. Who are they?" The first to approach was a tall woman, striking in appearance, dressed in a brown casual dress, accompanied by a charming little girl, likely around 5 or 6 years old. "Xianjia," Luo Qinghan called out, pulling the little girl closer and playfully engaging with her, before introducing, "This is Ye Feng, and this is his son Ye Chen, whom we encountered at the entrance of the safe zone. And so, we brought them back. Qinghan, our situation is already dire. Our food and water supplies are limited. Bringing in 2 more people is not ideal," a young man interjected, casting a dismissive glance at Ye Feng and his son. "Indeed, Qinghan, the safe zone is quite vast. They should find accommodations elsewhere," another young man chimed in, echoing the sentiment. "Enough, Lu Sihai and Lu Jun, this is trivial. For today, we shall make do. Tomorrow, let them accompany us to forage for supplies." "An extra pair of hands is always a boon," Yang Hui retorted, clearly irritated by their attitudes. "Their meals will be deducted from my provisions," Luo Qinghan added, her expression reflecting displeasure. "We brought some supplies and 1 tea be sharing with you," Ye Feng interjected, recognizing the divide forming among the group. To alleviate any potential discomfort for Luo Qinghan and Yang Hui, he quickly continued, "Then let us take inventory of your supplies and register them for distribution later." Lu Sihai regarded Ye Feng with a hint of menace. "Weren't you just unwilling to let them stay? How come the sudden change of heart?" Yang Hui scoffed. "You just learned they had supplies, didn't you? Naturally, your stance has shifted. I wasn't aware of their provisions before. Now that I know, I'm inclined to agree," Lu Sihai replied with a grin, displaying his shamelessness. "What's all this commotion about?" A melodious voice emerged from the crowd, and though the speaker remained unseen, the clarity of her tone hinted at her beauty. Before anyone could respond, she approached Ye Feng directly. Upon seeing him, her expression faltered momentarily, and in the next breath, her eyes glistened with tears as she whispered, "Ye Feng." You. Ye Feng's demeanor stiffened at the sight of the woman before him, his university classmate and first love, Nan Gong Yue. Years ago, Familial opposition had driven a wedge between them, as her family had forced her into an arranged marriage, leading to their separation. Since then, he had returned to Beiyuan City, and they had lost all contact. "It's me," Nan Gong Yue replied, her smile warm as she stepped closer to Ye Feng, glancing at Ye Chen. "Is this your son? He has grown so much." "Yes," Ye Feng said, casting a glance at Ye Chen. "Chin, greet your aunt." "Auntie, hello," Ye Chen said, looking at Nan Gong Yue with innocence. "Such a well-behaved boy," Nan Gong Yue exclaimed, scooping Ye Chen into her arms. Suddenly recalling something, she addressed the group. "Ye Feng is my friend. Let them stay here." "Since Nan Gong Yue has spoken, then let him remain," Lu Sihai replied, his tone now laced with a hint of flattery. "Ye Feng, come along. I'll arrange accommodations for you." Nan Gong Yue beckoned. "All right," Ye Feng agreed, following her toward the 3-story office building. Although he felt a surge of joy as he observed Nan Gong Yue holding Ye Chen, memories of their cherished university days flooded back. If only things had been different. But alas, there are no ifs in life. After Nan Gong Yue led Ye Feng and his son away, Luo Qinghan shared a few words with Lin Xian before heading to the storage room with their findings. The others gathered in small groups, discussing amongst themselves, particularly Lu Sihai and Lu Jun, who wore expressions dark enough to rain upon. "I never imagined he was a friend of Nan Gong Yue," Lu Jun remarked, his brow furrowed and his tone reflecting displeasure. "Perhaps they are merely acquaintances," Lu Sihai reassured, glancing at Lu Jun. "Just wait. I will ensure this boy understands that a woman like Nan Gong Yue is beyond his reach." Indeed, Lu Jun nodded slightly, choosing to remain silent thereafter, while Ye Feng followed Nan Gong Yue into the office building, where she arranged for him and Ye Chen to stay on the second floor, directly across from her room. The accommodations were modest, a standard room with a single bed, a table and chairs, and a wardrobe. Since this is a repurposed dormitory, the washroom and bathroom are communal, Nan Gong Yue explained to Ye Feng. Meals are taken together in a designated dining hall. "Yu, what exactly is the situation here?" Ye Feng inquired. "To explain everything would take time. You'll understand better the longer you stay," Nan Gong Yue replied. "Also, Lu Sihai and Lu Jun are not good people. Avoid them whenever possible." "I am aware," Ye Feng acknowledged. "I could discern their attitudes towards me earlier. By the way, how do you plan to organize the search for supplies?" Chapter 13. The Marvelous Fate. "We have a total of 22 individuals here," Nan Gong Yue explained to Ye Feng. "Aside from Aunt Li and Sister Lin Xian's child, we are divided into 4 small groups, each comprising 5 members. Every day, 2 groups will venture out to scavenge for supplies, while the other 2 will remain behind to protect the base, rotating every 3 days. "I see," Ye Feng nodded thoughtfully. "So who are the members of your group? Perhaps I could accompany you tomorrow." "Sure," Nan Gong Yue replied joyfully. "In our group, there is me, Sister Lin Xian, and the Bai sisters, Bai Shui and Bai Qian, along with one Guanxi." "Your group consists entirely of women?" Ye Feng's expression stiffened as he spoke. "What is wrong? Are you looking down on women?" Nan Gong Yue shot him a glare upon hearing his words. No, Ye Feng hastily waved his hands in denial. "What I meant was, look, your group is all female, and I would be the only man. Wouldn't that feel a bit out of place?" "What is inappropriate about it? This is settled," Nan Gong Yue said dismissively, waving her hand. "By the way, who is in charge of your base?" Ye Feng pondered for a moment before asking. "We operate under collective management, overseen by the leaders of the 4 groups," Nan Gong Yue explained. "I am the leader of our small team, while the other 3 leaders are Yang Hui, Lu Jun, and Shen Haoshuan." "Impressive. Among the 4 team leaders, you are the only woman," Ye Feng remarked in admiration. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Nan Gong Yue replied with a hint of pride, smiling. "I must tell you, I am currently a first-tier advanced awakener. I am quite formidable." What does that mean?" Ye Feng furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend Nan Gong Yue's statement. Although he had consumed quite a number of energy crystals, he had little understanding of the Awakener's ranking system. "Oh, that refers to the strength classification of Awakeners. You haven't awakened yet, have you? You probably don't know how powerful they are," Nan Gong Yue said as she turned to enter her room, quickly returning with a white pamphlet in hand. "This contains relevant information about Awakeners. You should take some time to read it and familiarize yourself," she said, handing the pamphlet to Ye Feng. "Tomorrow, when we go out to hunt some zombies, I will collect some energy crystals for you so that you can also become an awakener. All right. Ye Feng opened the pamphlet and glanced through it, his surprise evident as he saw several images. What are these? These are records and images of special types of zombies left behind after the government of Beiyuan City evacuated. I gathered them, Nan Gong Yue explained, casting a glance at him. Those special zombies possess immense strength. We are currently no match for them, so if we encounter any in the future, we must flee immediately. Understood. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. He then closed the pamphlet and looked at Nan Gong Yue. Yeah, actually, I am also an awakener. What? Nan Gong Yue seemed incredulous, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at Ye Feng. Is that true? Why would I lie to you? Ye Feng chuckled and continued, if I weren't an awakener, how could I have escaped from Beiyuan City and made it to this safe zone? That does make sense. Nan Gong Yue pondered for a moment before nodding. I underestimated you. So, what level are you currently? What level? Ye Feng frowned, still unclear about the concept, and replied, I'm not quite sure, probably similar to yours. Nan Gong Yue nodded, not pressing further. Come on, let us head to the cafeteria to eat. Afterward, I'll give you a tour so you can learn more about this place. All right. Ye Feng agreed, leading Ye Chen and Nan Gong Yue outside. After lunch, Ye Feng, along with Ye Chen and Nan Gong Yue, sat at a window-side table in the dining hall. I remember during university, you weren't nearly as lively as you are now, Ye Feng remarked, voicing his curiosity. Throughout their meal, nearly everyone greeted Nan Gong Yue, indicating her popularity among the group. Life is like that. If you cannot change it, you must adapt yourself, Nan Gong Yue smiled as she replied. As she spoke, Ye Feng could discern a hint of melancholy in her eyes, as if she had endured considerable trials over the years. By the way, you've been in the provincial capital all this time, right? Ye Feng shifted the topic and inquired, what brought you suddenly to Beiyuan City? I came to find you. Do you believe me? Nan Gong Yue gazed at Ye Feng, saying this with a hint of wistfulness. Find me? Ye Feng was taken aback, asking, what happened? I learned about your situation, Nan Gong Yue replied slowly, so I wanted to see you. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng sighed, remaining silent. Hey, Ye Feng, don't you think our fate is quite remarkable? Nan Gong Yue continued, smiling. When I arrived in Beiyuan City, I hadn't yet sought you out, and then the apocalypse erupted. I was staying at a hotel when I arrived here with the rescue team, hoping to encounter you, but before I knew it, months had passed. Before I saw you again, I truly believed you had perished and that I would never see you in this lifetime. As she spoke, her expression dimmed, and after a brief pause, she continued, yesterday, during the large migration from the Beiyuan City safe zone, everyone was set to leave, but I suddenly felt compelled to stay. I sensed that if I left, I would regret it for the rest of my life. I had an inkling that I might never see you again. But it turns out my intuition was correct. I indeed managed to wait for you. At this point, Nan Gong Yue gazed at Ye Feng with tender, heartfelt eyes and softly said, Ye Feng, I am genuinely overjoyed to see you. So am I, Ye Feng replied with a smile. He was taken aback by how much Nan Gong Yue had silently sacrificed. As he looked at the woman before him, he momentarily felt as if he were gazing at the version of her from their university days. For a fleeting moment, he sensed that her heart remained fragile beneath her current facade of strength. Since our encounter is so fortuitous, Nan Gong Yue said with a smile, shouldn't you express your gratitude? What kind of gift do you desire? Ye Feng inquired. Just choose something, Nan Gong Yue replied. As Ye Feng hesitated over what to gift Nan Gong Yue, Ye Chen spoke up, Daddy, don't you have those shiny blue little stones? You could give one to Annie. What blue stones? Nan Gong Yue asked, momentarily taken aback. What Chunshin means is an energy crystal, Ye Feng explained, ruffling Ye Chen's hair. Energy crystals are all white, aren't they? Nan Gong Yue questioned, even more puzzled. However, there are also light blue ones, Ye Feng said, retrieving a second-tier energy crystal and gently placing it in Nan Gong Yue's hand. What is this? Nan Gong Yue's expression shifted from confusion to astonishment as she recognized the pale blue energy crystal. Could this be a second-tier energy crystal? Keep your voice down, Ye Feng nodded, cautioning her. Consuming 10 of these will enhance your strength further. How do you know? Nan Gong Yue asked, curiosity evident in her tone. And where did you obtain this? Chapter 14. Who is the tigress because I have already consumed 10 of these energy crystals? Ye Feng murmured. This item, of course, was collected from those silver-eyed zombies. Could it be that those silver-eyed zombies plucked them off themselves to present to me? Hee hee. Nan Gong Yue chuckled at his words. All right, I shall accept them. Wait a moment. Ye Feng suddenly recalled something, producing 9 more crystals to hand to Nan Gong Yue. Then added, however, you must keep this matter confidential. I understand this. Discretion is indeed the essence. Nan Gong Yue replied, accepting the 9 second-tier energy crystals with a smile. But your concealment seems to imply something, doesn't it? No, haven't I already indicated that? Ye Feng looked at Nan Gong Yue, momentarily at a loss for words. That's different. That was a gift for our meeting. It doesn't count. Nan Gong Yue shook her head, her tone laced with a hint of playful affection. Chen. Ye Feng took a deep breath, glancing at Ye Chen, who was snacking nearby, and said, from now on, you should stop calling her auntie and instead call her sister. It will make her seem younger. Sister, hello. Ye Chen looked at Ye Feng, then at Nan Gong Yue, obediently greeting her. Nan Gong Yue was momentarily speechless, then smiled at Ye Chen. Chen is such a good child. From now on, just call me auntie. It's all right, auntie doesn't look old. Daddy, what should I call her? Ye Chen turned to Ye Feng, frowning in confusion. Auntie, Nan Gong Yue replied, just call me Annie. Here, auntie has chocolate for you. With that, Nan Gong Yue produced a piece of chocolate and offered it to Ye Chen. Take it and enjoy. Ye Feng observed as Ye Chen hesitated to accept, his little face displaying a semblance of grievance. Thank you, auntie. Ye Chen accepted the chocolate, expressing his gratitude. Such a good boy. Nan Gong Yue reached out to gently ruffle Ye Chen's hair. After a moment, she continued, by the way, we are not the only ones remaining in this safe zone. There is also a gang from the Azure Dragon Society that has stayed behind. They are quite numerous, at least 50 or 60 of them. Although we are somewhat distanced from them, we may still encounter them on the streets. If that happens, remember to keep your distance. After all, they are in greater numbers. Ye Feng nodded, taking note of Nan Gong Yue's words. However, while he had no intention of provoking trouble, he was not one to shy away from it either. Should any members of the Azure Dragon Society truly cross him, he would not let them off easily. I have a question I wish to ask you. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. What question? Nan Gong Yue inquired. You previously mentioned that you stayed behind because you didn't want to leave, so why are there so many people here? Some of them chose to stay with me, Nan Gong Yue replied casually, and there are others who simply do not wish to leave. Consider this. Although the 7th city is significantly larger than here, it also has many more people. The greater the population, the more chaotic the living conditions will be. Perhaps it would be worse than here. True enough, Ye Feng replied, but the zombies in Beiyuan City are becoming increasingly formidable, posing a greater threat to this place. In the event of a zombie tide, it would be exceedingly perilous. Thus, remaining here is not a long-term solution. It would be prudent to depart for the 7th city sooner rather than later. Let us discuss it then. If it comes to that, we will head to the 7th city. For now, let us focus on living here today and enjoying it. Nan Gong Yue turned to Ye Chen. Chen, doesn't Annie speak the truth? Indeed. Ye Chen nodded affirmatively. See, even Chen thinks I'm right. Nan Gong Yue smiled at Ye Feng. Very well. Ye Feng shook his head, somewhat exasperated. He glanced out the window, noticing a few figures in the distance, 2 of whom were Lu Sihai and Lu Jun, casting unfriendly glances in their direction. You, there you are. At that moment, Luo Qinghan approached, standing beside Nan Gong Yue. What's the matter, Qinghan? Nan Gong Yue asked. Didn't you want to register the supplies we collected today? Luo Qinghan chuckled, saying, you mustn't forget your work just because you have friends around. Oh dear, I really did forget. Nan Gong Yue smacked her forehead and quickly stood up. Ye Feng, come with me and help me organize the supplies we gathered today. All right. Ye Feng agreed, leading Ye Chen out of the cafeteria. Shortly after stepping outside, Ye Chen looked towards Lin Xian's daughter, seemingly eager to go play with her. Dio, you want to find the big sister to play? Ye Feng inquired, noticing Ye Chen's expression. Is it all right, Daddy? Ye Chen nodded, asking. Of course, just be sure to stay safe. Ye Feng cautioned. I know. I'm going now. Ye Chen released Ye Feng's hand. Go ahead. Ye Feng encouraged. Luo Qinghan cast a glance at Ye Chen, then at Ye Feng, smiling. Don't worry, that little girl Xian is quite adorable. Ye Feng replied. Her name is Xian? Her surname is Mi, and her name is Mi Xian. Luo Qinghan explained. She is Lin Xian's daughter. Ye Feng observed as Ye Chen approached Mi Xian. and the two little ones soon engaged in playful banter. What's wrong? Are you worried that a wolf might snatch your son away? Nan Gong Yue teased Ye Feng about a wolf. I'm not particularly concerned about that, Ye Feng replied, casting a serious glance at Nan Gong Yue. I am merely apprehensive about him being taken away by some tigress. After all, my son is rather adorably naive. You? Nan Gong Yue playfully punched Ye Feng's shoulder, puffing up in mock indignation. Who are you calling a tigress? Not that. Could you not admit it so readily? Ye Feng laughed heartily. Luo Qinghan, walking alongside them, was also amused by the exchange. I just realized today that Yu has such a side to her. Luo Qinghan chuckled. Actually, back in university, Yu was the quintessential ice princess, Ye Feng remarked to Luo Qinghan. Really? I hadn't noticed that. Luo Qinghan shook her head in disbelief. Ah, that was a long time ago. Nan Gong Yue waved her hand dismissively. I'm a bit curious, Luo Qinghan remarked, glancing between Nan Gong Yue and Ye Feng. Since Yu was an ice princess in university, how did you two become so close? Because Nan Gong Yue began to speak, but fell silent when she noticed Ye Feng looking at her. Because what? Why did you stop? Luo Qinghan pressed. Could you not be so nosy? Nan Gong Yue retorted. It's no big deal, Ye Feng chuckled. We were in the same class since freshman year. Coincidentally, we also joined the same club, so our relationship has always been quite good. Chapter 15. Reminiscences. I thought you two might share a particularly intriguing story, Luo Qinghan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Nan Gong Yue, who merely pouted in response. In truth, she had already discerned that there was undoubtedly a narrative between Nan Gong Yue and Ye Feng. What are you thinking? Nan Gong Yue feigned a playful nudge towards Luo. Nan Gong Yue shot her a fierce glare before returning to Ye Feng's side, seamlessly linking her arm with his. By the way, Ye Feng, I recall you mentioned wanting to visit Kyoto when you left the provincial capital. Did you ever make that trip? Upon witnessing this scene, Luo Qinghan's expression shifted slightly, yet she refrained from commenting, trailing behind the pair to listen to their tale. No, I returned to Beiyuan City and, due to certain circumstances, I was unable to go. Then I encountered Chenchen's mother, which further delayed my plans, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head and letting out a sigh. Chenchen's mother, sigh. Nan Gong Yue spoke slowly. There's nothing to be done. It's said to be hereditary in the family, Ye Feng remarked indifferently. The sadness that seemed to have been laid to rest still lingered in the depths of his smile, revealing a sense of weariness. After a brief silence, he shifted the conversation, asking, by the way, when I returned from the provincial capital, didn't you say you were to be engaged to the eldest son of the Chu family? How did that turn out? I have no fondness for him. It was merely an arrangement by my family. We are not engaged. Nan Gong Yue tilted her head and glanced at Ye Feng, continuing, and thus, I have remained alone until now. Alas, what if, back then, we had both left the provincial capital together? However, at this point, Nan Gong Yue did not continue, merely smiling, her eyes filled with regret. Ye Feng regarded her with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the building in front of them. This must be the warehouse. Indeed, let us go inside, Nan Gong Yue replied, releasing Ye Feng's arm and stepping through the entrance. As the trio entered the warehouse, Ye Feng observed that while the space was relatively ample, the provisions stored within were rather meager. Compared to the supplies in his own space, it was almost pitifully scant. Naturally, Ye Feng could not generously offer his own supplies, as they were essential for his and Ye Chen's survival. How does it look? Acceptable? Nan Gong Yue inquired, smiling at Ye Feng. Quite so. It appears there are some decent provisions. Ye Feng nodded. They had collected 22 bottles of mineral water, 10 bags of bread, 25 packs of biscuits, 15 bars of chocolate, 18 packets of instant noodles, and various other assorted daily necessities. Though the quantity seemed ample, when divided among all present, it amounted to barely a day's worth of provisions. Even with the existing stock, it would sustain the 20-odd individuals for only 2 or 3 days at most. Though it is not much, it should suffice to sustain us, Nan Gong Yue remarked with a smile. Now, let me take you to the armory. All right, Ye Feng responded, following Nan Gong Yue and Luo Qinghan into the adjacent armory. Our weaponry is rather limited, mostly gathered from various blacksmiths, Nan Gong Yue explained. Not bad, Ye Feng observed, noting the 2 long tables adorned with several long knives and swords, alongside some steel pipes. Simple yet practical. Would you like to choose one? Luo Qinghan asked. No, my own knife suits me well, Ye Feng declined with a wave of his hand. Where did you acquire that knife? Nan Gong Yue inquired. Of course, I fashioned it myself, Ye Feng replied with a smile. Have you forgotten my side profession as a mechanical engineer? I almost did, Nan Gong Yue chuckled, tapping her forehead. Could you craft a weapon for me? Luo Qinghan hesitated before asking. What type of weapon do you desire? Ye Feng looked from Nan Gong Yue to Luo Qinghan. I'm not accustomed to wielding long knives or swords. They feel somewhat cumbersome, Luo Qinghan admitted. Could you make a dagger, or perhaps a bow and arrow? Creating a dagger is not overly complicated, but it requires quality materials, Ye Feng explained. As for a bow and arrow, do you have a toolbox? I could certainly help you with that. Yes, Nan Gong Yue replied. It's in that box. Ye Feng approached the toolbox and noticed a discarded crossbow in the corner. With a bit of repair and modification, it could be functional again. He picked it up and examined the toolbox, saying, This will do. I can fix it up for you. That would be wonderful, thank you, Luo Qinghan said, her face brightening with joy. Before long, Ye Feng had repaired the crossbow and handed it to Luo Qinghan. For the arrows, you could use some chopsticks, sharpen one end, and add a tail feather. All right, Luo Qinghan accepted the crossbow, elated. There are some unused chopsticks in the cafeteria. I'll go fetch them shortly. Ye Feng, I would also like one, Nan Gong Yue remarked, eyeing the crossbow in Luo Qinghan's hands. Why Ye Feng cast her a sidelong glance, responding, I'll make you one when I have time. Then after tomorrow, you should have time, Nan Gong Yue asserted. Do you really want one? Ye Feng asked, noticing her earnest enthusiasm. Of course, Nan Gong Yue replied, having a crossbow is akin to possessing a handgun. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded, saying nothing further. At this moment, the only person he felt he could trust was Nan Gong Yue. Thus he intended to allow her to use the repeating crossbow. Subsequently, Luo Qinghan ventured to the cafeteria to gather dozens of chopsticks, commencing her arrow-making endeavor. Meanwhile, Ye Feng led Nan Gong Yue back to the dormitory, reaching into his backpack to retrieve the repeating crossbow and several quivers filled with arrows. What is this? Nan Gong Yue inquired, taken aback. This is the repeating crossbow I crafted previously, Ye Feng explained. It can fire in succession. Are you truly willing to give this to me? Nan Gong Yue looked at Ye Feng, her expression serious, hesitating to accept it. Certainly, otherwise I wouldn't offer it, Ye Feng assured her. Nan Gong Yue carefully accepted the weapon, unable to suppress her admiration. This looks quite formidable. Its effective range can reach 30 meters, Ye Feng informed her. Nan Gong Yue held the repeating crossbow with great affection, declaring, I must try its power. That's fine, Ye Feng nodded. However, before he could elaborate further, Nan Gong Yue darted away. He shook his head in mild exasperation, muttering, I haven't even taught you how to use it yet. Chapter 16. Strength in the courtyard. The two individuals ventured to a secluded area where Nan Gong Yue lifted the repeating crossbow, aiming at the wall 10 meters away. With a resounding thud, an arrow struck powerfully into the wall. Wow, this crossbow possesses remarkable power, Nan Gong Yue exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. How else could one hunt zombies? Ye Feng chuckled, then added, I'll go draw a target for you to practice your aim. All right, Nan Gong Yue nodded in agreement. Before long, Luo Qinghan approached with her own crossbow. Upon seeing the repeating crossbow in Nan Gong Yue's hands, she was taken aback. Yeah, what is that in your hand? It's a crossbow as well, Nan Gong Yue replied, but it can fire multiple shots. Luo Qinghan cast a glance at Ye Feng, surmising that he was the one who had provided it, feeling a twinge of envy. Have you finished making your arrows? Ye Feng inquired of Luo Qinghan. Yes, she nodded, producing a dozen arrows for him to inspect. They'll do, Ye Feng remarked after examining them. Although the arrows appeared somewhat crude, they were functional due to their fletching. Subsequently, Luo Qinghan knocked an arrow and began shooting at the target on the wall. With a loud thump, the arrow's power was impressive, yet her aim was slightly off, landing in the second ring. Look at your aim, Nan Gong Yue teased, taking up the repeating crossbow, swiftly loading it and releasing an arrow at the target, only to miss significantly and not even hit the first ring. And you dare criticize me? You can't even hit the target, Luo Qinghan retorted with a merciless mockery. Wait, let me try again. Nan Gong Yue frowned, then focused her aim and shot once more, this time achieving a score of 3 rings. Ye Feng stood quietly nearby, observing the two women enjoying themselves, unable to suppress a smile. Ye Feng, how many rings can you score? Nan Gong Yue asked, turning her gaze towards him. 10 rings, Ye Feng replied without a hint of modesty. No way. Nan Gong Yue clearly doubted his claim. Without further ado, Ye Feng took the repeating crossbow from Nan Gong Yue's hands, aimed directly at the target, and let an arrow fly with a resounding thump, scoring a perfect 10 rings. He continued to load and shoot, achieving yet another 10 rings. Wait, are you really that good? Luo Qinghan was astonished. If I weren't somewhat capable, how could I survive with my son? Ye Feng answered calmly. Their shooting practice naturally drew the attention of others, as Lu Sihai, Lu Jun, and 2 other men approached. What are you all having so much fun with? Lu Sihai remarked sarcastically. Practicing shooting, Luo Qinghan replied truthfully. Nan Gong Yue remained silent, her expression indicating her disinterest in engaging with them, while Ye Feng also chose to remain quiet. Oh really? Where did you get this crossbow? Lu Sihai snatched the— I want one. You can make us each one later. This matter is settled then. Hey, Lu Sihai, what do you mean by that? Before Ye Feng could respond, Nan Gong Yue stepped forward, snatching the crossbow back from Lu Sihai. This is the only one. If you want one, make it yourself. Listen here, kid. You'll make us each one. Got it? Lu Sihai threatened, his expression darkening as he glared at Ye Feng. Do you wish to die? Nan Gong Yue's anger flared, loading the repeating crossbow with a snap and aiming it at Lu Sihai's head. If you have the guts, say that again. Lu Jun, witnessing the scene, stepped in front of Lu Sihai and patted his shoulder, signaling him to retreat. Lu Sihai, unwilling to back down, shot Ye Feng a fierce glare. Are you only capable of hiding behind women? Nan Gong Yue, while he may be your friend, he has entered our base, making him one of us. As one of the leaders here, I don't think it's unreasonable to ask him to make a few of these crossbows for us, Lu Jun stated with a smile, addressing Nan Gong Yue. That is unreasonable, Nan Gong Yue firmly rejected. I stand by what I said. If you want one, go figure it out yourself. Nan Gong Yue, Lu Jun replied coolly, this crossbow has considerable power. It is an excellent tool for hunting zombies. If each of us had one, we could hunt more zombies and gather more energy cores. This would greatly enhance our base's overall strength. Is that so? Nan Gong Yue chuckled lightly, laced with disdain. I'm afraid if you want it, you'll have to find a way on your own. I have none, nor will anyone make one for you. Nan Gong Yue disregarded Lu Jun's arguments, well aware of his ulterior motives. Nan Gong Yue, do you not wish for our base to grow stronger and for our lives to improve? Lu Jun pressed again, now standing on a moral high ground, looking down at Nan Gong Yue as if he had her completely under control. But who was Nan Gong Yue? She dared to stand in front of Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan, unafraid of confrontation, a woman of resolve. If I say no, then it's no. Your words are of no consequence, she firmly rebuffed, showing no regard for Lu Jun's authority. Very well, Lu Jun shot Ye Feng a cold glare. I will inform the other 2 team leaders about this matter and see what they have to say. With that, Lu Jun departed with Lu Sihai and the other 2 men. Cut it out, truly. She is not afraid of anything, Nan Gong Yue scoffed. Yeah, what if they try to pressure you? Luo Qinghan expressed her concern. What is there to worry about? Nan Gong Yue replied. If they truly wish to pressure me, I can simply leave. I have no desire to remain here. But Luo Qinghan hesitated, wanting to speak, only to be interrupted by Nan Gong Yue. There's no but about it. Remember, those few men are not good people. Chapter 17. Searching for supplies at dinner time. Ye Feng sat with Ye Chen, Luo Qinghan, and Nan Gong Yue. I am rather looking forward to tomorrow's hunt for zombies, Luo Qinghan exclaimed excitedly. Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Nan Gong Yue replied. Oh, Luo Qinghan turned to Ye Feng, her face sincere as she said, Thank you, Ye Feng. Goodness, Nan Gong Yue placed a hand on her forehead. Isn't there any substantial gesture? No need for that. Luo Qinghan has already invited me and Chun Chun for lunch, so consider this crossbow my gift to her. Ye Feng quickly waved his hand. You? Nan Gong Yue was left speechless. At that moment, 3 individuals approached. Captain, you are dining here. The leader, a young woman dressed in black casual attire, greeted with a pleasant smile. Bai Shui, Nan Gong Yue looked up and responded with a smile. Come, let me introduce our new teammate, Ye Feng. With that, Nan Gong Yue gestured towards Ye Feng. Ye Feng politely waved. Hello? Hello, Bai Shui replied with a smile. This angelic-looking girl is Bai Shui's younger sister, Bai Qian, Nan Gong Yue continued with the introductions. And this is Guanxi. Bai Qian was indeed stunning, with delicate features and fair skin. Particularly striking were her bright, large eyes, shining like the moon and clear as a spring. As Nan Gong Yue had stated, she resembled an angel fallen to earth, exquisitely beautiful, beyond compare. If Nan Gong Yue, Luo Qinghan, and Bai Shui were rated 100 for their beauty, then Bai Qian would be 1,000. Ji Yuanqi possessed a petite charm. Though not conventionally beautiful, her poise exuded a comforting aura. Ye Feng greeted each of them in turn. Have you eaten? Nan Gong Yue asked Bai Shui and the others. We just finished, Bai Shui replied. Captain, I think we should head to Shuyang Road tomorrow. I remember there being a large supermarket there. All large supermarkets have already been cleared out by the City Guard and National Guard, so let's forget about that. Nan Gong Yue waved her hand dismissively. However, I believe we could venture into the city and search for smaller supermarkets. Perhaps we might find something. But we have already scoured the nearby small supermarkets and only collected a meager amount of supplies, Bai Shui sighed. Entering the city, there are far too many zombies, including quite a few second-tier ones. With our current strength, it could be perilous. No worries, Nan Gong Yue pointed to Ye Feng beside her. We have a new member now. If we encounter a second-tier zombie, we can just sacrifice him to the horde and make our escape. That, Bai Shui, will set off tomorrow after breakfast, Nan Gong Yue concluded with a smile. All right, you all enjoy your meal. We'll take our leave. Bai Shui nodded and, with Bai Qian and Guanxi, departed. As the three exited the cafeteria, Bai Qian glanced back at Ye Feng. Worry etched on her face as she turned to Bai Shui. Sister, do you think the captain would really feed that newcomer to the zombies? Are you silly? The captain made such a remark, yet Ye Feng showed no reaction. That indicates their relationship is certainly not ordinary, Bai Shui chuckled. Exactly, and you know what kind of person the captain is, Guanxi added with a smile. Really? Bai Qian frowned, still seemingly concerned. Silly girl, Bai Shui looked at her sister. That person is not simple. Don't overthink it. Bai Qian nodded slightly, choosing not to comment further. The next day, Ye Feng entrusted Ye Chen to Antli, asking her to keep an eye on him, before departing the base with Nan Gong Yue and her 5 female companions. Yang Hui and his team also set out. Upon leaving the safe zone, Nan Gong Yue turned to Ye Feng and asked, Ye Feng, where do you think we should go? How about we check out the city? I know a more concealed alley. I came through there, Ye Feng suggested. The nearby supermarkets and residential areas had already been searched countless times. Finding anything worthwhile would be exceedingly difficult. It might be more fruitful to venture farther afield. All right, let us take the route you suggested. Nan Gong Yue agreed. Lead the way. Ye Feng walked ahead, and before long, they arrived at the east gate of the safe zone, then continued eastward, turning into a narrow alley. After traversing this alley for several minutes, they emerged onto a broad north-south road. At that moment, numerous zombies were wandering along this road, including several second-tier zombies. This is Cheyenne Road. There's a large supermarket over there, and nearby are a few smaller supermarkets. Ye Feng remarked from the alley's exit, I wonder if you've been here before. No. Nan Gong Yue stood beside Ye Feng, observing the zombies on the street, her brow furrowing as she said, There are too many zombies here. I am worried we might not be able to handle them. And there are second-tier zombies as well. If we want to achieve something, we must take some risks, Ye Feng replied. Although there are many zombies here, we can lure them in one by one to hunt. What if we attract a second-tier zombie? Nan Gong Yue expressed her concern. Leave the second-tier zombies to me, Ye Feng assured. Can you handle it? Nan Gong Yue looked at Ye Feng, a hint of worry in her eyes. I can, Ye Feng nodded confidently. All right then, let us begin our mission. Nan Gong Yue pointed to the nearest small supermarket. We'll head there first. The supermarket was just over 100 meters away, yet nearly 100 zombies roamed between them and their goal. Ye Feng unsheathed his dao, stepping forward to draw the attention of the approaching zombies. He dashed out, wielding his dao, and engaged in combat with the zombies. Nan Gong Yue and the others followed suit, flanking Ye Feng and battling the undead. Despite their 5-person team, they could not match Ye Feng's efficiency in dispatching the zombies. Bai Shui and the others exchanged astonished glances before asking Nan Gong Yue, Captain, where did you find such a formidable person? Chapter 18. Inquiries, he is my university classmate. Impressive, isn't it? Nan Gong Yue remarked with a hint of pride. Indeed, quite impressive, Bai Shui responded, awe evident in her voice. Remember, This is a secret for our team. Do not disclose Ye Feng's true abilities to anyone else, Nan Gong Yue cautioned, recalling something important. Rest assured, Captain, we shall keep our lips sealed, Bai Shui and the others quickly assured her. After several minutes of slaying, the 6 of them finally vanquished over 100 zombies. They then arrived at a small supermarket. The door of the supermarket was unlocked, and the interior was dimly lit. From outside, they could only discern a few nearby shelves, while the deeper recesses remained obscured. Just as Nan Gong Yue prepared to enter, Ye Feng halted her, saying, "Be cautious. There are zombies inside." "How do you know?" Nan Gong Yue asked, somewhat surprised. "Observe the ground. There are numerous blood stains," Ye Feng pointed out, indicating the situation within the supermarket. "Understood." Nan Gong Yue gently pushed open the supermarket door, but before she could step inside, a loud roar erupted from within, followed by 3 figures rushing out in succession. With a swift motion, Nan Gong Yue brandished her long knife, striking at the 3 approaching zombies. Having advanced to level 2 the previous night, her strength had significantly increased. Now, emboldened by her newfound prowess, she engaged the 3 level 1 zombies directly. With a flurry of strikes, she dispatched them effortlessly. Upon entering, the 6 were greeted with shelves brimming with goods, their expressions transforming into sheer delight. They exclaimed joyfully, "We've struck gold. We need to pack food and water. Our objective today is to clear out this supermarket." "Yes, Captain," the other 4 girls chorused, eagerly getting to work. Nan Gong Yue turned to speak with Ye Feng, only to find him absent. Where did he go? How did he suddenly vanish? Stepping outside the supermarket, she peered down the street and spotted Ye Feng approaching in a van, which he parked slowly in front of the store. He exited the vehicle and looked at Nan Gong Yue, saying, "There are plenty of usable vehicles on this street. Given the abundance of supplies in the supermarket, this van will make our task significantly easier." "That sounds great." Nan Gong Yue approached the black van, opened the door, and glanced inside. The vehicle had 4 rows of seats and could accommodate over 10 people if squeezed in. The spacious trunk was an added advantage. Although it couldn't completely empty the supermarket in one go, it was certainly far superior to transporting everything by hand. "You truly are remarkable," Nan Gong Yue said with genuine happiness. "With your arrival, we've had a fortunate start. Actually, on streets rife with zombies, many stores are laden with supplies. As long as we methodically carve out a path, we will gather an increasing amount of resources over time," Ye Feng replied with a smile. "That makes perfect sense," Nan Gong Yue nodded. "Let us hurry in and start loading." As they entered the supermarket, they found Lin Xian and the other girls had already filled 2 large bags with food, neatly stacked at the front of the shelves. Ye Feng swiftly lifted the 2 sacks and loaded them into the van. "We've found a vehicle. Let us focus on loading entire boxes into it," Nan Gong Yue instructed the others. "Wonderful," the girls responded with excitement. After a flurry of activity, the 6 of them returned triumphantly, the van laden with their hauled. Ye Feng drove while Nan Gong Yue and the others chatted animatedly. Upon returning to the base, they unloaded the assorted bags and boxes from the van. However, this time only Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue went, leaving the other 4 to organize the supplies they had gathered. The impressive amount of resources collected by Nan Gong Yue's team left the members of Lu Jun and Shun Haoshuan's teams, who remained at the base, feeling envious. They even came over to lend a hand. "Xianjia, where did you go? How did you manage to find so much food and drink?" Lu Jun inquired of Lin Xian. "We ventured to Cheyenne Road in Beiyuan City, where we discovered a supermarket that hadn't been scavenged yet," Lin Xian replied, busy with her tasks. "I recall the streets of Beiyuan City are teeming with zombies, and Cheyenne Road is quite far from our safe zone. How did you manage to get there?" Lu Jun pressed further. "Ye Feng knows a route with minimal zombies, which conveniently leads to Cheyenne Road," Lin Xian explained. However, she immediately regretted her words. "That Ye Feng again," Lu Jun muttered, frowning as he contemplated. He then asked Lin Xian, "Can you tell me where that route is?" "Well, when our captain returns, you should ask her," Lin Xian hesitated before responding. "I can't recall the specifics of the route." "Understood," Lu Jun replied, refraining from further inquiries as he departed with his team. Meanwhile, Shen Haoshuan and his team of 5, although not directly asking questions, gleaned some information from the conversation between Lu Jun and Lin Xian. They continued to assist Lin Xian and the others in organizing the supplies. "Captain, should we also venture to Cheyenne Road tomorrow?" Lu Sihai suggested. "Are we to charge through those zombies head-on?" "We could ask Nan Gong Yue for it," Lu Sihai replied. This is crucial for our base's resource collection. She should be willing to share. I'll give it a try, Lu Jun said, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. Yesterday, he had intended to pressure Nan Gong Yue along with Yang Hui and Shun Haoshuan to compel Ye Feng into crafting a few bows and crossbows for them. However, both Yang Hui and Shun Haoshuan were astute and recognized the situation, thus rejecting Lu Jun's proposal. Have you forgotten that Nan Gong Yue never intended to stay behind in the first place? Shun Haoshuan reminded Lu Jun as he was about to leave. Clearly, his attempts at coercion would have no effect on Nan Gong Yue. On Cheyenne Road, Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue returned to the supermarket, methodically loading the remaining goods into the van. Once the van was filled to capacity, they still found a considerable amount of supplies left uncollected. Reluctantly, they acknowledged the need for another trip. However, Ye Feng was disinclined to make yet another journey. Just as Nan Gong Yue was about to enter the vehicle, Ye Feng called out to her, Yu, wait a moment. What is it? Nan Gong Yue inquired, turning to look at Ye Feng, who was still standing at the supermarket in trance. Come over here for a moment, Ye Feng said, stepping back into the supermarket. What's this? Are you about to present me with a gift? Nan Gong Yue asked curiously, following him inside. Chapter 19. The Concept of Talent Visualization. I have something to tell you. Ye Feng approached a roll of toilet paper and lifted it into his palm. What is it? Nan Gong Yue inquired, observing Ye Feng's peculiar actions with a hint of curiosity. Are you giving me a roll of toilet paper? What are you talking about? Ye Feng responded, a perplexed expression crossing his face. Look closely. As soon as he finished speaking, the roll of toilet paper vanished without a trace. Where did it go? Nan Gong Yue's eyes widened in astonishment at the sudden disappearance. She turned to Ye Feng and asked, Can you perform magic? Not at all. With that, the roll of toilet paper reappeared in Ye Feng's palm. What is this then? Nan Gong Yue questioned. I have awakened a spatial talent that allows me to carry certain items with me, Ye Feng explained to her. Really? That's wonderful. Nan Gong Yue initially appeared bewildered, but suddenly grasped the meaning, joyfully grasping Ye Feng's arm. So, what you're saying is, we don't have to make another trip. You can just store all of these items. Yes. Ye Feng nodded. However, you mustn't tell anyone about this. Then why are you telling me? Nan Gong Yue asked playfully, her hands clasped behind her back. In this world, apart from my son, you are the only person I can truly trust, Ye Feng replied earnestly. Therefore, I wish to have no secrets from you. Do you understand? Hee. Nan Gong Yue giggled. Got it. Rest assured, I won't tell a soul. By the way, after you store these items in your space, don't take them out when we return to the base. Just leave them there, Nan Gong Yue continued, in case we ever need our own supplies when we leave that base. I understand. Ye Feng nodded, comprehending Nan Gong Yue's intention. Afterward, he waved his hand, and the items on the ground vanished, having been absorbed into his personal space. I have been waiting for you here. Otherwise, I would have returned to the provincial city long ago, Nan Gong Yue replied nonchalantly, avoiding eye contact. Now that you have shown up, it doesn't matter whether I stay or go. Suddenly recalling something, Nan Gong Yue asked Ye Feng, if I leave, will you come with me? Well, Ye Feng hesitated. Of course. I've shared my secrets with you. How could I let you go alone? That sounds as if I haven't told you any of my secrets. Nan Gong Yue huffed playfully. What secrets have you shared with me? Ye Feng opened the car door for her, allowing her to enter. He then took his seat in the driver's position. As the car started, it followed the same route back to the safety zone. The reason I'm staying here is my secret, isn't it? Nan Gong Yue tilted her head, looking at Ye Feng. All right. Ye Feng pondered for a moment. When you absorbed those energy crystals, didn't you awaken any talents? What do you mean? Nan Gong Yue paused, then realized, oh right, I haven't asked you. How did you awaken your spatial talent, and how did you know if you had awakened any talents? Right now, extend your right hand and truly feel your body. See if there is a special power within you. If there is, use your will to summon it, and it will appear in your palm, Ye Feng instructed, sharing the method he had devised. I'll give it a try. Nan Gong Yue closed her eyes, quietly attuning to her body. Moments later, a dark azure wind emerged in her palm, swirling erratically like a dragon. This seems like the power of wind, Nan Gong Yue exclaimed, her eyes widening in delight as she gazed at the wind in her hand. It appears you have awakened a wind-type talent, Ye Feng remarked, casting a glance at the swirling breeze. So how do I use this talent? Nan Gong Yue inquired further. If it's only this little, it would be rather useless. I have compiled some methods. You can give them a try later. Ye Feng recalled his own training with lightning powers. What methods? Nan Gong Yue asked with curiosity. I call it the talent visualization method, Ye Feng said, looking at her. Surely you know what visualization means. Isn't visualization just watching and contemplating? Nan Gong Yue replied. Precisely. Ye Feng nodded. This talent visualization method requires you to focus on a picture or scene, thereby training your spirit and enhancing your power. Your consciousness is the key to strengthening your mental prowess, right? Nan Gong Yue deduced astutely. Exactly. Ye Feng confirmed. Can you visualize your spatial talent too? Will your space expand as a result? Nan Gong Yue asked, intrigued. I haven't visualized my spatial talent. Ye Feng shook his head. Then what did you visualize? Nan Gong Yue questioned, puzzled. Didn't you just awaken a spatial talent? Who told you I only have one talent? Ye Feng replied with a mysterious smile, extending his right hand to reveal a flicker of electricity in his palm. Look, what is this? You awaken lightning talent as well? Nan Gong Yue exclaimed in disbelief. By chance. Ye Feng retracted the lightning. What scene did you visualize? Nan Gong Yue asked. Naturally, it was something related to lightning, like the image of a thunderstorm, Ye Feng explained. Can I visualize images like tornadoes or typhoons? Nan Gong Yue pondered aloud. Absolutely, Ye Feng nodded affirmatively. I'll try it when I get back. Nan Gong Yue fantasized. If one day I can summon storms with a mere wave of my hand, how cool would that be? Indeed. Ye Feng chuckled. By the way, when we return, I'll have my teammates try as well to see if they have awakened any talents, Nan Gong Yue said, suddenly excited at the thought of Bai Shui and the others. That is a good idea. If you all awaken talents, after some training, your strengths will greatly increase. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. Stop the car. Nan Gong Yue glanced at Ye Feng. I want to see how powerful your talent is. Well, can't we do it tomorrow? Ye Feng replied, slightly exasperated. No, we're resting for the next 3 days, Nan Gong Yue insisted. As they approached another intersection, they spotted a horde of wandering corpses in the distance. Chapter 20. The absence of martial virtue, let us descend, Nan Gong Yue declared. Ye Feng shook his head in resignation and followed her toward the horde of corpses. When they were still 40 to 50 meters away from the zombies, the creatures detected their presence, and a cacophony of growls erupted as they charged forward. Ye Feng positioned himself protectively behind Nan Gong Yue, his expression calm, yet a flicker of fervent lightning danced in his eyes. Is this advisable? Nan Gong Yue inquired, her gaze fixed on the multitude of zombies rushing toward them, a hint of regret creeping into her demeanor. Absolutely, Ye Feng replied. This will allow you to witness the formidable nature of talent and serve as a motivational benchmark for your own endeavors. Very well. With Ye Feng's reassurance, Nan Gong Yue felt a wave of relief wash over her. As the zombies approached within a mere 10 meters, Ye Feng extended his hands, and arcs of electricity danced upon his palms, crackling with energy. The foremost zombie closed the distance to within 3 meters, poised to seize him. At that moment, the electricity surged dramatically, akin to a radiant sun of thunderbolts erupting forth, striking all the zombies in front of him. In an instant, the unleashed energy enveloped dozens of zombies, whose anguished shrieks filled the air, the scent of charred flesh wafting menacingly around them. A few seconds later, as the electric discharge subsided, the zombies lay lifeless on the ground, smoke curling gently from their scorched forms. This spectacle left Nan Gong Yue speechless, her hands covering her mouth. She had never fathomed such overwhelming power in a talent. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and collect the energy crystals. We must return, Ye Feng urged, observing her stunned silence. All right. Nan Gong Yue snapped back to reality and joined Ye Feng in gathering the energy crystals. Once back in the vehicle, her nerves finally registered the thrill, and she burst into excited exclamations, praising Ye Feng's earlier display as nothing short of magnificent. Ye Feng remained silent, merely listening to her enthusiastic chatter. It was not until they reached the safe zone that Nan Gong Yue's exhilaration began to wane. If Lu Jun and the others inquire about our journey along the vehicle extension route, will you disclose it to them? Ye Feng pondered aloud. Of course. Such an advantageous opportunity for resource collection shouldn't be hoarded for ourselves. They ought to contribute as well, Nan Gong Yue responded nonchalantly. Are you not concerned they might scheme against us? Ye Feng pressed. Not in the slightest. I am now a level 2 awakened, endowed with unique abilities. Why should I fear them? Nan Gong Yue scoffed dismissively. Ye Feng regarded her thoughtfully, choosing not to press further. As they neared their compound, a group of figures suddenly emerged on the street ahead. They are members of the Qinglong Society, Nan Gong Yue observed, noting the dragon tattoos emblazoned on their arms. Are they attempting to rob us? Ye Feng remarked, taking in their aggressive demeanor. They wouldn't dare, Nan Gong Yue retorted with a huff. There are many of them, and they wield knives. Their intentions seem malicious, Ye Feng noted, yet his expression remained composed, devoid of any trepidation. While he conversed with Nan Gong Yue, the group had already surrounded the front of their vehicle. The leader, a scar-faced man brandishing a long knife, rapped on the car window and threatened disdainfully, "Get out, get out." As Nan Gong Yue prepared to exit the vehicle, Ye Feng interjected, "Stay put. I will handle this alone." "All right," she acquiesced, her expression one of faint disdain as she regarded the gang outside. The moment Ye Feng stepped out of the car, the scar-faced man pressed his knife against Ye Feng's throat, a mocking grin on his face. "This car now belongs to us. Scram if you know what's good for you." Ye Feng, hands in pockets and a smile on his face, did not utter a word. In the next instant, he delivered a swift kick to the man's abdomen. Though he did not exert his full strength, it was nearly sufficient. With a resounding thud, the scar-faced man was sent sprawling backward, taking several of his comrades down with him in a chaotic tumble. The most unfortunate was the scar-faced man himself, who landed several meters away, curled up and howling in agony. "How dare you strike our boss? You're courting death." One of the underlings seethed, swinging his long knife toward Ye Feng. Despite the fact that these individuals were all awakened, they were merely at the initial level, rendering their strength pitifully inadequate compared to Ye Feng. Without further ado, he drew his Tang Dao and engaged, swiftly dispatching 5 or 6 of them in mere moments. The scar-faced man, witnessing this scene, paled and shouted, "Everyone, attack! Kill him!" He then turned and fled in the opposite direction. After Ye Feng eliminated the remaining assailants, the scar-faced man had vanished without a trace. Ye Feng returned to the vehicle and drove away, pursuing the road ahead. However, even upon reaching the gates of their base, there was no sign of the scar-faced man, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. "Impressive. You are quite the fighter," Nan Gong Yue remarked with a smile. "Not too shabby," Ye Feng replied, glancing at her with amusement. "Ha ha," she chuckled lightly, reminiscing about their university days. "I recall when you fought off those 3 delinquents to save me in our freshman year. You didn't hesitate to swing that stick with ferocity, and they exclaimed you were devoid of martial ethics." "What ethics are we talking about?" Ye Feng responded with a slight smile. "First, you take them down. The rest is just empty talk. What purpose does it serve?" "Indeed," Nan Gong Yue reflected softly. "No matter the time, it remains the same. Those with the strongest fists dictate the terms. Thus, keep striving, my dear girl," Ye Feng encouraged, casting a glance at her. "I may not harbor grand ambitions. I merely wish to live a peaceful life with the one I love." Nan Gong Yue mused wistfully. "Yet in this era, to achieve a stable existence, one must possess formidable strength, lest the wolves devour you whole." Chapter 21. Thoughts of the future, indeed. Ye Feng sighed. Merely living in peace has become a luxury. Soon, Ye Feng arrived at the warehouse entrance of the compound, where Lin Xian and the 4 others, with the assistance of Shun Haoshuan and his companions, had just finished organizing the previous supplies. Upon seeing Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue bringing in yet another load, they excitedly resumed their bustling activities. "I never expected we would gather so many items today," Nan Gong Yue remarked joyfully, gazing at the abundance of materials. "Yang Hui and his team have yet to return. Perhaps their haul today is also commendable," Ye Feng replied with a slight nod. "They ventured to the nearby districts of the safe zone today. Although there are not many zombies, their gains are unlikely to be substantial." Nan Gong Yue shook her head in response. At that moment, Yang Hui and his 5 companions returned, each carrying a bulging bag. Judging by their expressions, it seemed they had also fared well. "You're back," Luo Qinghan greeted upon seeing Nan Gong Yue and Ye Feng. "How was your haul?" "We're unloading the vehicle right now." Nan Gong Yue gestured with her chin, indicating the activity. "What?" The expressions of Yang Hui, and his companions shifted as they heard her words. They had been puzzled by the sight of a car parked at the warehouse entrance, never suspecting it was Nan Gong Yue's group unloading cargo. "Did you gather all this?" Luo Qinghan asked in disbelief. "This is the second truckload. Nan Gong Yue, have you found a supermarket that hasn't been raided?" Luo Qinghan inquired. "Indeed," Nan Gong Yue nodded. "It's south-located along Cheyenne Road. Isn't that area teeming with zombies? How did you dare venture there?" Yang Hui questioned incredulously. "We have a secret safe. That's impressive. If we could use that route daily, we could easily gather supplies to last us for quite some time," Zhao Tu exclaimed. "Let us have a meeting after lunch. I'll share that safe route with you all." "It wouldn't be fair for only our team to bear the burden," Nan Gong Yue smiled. After a flurry of activity, Nan Gong Yue and her team organized the supplies they had collected that day. Looking at the comprehensive inventory, her smile widened to the point where her eyes nearly disappeared, two crescent-shaped crescents radiating joy and excitement. "Ye Feng, with this abundance of supplies, even with over 20 of us, we could survive a month without stepping outside," Nan Gong Yue exclaimed with exhilaration. "While that may be true, what about a month from now?" Ye Feng remarked, casting a contemplative glance at Nan Gong Yue. "Furthermore, the food from the supermarket has expiration dates. It won't be long before much of it goes bad." "What do you mean?" Nan Gong Yue asked. "Currently, collecting supplies is merely a temporary measure," Ye Feng stated. "In the future, we must devise a way to cultivate our own food." "Are you suggesting we cultivate a piece of land for vegetables and such?" Nan Gong Yue pondered aloud. "Exactly," Ye Feng affirmed. "But this requires us to travel to the seventh city. We need a stable living environment first. I'll discuss this with them." Nan Gong Yue nodded in agreement. "Additionally, our future supplies should prioritize grains and canned goods," Ye Feng continued. "After all, rice, wheat, and canned food have relatively long shelf lives. We should focus on these items for storage." "I understand," Nan Gong Yue replied. "By the way, I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Ye Feng inquired. "I want Bai Shui and Bai Qian to sense if they possess any latent powers," Nan Gong Yue stated. "If any of them awaken their abilities, I will teach them the method of talent visualization." "I have but one question," Ye Feng regarded Nan Gong Yue. "Can they be trusted?" "Of course," Nan Gong Yue asserted. "We have lived together here for several months. Leaving others aside, the members of my team are quite dependable. Moreover, Qinghan and her companions are also quite good. You must have noticed that as well." "Indeed," Ye Feng replied. "I know you well, but I am less acquainted with the others. As long as you deem it acceptable, that suffices." He understood Nan Gong Yue's intentions. In a base, having one strong individual is less beneficial than empowering everyone. This is the key to ensuring their survival. "Let us wrap up here. We should take Qinshan to have a meal together," Nan Gong Yue suggested. Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue exited the warehouse, calling over Ye Chen, who was playing nearby with Mi Xian, and proceeded towards the cafeteria. Nan Gong Yue also invited Lin Xian and the four others, as well as Luo Qinghan. Though the term cafeteria implies a place for cooking and dining, it is, in fact, where Antli distributes the daily rations for each person. Anyone who arrives simply collects their meal and departs to their dormitory to eat. Rarely does anyone linger in the cafeteria to finish their meal as Nan Gong Yue does. Ye Feng, along with Ye Chen and the 6 others, sat at a long table, enjoying their lunch. "I have something to share." Nan Gong Yue glanced around the cafeteria to ensure no one was listening, and then spoke in a hushed tone. "What is it, Captain?" "You being so mysterious?" Guanxi asked in a low voice, nibbling on a small roll. "Now, I want each of you to follow my instructions and sense if there is any special power within your bodies." As she spoke, Nan Gong Yue relayed the specific method to Lin Xian and the others. After they listened and complied, a moment later, only Guanxi and Lin Xian appeared confused, seemingly sensing nothing. Meanwhile, a sphere of water manifested in Bai Shui's palm, clearly indicating her awakening of water-based powers. Luo Qinghan, like Nan Gong Yue, awakened her wind-based abilities. A luminous orb appeared in Bai Qian's hand, signifying her light-based powers. Observing the 3 of them awaken their abilities, Nan Gong Yue imparted the visualization technique to them and, with a serious demeanor, instructed, "This matter must remain confidential. It cannot be disclosed to anyone else. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile." Understood, Captain, Bai Shui and the others replied, knowing well that as part of Nan Gong Yue's team, they would remain tight-lipped. However, Luo Qinghan, who was with Yang Hui, expressed her concern and asked Nan Gong Yue, "What about Yang Hui and his team? Can they not know either?" "They cannot." Nan Gong Yue shook her head, "At least not for now." "I understand," Luo Qinghan acquiesced, refraining from further questions. She recognized that Nan Gong Yue confiding in her signified a deep trust and friendship. Thus, she silently resolved to uphold Nan Gong Yue's faith in her. Chapter 22. The savage beating of the Qinglong society while they were indulging in their meal. A cacophony erupted from outside the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, a throng of 20 to 30 individuals stormed in, led by a middle-aged man with a bloated visage and a corpulent physique. Despite the apocalyptic circumstances, he remained ostentatiously dressed, sporting a gold chain around his neck, striding with an air of arrogance, and a cigarette dangling from his lips. "What are you doing?" Yang Hui and his companions approached him directly. "What am I doing?" "Your people assaulted ours. What do you think I'm doing?" The rotund man sneered coldly. "If you do not provide the Qinglong society with an explanation today, I shall annihilate your base. The men will be fed to the zombies, and as for the women, well, they could serve." Emboldened by the presence of the corpulent man and his entourage, he stood tall and declared arrogantly, "You're finished today, kid." "Dragon brother? He is not one of ours," Lu Sihai interjected, pointing at Ye Feng. "Just take him away." This single utterance betrayed Ye Feng. He halted the fuming Nan Gong Yue, cast a glance at Lu Sihai, then turned to the dragon brother. "Yes, I killed him." "What of it? Just admit it," dragon brother scoffed, spitting on the ground, and continued slowly. Ye Feng smirked slightly, shrugged, and was about to respond when Lu Sihai once again stepped forward, his expression cold as he admonished, "You scum, hurry and comply with Dragon Brother's demands, or do you wish to bring doom upon us all?" Ye Feng glanced at him and retorted, "You talk too much." Lu Sihai, incensed, advanced towards Ye Feng, raising his hand for a slap, but before he could strike, Ye Feng delivered a swift kick to his abdomen. With a resounding thud, Lu Sihai was sent sprawling over 10 meters away, groaning in agony. "Ye Feng, do you dare strike a fellow comrade?" Lu Jun shouted in fury upon witnessing Lu Sihai being sent flying. "Who was it that claimed I wasn't he one of us?" Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. "You," Lu Jun seethed, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Ye Feng. Ye Feng turned his gaze back to Dragon Brother, sneering as he said, "Your conditions? I reject every single one." As Dragon Brother caught sight of Ye Feng's mocking smile, an inexplicable chill coursed through him. However, being seasoned in confrontation, he quickly regained his composure. Just as he was about to speak again, Ye Feng's figure suddenly shifted, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Dragon Brother. In an instant, Ye Feng swung his fist, landing a solid blow to Dragon Brother's face. The next moment, the corpulent man was sent hurtling into his subordinates. A pitiful scream escaped Dragon Brother as half his face swelled grotesquely. Before his minions could react, Ye Feng swiftly drew a tang knife from behind him. Like the wind, he wove through the throng, each strike claiming the life of a Qinglong society henchman. In mere moments, several bodies lay lifeless on the ground, drenched in their own blood, silence enveloping the scene. Seeing this, Yang Hui and his companions were invigorated, shouting, "Just because the Qinglong society has numbers doesn't make them invincible. Let us take them down." With that, Yang Hui, Zhao Tuo, and Chu Yun launched themselves into battle against the Qinglong society members. Nan Gong Yue entrusted Ye Chen to Bai Qian, instructing, "Keep an eye on him. The rest of you, follow me." As her words fell, Nan Gong Yue led her team into the fray against the Qinglong society. Despite their numerical superiority, the presence of the ferocious Ye Feng rendered their efforts futile. In just a few minutes, they had dispatched the Qinglong society members, though a few managed to escape amidst the chaos, while Ye Feng approached Dragon Brother, seizing him by the collar and hoisting him up. "Now, lick that spit off the ground." Dragon Brother, bloodied and battered, resembling a pitiful wretch, gazed at Ye Feng and pleaded, "Be brother, for the sake of your magnanimity, please spare us. Do you truly believe that is possible?" Ye Feng scoffed. "Enough with the idle chatter, get on with it." "Ye Feng, that is enough?" Lu Jun interjected, stepping before Ye Feng and raising his voice. The fighting is done. Let us not torment them further. Lu Jun, are you truly one of us, or merely a lapdog for the Qinglong society? Nan Gong Yue snapped, pointing an accusatory finger. You didn't lift a finger during the fight. Now that we subdued them, you emerged to cause trouble. What? Do you take such pleasure in being a dog for the Qinglong society? Nan Gong Yue, mind your tone, Lu Jun retorted angrily. I merely wish to avoid unnecessary conflict. What a farce. They come to our home to cause havoc, and you suggest we endure it? Nan Gong Yue scoffed, turning her gaze to Dragon Brother. Hurry up and clean that spit off the ground. You Lu Jun, incensed, shot a furious glare at Nan Gong Yue. With a resounding slap, Ye Feng struck Dragon Brother's face and declared, You have 3 seconds to decide. Live or die. I'll live. Dragon Brother, thoroughly intimidated by Ye Feng's ferocity, nodded frantically. At this moment, dignity was of no consequence. Survival took precedence. Ye Feng chuckled, stepping back to grant him space. Wise choice, proceed. With a thud, Dragon Brother fell to his knees, bowing repeatedly before Ye Feng, then crawled over to the spot where he had spat, licking it clean. In the end, one must return as they came. Just as Dragon Brother finished cleaning the spit, before he could rise, Ye Feng suddenly moved. With a swift motion, he plunged the tang knife into Dragon Brother's heart. Instantly, Dragon Brother's eyes widened in disbelief as he weakly pointed at Ye Feng, gasping, You're not a man of your word. With those words, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any further sound. Chapter 23. A brief meeting, Yang Hui. We ought to consider where to dispose of these corpses, Nan Gong Yue remarked with a furrowed brow, surveying the grim scene before her. Agreed, Yang Hui replied, calling over Zhao Tuo and a few others to assist in transporting the bodies of the Qinglong gang members to a designated area outside. Ye Feng opted not to partake in this grim task. Instead, he moved a short distance away, lifting Ye Chen and informing Nan Gong Yue, We shall return for now. Very well, Nan Gong Yue nodded slightly. Upon Yang Hui's return, she addressed him, Lu Jun, and Shen Haoshuan, saying, Let us convene for a brief meeting. Certainly, Yang Hui assented without hesitation. The conflicts within their base had intensified to a point where fragmentation seemed imminent. Shen Haoshuan exchanged a glance with Lu Jun, who, though silent, also signaled his agreement. Lu Jun instructed his men to escort Lu Sihai back before joining Nan Gong Yue and the others as they proceeded to an office. As the four entered the office, Yang Hui shut the door behind them. Let us discuss whether we still wish to maintain this base, Nan Gong Yue began bluntly. If we no longer desire it, we should dissolve it forthwith and go our separate ways. Nan Gong Yue, what do you mean by that? Lu Jun retorted, his expression darkening. What do you mean? What do I mean? Is my meaning not clear enough? Nan Gong Yue shot back, a cold smile gracing her lips. Do you and Shen Haoshuan not feel humiliated by today's events? That Qinglong gang dared to intrude upon our territory, and instead of uniting against them, you contemplate internal strife. Do you yearn for independence, or do you prefer to remain subservient to the Qinglong gang? Mind your words, Lu Jun, he snapped back. I have no intention of inciting discord. The Qinglong gang boasts an overwhelming force of 60 to 70 members. We cannot contend with them. Thus, we intend to push Ye Feng forward to minimize the situation, he added. Spare me your empty rhetoric, Nan Gong Yue scoffed. Am I unaware of your intentions? They may have numbers, but today they sent only 20 to 30 men, and we still managed to leave them searching for their teeth. What were you doing while we fought? When we were subduing that so-called Brother Long, you chose to remain silent, and even went so far as to defend them, she accused. I warn you, Lu Jun, clarify your stance today. What exactly do you intend? Should you fail to provide a clear answer, do not blame me, Nan Gong Yue, for turning ruthless and expelling your entire team from the base. With that, an aura of formidable energy radiated from Nan Gong Yue, swirling around her in menacing winds. Though lacking in true power, it was undeniably intimidating. Yang Hui, Lu Jun, and Shen Haoshuan exchanged glances, taken aback by Nan Gong Yue's sudden surge of strength, which had evidently increased since they had last seen her. Just days prior, she had been at the same level as them, an advanced first-tier awakener. However, with Ye Feng's arrival, She had not only amassed substantial resources but had also ascended to a second-tier awakener. Surely, none could dismiss this as mere coincidence. It was evident that her progress was closely tied to Ye Feng. Moreover, his recent display of prowess, single-handedly incapacitating numerous Qinglong gang members, spoke volumes of his formidable abilities. Nan Gong Yue, have you advanced to a second-tier awakener? Yang Hui inquired, disbelief flickering in his eyes before he could contain his curiosity. Indeed, Nan Gong Yue confirmed with a nod. I recently made the transition and am eager to hone my skills. Lu Jun's countenance darkened, realizing that his previously aggressive stance would now be futile against Nan Gong Yue's newfound strength. Although they harbored thoughts of defection, the prospect of departing at this moment felt overwhelmingly frustrating, and it was hardly an opportune time to leave. I did not intend to betray Ye Feng, nor to assist the Qinglong gang in any way. Lu Jun finally softened his tone, speaking slowly. I merely wish to avoid escalating the situation. You are aware that the true threat of the Qinglong gang lies not with Brother Long, but with his younger brother, Long Fei, who commands 10 formidable subordinates known as the 10 Fiends of the Qinglong. Thus, with Brother Long's demise at our hands, it is certain that Long Fei and his 10 Fiends will not let this matter rest. They will undoubtedly seek retribution. Furthermore, I have heard whispers that they possess firearms. Given our current strength, how do you propose we confront them? As he concluded, Lu Jun's demeanor hardened, as though a newfound resolve had fortified his stance. And what of their firearms? Nan Gong Yue scoffed. What does their strength matter if it merely places them atop your neck to take a dump? Lacking courage, you will surely meet your demise in this apocalypse. Enough, enough, Yang Hui interjected hastily, attempting to mediate. Nan Gong Yue, temper your ire. Lu Jun's concerns are not entirely without merit. Now that we have dealt with the immediate threat, let us refrain from squabbling. We must strategize on how to confront the Qinglong gang, Shen Haoshuan asserted. We must prepare ourselves. Once they realize Brother Long has yet to return, Long Fei will undoubtedly come seeking vengeance. Humph, that is inconsequential. I only hope certain individuals do not stab us in the back when the time comes, Nan Gong Yue remarked coldly. Despite her unwaveringly assertive tone, she relented to Yang Hui's appeal. She understood the formidable nature of Long Fei and the 10 Fiends of the Qinglong. Her ire was directed at Lu Jun and Shen Haoshuan's actions, which she found utterly detestable. If they return, we will not stand idly by, Lu Jun declared, aligning himself with the sentiment. Very well, Nan Gong Yue acknowledged, noting that Lu Jun and Shen Haoshuan had both expressed their stances. She decided to refrain from further discourse. Let us prepare. With that, she strode out of the office, heading towards Ye Feng's quarters. We should also prepare, Yang Hui suggested, exchanging glances with Lu Jun and Shen Haoshuan. Nan Gong Yue ascended to the second floor, entering Ye Feng's room, where she found him playing with Ye Chen. Ye Feng, Nan Gong Yue announced as she stepped inside and closed the door. Finished with your tasks? Ye Feng glanced up momentarily. Nan Gong Yue nodded, kneeling before him and teasing Ye Chen with a toy before continuing. The Qinglong gang has another member, Long Fei, whose subordinates are the 10 Fiends of the Qinglong. Their strength is formidable, and I suspect they will soon come seeking trouble. Indeed, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly, continuing, we shall meet force with force and water with earth. Do you feel confident in that? Nan Gong Yue asked, her gaze fixed on him, testing the waters. Fairly so, Ye Feng responded after a moment's thought, nodding in affirmation. Chapter 24. The 10 Fiends of the Azure Dragons. By the way, Nan Gong Yue recalled the subtle changes in Yang Hui's expression during their earlier meeting and remarked to Ye Feng, I revealed my strength while we were in the meeting. Can you guess what expressions Yang Hui and the others had? What expressions? Ye Feng inquired. Lu Jun and Shen Haoshuan were merely shocked, unable to believe it, Nan Gong Yue replied. However, there was something inscrutable about Yang Hui's expression. What expression was so hard for you to read? Ye Feng asked, puzzled. It felt somewhat like jealousy towards me, Nan Gong Yue said after a moment of silence. That is quite normal, Ye Feng stated. After all, your strength has surged unexpectedly. They are bound to experience such emotions. Not quite, Nan Gong Yue shook her head, seemingly wanting to elaborate further. At that moment, a cacophony arose from outside, catching them by surprise. They've arrived so quickly. Let us go out and take a look, Ye Feng said as he rose to his feet, turning to Ye Chen. Chen, stay here and play nicely. Daddy and Auntie will be back shortly. Okay, Daddy, Auntie, please be careful, Ye Chen replied, looking up and waving at Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue. As Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue stepped into the courtyard, they saw Yang Hui and his companions confronting the members of the Azure Dragon Society, engaged in heated discussion. Leading them was Long Fei, a robust man with dark skin and a fierce, menacing appearance. With his hands tucked into his pockets and chin raised, he cast a cold glare at Yang Hui and the others. Bring out all your people. I want to see who gave you the audacity to kill members of the Azure Dragon Society. Behind him stood 10 individuals, the so-called 10 fiends of the Azure Dragon. Clad in black attire, they bore stern expressions and glared fiercely at Yang Hui and his companions. Long Fei, this is our territory, Yang Hui said fearlessly, his tone calm. If you know what's good for you, take your men and leave. Shut your mouth, you bastard. One of Long Fei's subordinates shouted at Yang Hui. Do you believe I want to rip your mouth apart and sever your head right now? Is that so? Your bravado is quite impressive, Yang Hui scoffed. They say the Azure Dragon Society has 10 fiends. Today, it seems you're merely 10 fools. You, the subordinate, infuriated, stepped forward and swung a punch at Yang Hui. Long Fei watched with a hint of mockery, fully aware of his subordinate's prowess, already envisioning the outcome for Yang Hui. The subordinate indeed possessed remarkable strength and speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yang Hui, delivering a powerful blow. Yang Hui hastily raised his arm to block, but with a resounding thud, he was sent staggering back several steps before barely regaining his footing. A surge of surprise coursed through him. The 10 fiends of the Azure Dragon were indeed formidable. In a one-on-one confrontation, he realized he would not stand a chance against this individual. Just as Yang Hui steadied himself, the subordinate launched another punch. At that moment, Zhao Tuo and Chu Yuan sprang into action to assist Yang Hui in fending off the attack. However, 2 more members of the 10 fiends rushed in from the Azure Dragon Society, each engaging Zhao Tuo and Chu Yuan. Long Fei stood there, laughing derisively, relishing the sight of his subordinates dominating their adversaries, a feeling of sovereignty washing over him. Liu Jun and Shen Haoshuan soon arrived with their group, yet they refrained from intervening, instead directing their attention toward Long Fei. Liu Jun, his expression grave, said, Long Fei, this is our base. Have your men cease hostilities. Let us discuss matters calmly. Well, Long Fei chuckled. Once they go wild, even I fear I cannot rein them in. Why not test your ability to stop them? Long Fei's laughter deeply provoked Liu Jun and Shen Haoshuan's group, who clenched their fists, yet dared not act, helplessly watching as Yang Hui and his companions were overpowered by Long Fei's subordinates. Lu Weiwei and Luo Qinghan arrived on the scene and without a word joined the fray, but another member from the Azure Dragon Society stepped forward to intercept them. Nan Gong Yue and Ye Feng also reached the scene, immediately springing into action. Simultaneously, 2 more members from the Azure Dragon Society approached to confront Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue. Nan Gong Yue, her demeanor icy, regarded the 10 fiends member charging at her and struck out with a swift palm. The fiend, grinning maliciously, dismissed her attack, saying, Little beauty, let me treat you well. Before he could finish, her palm landed squarely on his chest with a resounding impact, sending him hurtling backwards several meters. The fiend attempting to block Ye Feng fared even worse, as Ye Feng delivered a powerful kick, propelling him over 10 meters away to crash before Long Fei. Long Fei glanced at his groaning subordinate on the ground, his expression darkening as he spoke slowly. Very well, you have successfully enraged me. Now, I shall feed all the men in your base to the zombies and take the women back to warm my bed. Ye Feng stepped forward, fixing Long Fei with a cold stare. You talk too much. If you're so eager to die, then I shall oblige, Long Fei retorted, launching a punch at Ye Feng. His speed eclipsed that of the 10 fiends, striking with ferocity. Almost instantaneously, his fist was upon Ye Feng, a cruel smile gracing his lips, malice gleaming in his eyes. But in the next moment, Ye Feng moved. His figure blurred as he executed a swift kick, striking Long Fei in the abdomen. With a thunderous crash, Long Fei was sent flying backward, crashing into several people before finally coming to a halt. At that moment, Nan Gong Yue had also dealt with the 4 10 fiends confronting Yang Hui's team. She cast a cold glance at Liu Jun and Shen Haoshuan, saying, You have done well. I shall remember this. With that, She disregarded Lu Jun and Shen Haoshuan, moving to stand beside Ye Feng, observing as Long Fei slowly rose from the ground. Long Fei glared at Ye Feng with a chilling expression. Your strength is indeed formidable, but tell me, can you withstand a bullet? As he spoke, he drew a black handgun from behind him, aiming the dark barrel at Ye Feng. Go ahead and pretend. If you have the guts, stop my bullet. Ye Feng furrowed his brow and whispered to Nan Gong Yue beside him, you should step back. This is my fight. Despite his words, Nan Gong Yue seemed to have not heard, positioning herself resolutely at Ye Feng's side. She was unwilling to let Ye Feng face the danger alone. Chapter 25. Defeat. Just a moment ago, you were so arrogant. Why the sudden change? Long Fei, brandishing a pistol, wore a grin of audacity. He approached Ye Feng, stopping 3 to 4 meters away. Come on, kick me again and see what happens. Ye Feng's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. He did not respond verbally, but instead advanced step by step towards Long Fei. In response, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Long Fei's eyes as he fired a shot at Ye Feng's head. Ye Feng made no attempt to evade. Instead, he swiftly reached out, a spark of electricity coursing through his hand, and intercepted the bullet mid-flight. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers bewildered, unable to comprehend Ye Feng's movements. Yet, when he opened his palm to reveal the bullet resting quietly within, astonishment swept across the crowd. Long Fei, in particular, felt his heart race. How could this be possible? What was he supposed to do now? He realized that he was utterly outmatched. The gun he wielded, so powerful just moments ago, now felt as useless as a hunk of scrap metal. Panic set in. Despite his usual demeanor of ruthlessness and ferocity, the imminent threat of death rendered him paralyzed with fear. Standing merely 2 meters away, Ye Feng regarded him with disdain. Take another shot. He aimed to make Long Fei realize that his once mighty firearm had become a mere trinket, stripping him of any semblance of bravado. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Long Fei fired again, only to have Ye Feng effortlessly catch the bullet once more. In front of Long Fei, Ye Feng slowly discarded the bullet onto the ground. Again, Ye Feng said with an air of indifference. Long Fei was utterly stricken with fear, his body rigid as he stood there, desperate to speak yet unable to utter a word. In an instant, Ye Feng flashed forward, snatching the pistol from Long Fei's grasp. Long Fei was taken aback, never having anticipated that his weapon would be wrested from him. While Ye Feng could catch bullets, he could not, and as Ye Feng seized the pistol, Long Fei instinctively took several steps back, shouting to his underlings, "Let us go. We need to leave now." Ye Feng toyed with the pistol for a moment before aiming it directly at Long Fei. With a resounding bang, a spray of crimson erupted, and Long Fei collapsed, his eyes filled with unyielding regret as his life swiftly ebbed away, leaving no glimmer of hope. Ye Feng holstered the pistol, refraining from wasting any ammunition on the fleeing members of the Qinglong gang. Aside from the 6 who lay grievously injured from the confrontation with Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue, the remaining 4 scrambled desperately toward the courtyard exit. At that moment, Luo Qinghan approached with a repeating crossbow, offering it to Ye Feng. Surprised, Ye Feng accepted the weapon and swiftly unleashed a flurry of arrows, striking the fleeing 4. Though not all shots found vital targets, the injuries they sustained significantly diminished their combat effectiveness. Yang Hui and the others moved in swiftly, subduing the wounded foes in mere moments, dragging them back into the courtyard. Nan Gong Yue, how shall we deal with these captives? Yang Hui inquired. Ye Feng, what do you think? Nan Gong Yue had initially intended to execute them but reconsidered, acknowledging their potential utility. These individuals could serve as hostages. Even though their leader, Long Fei, is dead, these 10 possess considerable combat strength. If we take them outside to feed the zombies and release news of their capture, do you think the Qinglong society will attempt a rescue? Ye Feng mused, casting a glance at the captured members of the Qinglong's 10 evils. Agreed. Nan Gong Yue nodded. Let us load them onto a vehicle and spread the word. I am certain the Qinglong society will be alerted swiftly. With that, she began directing her team to lift the captives into a black van. Subsequently, Ye Feng, Nan Gong Yue, and Yang Hui climbed into the vehicle, heading towards the courtyard exit. Lu Jun and Shen Haoshuan exchanged glances, leading their teams discreetly towards the warehouse. Meanwhile, Lin Xian, Luo Qinghan, and Bai Shui, who remained at the base, sensed something amiss with Lu Jun's group. Just as Luo Qinghan prepared to inquire, she was pulled back by Lu Weiwei. Do you really think we can stop them with just the three of us? If we try, we might not only fail but also endanger ourselves, Lu Weiwei warned gravely. Follow my lead. We need to retreat to the dormitory and hide. If they dare to venture this far, they won't linger here. But, Luo Qinghan began, only to be interrupted by Lin Xian. Qinghan, what matters more? Your life and dignity, or some food and drink? I understand, Luo Qinghan sighed, conceding to the wisdom of the moment, and quickly followed Lu Weiwei into the dormitory. Bai Shui also rounded up Bai Qian and Guanxi, ushering them to safety. In a flash, the once bustling courtyard was left with only the two teams of Lu Jun and Shen Haoshuan, diligently at work. Lu Sihai glanced towards the dormitory building, contemplating capturing Bai Shui, Bai Qian, and the other women. However, before he could take a few steps, Lu Jun called out, "What is more important, your life or the women?" "We can seize a few while the others are absent," Lu Sihai retorted, reluctant to yield. "Once we leave, they won't be able to find us. Besides, aren't you tempted by Luo Qinghan and Lin Xian? Such beautiful women shouldn't be left here." At that moment, Nan Gong Yue appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, having returned to safeguard against Lu Jun and his ilk launching a surprise attack on the rest of the base. As she returned, Ye Feng handed her a pistol containing 5 bullets, ample enough to deter Lu Jun and his underlings. Lu Jun surveyed the warehouse, then turned his gaze to the dormitory, contemplating, just capture Luo Qinghan, Bai Shui, and Bai Qian. The more people we have, the less loot we can carry away. Exactly what I was waiting to hear, Lu Sihai grinned wickedly before striding towards the dormitory. Nan Gong Yue overheard parts of Lu Jun and Lu Sihai's conversation, her anger flaring. Thankfully, Ye Feng had urged her to return in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Just as Lu Sihai approached the dormitory entrance, a gunshot rang out, followed by a blood-curdling scream as he collapsed in a pool of blood. Fortunately, he was not dead yet, groaning in agony on the ground. Although Nan Gong Yue had practiced with the repeating crossbow, her aim was not particularly precise. At such a distance, she had merely grazed Lu Sihai's shoulder. Chapter 26. The confrontation. The sound of the gunshot instantly alerted Lu Jun and Shen Haoshuan's men, prompting them to rush out of the warehouse, their eyes drawn to Nan Gong Yue, who brandished a handgun. "Nan Gong Yue, what are you doing? How dare you fire upon our own base personnel?" Lu Jun exclaimed in a blend of anger and disbelief, attempting to deflect blame. Without uttering a word, Nan Gong Yue leveled her pistol at Lu Jun and, with a resounding bang, fired a shot. Lu Jun deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the bullet, but the young man behind him was not so fortunate. The projectile pierced his heart, and in mere moments, he lay lifeless. "Nan Gong Yue, what is it that you truly desire?" Lu Jun seethed with rage, yet he dared not advance, acutely aware that to approach would be akin to courting death in the presence of her firearm. "Drop your weapons and leave at once, or I shall not hesitate to eliminate you all." Nan Gong Yue's countenance was as frigid as ice, her tone as chilling as the winter's snowfall. "This place was built by all of us. You cannot simply order us away," Shen Haoshuan interjected, eager to voice his dissent. "Are you attempting to reason with me?" Nan Gong Yue sneered. "Very well, let us discuss this matter." With that, she fired again, this time aiming at Shen Haoshuan. A piercing scream erupted from him as the bullet struck his abdomen. Though not a fatal wound, it was grave enough that, without immediate medical attention, death would not be far off. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Shen Haoshuan clutched his wound and stood resolutely, taking a deep breath before addressing Nan Gong Yue. "You've proven your resolve. We will take our leave." With that, he led his remaining 3 team members away from the courtyard, recognizing their inability to contest with Nan Gong Yue and her weapon. Once both groups had departed, Nan Gong Yue approached the entrance of the dormitory, casting a glance at Lu Sihai, who lay there moaning in agony. Without hesitation, she withdrew her dagger and plunged it into his heart. Moments later, Lu Sihai was beyond the grasp of life. Not sparing him another glance, Nan Gong Yue entered the dormitory. As she stepped inside, she encountered Lin Xian and Lu Weiwei among others, to whom she offered a reassuring smile, saying, "Everything is fine now. I have driven them away." Luo Qinghan stepped forward and enveloped her in an embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. Though Nan Gong Yue appeared strong and indifferent, her heart ached, yearning for the solace of such an embrace. She returned the hug tightly, whispering, "It is all over now." Indeed, Luo Qinghan nodded, releasing Nan Gong Yue and wiping her tears. I am grateful for your timely return. Ye Feng anticipated their actions, Nan Gong Yue explained, and instructed me to exit first before returning. Thus, you were able to confront them directly, Luo Qinghan surmised. At that moment, Ye Chen pushed his way to Nan Gong Yue's side and inquired, Auntie, where is my father? Chen. Nan Gong Yue responded upon hearing his voice, bending down to lift him into her arms. Your father is out dealing with the bad guys. He will return shortly. All right, it is safe now. Let us tidy up the courtyard and the warehouse, she called to the women. As they approached the dormitory entrance, the sight of Lu Sihai's corpse caused them to instinctively recoil, their expressions grave. While they had witnessed death before, the abrupt transition from arrogance to cold stillness in their own base left a profound impact on Luo Qinghan and the others. Nan Gong Yue merely cast a cursory glance at Lu Sihai's remains, stating, Do not concern yourselves with him. We shall leave it to Ye Feng and the others when they return. Let us first attend to the warehouse. Meanwhile, Ye Feng drove alongside Yang Hui, Zhao Tuo, and Chu Yun, transporting the Qinglong 10 demons to a location not far from the car route, discarding them by the roadside. Are we simply leaving them here? Zhao Tuo questioned Ye Feng. Yes, Ye Feng affirmed. This area is not far from the zombie horde. Will the Qinglong society come for them? Yang Hui asked, glancing at Ye Feng. If they care for their comrades, they will. If they are merely a bunch of cowards, then perhaps not, Ye Feng replied, unable to provide certainty. The four remained in the vehicle for approximately 20 minutes. Just as Zhao Tuo's impatience grew, compelling him to exit the car and drag the Qinglong 10 demons to feed the zombies, a formidable group of over 40 individuals approached, nearly comprising the entirety of the Qinglong Society's remaining forces. The leader is the Qinglong Society's third vice master, Long Mo, also known as the Dragon Demon. Yang Hui informed Ye Feng. He is the brother of Long Fei. So, the Qinglong Society was founded by the three brothers of the Long family, Ye Feng speculated. Indeed, Yang Hui nodded, elaborating, their leader may not possess exceptional strength, but prior to the apocalypse, he had an extensive network of connections in Beiyuan City. The second brother is Long Fei, the one you shot dead at our base. He was truly formidable, and alongside the Qinglong 10 demons, they were the backbone of the society, he continued. The third brother, Long Mo, while lacking in combat prowess, is astute and skilled in strategy. Is that so? Ye Feng observed Long Mo. On the other side, Long Mo instructed his men to halt a short distance from the black luxury vehicle, not permitting them to rescue the Qinglong 10 demons. Only he and two others approached the vehicle. His expression was indifferent as he gazed at the black car. Today, he was determined to reclaim the Qinglong 10 demons, for they were the backbone of their society. Should they be severed from their ranks, the Qinglong society would be rendered impotent, destined for dissolution. Greetings, I am Long Mo, the third vice master of the Qinglong society, he announced with a smile, addressing Ye Feng and his companions from outside the vehicle. Let us disembark and see what he has to say, Yang Hui suggested, stepping out of the car. Chapter 27. Conditions. Ye Feng, Zhao Tuo, and Chu Yun followed as they alighted from the vehicle, intent on discerning what the dragon demon had to say. I am already aware of the general circumstances, the dragon demon said with a faint smile. This time, it is indeed our Qinglong society that has overstepped. I kindly implore you to exercise restraint and release our comrades. Should you have any conditions, feel free to state them, he continued. As long as it is within our capability, we shall endeavor to fulfill your requests. The saying goes that one should not strike a smiling face, and the dragon demon exhibited a remarkable sense of propriety and politeness from the outset. For a moment, Yang Hui and the others found themselves at a loss for words. Ye Feng glanced at Yang Hui and then at the dragon demon, replying coolly, we, on the other hand, do not wish to impose any conditions, nor do we desire to let a tiger return to the mountain, leaving ourselves with a potential nuisance. At Ye Feng's words, the dragon demon felt a surge of anger within. Yet for the sake of rescuing his 10 men, he had to endure. The fact that the other party had yet to take action indicated that there was still room for negotiation. Thus, he smiled and added, how about this? I can offer you 10 handguns. Do you truly believe that if you could procure 10 handguns, you would still be here conversing with us in this manner? Ye Feng replied with a mocking smile. At present, I do not possess them, but I am aware of their location, the dragon demon countered. I could accompany you to retrieve them. How does that sound? The allure of 10 handguns was not insignificant. Even Ye Feng felt a flicker of temptation. Acquiring 10 handguns for their base would undoubtedly enable them to gather more resources and instill fear in those insignificant individuals. However, how much could one trust the words of the dragon demon? Just as Ye Feng was preparing to speak, Yang Hui interjected, addressing the dragon demon. Very well, lead the way. Should you attempt any tricks, you will all meet your demise today. Ye Feng shot a glance at Yang Hui, surprised by his hasty agreement. Even if they indeed had the weapons, were they not concerned that they might be ambushed upon arrival? He pulled Yang Hui aside and said, Yang Hui, this matter. I am well aware of what I am doing, rest assured. Yang Hui interrupted before Ye Feng could finish. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng chose to remain silent. Then follow me, the dragon demon said, a peculiar smile playing at the corners of his mouth. With a wave of his hand, the dragon demon summoned several individuals from the Qinglong society, assisting them to their feet and leading them into the ranks. He took the lead, guiding them along the road towards Cheyenne. After Ye Feng and his companions entered the vehicle, they trailed behind. Do you think we can trust his words? Chu Yun inquired. 8 or 9 parts certainty, Yang Hui replied slowly. The Qinglong society indeed possesses an armory stocked with a significant amount of weaponry. Is that so? Zhao Tuo remarked, somewhat astonished. Then why are they relying on knives and swords as their weapons? If my conjecture is correct, their armory must be heavily surrounded by zombies, Yang Hui explained. Moreover, during the relocation, the rescue team comprised members of the City Guard and National Guard. Should they discover that the Qinglong society is hoarding a vast arsenal, the City Guard and National Guard would certainly confiscate it, leaving the Qinglong society with nothing to do about it. Dragon Demon is clever enough not to foolishly reveal the armory's location to the city and National Guards. Yang Hui's deductions were spot on. After the onset of the apocalypse and during the mass evacuation of the city, the Qinglong society had managed to keep the armory's location concealed, intending to retrieve it later. Shortly after entering the safe zone, they began sending individuals secretly to the armory's location. However, the overwhelming number of zombies on the route had hindered them from extracting the firearms. Now, with only 50 to 60 personnel remaining, despite having cleared a path, they were still some distance from the armory. Upon learning of the conflict between the Qinglong society and Ye Feng's group that day, the dragon demon devised a plan to leverage Ye Feng's strength to eliminate the zombies. Once they accessed the armory, everything would be at his discretion, and no matter how capable Ye Feng and his companions were, they could not possibly contend with an AK-47. While Yang Hui and the others harbored their own thoughts, the dragon demon certainly had his own intentions as well. Upon reaching Cheyenne Road, the Qinglong society members engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies, managing to eradicate a wave of them before continuing on their path. However, after not traveling far east, they turned into a small street heading south, which was devoid of zombies and thus remarkably tranquil. After traversing this short street, they arrived at an east-west thoroughfare, also notably quiet, with no zombies in sight. As Ye Feng sat in the vehicle, observing the street before him, he surmised that the Qinglong society had indeed been diligently striving to procure the firearms from their armory. Continuing on their journey, they traveled for over 20 minutes. Eventually, they entered Hualong Road, once the most bustling street in Beiyuan City, lined with towering buildings and numerous shopping centers. Presently, however, it was swarming with countless zombies. Ye Feng disembarked and gazed at the zombies on Hualong Road. While it was difficult to estimate precisely, there were likely thousands, certainly not fewer than 4,000 to 5,000. This was the final obstacle preventing the Qinglong society from reaching the armory. As long as they cleared less than half of the zombies on Hualong Road, they would gain access to the Qinglong building, where their armory lay hidden in the underground parking garage. The Qinglong building was an asset of the Qinglong society, a publicly traded foreign trade company. The distance from their current location to the Qinglong building was more than 300 meters, and within that short span, 1,000 to 2,000 zombies wandered aimlessly. If they were to clear them out one by one, it was impossible to predict how long it would take. I trust you are all aware that the Qinglong building is the property of our Qinglong society, and the handguns I mentioned are located within. The dragon demon smiled as he addressed Yang Hui and the others. However, to gain entry into the Qinglong building, we must first eliminate the zombies here. The expressions of Yang Hui and his companions grew grim. While they had anticipated the need to clear zombies, they had not expected such a daunting number. If things went awry, their lives could very well be forfeit. As Yang Hui contemplated their predicament, Ye Feng spoke up, looking at the dragon demon. Let us commence. You have the numbers, and I trust it won't take long before we reach the Qinglong building. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the dragon demon realized they clearly did not wish to exert effort. However, he was unperturbed. Given the sheer number of zombies present, they could not simply sit idly by. With a few clever maneuvers, Ye Feng and his 3 companions would inevitably be drawn into the fray. With a grand gesture, the dragon demon commanded, "Let us proceed to slay the zombies and hasten our arrival at the Qinglong building." Should we follow? Yang Hui asked, now devoid of any pretense. Of course, we must follow, Ye Feng replied. Otherwise, how shall we obtain those firearms? Chapter 28. The trap of the Qinglong society, however, it would indeed be a pity not to make the most of such a splendid opportunity, Ye Feng remarked once more. Are you suggesting we use these zombies to eliminate the members of the Qinglong society? Yang Hui inquired. Precisely. However, we must exercise caution, Ye Feng continued, for there are still some level 2 zombies present. Let us proceed and ensure we do not stray too far from them. Yang Hui nodded in agreement, and with that, he moved towards the members of the Qinglong society. In the brief span of their conversation, the Qinglong society had already dispatched dozens of zombies, a commendable pace indeed. The Qinglong 10 fiends, aside from the 4 who had been injured by the crossbow, had largely recovered and begun to hunt zombies themselves. Although they bore wounds, their efficiency in slaying zombies was remarkable, even surpassing that of the ordinary lackeys, which attested to the prowess of the Qinglong 10 fiends. It was only their encounter with Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue that rendered them seemingly feeble. Time passed swiftly, and an hour slipped by. Ye Feng and his companions had been tailing the Qinglong society members, and while zombies occasionally approached, they posed little threat. Unbeknownst to them, they had eliminated over 1,000 zombies, and they were now less than 100 meters away from the Qinglong building. Despite this progress, Ye Feng was reluctant to merely follow the path laid out by Long Emo, for Yang Hui's earlier actions had already placed them in a passive position. If they continued down this road, they would only find themselves increasingly at a disadvantage. Should they enter the Qinglong building, a diversionary tactic from the Qinglong society could spell their doom. Casting a glance at the Qinglong building in the distance, he contemplated and addressed Yang Hui and the others. Are you willing to take a risk with me? What sort of risk? Yang Hui asked. Observe the building beside us. It is of similar height to the one to the north. We shall enter this building, ascend to the rooftop, and then leap to the rooftop of that building, Ye Feng explained to the trio. The Qinglong building appears to be 4 or 5 stories shorter than that building. If we procure some ropes, we can jump from that rooftop to the Qinglong building's rooftop and enter from there. What do you think? However, there may be numerous zombies within that building, Yang Hui noted. I am aware, yet it is likely to be easier than clearing zombies here, and our goal extends beyond merely acquiring firearms, Ye Feng replied slowly. Very well, let us proceed. Yang Hui agreed immediately, nodding in affirmation. With no further ado, Ye Feng dashed towards the nearby building, followed closely by Yang Hui, Zhao Tuo, and Chu Yun, as they entered the structure. Long Emo, of course, had taken note of their actions. With a slight furrow of his brow, he understood their intentions upon glancing at the buildings before him, and he could not help but chuckle. Setting aside the challenge of jumping that 10-meter drop, the number of zombies within these buildings is likely quite substantial. What a foolish endeavor. Having said this, he shook his head and continued directing the Qinglong society members in their efforts to eliminate the zombies. Yet, he remained oblivious to Ye Feng's ulterior motives. Upon entering the building, Ye Feng took the lead, with Yang Hui and the others closely trailing him as they rushed into the stairwell towards the rooftop. While there were indeed many zombies within the building, the stairwell was relatively clear. Ye Feng dispatched each zombie with a swift stroke, hardly impeding their ascent. Before long, they reached the top floor. Ye Feng did not rush onto the rooftop but instead began to search the area. The top floor housed an opulent Western restaurant, and despite the presence of numerous wandering zombies, the former grandeur of the place was still evident. After a thorough clearing, the 4 of them gathered several tablecloths, twisting them into makeshift ropes and tying them together to form a length of about 14 to 15 meters, ample for their needs. Zhao Tuo secured the bundle on his shoulder. The 4 ascended to the rooftop and peered over the edge, observing Long Imo and his group still engaged in the fierce battle against the zombies below. "Wait a moment," Ye Feng said, glancing around the rooftop before swiftly making his way to a corner, where he picked up several bricks and returned. "What do you intend to do with those bricks? Are you planning to crush them?" Zhao Tuo asked timidly. "You shall see shortly," Ye Feng replied, and he proceeded to hurl the bricks downwards. They landed squarely on the cars below, triggering a cacophony of blaring alarms that resonated throughout Hualong Road. Instantly, the zombies on Hualong Road erupted into a frenzy, shrieking and charging towards Long Imo and his group. Upon hearing the alarm, Long Imo felt a wave of dread wash over him, cursing vehemently. Yet, they were still a mere 60 or 70 meters from the Qinglong building, and he was unwilling to abandon the effort, so he gritted his teeth and commanded, "Quickly, clear a path and enter the Qinglong building without delay." As he finished his command, a dozen level 2 zombies were swiftly approaching from the distance. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Ye Feng and his companions exchanged knowing smiles as they proceeded towards the northern building. "That was quite a cunning maneuver," Yang Hui chuckled. "If we had truly followed them into the Qinglong building, we would have been the ones caught off guard," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. A few minutes later, the four successfully reached the rooftop of the Qinglong building and entered its interior. At that moment, on Hualong Road, a mere 50 or 60 meters away from the Qinglong building, the members of the Qinglong Society were locked in a fierce struggle with the approaching zombies. The arrival of the level 2 zombies had already claimed the lives of numerous Qinglong Society members. Fortunately, with the Qinglong 10 fiends present, they could coordinate their efforts in taking down a level 2 zombie with a few of them attacking together. Long Imo remained protected in the center of the group, his expression darkening as he witnessed his comrades falling one after another. He glanced up at the Qinglong building, muttering to himself, "You all wait for me. Once I acquire those firearms, I shall ensure that every one of you pays for the brothers we have lost in the Qinglong Society." When Ye Feng and his companions reached the lobby of the Qinglong building's first floor, they noticed that Long Imo and his group were also approaching. However, they were down to just over 20 members, having lost more than half of their number. "Let us head to the basement," Ye Feng said, disregarding Long Imo and his companions. Their priority was to locate the munitions and vacate the premises as swiftly as possible. The absence of electricity rendered the basement exceptionally dark, so much so that one could be forgiven for saying it was pitch black. Ye Feng retrieved 2 powerful flashlights, handing one to Yang Hui while keeping the other. "Did you bring these along?" Yang Hui asked, somewhat astonished. "When hunting zombies, this is essential gear," Ye Feng replied without elaborating further. "There are likely many zombies in this underground garage, so we must proceed with caution." "Understood," the three responded in unison, following Ye Feng towards the underground garage. Chapter 29. The mutated swarm. Upon arriving at the first underground level, Ye Feng and his companions soon encountered several zombies, which they swiftly dispatched. Numerous vehicles, all luxurious, were parked in the vicinity. "If only we could drive a few of these away," Zhao Tuo remarked, his expression brimming with excitement as he gazed at the opulent cars. "Let us not dwell on these for now. We must prioritize locating the arms cache," Yang Hui replied, scanning the surroundings for any concealed weapons. However, after a thorough search, they found nothing. Thus, the four of them proceeded to the second underground level to continue their search. At that moment, Long Imo and his men had already stormed into the Qinglong building, but they were down to just a handful of members, with 7 of the 10 Qinglong Shisha already perished. Long Mo's countenance was grim as he wordlessly made his way toward the underground garage. "This method of searching is futile," Zhao Tuo lamented. "If we continue this way, the members of the Qinglong Society will likely arrive here before we do." "And what do you propose?" Yang Hui shot him a glance. "Do you think the Qinglong Society wouldn't hide those arms caches in this underground garage?" Zhao Tuo suggested with sudden inspiration. "Where would they conceal them?" Yang Hui inquired, looking at him. "Perhaps on the upper levels. After all, the most perilous places are often the safest," Zhao Tuo continued. "That's impossible." Yang Hui waved his hand dismissively. "Even the Qinglong Society wouldn't dare to do that." "How many levels are there in total?" Ye Feng asked Yang Hui. 3 levels, I believe. "There's one more below," Yang Hui pondered before responding. "Then let us head directly to the 3rd level," Ye Feng declared, striding toward the staircase. "Agreed," the 3 replied, following closely behind him. As they approached the staircase, they happened to see Long Imo and his men descending from the 3rd level. "This is bad." It seems the arms are indeed located on the third underground level. Yang Hui's expression shifted, urgency evident in his tone. Ye Feng's heart sank as he realized they were a moment too late. Let us move quickly and catch up. Upon reaching the third level, they found no trace of the Qinglong Society's members. Quickly, set your flashlight to the lowest intensity and shine it toward the ground, Ye Feng instructed. He then stealthily approached a nearby pillar. Yang Hui and the others followed suit, taking cover behind the stone column. What should we do now? Zhao Tua whispered. Silence. Ye Feng gestured for quiet. Do not speak. Listening intently, Ye Feng strained to discern any sounds in the oppressive darkness, which left him reliant on auditory cues to gauge the Qinglong Society's movements. Suddenly, he heard a peculiar noise, akin to something burrowing through the earth, producing a rustling sound. Just as he pondered the source of the noise, a member of the Qinglong Society exclaimed, "Don't touch me. What are you doing?" "I'm not touching you," replied the person beside him. "Then what is this?" In the dimness, even with flashlights in hand, he instinctively swatted at it, only to let out a blood-curdling scream. "Ah, what is this thing?" His hand was firmly gripped by the creature, causing him immense pain. As the other Qinglong members illuminated the scene with their flashlights, they were met with a horrifying sight. A mass of dark, writhing insects swiftly advancing toward them, each roughly the size of a foot, sending shivers down their spines. "Quick, to the weapons cache!" someone shouted, prompting the group to dash toward the armory. However, the last few members were not as fortunate, becoming engulfed by the swarming black insects. Ye Feng realized they were facing a tide of mutated insects, and he could hear the creatures scuttling rapidly toward their location. No longer concerned about revealing his abilities, he extended his hands, unleashing a dazzling array of electric sparks that illuminated the third level. They could see the ominous swarm had come within mere meters of them. Had Ye Feng reacted any slower, they too would have been overwhelmed like the members of the Qinglong Society. As Yang Hui and the others beheld the mutated swarm, their expressions mirrored those of the Qinglong members, momentarily stunned, and they prepared to retreat. "Don't move. Stand behind me," Ye Feng commanded, flinging his hands forward as arcs of lightning shot forth, transforming into countless electric serpents that surged toward the insects in an instant. Every insect within the area of several hundred square meters was enveloped in the electrifying display, their piercing screeches echoing as the electricity coursed through them. Though Ye Feng's storm of electricity lasted only a few seconds, it was sufficient to obliterate the swarm. He turned to Yang Hui and the others, urging, "Keep up." He then sprinted toward the armory, while Yang Hui and the others, still in shock, instinctively swallowed hard and exchanged glances before following his lead. Ye Feng swallowed an energy crystal, rapidly replenishing his energy reserves as electric sparks danced across his hands, casting light around them. Should any insects appear, he would unleash another bolt of lightning, swiftly dispatching the mutated threats. Meanwhile, Yang Hui and the others remained wide-eyed, trailing behind Ye Feng in dazed silence. The power Ye Feng wielded had surpassed their comprehension. How could one individual command the forces of lightning? Was he even human? Yet, Ye Feng offered no explanations as he led them to the entrance of the armory. A multitude of mutated insects had amassed there, and with the heavy metal doors tightly shut, they surged toward Ye Feng and his companions. Ye Feng thrust his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of electric energy that transformed into countless electric serpents, striking at the advancing horde of insects. The crackling sounds of electricity filled the air, further heightening the anxiety of Yang Hui and the others. They gazed at Ye Feng's back, their eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. Despite Ye Feng's relentless assault on the mutated swarm, the insects continued to multiply, creating an overwhelming sense of futility. After a moment of contemplation, Ye Feng devised a plan and instructed Yang Hui and the others, "Retreat to that stone column and wait." Understood, they quickly agreed, nimbly taking cover behind the pillar. Their curiosity piqued as they wondered what Ye Feng intended to do. After dispatching a large number of the mutated insects, Ye Feng approached the heavy metal door of the armory and pressed his hands against it. Instantly, a surge of electric energy radiated from his palms. In the next moment, the power coursed through the imposing metal door and into the room beyond. Chapter 30. Inventory. As the intensity of his lightning power surged, combined with his formidable physical strength, the heavy metallic door was forcefully pushed open by him in mere moments. With a resounding crash, the door toppled inward, stirring up a cloud of dust that filled the air. instilling a sense of dread among the members of the Qinglong society concealed within. Long Mo, in a state of alarm, immediately brandished an AK, firing indiscriminately towards the entrance. The rapid gunfire erupted with a fierce cadence, the flames of the bullets igniting fear in the hearts of those present. However, as the dust settled, no figures emerged. Instead, a swarm of ominous insects scurried towards them with alarming speed. "Quick, shoot! What are you all standing there for?" Long Mo shouted in panic, continuing to fire his weapon. His subordinates hastily grabbed their guns and began to shoot at the advancing insects. Yet, the sheer number of the creatures was overwhelming. Even armed, they were unable to halt the relentless onslaught. Within moments, several individuals were completely engulfed by the insects, their screams echoing before they fell lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any sign of life. Individually, these insects posed little threat, but their overwhelming numbers rendered them a formidable foe. Before long, the only sounds emanating from the armory were those of the insects feasting, drowning out all other noise. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was swiftly eliminating the mutated insects with his lightning power. Upon hearing the unsettling silence from the armory, he turned to Yang Hui and the others, instructing, "Stay close." With that, he unleashed a torrent of lightning, illuminating the area as he obliterated a swarm of mutated insects before swiftly making his way toward the armory. Yang Hui and his companions followed closely behind, their faces reflecting their unease. Upon entering the armory, Ye Feng had already exterminated all the insects, leaving a grim scene of bodies scattered across the floor. "You three stay here and sort through the weapons and ammunition. I'll be back shortly," Ye Feng stated before departing. Yang Hui and the others exchanged glances, but Ye Feng's silhouette had already vanished into the darkness. After a moment of silence, Yang Hui shrugged and said, "Let us get to work. We should prop that door up. If those insects return, it will offer us some protection." "Captain, do you think he is human?" Zhao Tuo asked, preoccupied with his tasks. "I'm not sure," Yang Hui replied with a sigh, shaking his head. "Let us refrain from discussing this further. Also, keep today's events under wraps." "Understood," Zhao Tuo and Chu Yun nodded in agreement. They were well aware that had it not been for the emergence of the insects, Ye Feng would not have revealed his true capabilities. It was evident he preferred to keep his strength concealed. Being as astute as they were, their best course of action was to remain silent and act oblivious to his prowess. "Wow, there are so many guns here." Wei struck gold. After securing the door, the trio began to inspect the weapons and ammunition. Upon opening a wooden crate, Zhao Tuo was taken aback. "Let us count the number of weapons we have here," Yang Hui suggested excitedly. "But with so many firearms, how do we transport them back?" Chu Yun interjected, raising a valid concern. "Exactly," Zhao Tuo added, looking troubled. "That's simple. It just means we'll have to make a few trips," Yang Hui replied nonchalantly. "Besides, our van is parked not too far away. There are so many weapons here. We can't possibly carry them all in one trip," Zhao Tuo remarked. "If one trip isn't enough, we'll make two." "What, do you lack patience?" Yang Hui countered with a faint smile. "Of course not," Zhao Tuo quickly affirmed. "Then let us get to work and stop chatting," Yang Hui urged. As the three busied themselves organizing the weapons, Ye Feng continued his path of destruction against the mutated insects and arrived at the entrance of a cave. The opening was not particularly large, just enough for a person to squeeze through. Just as he contemplated whether to block the entrance, a new wave of mutated insects surged forth, rushing towards him. Frowning, Ye Feng unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning that shot into the cave. A cacophony of crackling sounds erupted as the bodies of the mutated insects piled up, effectively sealing the entrance. Suddenly, an idea struck Ye Feng, and he turned to sprint back toward the armory. Upon arriving at the door, he found the metal door he had previously toppled now propped up by Yang Hui and his companions. A smile almost escaped his lips, though he understood their caution. This was indeed a prudent measure for their safety. Instead of pushing the door down once more, he knocked and called out, "Step back a bit. I'll push this door down." Hearing Ye Feng's voice, the three quickly retreated a few steps. Moments later, the metallic door crashed to the ground. "Is there any grenades or similar items here?" Ye Feng asked upon entering. "Yes," Yang Hui replied, retrieving 5 or 6 grenades from a wooden crate and handing them to Ye Feng. "Wait here. I'll be back shortly," he said before departing once again. This guy really comes and goes like the wind, Zhao Tua remarked in awe. He and Nan Gong Yue share a similar demeanor. Both are decisive individuals, Chu Yun added thoughtfully. Indeed, Yang Hui sighed, shaking his. Returning to the cave entrance, Ye Feng found the bodies of the mutated insects piled high, effectively preventing any from emerging. He took a grenade, pulled the pin, and tossed it into the cave. Just as he retreated about 10 meters, a muffled explosion reverberated, causing the ground to shift slightly. Approaching the cave entrance once more, he found the insect corpses reduced to fragments and the entrance sealed more securely. Unsatisfied, Ye Feng decided to throw in 2 grenades this time. With 2 consecutive muffled blasts, the ground trembled slightly. When he returned to the cave entrance, the bodies of the mutated insects had vanished, buried beneath the rubble of concrete and debris. He understood this was merely a temporary measure, unlikely to deter the insects for long. After all, they could chew through even the intact concrete floor, let alone this. Ye Feng's intention was simply to ensure they could transport the weapons without being disturbed by the insects. No longer lingering, he hastened back to the armory. "How is the organization going?" he inquired as he entered, looking at the 3. "All sorted. We're just waiting to transport them," Yang Hui replied. Chapter 31 Inventory Quantity. Very well. Let us first transport all the weapons here to the hall on the first floor. We cannot linger any longer, Ye Feng declared as he approached a wooden crate, testing its weight before stacking 2 more atop it and lifting it. "Please help me secure the flashlight under my arm." Yang Hui placed the flashlight against Ye Feng's inner arm and adjusted its angle. "All right, let us commence, and do so swiftly." With that, Ye Feng made his way toward the armory's exit. Yang Hui also picked up 2 wooden crates, allowing Zhao Tua to place the flashlight against his own inner arm, but he did not depart. Instead, he waited for Zhao Tua and Chu Yun to join him as they proceeded outside. Back and forth they went, the 4 of them making 3 trips in total before emptying the armory. As they sat amidst over 20 crates in the hall, they took a moment to rest, engaging in cheerful conversation. "With these supplies, we can all arm ourselves. Collecting resources in the future will be a breeze," Zhao Tua remarked joyfully. "The Qinglong Society has truly suffered a double loss this time. Ultimately, these items have fallen into our hands," Chu Yun chuckled. "However, otherwise, our base will never know peace," Zhao Tua added thoughtfully. "Do you think Lu Jun and Shen Haoshuan have the audacity to remain at the base?" Yang Hui replied with a smile. "It's fortunate if she doesn't kill them," Yang Hui replied with a faint smile. "I almost want to take matters into my own hands and eliminate them myself. They are nothing but a bunch of ingrates," Zhao Tua grumbled. "Let us not speak of them." "It is disheartening," Yang Hui waved his hand dismissively. He turned to Ye Feng. "With so many zombies outside, should we clear them out first, or—" "Let us clear them first, but let us be quiet about it and aim to resolve the situation swiftly," Ye Feng responded as he stood up. "Then we can bring the vehicle over. I estimate 1 truck should suffice for the haul. There are 26 or 7 crates here. Are you sure?" Zhao Tua questioned, clearly skeptical. "We won't know until we try," Ye Feng smiled without elaborating further. "First, let us deal with the zombies outside." 2 hours swiftly passed. Within the safe zone space, Nan Gong Yue was leading Ye Chen in play within the courtyard. "Auntie, why hasn't my dad returned yet?" Ye Chen asked, gazing up at Nan Gong Yue. "He will be back shortly," she reassured him, though internally she began to worry. It had been several hours, and Ye Feng and the others still had not returned. It's strange. Even if they are killing one every minute, having taken down 50 or 60, they should have returned by now, Nan Gong Yue mumbled, glancing toward the courtyard's gate. "Auntie, you've said soon several times. How long is soon exactly?" Ye Chen pouted, exhibiting his discontent. "Soon means, it means—" Just as Nan Gong Yue hesitated on how to explain to Ye Chen, a car horn suddenly sounded from outside. Instantly, she joyfully picked up Ye Chen, exclaiming, "Soon is right now. Your father has returned." With that, she headed toward the courtyard entrance. The gate swung open, and the vehicle entered the courtyard. Ye Feng waved at Nan Gong Yue as he drove. "Why did it take so long?" she inquired. "I'll explain later. Let us have the gate closed first," Ye Feng replied with a smile. He parked the vehicle at the armory's entrance and he, along with Yang Hui and the others, disembarked. Without fanfare, They swiftly opened the back of the vehicle and began unloading the wooden crates one by one into the warehouse. Nan Gong Yue approached, curiously examining the crates. What are these? They seem so mysterious. Guns. Zhao Tuo could no longer contain his excitement as he exclaimed. What did you say? Nan Gong Yue was taken aback, releasing Ye Chen's hand and rushing to one of the crates, lifting the lid to reveal rows of AK rifles, clearly new and never before used. Where did you get these? She asked in astonishment. Naturally, they were gifted to us, but I will explain everything in detail later. For now, take Chen over there to play, Ye Feng instructed. All right, Nan Gong Yue agreed, though she did not wander far, instead remaining nearby to watch as Ye Feng and the others unloaded the goods. A few minutes later, once the unloading was complete and Zhao Tuo and Chu Yun had taken the vehicle away, only Yang Hui and Ye Feng remained. We should have someone compile an inventory of these items shortly to see exactly how many we have, Yang Hui suggested, glancing at Nan Gong Yue. Sure, I'll arrange that right now, she nodded. Being in charge of this warehouse, it was up to Lin Xian and the others to handle the inventory. Soon, Lin Xian, Bai Shui, Bai Qin, Guanxi, Luo Qinghan, and Lu Weiwei arrived, their eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the room filled with crates. Now, let us tally these up. Nan Gong Yue took the lead. After some diligent organization, the inventory of firearms was finally compiled. Ye Feng held the list in his hands. Though he had prepared himself mentally, he was still taken aback by the quantities listed. 50 MP5 submachine guns, with 300,000 rounds of ammunition. 50 AK rifles, with 200,000 rounds of ammunition. .30 handguns, with 50,000 rounds of ammunition. .2 Barrett rifles, with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. .100 grenades. Additionally, 100 high-strength alloy steel sabers and 30 Wolfang daggers. 10 crossbows, with 500 arrows. Wow, there are so many. Everyone was astonished as the numbers were revealed. Since we are still largely unfamiliar with these firearms and our shooting accuracy is quite poor, Nan Gong Yue cleared her throat. Yang Hui and I have discussed that for the coming week, we will not venture out to search for food. Instead, we will focus our efforts on practicing shooting. However, we will not be using these real guns, but rather the crossbows. Those who achieve a passing score first will, despite the fact that most of them were women, their eagerness for the firearms matched that of Yang Hui and the others. Moreover, Nan Gong Yue added, even though we possess a considerable number of firearms, these items belong to us collectively, and we must keep this information confidential. No one is to disclose it. Understood, Zhao Tuo and the others replied. Even if we are sold out, we will not speak a word. If you were sold out, you wouldn't be worth much anyway, Guanxi remarked nonchalantly. Chapter 32. Nocturnal Conversations. Now, only 14 individuals remain here, rendering the entire base markedly desolate. As night falls, the atmosphere grows even quieter, though there are shifts of watchmen, and the occasional beam of flashlight pierces the darkness. Ye Feng lights a candle, its flickering flame brightening the room and bringing a glimmer of hope to this bewildering night. Ye Chen, having played throughout the day, is now weary. Lulled by his father's gentle coaxing, he has already succumbed to slumber on his bed. Alone, Ye Feng sits at a small table by the window, gazing into the inky blackness outside, lost in thought. At that moment, a gentle knock resounds from outside, followed by the voice of Nan Gong Yue. Ye Feng, are you asleep? Ye Feng rises and opens the door, encountering Nan Gong Yue clad in a nightgown. What is the matter? He inquires. I can't sleep. I came to chat with you, she replies with a playful grin, her demeanor endearingly innocent. Come in, Ye Feng invites her into the room. The two settle at the small table by the window, and Ye Feng asks, would you like something to drink? What do you have? Nan Gong Yue queries. I have bottled beverages available from the supermarket, Ye Feng responds. Then I'll have a bottle of milk tea, she decides after a moment's contemplation. All right, Ye Feng says as he retrieves a bottle of milk tea and a bottle of black tea from his space, handing the milk tea to her. Tell me about your experiences today after you left the safe zone, Nan Gong Yue says, unscrewing the cap and taking a sip. After we departed, Ye Feng chuckles, recounting the day's events. Though he narrates with a light-hearted tone, Nan Gong Yue shivers when she hears about the appearance of the mutated insects, not out of fear, but due to her inherent aversion to bugs. How large was that mutated insect? She asks, recoiling slightly. About a foot long, I suppose. Ye Feng ponders before continuing. It resembled a mutated cockroach. Nan Gong Yue I sensed the presence of a mother bug underground, but I didn't descend. I merely detonated the entrance with a grenade. Ye Feng adds, I in the future. Let south avoid that Hualong road. Indeed, I wouldn't go there even if you paid me, Nan Gong Yue quickly affirms, crossing her arms. Ye Feng chuckles at her adorable reaction. By the way, now that your abilities are exposed, Yang Hui and the others didn't say anything, did they? Nan Gong Yue inquires, recalling something Dino. They haven't uttered a single word from beginning to end. Ye Feng shakes his head. They seem to be quite perceptive, Nan Gong Yue replies with a smile. Now, our base has dwindled to just 14 individuals. It's not many, yet not too few either, Ye Feng observes, gazing at Nan Gong Yue as he slowly continues. Based on our current stockpile, we have enough provisions to last us for 2 months. Tomorrow, you should take them to practice shooting. I wish to visit the farm to gather some seeds. Are you planning to start planting already? Nan Gong Yue asks. Not exactly. I'm merely preparing in advance, Ye Feng clarifies. Do you have any other plans? This is what I'm thinking, Nan Gong Yue contemplates for a moment before articulating her thoughts. We'll remain at the base for the next 10 days to practice shooting. Then, after 10 days, we'll dispatch a small team armed with AKs to scour the Cheyenne Road, eliminating zombies and storming that large supermarket. We'll bring out all the bags of rice and flour that are still edible and stockpile them for ourselves. As you mentioned, mutated insects have resurfaced in Beiyuan City, and who knows what else may emerge in the future. Thus, after some time, we should head directly to the 7th city. IVE discussed this with them as well. Ye Feng nods. So tomorrow, you'll train, and I'll gather some seeds. Sounds good, Nan Gong Yue replies, but I think you should avoid the farm. It's likely that the National Guard has already taken everything. Perhaps you could check out a farmer's market instead. But I don't know where there's a farmer's market. Ye Feng shakes his head. I'll ask them tomorrow to see if anyone knows. All right, Nan Gong Yue muses, do you think Lu Jun and his group will stay here, or will they leave? If they are wise, they would choose to depart, Ye Feng asserts. I think so too, Nan Gong Yue nods, but I have a feeling they might scavenge a bit before leaving. Are you suggesting they might rob the Qinglong Society? Ye Feng queries. It's possible, she replies. So, it seems that we are the only ones left in this safe zone, Ye Feng states. There are 2 smaller bases remaining, with a similar number of people, also just over 10, Nan Gong Yue adds. Will they come looking for trouble with us? Ye Feng asks. I doubt it. Nan Gong Yue considers, smiling. After all, the Qinglong Society sought us out and was annihilated. Their audacity hasn't grown that much. What concerns me is if Lu Jun spreads false information to them. Human greed can drive people to madness when sufficient interests are at stake. Ye Feng reflects, if they truly are reckless, we can always intimidate them with our firearms, Nan Gong Yue suggests. I expected you would want to eliminate them all, Ye Feng jokes. How could I? I'm not a bloodthirsty maniac. Nan Gong Yue leans back, curling her neck slightly. As long as they don't go too far, I might just incapacitate them. Ye Feng rises and retrieves a jacket from a nearby cabinet, offering it to Nan Gong Yue. Put this on. It's chilly at night. Okay, she replies, quickly donning the jacket and looking at Ye Feng with a contented expression. Tell me more about your thoughts on talent visualization. The flickering candlelight casts their silhouettes upon the pristine white wall, radiating warmth in the depths of night. The following morning, Ye Feng awakens from his dreams, glancing at his son still in slumber, before quietly descending from the bed. He had conversed with Nan Gong Yue until the late hours, only for her to return to rest afterward. After completing his morning routine, he returns to find Ye Chen awake, sitting on the bed in a daze. Awake? Ye Feng remarks, observing his son's sleepy state. Ye Chen rubs his eyes and begins to dress. Ye Feng has prepared some snacks and a carton of milk, which serves as Ye Chen's breakfast. During their meal, he inquires, how have you been enjoying your time with Xian these past couple of days? Xian is very adorable. I love playing with her, Ye Chen replies while munching on his food. That's wonderful, Ye Feng says, ruffling Ye Chen's hair. Chapter 33, Parasite Mutant Beasts. Dad, are you going out today? Ye Chen inquired, gazing at Ye Feng. Yes, this morning I need to venture out to procure some seeds. I shall plant some vegetables for you when I return. How does that sound? Ye Feng replied with a smile. That sounds great. Ye Chen nodded. Will you play with me when you come back this afternoon? Of course, Ye Feng assured him, chuckling. Now, hurry and finish your meal. After breakfast, Ye Feng learned from Antli that there was a large agricultural market on Nanping Road. However, it was somewhat distant, approximately 5 to 6 kilometers away. Ye Feng glanced at the map. Even taking the safe route he had previously established, the nearest distance to the market was still around a kilometer. What do you think? I shall give it a try. Ye Feng nodded affirmatively. Should I accompany you with an AK? Nan Gong Yue suggested. That won't be necessary, Ye Feng replied, then suddenly remembered. By the way, I want to check out those Tang swords. If they suit me, I'll take 2. All right, Nan Gong Yue said, leading Ye Feng towards the weapon storage. Upon reaching the armory, Nan Gong Yue unlocked the door with a key and stepped inside alongside Ye Feng. The armory now housed a plethora of firearms, prompting Nan Gong Yue to replace the lock with a new one yesterday. With only her and Yang Hui holding the key, Ye Feng approached the rack where the Tang swords were displayed, picked one up, and swung it lightly, finding it remarkably comfortable to wield, far superior in appearance to the one he had crafted himself. He pressed firmly on the back of the blade, then flicked it with his finger, producing a resonant metallic hum. This blade is of excellent quality, Ye Feng exclaimed excitedly. It must be crafted from CPM 3V powdered steel. What is that? Nan Gong Yue asked, momentarily bewildered. It's one of the finest steels used for crafting Tang swords, Ye Feng elucidated. Oh, as long as it's good, Nan Gong Yue replied, no longer fixating on the specifics of the steel. With one Tang sword in hand, Ye Feng began to practice the dual-wielding technique, instantly falling in love with the sensation. That looks so cool. Nan Gong Yue remarked in astonishment. When did you become so adept with a blade? Just from slaying zombies, Ye Feng replied with a faint smile. This was indeed a skill he had forced himself to develop in order to combat the undead. Its essence was speed, precision, and lethality, prioritizing efficiency over flair. To truly gauge a person's potential, after bidding farewell to Nan Gong Yue and Ye Chen, he set off alone. Not far beyond the safety zone, he found a functional vehicle on the street and drove along the secure route he had paved, heading toward Shurian Road. Shurian Road ran north-south, leading directly to Nanping Road. A few hundred meters east from the intersection of these two roads lay the agricultural market. The apocalypse had erupted in May, right after the onset of summer. While it was not the prime season for planting crops, it marked the beginning of the farming season, making the market particularly bustling. Thus, one could expect a considerable number of zombies in that vicinity. Ye Feng parked the car along Shurian Road and disembarked, wielding the 2 Tang swords as he proceeded south on foot. Previously, he had cleared most of the zombies along this road, leaving only a few wandering near the intersection. As he approached within 100 meters of Nanping Road, the remaining zombies detected him, letting out a collective roar before charging towards him. Ye Feng felt no fear. Rather, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. Grasping one Tang sword in hand, he quickened his pace. With a swift motion, he plunged into the horde, swiftly reaping the lives of the zombies with his dual blades. Regardless of whether they were first-level or silver-eyed second-level zombies, they were no match for Ye Feng. With each kill, the number of zombies dwindled, and within a matter of minutes, not a single one remained standing nearby. He consumed an energy crystal core to replenish his vitality, then began collecting the energy cores. This time, he had dispatched over 200 zombies, including more than 30 second-level ones, suggesting an increasing prevalence of such foes. Once he had gathered all the nearby energy cores, Ye Feng took a moment to rest before continuing on his path. Time passed swiftly, and 2 hours had elapsed. He had now arrived at the agricultural market, where most of the zombies had been nearly cleared out. During this span, he had dispatched over 1,000 zombies, including more than 100 second-level ones. As he wandered through the desolate and silent market, the vibrant atmosphere of the past had long faded, replaced by filth and decay. Although numerous shops sold seeds, many had been ravaged during the initial chaos of the outbreak, leaving only a scant few usable packets. After searching through a dozen or so seed stores, he managed to find only 4 or 5 viable packets of vegetable seeds. The rest were either rotting, sprouted, or had been consumed. Just as he continued his search, he suddenly heard a noise and quickly turned to investigate the source point. Two brown figures, each over a meter long, rushed towards him with a sound reminiscent of both insects and rodents. As they came into view, he discerned their revolting appearance. The upper half resembled an insect with 6 legs, its forelegs resembling scythes, and a pair of compound eyes glowing with a crimson hue, while the lower half bore the body of a robust rat, complete with sturdy limbs and a thick, powerful tail. Ye Feng had seen illustrations of such creatures in the book Nan Gong Yue had given him. They were known as parasite mutant beasts. Without waiting for the two creatures to close the distance, Ye Feng swiftly brandished his swords, cutting them down with lightning speed. Yet, he did not sheath his blades, calmly observing the area from which the parasite mutant beasts had emerged. According to the book, these creatures were social beings. If one or two appeared, dozens were likely lurking nearby. In the next moment, a figure darted towards Ye Feng from the side. He swiftly struck, severing the approaching parasite mutant beast. Almost immediately, 7 or 8 more of these creatures appeared from all directions, charging towards him with Chapter 34. The Hunter. As the emergence of increasingly mutated parasitic beasts escalated, Ye Feng's blade grew swifter in his hands. A series of glimmering cold lights flashed by, akin to drifting snowflakes, relentlessly reaping the lives of those parasitic monstrosities. His choice to wield the Tang Dao against these creatures was not merely for efficiency. It was a means to refine his swordsmanship. Otherwise, unleashing thunderous strikes would have been far more exhilarating. Yet, Ye Feng was acutely aware that he might encounter even more formidable foes in the future. If he did not hone his skills to perfection now, relying solely on his formidable lightning to vanquish enemies could spell disaster against those resistant to such forces. Before long, the ground was strewn with the lifeless forms of the parasitic beasts, and the once bustling marketplace fell into an eerie silence. Just as Ye Feng prepared to sheath his blade, an instinctive warning surged within him, prompting him to sidestep to the left. No sooner had he regained his footing than a piercing cold light sliced through the air where he had just stood. Had he not evaded, it would have driven straight into his heart. Concurrently, a diminutive yet menacing figure materialized at his side, grinning savagely at Ye Feng before brandishing its own chilling weapon, launching a lightning-quick strike toward him. This time, however, Ye Feng was prepared. He deftly raised his blade to intercept the attack. The figure before him was a type of zombie, specifically a special variant known as the Hunter, documented in the tome provided by Nan Gong Yue. It was recognized as the most lethal of all special variant zombies, exhibiting remarkable speed and strength. Most notably, its hands had evolved into 2 exceptionally hard and sharp bone blades, stark white and terrifying. With his twin blades, Ye Feng engaged in a fierce battle with the Hunter. Although this creature lacked intelligence and fought solely by instinct, its combat prowess was astonishing, resembling a relentless killing machine, existing solely for the purpose of slaughter. As Ye Feng clashed with the Hunter, a mix of trepidation and exhilaration surged within him. Finally, he had found an adversary that could match his own abilities. With deft hands, Ye Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, each blow faster than the last, cascading like waves against the Hunter. Yet, the Hunter's reflexes were equally sharp, parrying the blows while skillfully redirecting their force. Seizing an opening, Ye Feng executed a decisive strike, his blade flashing like a stunning comet. Just as the Hunter prepared to counterattack, Ye Feng's blow descended, leaving it no choice but to switch from offense to defense, yet even then, it could not withstand the might of Ye Feng's strike. With a resounding crash, the Hunter was sent sprawling several meters away. As soon as it landed, it sprang back to its feet, charging once more at Ye Feng. However, this time, Ye Feng wasted no time. Extending his right hand, he unleashed a bolt of lightning that surged toward the Hunter. In an instant, thunder roared, and a horrific scream erupted from the Hunter, which lay lifeless on the ground mere moments later, devoid of any further sound. Tendrils of blue smoke rose from its body, exuding a foul stench. Ye Feng approached the fallen Hunter and extracted its energy crystal core, a deep blue orb indicating that this Hunter was a second-tier special variant zombie. He then turned his attention to the carcass of another parasitic beast, meticulously searching for its energy crystal core. After a thorough collection, He had amassed over 1,000 energy crystal cores, with around 160 to 70 of them being second tier. In terms of energy crystal acquisition alone, it was a considerable haul. However, Ye Feng's primary objective was not the collection of energy crystals, but rather the gathering of seeds. After some searching, he succeeded in locating a handful of vegetable seeds. Though not abundant, they were sufficient. He also collected seeds from various grains such as wheat, rice, and corn, though each type was in limited quantities, barely adequate for his needs. Seeing that there was nothing more to gather, he departed. Initially, he had anticipated a plentiful bounty of seeds, perhaps necessitating a vehicle for transport. Yet, the reality was starkly different. In the vast marketplace, his total haul of grain seeds amounted to only a couple of 100 pounds, with wheat being the most plentiful at 30 pounds, while the rest were merely 5 or 10 pounds each. Upon reaching his vehicle, Ye Feng placed the seeds into the trunk and drove back to the safe zone. By the time he returned to the base, it was nearly noon. Throughout the morning, team leaders Nan Gong Yue and Yang Hui had been diligently practicing shooting with their respective teams, yielding modest results. Aside from Nan Gong Yue and Luo Qinghan, most members had progressed from initially missing the target in time. Most notably, Lin Xian, who had struggled at first, consistently scored within the 7-ring range after some practice, even achieving the perfect 10 on several occasions. Luo Qinghan also performed commendably, maintaining scores within the 7-ring range, though she had yet to reach 10, often scoring 8 or 9 due to her prior experience with the repeating crossbow. Upon seeing Ye Feng return in a vehicle, Nan Gong Yue approached him eagerly. "How was your haul today?" "Not too bad," Ye Feng replied, pulling up to the warehouse door and opening the trunk. "I gathered seeds from a dozen types of grains and over 20 varieties of vegetables, along with some assorted fruit seeds." "That's quite good," Nan Gong Yue said, her expression brightening at the numbers. However, upon glimpsing the contents of the trunk, she appeared momentarily stunned. "Is that all?" Ye Feng nodded. "Were you expecting a truckload? These are seeds, after all." "But this is far too little," Nan Gong Yue said, her disappointment evident. "With this quantity, it's impossible for you to have collected as much as you claimed." "Just take a look," Ye Feng said, beginning to enumerate the types of seeds to Nan Gong Yue. The several bags of grain crops appear to be quite respectable. He then produced a transparent plastic bag containing dozens of small green packets. "Here are the 20-plus varieties of vegetable seeds and the assorted fruit seeds." Nan Gong Yue accepted the bag and examined it, speechless for a moment before looking back at Ye Feng. "How much can we actually grow from this?" Chapter 35. The night before the bonfire, the seeds for vegetables are quite different from those for grains, Ye Feng elucidated. "Do not be deceived by this small packet. It has the potential to cultivate a vast expanse." As he spoke, Ye Feng gestured to indicate size, continuing, "At that time, we will reserve some specifically for breeding, and gradually, our supply of seeds will increase." "Alas, it seems we have no other choice," Nan Gong Yue replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. "By the way, I will give you some second-level energy cores shortly to assist you in enhancing your strength," Ye Feng whispered after placing the seeds into the storage. "How much did you collect today?" Nan Gong Yue inquired casually. "Quite a bit," Ye Feng responded, indicating with his fingers, "There are over 100 second-level cores." "That many?" Nan Gong Yue exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected herself, for she was well aware of Ye Feng's lightning talent, capable of sweeping away large numbers with a single strike. She murmured to herself, "I must hasten to cultivate my tornado talent. Soon, hunting down hordes of corpses will not merely be a dream." "Keep pushing forward, girl," Ye Feng smiled, offering encouragement. "I eagerly await the day we fight side by side." "Indeed," Nan Gong Yue nodded solemnly. "I require 50 cores. Let us see if I can ascend to the second-tier advanced level. I will give them to you upon our return to the dormitory," Ye Feng assured her. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Ye Feng ventured to several other locations in search of seeds and eventually stumbled upon a bountiful supply at a relatively small grain station, managing to haul back a cart full. Nan Gong Yue and her companions did not remain idle either. Over the course of 10 days, their marksmanship experienced a significant leap in quality. Lin Xian and Luo Qinghan ensured that each of their shots consistently landed within the 9th ring, while the others managed to secure their shots within the 7th. On the 5th day, Yang Hui and Chu Yun, along with Nan Gong Yue and Bai Shui, set out to hunt second-level zombies with submachine guns. Over the subsequent days, they collectively amassed over 100 second-level energy cores, thereby elevating everyone here to the status of second-level awakeners. Among them, Yang Hui reached the mid-level of second-tier strength. As night fell, Ye Feng and the others gathered around a bonfire in the courtyard, sharing food and engaging in lively conversation. Now that we have honed our shooting skills and enhanced our strength, we shall resume our quest for supplies and hunt zombies starting tomorrow, Nan Gong Yue announced, rising to address the group. We will maintain our original team structure, dividing into 2 squads, one to guard and the other to venture out, rotating every 3 days, while Sundays will be reserved for remaining at the base. Captain, when do we get our guns? Guanxi gazed at Nan Gong Yue with eager anticipation. Patience, there's no need to rush. Nan Gong Yue shot her a look, continuing, the number of second-level zombies outside is increasing. I reiterate, true strength comes from within. Thus, even when we possess firearms, I still hope you all strive to enhance your own capabilities. I sense that as the zombies grow stronger, there will come a time when these firearms become obsolete. Therefore, while the zombies are still manageable, I urge you to be proactive and seize the opportunity to improve your strength. Otherwise, when that day truly arrives, it may be too late. Nan Gong Yue's words resonated deeply within each individual, echoing sentiments previously shared during her conversations with Ye Feng. As Ye Feng would say, it is wise to prepare for a storm before it arrives. The early bird catches the worm. Nan Gong Yue speaks wisely, Yang Hui remarked after a round of applause, standing to voice his own thoughts. Though our surroundings are relatively calm, the world has undeniably descended into chaos. Our survival in this era relies solely on ourselves. Moreover, we now possess greater strength and speed than before, which serves as our capital for survival. If we wish to avoid being cast aside by this world, we must strive to remain ahead of the curve. Yang Hui's calm yet powerful words instilled a sense of hope for survival. As he concluded, another round of applause erupted. Next came the time for personal performances, with nearly everyone presenting a little act. Some sang, others danced, and a few shared amusing anecdotes. Ye Feng refrained from participating, simply cradling Ye Chen and watching the performances unfold. Why not join in and showcase a talent? Nan Gong Yue suggested, glancing at Ye Feng. No need. I lack any artistic flair, Ye Feng replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. For others, singing is a pleasure. For me, it is a torment. Very well, I shall not press you further. Nan Gong Yue understood him well and did not insist. After a bout of merriment, it was time to distribute firearms. Originally intended for the morning's mission, the group could no longer contain their excitement after 10 days of anticipation. Under the guidance of Nan Gong Yue and Yang Hui, each member received an AK, accompanied by 2 boxes of ammunition, each containing 150 rounds, along with a pistol and 20 rounds. The choice of sabers and daggers was left to personal preference. Upon receiving their weapons, rather than retreating to their dormitory for rest, they gathered once more to share their thoughts. That night, the fire blazed brightly, the conversations flowed abundantly, and the darkness deepened. The following day, Nan Gong Yue's team set out first to search for supplies, while Yang Hui's team remained behind. As Ye Feng and his 6 companions returned to Cheyenne Road, excitement radiated from Nan Gong Yue, Lin Xian, Bai Shui, Bai Qian, and Guanxi. They eagerly prepared to unleash their firepower upon the zombies. Our objective today is to capture the IKEA supermarket and transport the supplies back to our base, Nan Gong Yue declared, gripping her AK with a serious expression. To her credit, she certainly exuded a certain commanding presence. Understood, Captain, the 4 women replied in unison. The 6 of them set off, swiftly making their way toward the IKEA supermarket. They soon found themselves a mere 50 meters from the horde of zombies. With Nan Gong Yue taking the initiative to fire the first shot, an uproar ensued among the horde, their howls echoing as they closed in on the group. The next moment, 6 streams of fire erupted, the overwhelming firepower decimating the approaching zombies, whether first or second level, transforming them into mere sieves. Each of us has a limited supply of ammunition. Conserve your shots and avoid unnecessary fire, Ye Feng cautioned. With only 300 rounds of ammunition per person, indiscriminate shooting would soon deplete their resources, rendering their AKs little more than cumbersome metal. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, the once frantic gunfire became noticeably more restrained. They began to shoot with purpose. While they could not entirely halt the advance of the horde, their efficiency in eliminating targets improved significantly. Chapter 36. Tang Feng. At that moment, 5 figures suddenly emerged from within the IKEA supermarket, clad in camouflage military attire, their expressions grave. The young man at the forefront was strikingly handsome, with a resolute demeanor, and his piercing gaze radiated an aura of fierce authority. "Tang, it appears they are not one of ours," remarked a slightly shorter man standing beside the young leader. "I am aware," Tang responded, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. "The only individuals in Beiyuan City capable of wielding such firearms, aside from the Qinglong Society, are beyond my reckoning." "Does the captain mean they are members of the Qinglong Society?" inquired another man with dark skin. "Very likely." "Let us exercise caution," Tang nodded. "Come, let us conceal ourselves inside and await an opportune moment to depart." "Understood." The other 4 complied, turning to follow Tang back into the supermarket. Meanwhile, the 5 women, led by Nan Gong Yue, remained engrossed in exterminating zombies, oblivious to the unfolding situation. However, Ye Feng had taken note of it, yet he dismissed them as mere ordinary survivors. 20 minutes later, their ammunition was nearly depleted, but the zombies on the street had been thoroughly eradicated. "Using guns to dispatch zombies is exhilarating," Nan Gong Yue exclaimed with a laugh. "Do not gloat." "Let us first gather the energy cores," Ye Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. "Indeed, the captain previously admonished us against relying on firearms, and now he seems to revel in the thrill they provide," Guanxi remarked, casting a teasing glance at Nan Gong Yue. "What nonsense are you spouting, little girl?" Nan Gong Yue retorted, her cheeks flushing as she shot a fierce glare at Guanxi. Guanxi responded with a playful grimace. Bai Qian tugged at her, saying, "All right, let us commence the collection of energy cores." Meanwhile, Lin Xian and Bai Shui had busied themselves, swiftly gathering energy cores. "Be swift and nimble, for today I am feeling generous. Whoever collects will keep their spoils, no need for submission," Nan Gong Yue declared loudly after a couple of coughs. "Ah, splendid!" Guanxi exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement as she eagerly grasped Bai Qian's arm. "Bai Qian, let us hasten our collection." "Are we really that slow?" Bai Qian replied, a hint of frustration in her tone. "Who says?" "Look at Ye Feng, he's just standing there," Guanxi remarked as she began to busy herself. Bai Qian glanced at Ye Feng, who was standing watch at the entrance of the IKEA supermarket. Hesitating for a moment, she approached him and asked, "Brother Ye, why aren't you collecting energy cores?" "You all go ahead. I do not require any," Ye Feng replied, momentarily startled by Bai Qian's address. "This is the fruit of our collective effort, and the captain has stated that whoever collects today will claim their share." Bai Qian smiled, her inherent beauty further enhanced by her endearing demeanor, rendering her utterly captivating. "It's fine. They are all yours." Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively, avoiding her gaze to prevent any awkwardness. "Do hurry and collect." "Very well then, I shall gather some." Bai Qian thought Ye Feng was safeguarding their position, so she refrained from pressing further and joined the ranks of those collecting energy cores. Ye Feng pondered for a moment before making his way alone to the entrance of the IKEA supermarket. He stepped closer and called out loudly, "Come out. We saw you while hunting zombies just now." Yet, after a brief pause, no one emerged. "Not coming out, are we? Then it will be rather embarrassing when I have to go in and drag you out," Ye Feng continued. After another moment of silence, still no figures appeared. Seeing that they remained hidden, Ye Feng slung his gun onto his back, spreading his arms slightly as arcs of electricity danced in his palms, crackling with a faint, ominous light. Though he was unaware of their exact hiding spots, he could search systematically. Upon entering the supermarket, the dim lighting limited his vision to only a few meters. The shelves obscured any clear view. However, this did not deter Ye Feng as the electric arcs in his hands grew brighter. The surrounding area illuminated accordingly. He surveyed the chaotic interior of the supermarket, where shelves lay askew, and the products that once adorned them were strewn haphazardly across the floor. He even spotted grotesquely decayed limbs and pools of blood. Frowning at the grim scene, Ye Feng took a step forward, gradually advancing deeper into the supermarket. As he moved, the light and shadows shifted in tandem. As he passed by a row of shelves, he suddenly heard a faint noise. Turning his attention to the source, he unleashed a bolt of electricity that struck the shelved eye in an instant. A chorus of anguished cries erupted. Ye Feng approached the source of the cries, observing 5 individuals sprawled on the ground, convulsing. He spoke coolly, "Now, tell me who you are and why you chose to hide instead of coming out when called." "Humph. Tang, rising slowly from the ground, regarded Ye Feng with a serious expression. We are part of the National Guard, trapped here while executing a covert operation. At this point, Tang felt a tinge of embarrassment and fell silent, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ye Feng. Ah, so you are members of the National Guard. Ye Feng chuckled lightly. Step forward and let us converse. With that, Ye Feng turned and walked toward the exit. Tang observed Ye Feng's retreating figure, furrowing his brow before leading the others to follow him out. I am Ye Feng. May I ask how you wish to be addressed? Upon reaching the supermarket's entrance, Ye Feng inquired. I am Tang Feng, their captain. Tang introduced himself first. These are Lu He, Zhang Qi, Zhang Kai, and Chen Yin. Tang, I would like to ask how long you have been trapped here, Ye Feng queried. Over half a month. Tang hesitated before responding. Such a lengthy duration, Ye Feng remarked, surprised. After all, it was a supermarket. Even after half a month, starvation was unlikely to, he continued. Are you aware that the National Guard in the Beiyuan city safe zone has been withdrawn for nearly half a month? Impossible, Tang interjected, clearly skeptical. Just a few days ago, we were in contact with our division, who assured us they would send someone to rescue us. Have they appeared? Ye Feng countered. They must have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances, Tang replied. Very well. Believe what you wish, Ye Feng gestured dismissively. There are some vehicles on the street that are still operational. You can drive yourselves back. I hope you find your division. Take care. We won't see you off. Before Tang could utter another word, Ye Feng had already exited the supermarket, striding toward Nan Gong Yue and the others. Chapter 37. Meditation in Space. Captain, what should we do? Zhang Kai and the others glanced at the departing Ye Feng, inquiring of Tang Feng. Let us return to the safe zone first and rendezvous with headquarters, Tang Feng replied, casting a fleeting glance at Ye Feng's retreating figure. Though he spoke thus, a degree of belief in Ye Feng had already taken root within him. After all, they had been trapped for such an extended period. Surely, a delay of this magnitude was unwarranted. Navigating through the vehicle-laden road, Tang Feng and the five found a usable car by the roadside and departed towards the safe zone. At this moment, Ye Feng had arrived beside Nan Gong Yue and her companions. Observing Tang Feng and the others driving away, Nan Gong Yue turned to Ye Feng and asked, Are they from the National Defense Army? Indeed, Ye Feng nodded, responding, They mentioned being trapped in that IKEA supermarket due to a mission for over half a month now. However, we have gathered quite a lot already. We should check inside the IKEA supermarket. At that moment, Bai Qian approached Ye Feng, presenting him with a small bag of energy crystals. Here, I collected these for you. Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback and hastily waved his hands. No, you should keep them. I've already gathered quite a bit, Bai Qian insisted, showing him the contents. Take them. We are a team, after all. Very well. Yielding to her persistence, Ye Feng accepted the bag after a brief contemplation. Thank you. You're welcome, Bai Qian replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, as she returned to Bai Shui's side. Nan Gong Yue glanced at Bai Qian and quietly asked Ye Feng, Did you ask her to help you collect energy crystals? Not at all. Earlier, she came to ask why I wasn't collecting them. Ye Feng shook his head. I told her it wasn't necessary. She probably thought I was standing guard for you all. Then you should accept them. Bai Qian has a kind heart, Nan Gong Yue remarked, nodding in agreement. As they conversed and walked, the six of them soon arrived at the entrance of the IKEA supermarket. It's quite dark inside. Let us take out our flashlights, Ye Feng suggested. Nan Gong Yue, could you possibly use your lightning power to provide some illumination for the supermarket? Nan Gong Yue proposed whimsically. I cannot. My control over lightning has yet to reach such finesse, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. However, I can conjure a lightning sphere to serve as a light source. Will it explode? Nan Gong Yue inquired further. As long as it doesn't collide with anything, it should be fine, Ye Feng assured her. In that case, create a lightning sphere when we go in. It will certainly illuminate the area more effectively than flashlights, Nan Gong Yue advised. Agreed, Ye Feng acquiesced. Upon entering the supermarket, Ye Feng raised his right hand, and a lightning sphere the size of an apple soon floated above it. Although small, it emitted a brilliant light, resembling a miniature sun. Almost blinding in its radiance, he casually tossed it into the air, and instantly, the entire supermarket was illuminated as if it were midday. Ah, this is much better, Nan Gong Yue exclaimed with a smile, then pondered aloud, How long will this lightning sphere last? Perhaps half an hour. Ye Feng replied uncertainly. That should suffice. If it dims, we can create another, Nan Gong Yue concluded. As the six surveyed the ravaged supermarket, a wave of sympathy washed over them. It's truly heartbreaking. So many good things wasted like this. Alas, if only this place had been well preserved, we might have been able to collect even more supplies. Enough lamenting. Let us start searching, Nan Gong Yue urged, waving her hand. Let us see how many intact goods are left, and bring them to the entrance. Pair up and begin the search, she commanded. Turning to Ye Feng, she added, Come on, let us. Nan Gong Yue and Ye Feng maneuvered through the scattered shelves, arriving at the storage area on this level. As they stepped inside, they discovered a substantial stockpile of food, including entire bags of rice and flour stacked high. If we clear this place out, we could go an entire year without needing to scavenge for food, Nan Gong Yue remarked excitedly, surveying the abundance. There is plenty here. Let us haul back a load first, then have Yang Hui leave 2 people to guard the base while the others drive over to help transport. Ye Feng nodded in agreement. By the way, how much space do you have left in your storage? Nan Gong Yue suddenly inquired. Currently, about a quarter remains, Ye Feng replied. How much can that hold? She pressed further. A space of 5 meters in length, width, and height can accommodate roughly a third of what's here, Ye Feng assessed. It would be ideal if your storage could expand further, Nan Gong Yue expressed her dissatisfaction, adding, but this is still quite good. Let us fill your storage to capacity. Ye Feng harbored similar thoughts, wishing for a larger space, yet he was uncertain how to achieve that. Have you attempted to use your talent for meditation to increase your storage size? Nan Gong Yue asked. I have tried, Ye Feng shook his head, but I found it impossible to meditate. How can that be? Nan Gong Yue paused her actions, looking at Ye Feng. What is preventing you from meditating on your storage? You could envision your space as infinitely expansive, or imagine it as a valley, for instance. Oh, I'll try that when we return. Ye Feng realized that his perspective had been too narrow. He had indeed attempted meditation, but focused on concepts like warehouses and houses rather than vastness. What did you meditate on before? Nan Gong Yue asked, her curiosity piqued. A warehouse, Ye Feng admitted, a touch embarrassed. Ah, Ye Feng, Nan Gong Yue sighed in exasperation. I've come to realize that sometimes you are truly clever, yet at other times, you can be quite dense. Perhaps it's because I've always thought of it merely as a storage space, Ye Feng chuckled. You mustn't think that way. You need to envision broader possibilities, deeper realms, Nan Gong Yue advised. For instance, imagine an entire world. That, Ye Feng was taken aback, gazing at Nan Gong Yue. You certainly have an audacious imagination. Indeed, Nan Gong Yue replied with a hint of pride. It's called meditation. If you don't think expansively, then what is the point? I'm currently meditating on a tornado, and soon I'll envision hurricanes and super typhoons. At that moment, Ye Feng found himself at a loss for words, only able to nod in affirmation of Nan Gong Yue's insights. Chapter 38. A fantastical version. After more than half an hour of bustling activity, Lin Xian and the 4 women, by Shui included, had arranged the well-packaged food, beverages, and various supplies at the entrance of the supermarket. The amount was at least 4 to 5 times greater than what they had collected from the previous small supermarket. Indeed, a starving camel is larger than a horse, Guiye remarked, gazing at the bountiful supplies before her. By the way, where are the team leaders? Bai Chen inquired. They went to the warehouse. Come, let us take a look, Bai Shui suggested. No need to check. Come help us move, Nan Gong Yue and Ye Feng said, each pulling a small cargo cart from the warehouse. They had previously cleared a 2-meter-wide passage, allowing them to directly transport items from the warehouse to the exit. Although Ye Feng had taken quite a bit from the warehouse, there was still a considerable amount left. Even with the 2 carts making repeated trips, it took over an hour to empty the warehouse. Next came the task of driving back and forth to the base to transport these supplies. With the first load delivered to the base, Yang Hui and his 4 companions sent 3 of their own to assist, and with 2 vehicles in operation, it still consumed an entire day to completely evacuate all the supplies from the first floor of the IKEA supermarket. On the second day, Ye Feng and his team ventured to the second floor, where they encountered a fair number of zombies, but they were swiftly dealt with. This floor contained various snacks, toys, bath products, tissues, and clothing. Despite the apocalyptic backdrop, these items still held considerable allure for women. Aside from taking a few toys, They transported everything else away. On the third day, they ascended to the third floor, where only a handful of zombies roamed, and the goods were even more pristine. This level primarily housed home appliances, furniture, and miscellaneous daily necessities. Nowadays, such appliances and furniture were of little use, yet Nan Gong Yue and her companions selected a few daily essentials to take with them. Thus, their expedition to the IKEA supermarket came to a close. Each evening, upon returning to the dormitory, Ye Feng engaged in spatial meditation before sleep, envisioning his space as a valley, a world, as Nan Gong Yue had suggested. On the first day, there was little effect. However, by the second day, his space began to transform, with the edges no longer featuring dull gray walls, but rather a dense white mist, which seemed to gradually recede, revealing more area. On the third night, after Ye Chen had fallen asleep, Ye Feng once again entered a meditative state. After a period of meditation, he distinctly sensed the mist slowly retreating, allowing his previously confined space of 10 meters in length, width, and height to expand to 11 meters, a significant increase. Ye Feng opened his eyes, a surge of excitement coursing through him. If he continued meditating daily, it would not be long before his spatial realm would grow even larger, accommodating more items. Just as he pondered whether to share his joy with Nan Gong Yue, she appeared as if sensing his thoughts. Coming to find him, Ye Feng opened the door, welcoming her in, clad in her nightgown. "I've visualized my space as a valley, a world, and it's expanded to 11 meters in all dimensions," Ye Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. "See, I told you so," Nan Gong Yue responded joyfully. "When meditating, one must aim for greatness. Otherwise, what is the point?" "Absolutely," Ye Feng nodded. "Truly, our campus beauty possesses both wisdom and charm." "Is that so?" Nan Gong Yue tilted her. "It must be about someone." Nan Gong Yue shot him a pointed look. "I feel the same way," Ye Feng replied calmly. Nan Gong Yue, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. All right, I won't tease you any longer." "Ah, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Would you tell me a bedtime story?" "A fairy tale?" Ye Feng asked. "Any story will do," Nan Gong Yue replied nonchalantly. "Then let me tell you the tale of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs," Ye Feng suggested after a moment's thought. "I don't want to hear the pure version," Nan Gong Yue quickly countered. "But I only know the pure version," Ye Feng admitted, realizing he could hardly keep pace with her whims. "Then tell me the story of the little match girl instead," she insisted. "But make it fantastical." "Very well," Ye Feng agreed after a brief contemplation, beginning to weave the fantastical tale of the little match girl. By the time Ye Feng finished the story, Nan Gong Yue had already dozed off in her chair. Hesitant, he nudged her gently, but she remained sound asleep. In exasperation, he carefully lifted her and carried her back to her room, tucking her in before returning to his own quarters. As Ye Feng turned to leave, Nan Gong Yue opened her eyes slightly to watch his departing figure, then smiled softly before closing her eyes once more. Chapter 39. Tang Feng's request. Yang Hui and his 4 companions did not venture out to scavenge for supplies. Instead, they assisted Nan Gong Yue and her team in organizing the materials collected over the past 3 days. After all, they had been preoccupied with the relentless task of transporting these supplies back and forth, which were all piled up in the courtyard and required prompt sorting for storage. It took an additional 2 days to meticulously arrange all the items and deliver them to the warehouse in the evening. While Ye Feng and the others were partaking in dinner, a few individuals approached the courtyard, none other than Tang Feng and his group. They hesitated momentarily before stepping inside. "What brings you here?" Ye Feng inquired, somewhat astonished as he glanced at Tang Feng. Just as Tang Feng was about to respond, a voice suddenly exclaimed, "Cousin, you're still alive?" Ye Feng turned to see Lu Weiwei rushing towards them, her face alight with excitement as she spoke to Tang Feng. "Weiwei." Tang Feng smiled upon seeing Lu Weiwei, clearly delighted. "What are you doing here?" "I've been here for a while," Lu Weiwei replied as she stood before Tang Feng. "Where have you all been? Why did the National Guard say you were dead?" "This is quite a long story," Tang Feng sighed. "We came this time to find him and discuss a few matters." "You haven't eaten yet, have you?" "Let us talk after dinner," Lu Weiwei suggested, casting a glance at Ye Feng. "Well, that might be inconvenient," Tang Feng hesitated, looking at Nan Gong Yue and the others. "What's inconvenient about it? This is our home, so come and eat with us," Lu Weiwei insisted eagerly. "Come on, it's fine," Yang Hui and Nan Gong Yue chimed in. With Yang Hui and Nan Gong Yue's encouragement, Tang Feng and his companions relented, joining Ye Feng and the others by the fire to share a meal. Lu Weiwei settled beside Tang Feng, conversing with him animatedly. I never imagined this world to be so small. It seems anyone we encounter has ties to our group, Ye Feng remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. Indeed, Nan Gong Yue observed Tang Feng and his companions. Had Weiwei followed us back then, they likely would have recognized each other right away. What do you think they want with me? Ye Feng pondered aloud, casting a sidelong glance at Tang Feng. Uncertain, Nan Gong Yue replied. We shall find out shortly. After dinner, Tang Feng and Lu Weiwei approached Ye Feng. We would like to ask for your assistance, Tang Feng began. What do you need? Ye Feng inquired. Before the apocalypse, there was an incident involving a meteorite falling from the sky. We would like your help in locating the meteorite that landed in Beiyuan City, Tang Feng explained. How do you expect to find it? I am not a surveying expert, Ye Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. We know the impact site, but we cannot approach it. Wouldn't I be walking to my death? Let us make a deal. If you can help us retrieve that meteorite, I will reveal a secret to you. A secret regarding that meteorite, Tang Feng proposed after a moment of thought. He understood that it was generally unreasonable to expect someone to assist without a compelling reason. What kind of secret? Ye Feng asked. Once you help us obtain the meteorite, I will disclose it to you, Tang Feng assured him. Rest assured, this secret will surely satisfy your curiosity. How do you know what I desire? Ye Feng chuckled softly. Thus, your secret may not hold any allure for me. It will, I assure you, Tang Feng replied with unwavering confidence. Then you should seek assistance elsewhere. I cannot aid you, Ye Feng reiterated, waving his hand dismissively. Cousin, why don't I speak with the captain and see if they can provide you with some firepower? Lu Weiwei suggested after a moment's hesitation. That would be futile, Tang Feng shook his head. Previously, we had sufficient firepower but still could not break through the horde of zombies. Ultimately, we had no choice but to retreat to Cheyenne Road and found refuge in an IKEA store to save our lives. State your terms. What will it take for you to help us? Tang Feng pressed, gazing intently at Ye Feng. Given your demeanor, that meteorite must be of great significance, and it seems you are quite determined to acquire it, Ye Feng mused. If my suspicions are correct, the secret you possess is likely connected to that meteorite. The reason you're withholding the information is out of fear that I might seize the meteorite and thwart your mission once I learn the secret. Indeed, Tang Feng admitted, slightly taken aback by Ye Feng's astute analysis, and he readily conceded. Therefore, as long as you are willing to assist us, you may stipulate any conditions, provided we can meet them. First, divulge the secret of the meteorite, and then I will consider whether it is worth my while, Ye Feng stated after a brief silence. Very well, Tang Feng agreed, recognizing Ye Feng's willingness to negotiate. After a moment's pause, he said, let us find a quiet place. I will tell you. All right, Ye Feng nodded and led the way to a secluded corner of the courtyard. The two halted approximately 20 to 30 meters away from the crowd, and Tang Feng lowered his voice. Through our research, we discovered that these meteorites are not as simple as they seem. The transformation of humans into zombies is related to the energy contained within those meteorites. Moreover, during an unexpected incident, we uncovered that the core of these meteorites harbors a mysterious energy, which we have dubbed the Eternal Star Source. Subsequently, we extracted some and administered it in batches to animals and certain awakened individuals, observing that the energy could significantly enhance the abilities of the awakened. So, the National Guard has been urging you to tirelessly search for these meteorites? Ye Feng exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Exactly, Tang Feng affirmed with a serious expression. Only in this manner can we enhance the overall combat effectiveness of our National Guard. Thus, we can better protect our city and ensure that humanity survives a little longer in this chaotic world. Do you have the location of another meteorite? Ye Feng inquired further. Yes, it lies within the Fengting Mountain scenic area, Tang Feng replied. I'm curious. Since you are aware of the meteorite's landing sites, why did you not retrieve them yourself initially, and why have you waited until now? Ye Feng voiced his lingering doubts. At first, we did manage to recover 2 meteorites for research, so we did not rush to retrieve the other 2, Tang Feng elucidated. However, once we discovered the mysterious energy contained within the meteorites, it was too late to reclaim the first 2. Now, The area surrounding those meteorites is besieged by tens of thousands of zombies. Such a dense and massive horde is simply beyond the firepower we currently possess. We are the fourth wave to assault the meteorite site in Beiyuan City, and while we started with 20 members, only 5 of us survived in the end. At this point, Tang Feng let out a deep sigh. Tens of thousands, that's quite a formidable number, Ye Feng remarked, furrowing his brow in alarm. While the eternal star source within the meteorite was enticing, preserving his own life was also of paramount importance. He fell silent, weighing the risks and rewards involved. Chapter 40. Divergent Paths. At that moment, Nan Gong Yue approached Ye Feng and remarked, "Just now, Wei Wei shared some information with me. He is exceptionally powerful, capable of equaling 100 of us, especially with his mastery of the Thunder Force." Tang Feng insisted, unwilling to concede. "How about this? Once Tang Feng and his companions departed, Nan Gong Yue turned to Ye Feng and asked, "Shall I accompany you? My whirlwind technique has gained some potency." "It is too perilous," Ye Feng firmly declined. "I can manage on my own." "That is not my intention," Nan Gong Yue replied. "I propose we bring extra ammunition. You can shoot while I reload the magazines." "Very well," Ye Feng said after a brief silence, nodding in agreement. The following morning, Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue visited the weapons depot, where they procured dozens of grenades and over 10,000 rounds of AK ammunition. Some were stored in Ye Feng's spatial compartment, while others were placed in their backpacks. Subsequently, Ye Feng gathered alcohol lamps and other flammable materials, crafting a dozen makeshift firebombs using glass bottles. At noon, Tang Feng and his 4 companions arrived in a vehicle. Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue, fully equipped, departed with them. The exact location is at the rear mountain of Zishan Park. Tang Feng informed Ye Feng during the ride. "However, our vehicle can only reach the Qinyuan Road. The rest of the journey must be on foot. The distance from Qinyuan Road to Zishan Park is considerable, requiring us to traverse 2 streets, Ye Feng noted. "I fear there may be quite a number of zombies on those streets." "We have made some preparations over the past few days," Tang Feng replied. "We cleared a small alley heading east from Qinyuan Road, allowing us to bypass 1 street and significantly save time on this mission." "That is reassuring," Ye Feng acknowledged. "Sigh, this is an assignment from the headquarters that we must fulfill. Only then can we proceed to the 7th city," Tang Feng lamented. "One could say you are rather foolish," Ye Feng chuckled, shaking his head. "We are the National Defense Army. Obeying orders is our duty, and this endeavor is beneficial for our nation and its people," Tang Feng explained. "I do not share your lofty ideals," Ye Feng replied slowly. "My sole objective is to survive. Other aspirations and ambitions are mere nonsense. Given the current state of the world, discussing such matters holds no significance." "You are mistaken," Tang Feng stated earnestly, looking at Ye Feng with a serious expression. "Though the world has changed, we must strive to maintain our societal order. Only through unity can we survive more effectively. Perhaps this is simply a matter of differing goals and perspectives," Ye Feng remarked. "Honestly, if I possessed your strength, I would undoubtedly save more people from the threat of zombies," Tang Feng asserted. "Then I hope you achieve such power soon," Ye Feng smiled encouragingly, refraining from further argument. "How did you acquire such strength? Is it through training?" Tang Feng pondered aloud. "Your cousin might know a thing or two. I shall have her inform you later," Ye Feng replied. "Is my cousin also formidable?" Tang Feng questioned, puzzled. "She is quite capable indeed," Ye Feng replied with a faint smile. "What level of strength does she possess?" Tang Feng asked. "She is at the initial stage of level 2, Ye Feng stated plainly. There was no need for concealment. Tang Feng could simply ask Lu Weiwei. His words rendered Tang Feng and the others silent. "I never imagined you all had advanced to level 2, Tang Feng sighed. "We are still merely high-level awakened beings at level 1. By the way, what weapons do you have?" Ye Feng inquired, recalling something. "We have sabers," Tang Feng responded. "That works," Ye Feng nodded approvingly. After a brief journey, they arrived at Qinyuan Road, traversing the alleyway that Tang Feng and his team had cleared, reaching Mingyang Street. They proceeded east for approximately 500 or 600 meters, then turned north, walking around 300 meters before veering eastward to Zishan Park. In times past, this distance of less than a kilometer could have been covered in 10 minutes, but with zombies roaming the streets, reaching Zishan Park would take no less than 2 hours. "Why not use your lightning power? Wouldn't that be a quicker way to eliminate the zombies?" Tang Feng asked, observing the horde on Mingyang Street. There is no need. That would only hasten my exhaustion, Ye Feng replied, gripping his Tang Dao tightly. At present, the number of zombies here is manageable. A blade will suffice. Tang Feng chose not to press further. Each of the 5 men wielded a long blade, following closely behind Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue as they advanced toward the horde of zombies. Time passed swiftly, and after 2.5 hours, the group finally arrived before the entrance of Zishan Park. Ye Feng gazed at the multitude of zombies wandering within the park, his heart sinking. There were at least 40 to 50,000 of them. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, the reality was still shocking. It seems there are even more zombies here than during our last visit, Tang Feng remarked gravely. Chapter 41. The Power of Incendiary Devices. Ye Feng cast a glance at him, remaining silent. He surveyed the surroundings, intending to first locate a hiding place to initiate a purge with his AK. Captain, what shall we do now? Zhang Kai and the others bore expressions of concern. If they were to engage in combat, it was uncertain how long it would take. They might perish before they could eliminate all the zombies. Ye Feng, do you have a plan? Nan Gong Yue hesitated, glancing at Ye Feng, who was still searching for a position. There are too many zombies here. We must find a place to eliminate a wave of them first, Ye Feng replied. Remember, you must stay close to me at all times. I understand. Nan Gong Yue nodded. Ye Feng turned to the silent Tang Feng and the others. Do you have any thoughts? Alas, Tang Feng sighed. We can only kill them slowly. Ye Feng refrained from further commentary. He scanned the area and spotted a suitable hiding spot. A 3-story building across from Zishan Park. Although it was on the opposite side of the road, the noise would attract the zombies from the park. We shall go there, Ye Feng indicated the building he had chosen. What do we go there for? Tang Feng inquired. To take cover and eliminate the zombies, of course, Ye Feng replied, striding toward the location. Captain? Zhang Kai hesitated, calling out. Let us go, follow him and see what he plans. If it doesn't work, we'll reassess. Tang Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. The 5 followed Ye Feng into the building, barricading all the doors and windows on the first floor to prevent the zombies from breaking in later. They ascended to the second floor, where Ye Feng set down his backpack and retrieved the incendiary devices he had crafted from his storage space. He looked at Tang Feng and the others. You should know how to use these, right? Incendiary devices? Tang Feng glanced at them and replied, I can use them. Good, Ye Feng said, pulling out some grenades from his backpack and handing them to Tang Feng. Here are some grenades. I will fire my weapon to lure the zombies from Zishan Park over here. You all will use these grenades and incendiary devices to attack them. Remember to use them sparingly and not throw them recklessly. Understood, Tang Feng nodded and began assigning tasks to Zhang Kai and the others. Nan Gong Yue swiftly started loading magazines. Ye Feng took the magazines she prepared and placed them beside him, raising his AK to fire at the entrance of Zishan Park. With a resounding bang, the gunshots stirred the nearby zombies into a frenzy, and an instant later, a chorus of howls erupted as they charged toward their location. Ye Feng did not rush to shoot. He waited for the zombies to draw nearer before commencing his precise fire. Bang, bang, bang. Almost a shot per second, each bullet finding its mark in the heads of the zombies. The speed of his hunting was impressive. However, as the gunfire continued, an increasing number of zombies were drawn to them, swarming densely. Tang Feng and the others seized the opportunity and hurled 2 incendiary devices, igniting a fiery inferno that engulfed at least 100 zombies, their anguished cries echoing as the flames consumed them, causing more zombies to catch fire in turn. Ye Feng was taken aback by the effectiveness of the incendiary devices. Not only could they swiftly eliminate numerous zombies, but the flames continued to burn, ensuring that each device could incinerate hundreds of them. With more incendiary devices thrown, the horde of zombies in front of the building was nearly entirely enveloped in flames, with their numbers exceeding 1,000. Seeing this, Ye Feng coldly admonished Tang Feng and the others, Are you trying to incinerate us as well? My apologies, Tang Feng quickly responded. We didn't anticipate the incendiary device's potency would be so great. Now, throw a grenade toward the entrance of Zishan Park. As far as you can, Ye Feng huffed, ceasing his shooting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kai picked up a grenade and hurled it toward the entrance of Zishan Park. With considerable strength, it landed at the edge of the encroaching horde. Instantly, a deafening explosion erupted, sending several zombies flying. Ye Feng's intent was not merely to eliminate those few zombies, but to utilize the explosion's tremendous sound to lure more zombies from Zishan Park. With most of the zombies here ablaze, the fire was substantial. It would be a pity not to attract more of them. As more zombies crowded toward them, The flames spread rapidly. Ye Feng frowned as he observed the burning zombies. While the situation was currently favorable for them, they were also in a precarious position. Should the flames reach the building, they would be forced to evacuate. As if to confirm his fears, the first floor of the building was soon ignited. We must head to the rooftop, Ye Feng said helplessly, stowing his AK, shouldering his backpack, and leading Nan Gong Yue to exit the room and ascend the staircase. Tang Feng and the 5 others took the remaining incendiary devices and grenades, following in their wake. Upon reaching the rooftop, Ye Feng gazed down at the struggling zombies in the sea of flames, noting that some had begun to scatter, evading the fire. Raising his weapon, he unleashed a volley of shots, once again drawing the scattered zombies toward him. We should move to the adjacent building, Ye Feng declared, sprinting toward the larger building to the west, with Nan Gong Yue closely behind. Upon arriving, he smashed the glass with the butt of his gun and entered the building. Tang Feng and the others followed suit. Ye Feng turned to face Tang Feng and the others, his demeanor slightly frosty. While we were invited here to assist, I still hope you won't act recklessly. If you wish to perish, we will certainly not repeat our previous mistakes, Tang Feng assured him. How many incendiary devices do we have left? Ye Feng inquired. 6 remaining, Tang Feng replied. Then let us continue, Ye Feng said, furrowing his brow at the rapid depletion of their resources. He approached the window, raising his AK and resuming fire. Thus, the slaughter continued for 2 to 3 hours, until Ye Feng and his group had nearly eradicated the zombies in the vicinity of Zishan Park's entrance. There were at least 10,000, if not 30,000. Let us rest for a brief 10 minutes and swiftly collect these energy crystals, Ye Feng stated as the 6 of them descended to the ground floor, surveying the sea of zombie corpses. All right, Tang Feng agreed. They were in urgent need of strength, for if they were to engage in close combat with those zombies or mutated beasts in the future, their situation would become increasingly dire. Chapter 42. Car bombs. A span of 10 minutes is neither excessively long nor particularly short. Ye Feng and his companions gathered their resources with remarkable speed. In this brief interval, each of them amassed several hundred energy crystals. He and Nan Gong Yue focused on collecting from the second-tier zombies, together procuring over 200 second-tier energy cores and 600 to 700 first-tier energy cores. The 5 members of Tang Feng's group collectively gathered nearly 2,000 crystals. However, this represented only a fraction of the total. They had merely cleared a portion of the zombies outside Zishan Park, and the situation within remained an enigma, compelling them not to squander too much time in this location. They ceased their collection efforts and proceeded into Zishan Park. Although Tang Feng and his companions initially intended to gather more, they hastily followed suit upon observing Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue begin their advance. After traversing over 100 meters into Zishan Park, Ye Feng halted, gazing deep into the park where a substantial horde of zombies had congregated, including a significant number of second-tier zombies, the estimated count exceeding 10,000. Should they charge directly into the fray, the inevitable outcome would be their demise. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Tang Feng beside him and inquired, "Are you capable of creating car bombs?" "Yes, why do you ask?" Tang Feng responded. "The sheer volume of zombies is overwhelming. A direct confrontation is inadvisable. I propose we utilize car bombs to deplete their numbers first." Ye Feng articulated his thoughts. "That's a brilliant idea." Tang Feng suddenly grasped the implication and responded with excitement. "Stay here. The 5 of us will procure 5 car bombs immediately." "All right, exercise caution," Ye Feng nodded, offering a word of caution. Once Tang Feng and his group departed, Ye Feng scanned the area and spotted a small artificial hill nearby, prompting him and Nan Gong Yue to walk over. The hill was modest in size, reaching a height of 6 to 7 meters and covering an area of 200 to 300 square meters, constructed from a grayish-blue cement. They ascended the hill and found a suitable position to observe from. "There are so many zombies here," Nan Gong Yue remarked, seated beside Ye Feng, her expression tinged with concern. "Will the car bombs suffice?" "Their explosive power far surpasses that of grenades," Ye Feng reassured her. "Have no fear. However, our ammunition is running low," Nan Gong Yue pointed out. "Indeed," Ye Feng replied, producing a handgun and handing it to her. "Although it may not be necessary, keep it close for self-defense." "Understood." She accepted the weapon, securing it at her waist. The two waited atop the artificial hill for approximately 10 minutes before the distant roar of engines echoed from outside Zishan Park, signaling the completion of the car bombs. "Let us proceed," Ye Feng instructed. A moment later, 5 car bombs, driven by Tang Feng and his companions, approached at a moderate pace. They halted in front of Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue, and the 5 disembarked. Ye Feng addressed Tang Feng. The path ahead is narrow. Deploy them one at a time. Agreed. Tang Feng nodded, moving toward one of the car bombs. He adjusted the vehicle's trajectory and shifted it into gear, quickly exiting the car and securing the door. Ye Feng and the others watched as the car bomb slowly advanced toward the horde of zombies. Despite its leisurely speed, it maintained a precise course. I have ignited the materials inside the vehicle. The fuse will reach the fuel tank in approximately 30 seconds, resulting in an explosion, Tang Feng informed Ye Feng. Understood, Ye Feng acknowledged. Under their watchful eyes, the car bomb successfully penetrated the zombie horde, soon becoming enveloped by the throng. Moments later, a deafening explosion erupted, sending a fireball into the air and obliterating all zombies within a radius of several meters. This singular blast annihilated at least 100 zombies, igniting a conflagration that provoked a cacophony of roars from the remaining undead. Ye Feng observed the chaos before declaring, "Deploy the second bomb." Without a word, Tang Feng activated the second vehicle, adjusting its angle before sending it forth, the fuse still set to burn for roughly 30 seconds. Another colossal explosion resonated, inciting a frenzy among the surrounding zombies, who surged toward the source of the blast. Ye Feng remained calm amidst the turmoil. However, the proximity of the second explosion alerted many zombies to their presence, causing them to charge toward the group with fervent howls. Ye Feng swiftly retrieved his AK and loaded a fresh magazine, unleashing a torrent of gunfire that attracted even more zombies, their shrieks growing increasingly unsettling. "Third bomb," Ye Feng commanded while continuing to fire. Tang Feng complied, swiftly sending forth another car bomb. Before the zombies could close within 50 meters, the vehicle detonated with a thunderous blast, severing the horde, resulting in the demise of numerous zombies, though the gap was soon filled by the relentless tide of the undead. Ye Feng did not cease his assault, continuing to lure the zombies closer while instructing, "Fourth bomb. Reduce the fuse time to about 10 seconds. Understood, Tang Feng replied with a serious demeanor, hastening to ignite the vehicle. He calculated the timing, igniting the fuse roughly 1 meter away from the fuel tank before launching the car bomb. 4.10 seconds is a fleeting interval. As the car bomb sped away, Ye Feng handed his AK to Nan Gong Yue and stepped forward, extending his hands, causing a surge of electrical energy to erupt from his palms. When the zombies were merely a few meters away, he unleashed the crackling energy, engulfing a swath of the undead within a radius of several dozen meters, resulting in the instant annihilation of over 100 zombies. "Activate the fifth bomb." Ye Feng's voice rang out. "Should we shorten the fuse time?" Zhang Kai inquired. "No need," Ye Feng replied, his hands shimmering with electricity. "Very well." Zhang Kai promptly initiated the final car bomb, sending it racing forward. However, this vehicle did not travel far before being obstructed by the horde, and as 30 seconds elapsed, a multitude of zombies had gathered around it. With a resounding explosion, the blast cleared a significant area. Ye Feng drew his Tang Dao, turning to Nan Gong Yue beside him. "You take the gun and stay close behind us." "Okay," she affirmed. Ye Feng then addressed Tang Feng and the others, "Let us engage directly. Whether we can acquire that meteorite now rests upon this moment." With that, he surged forward like the wind, wielding his dual Tang Dao as he plunged into the sea of zombies. Tang Feng, resolute in his gaze, declared, "Let us follow suit." He brandished his own blade, joining Zhang Kai and the others as they charged into the throng of the undead. Chapter 43. How to visualize at present. Ye Feng possesses the formidable strength of a high-level second-tier warrior, thus facing these first-tier and second-tier zombies poses little pressure on him. With a mere swing of his blade, he can effortlessly dispatch one. Consequently, Ye Feng leads the charge, absorbing nearly half of the zombie onslaught, leaving only a small fraction for Tang Feng and his 4 companions. The remainder is swiftly dealt with by Nan Gong Yue. Initially, she employs an AK to eliminate foes, but upon exhausting her ammunition, she transitions to wielding a Tang Dao, positioning herself by Ye Feng's side. Time swiftly passes, and 2 hours elapse. Even Ye Feng begins to feel the weight of fatigue, let alone Tang Feng and his companions, who, at this moment, are merely standing through sheer willpower. Such intense combat has genuinely worn them down. After this prolonged struggle, they have vanquished nearly 6,000 to 7,000 zombies, supplemented by the thousands obliterated by the earlier 5 car bombs. The number of remaining zombies is now scant. Ye Feng consumes a second-tier energy crystal core, for the first-tier cores can no longer sufficiently replenish his energy. Having ingested it, he resumes his assault, brandishing dual blades, relentlessly hunting the surrounding zombies. Electric arcs crackle along the edges of his blades, shooting forth towards the nearby horde. The battle continues, while Tang Feng's 5 companions, utterly exhausted, slump to the ground, gasping for breath. At this juncture, only Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue remain engaged in combat. After another 10 minutes, the duo finally eradicates the last of the zombies. Ye Feng glances at the 5 collapsed individuals and states, "Let us rest for a moment before we proceed to retrieve the meteorite." "All right," Tang Feng responds. Although Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue are fatigued, they are not yet too weary to move. They navigate through the corpses of the zombies, occasionally extracting energy crystal cores from the bodies. In this manner, over the course of several minutes, they gather more than 300 second-tier energy crystal cores. At this point, Tang Feng and his companions also rise to join in the collection. Acquiring the meteorite is their mission, as gaining crystal cores is essential for their strength enhancement. After half an hour of gathering, they nearly complete the collection of energy crystal cores from the area. Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue focus solely on second-tier cores, while Tang Feng and his group seek both first-tier and second-tier. "Let us proceed," Ye Feng remarks to Tang Feng and the others. Subsequently, the 7 of them make their way deeper into Zishan Park. There lies a mound that once flourished with trees, offering a picturesque view. However, following the meteorite's impact, the peak of the mound has been obliterated, and half of its trees have been charred. The scene now appears desolate. As Ye Feng's group ascends the mound, they gaze upon the black meteorite nestled in the pit before them, which is not particularly large, about the size of a basketball. "Zhang Kai, Qian Yin, you two extract it," Tang Feng instructs. "Understood, Captain," they reply, immediately leaping into the meteorite pit to retrieve the celestial stone. "Thank you for your assistance," Tang Feng addresses Ye Feng. "Without you, we would never have been able to acquire this meteorite, and no need for thanks. We are merely engaged in a mutually beneficial exchange," Ye Feng replies, waving his hand dismissively. "Now that we have secured the meteorite, our mission is complete, and we shall take our leave." "Agreed," Tang Feng nods. "We will gather some additional energy crystal cores before departing." "Do as you wish," Ye Feng replies, and without a backward glance, he and Nan Gong Yue depart the area. As Tang Feng and his companions exit Zishan Park, they survey the expanse of fallen zombies. Tang Feng hesitates before stating, "Let us only collect second-tier energy crystal cores. We shall leave in half an hour. Do not stray too far." "Understood," Zhang Kai and the others eagerly affirm, swiftly scouring the ground for the bodies of second-tier zombies to gather their cores. When Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue return to the safety zone base, it is already around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Although this battle posed no life-threatening dangers, the sheer number of zombies has drained their energy significantly. Upon returning, Ye Feng quickly freshens up before lying down to rest. Ye Chen does not disturb Ye Feng and instead plays in the courtyard with Xian. After washing up, Nan Gong Yue does not seek rest but instead makes her way to Ye Feng's dormitory, quietly sitting beside him, keeping him companied. As Bai Qian passes by Ye Feng's dormitory door, she sees Nan Gong Yue through the crack and hesitates before entering. "Captain?" "Sure, what is it?" Nan Gong Yue rises to look at Bai Qian, inquiring. "Nothing much. I just saw you and wanted to have a chat," Bai Qian whispers. "Come in then," Nan Gong Yue nods. The two sit at the table by the window and engage in light conversation. "Captain, what did you and Brother Yi do today?" Bai Qian asks, curiously. "We went to slay zombies and collect energy crystal cores alongside Wei's cousin." Nan Gong Yue smiles as she responds. "I heard from my sister that Wei's cousin is a member of the National Guard," Bai Qian remarks. "Indeed," Nan Gong Yue nods. "They are here to carry out a mission." "Oh, was the mission accomplished?" Bai Qian inquires. "It was completed," Nan Gong Yue affirms, then ponders for a moment before adding, "For now, we shall remain here and not venture out until we have expended some supplies." "Does the captain mean we will also leave this place?" Bai Qian discerns the implication and asks. "Indeed," Nan Gong Yue confirms, "the defenses of this safety zone can only withstand lower-tier zombies. Once the zombies in Beiyuan City become increasingly powerful, those defenses will be ineffective. If we continue residing here, we risk total annihilation at any moment. However, if we go to the 7th city, with so many people there, won't they covet our supplies?" Bai Qian expresses her concerns. That is certainly a possibility, Nan Gong Yue replies. But as long as we unite and grow stronger, we need not fear their covetousness. When shall we depart? Bai Qian inquires further. Perhaps once you all advance to high-level second tier or initial level third tier, Nan Gong Yue considers before stating, at the very least, we will be a force to be reckoned with. Moreover, your innate abilities are promising. Remember to diligently practice your talent through meditation. Captain, my sister awakened a water-type talent, and she visualizes the ocean, or water dragons. Bai Qian shares her frustrations. Sister Qinghan awakened a wind, but I awakened a light talent. How am I to visualize this light? I can see it, yet it fails to form an image in my mind. How should I visualize it? Chapter 44. Visualizing angels, from where does the light emanate? Nan Gong Yue inquired with a smile. The sun, Bai Qian replied, momentarily taken aback. That settles it, then. Since light originates from the sun, what you awaken is light, a truly remarkable element, Nan Gong Yue continued. Bai Qian listened intently to Nan Gong Yue's analysis, a glimmer of longing reflected in her expression. By visualizing the sun, your light can bring forth illumination, nurturing the earth and fostering the growth of all living things, Nan Gong Yue elaborated. When you visualize laser light, your radiance transforms into a sword, capable of vanquishing foes. If you envision the light of the stars, your light becomes a beacon of hope. As Nan Gong Yue's words resonated, Bai Qian found herself wholly immersed in an entirely new realm of visualization. In that moment, she experienced a profound awakening, gently closing her eyes. Gradually, a luminous white glow began to envelop her. As the radiance intensified, a pair of enormous wings, wrought from light, unfurled behind her, each spanning an impressive 2. Nan Gong Yue looked on in astonishment, murmuring, "Is this the legendary angel?" Bai Qian opened her eyes, and at that moment, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful, her gaze reflecting the brilliance of countless stars, dazzling and resplendent. An air of noble sanctity enveloped her, as if she were an angel descended upon the mortal realm. Unbeknownst to Bai Qian, she instinctively reached out, and a bow composed of light materialized in her hand. As she placed her hand upon the bowstring, an arrow, also fashioned from light, emerged. Without drawing the bowstring, she merely waved her hand, dispersing both bow and arrow in an instant. The light surrounding her faded, and the magnificent wings vanished. Bai Qian returned to her former self, her expression radiant as she gazed at Nan Gong Yue. "Captain, I have succeeded. Thank you. What did you meditate upon?" Nan Gong Yue asked tentatively. "An angel," Bai Qian replied with a smile. "I envisioned an angel radiating light. When you suggested I visualize the sun and laser, I pondered whether I could visualize anything that emits light, and thus I attempted to meditate on a luminous angel." "Indeed, you have demonstrated the ability to apply knowledge creatively," Nan Gong Yue remarked with satisfaction. "I must express my gratitude for your guidance, Captain. Otherwise, I would not have achieved this understanding for quite some time," Bai Qian quickly added. "Do not be so modest," Nan Gong Yue replied. "At this point, I fear I may not even be your equal." "How can that be?" "In my heart, Captain, you have always been the most formidable," Bai Qian countered, waving her hand dismissively. "Currently, I may only possess a slightly higher level than you, yet in a real confrontation, I might not prevail against you," Nan Gong Yue chuckled. "Do not underestimate yourself." "Oh," Bai Qian began to respond, but was cut off by Nan Gong Yue, leaving her with nothing. After a moment, he sat up and asked, "What are you doing in my room?" "I found this place quite tranquil, so I decided to chat with Bai Qian," Nan Gong Yue replied, casting a casual smile at Ye Feng. "All right then," Ye Feng said, somewhat exasperated. "It was indeed quiet while I was asleep. Do you not snore while you sleep?" Nan Gong Yue inquired further. "Isn't it preferable not to snore?" Ye Feng retorted. "Indeed," Nan Gong Yue replied with a grin. "I had thought you might snore. I was actually looking forward to hearing it." "Fine," Ye Feng said, rolling his eyes. "Where's Chun Chun?" "Playing in the yard with Xian Xian," Nan Gong Yue informed him. "Apologies for disturbing your rest, Yi Gu," Bai Qian said softly. "It's nothing. I just need a moment to rest," Ye Feng replied with a smile, indicating he was untroubled. "What are your plans for tomorrow?" Nan Gong Yue asked. "I intend to go to Fengting Mountain," Ye Feng replied. "It's rather perilous. I should go alone." "I'll accompany you along with Bai Qian," Nan Gong Yue insisted. It will also provide me an opportunity to test my newfound abilities. Moreover, Bai Qian's talent is formidable as well. Is that so? Ye Feng turned to Bai Qian, asking, could I see your abilities? Certainly, Bai Qian responded, and in an instant, her form shimmered with white light, as if she donned a suit of gleaming armor. The trailing glow behind her resembled a flowing cape, and the magnificent white wings, each 2 in size, unfurled, elevating her aura to one of divine sanctity. Her eyes sparkled like radiant stars, captivating all who beheld her. She lifted her left hand, and with a gentle grasp, a 3-foot-long white bow materialized in her palm. Extending her right hand, she drew back, and an arrow appeared upon the bowstring, exuding a fierce energy. What do you think? Bai Qian asked, her ethereal voice resonating. Very impressive, Ye Feng nodded, taken aback by the sheer potency of Bai Qian's abilities. Not only was the power of her arrow formidable, but even this transformation alone was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. This state of mind cannot be sustained for long. At most, it lasts 10 minutes, Bai Qian explained, returning to her original form. That is already quite remarkable, Ye Feng remarked. As your strength continues to grow, the energy you harbor will allow you to maintain that angelic state for increasingly longer durations. Indeed, Bai Qian acknowledged. Then, you both shall accompany me tomorrow, Ye Feng declared playfully. However, any spoils we acquire shall remain mine. Oh, is it merely yours because you say so? Nan Gong Yue scoffed. What if I insist on claiming it? In that case, Ye Feng replied, I shall gift it to you. Now that is more agreeable, Nan Gong Yue said with a satisfied smile, eliciting a gentle laugh from Bai Qian beside her. As night descended, Tang Feng and his companions returned once more, with Lu Weiwei welcoming his cousin. Their visit was a farewell to Lu Weiwei, as they would set off for the 7th city early the following morning. Have you chosen your route? Lu Weiwei inquired. We'll take the airport highway to the west. This is the same route we, the National Guard, previously traversed, and they have cleared most of the zombies from that path, Tang Feng nodded and explained. Thus, even if we encounter zombies, there should not be many. Very well, Lu Weiwei nodded, handing Tang Feng a backpack filled with provisions. I requested this from our captain. You will need sustenance on your journey, so take it. Chapter 45, Journey to Wine Pavilion Mountain, let us go. Tang Feng hesitated for a moment, then accepted the situation. Once you arrive at the 7th city, do remember to seek me out? All right, Lu Weiwei replied. After Tang Feng and his companions departed, Lu Weiwei stood there, lost in thought, seemingly pondering something. Nan Gong Yue approached her and inquired, your cousin has already left. Why are you still standing here? Sigh. Lu Weiwei let out. The following day, after Ye Feng had breakfast and played with Ye Chen for a while, he set off with Nan Gong Yue and Bai Qian, heading towards the Wind Pavilion Mountain Nature Reserve. The Wind Pavilion Mountain Nature Reserve is located southwest of Beiyuan City, approximately several miles from the urban area. Departing from the safe zone, it takes about 20 minutes by car. Ye Feng drove, with Nan Gong Yue seated in the front passenger seat and Bai Qian quietly sitting in the back. Once they exited the northern gate, the vehicle turned onto Fenghua Road. After a short distance, Ye Feng took a southward turn, continuing until they reached Zhongyi Road, from where they headed westward. This route was chosen because the neighborhoods near the safe zone were devoid of zombies, making it easier for them to arrive at the Wind Pavilion Mountain Nature Reserve in a shorter time. After passing Zhongyi Lake along Zhongyi Road, they had finally left the city. This area was originally developed as a new district, and there were hardly any zombies or vehicles on the road, allowing them to drive without fear of being besieged. It's such a pity that the crops along this, although the greenery was lush, it was all just grass. The outbreak had coincided with the wheat harvest season. The crops, though ripe, were left unharvested due to the apocalypse, and over time, they fell to the ground. With the rain, the fallen wheat began to take root and sprout anew. There's no point in lamenting, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. In a world like this, who still has the heart to harvest? As long as we aren't eaten by zombies, we can consider ourselves fortunate. The outcome is that we weren't consumed by zombies, yet we may perish from hunger, Nan Gong Yue said wistfully. There's nothing we can do. The world has reached this state, so try not to dwell on it too much, Ye Feng remarked, casting a glance at Nan Gong Yue. I understand, she nodded. Now, I'm just focused on how to make it through each day. That's a good mindset, Ye Feng responded. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the Wind Pavilion Mountain Nature Reserve. Ye Feng stepped out of the car and surveyed the surroundings. Though only 2 to 3 months had passed, the place appeared remarkably dilapidated, as if it had been abandoned for years. Why does this place look so run down? Nan Gong Yue asked as she joined Ye Feng. I'm not sure, Ye Feng shook his head. Perhaps it has to do with the local climate. The corrosion is severe. Where is that meteorite located? Nan Gong Yue inquired. I'm not exactly certain. I only know it's somewhere within this reserve. Let us head in and search, Ye Feng suggested as he walked toward the Wind Pavilion Mountain Nature Reserve, with Nan Gong Yue and Beiyuan Chen following closely behind. Perhaps due to the low number of visitors in recent times, they encountered few zombies, though they did come across quite a few mutated beasts. Although these were merely first-level mutated creatures, they were significantly stronger than ordinary first-level zombies. These mutated beasts are quite troublesome. If we didn't have overwhelming strength to suppress them, it would be difficult to deal with these creatures, Nan Gong Yue remarked. Mutated beasts are more agile than zombies, and their physical strength surpasses that of humans. Thus, once they evolve into mutated beasts, their power naturally exceeds that of ordinary zombies, Ye Feng speculated after a moment of thought. Suddenly recalling something, he added, yesterday, at Zishan Park, there was a considerable number of zombies gathered around that meteorite. If there is a meteorite here, it should also attract a large number of mutated beasts. If that is the case, then wherever there are many mutated beasts, the meteorite should be nearby, Nan Gong Yue concluded. Exactly, Ye Feng nodded, glancing around. Let us head over to that hilltop. After traversing a patch of woodland, they climbed to the hilltop. Although it was referred to as a mountain, it was only about 60 to 70 meters high, making it one of the taller peaks in the Wind Pavilion Mountain Nature Reserve. Standing there, Ye Feng observed the surroundings and suddenly noticed a considerable number of mutated beasts gathered at the edge of a distant area, with none venturing further inside, which seemed quite abnormal. Something appears off over there, Nan Gong Yue observed, her expression puzzled. It seems there is something fearsome lurking in that vicinity, Ye Feng speculated after a moment of contemplation. If my instincts are correct, that meteorite should be there. I have a similar feeling, Nan Gong Yue agreed. The three of them descended the hill and made their way toward the location. The distance was not too far, about 500 to 600 meters, and within 10 minutes, after battling a few mutated beasts along the way, they arrived at their destination. Nan Gong Yue's whirlwind technique proved to be quite formidable. She could simultaneously conjure 2 tornadoes, each standing 20 to 30 meters tall, with immense destructive power, leaving a trail of devastation in their wake. Beiyuan Chen's angelic transformation was equally impressive. As she raised her left hand, a bow of light materialized. Upon drawing the string, a single arrow of light appeared, and as it soared forth, it instantaneously multiplied into hundreds, creating a rain of arrows. The onslaught against the mutated beasts resembled a sweeping tide, where a single barrage could fell dozens of them, a display of power that even Nan Gong Yue found humbling. Chapter 46. The swarm emerges. Ye Feng did not employ the power of lightning. Since entering the scenic area of Fengting Mountain, he had consistently relied on his twin blades for combat. The three of them broke through the encirclement of mutated beasts and ventured into an area that appeared exceedingly peculiar. Just as Nan Gong Yue was about to speak, a dark mass of mutated insects suddenly appeared on the ground not far away, rapidly crawling towards them. Ah, what is that? Nan Gong Yue exclaimed, a chill running down her spine. It was not that she was particularly afraid of these insects, but rather that they made her feel profoundly uncomfortable. Beiyuan Chen, however, remained unfazed, calmly observing the malevolent swarm. I can handle them alone. I'm fine, Brother Yi. I will accompany you, Beiyuan Chen replied. Shaking her head, in the next moment, her form shimmered, transforming into that of an angel, a radiant bow of light clasped in her hands. Nan Gong Yue, however, could hardly conceal her discomfort and hurriedly positioned herself behind Ye Feng, not daring to glance at the approaching mutated insects. As the insects drew within 10 meters of them, Ye Feng's hands surged with lightning, forming a vast net of electricity that enveloped the swarm. In an instant, the area before them, spanning hundreds of square meters, was engulfed in electric energy, followed by a cacophony of piercing insect cries. Beiyuan hovered in midair, her wings gently fluttering as she drew back her bowstring, unleashing arrows of light towards the distant swarm, firing 3 successive shots. In an instant, a barrage of luminous arrows rained down upon the densely packed insects, decimating more than half of them, leaving only a small fraction still crawling. Ye Feng unleashed another wave of lightning, annihilating the remaining mutated insects entirely. Thus, the trio continued their advance while hunting down the mutated insects. Ye Feng and Beiyuan remained composed, but Nan Gong Yue was struggling. The ground was littered with the carcasses of the insects, and she inadvertently stepped on one, intensifying her sense of revulsion. Ye Feng urged her to find a safe place to wait for him and Beiyuan, but she insisted on staying by their side, leading to her continuous screams echoing through the air. "Captain, all these insects are dead. What is there to fear?" Beiyuan remarked, attempting to stifle a laugh at Nan Gong Yue's reaction. I'm not afraid of the insects. I just feel nauseated," Nan Gong Yue replied, her gaze fixated on the ground. "Just look at them. It is truly revolting." "All right," Beiyuan responded, exasperated. Ye Feng sighed, "Next time, I won't bring you along." "I had no idea there would be mutated insects here," Nan Gong Yue retorted, sounding somewhat aggrieved. "If I had known, I would never have come. If one day our homeland is besieged by these mutated insects, what will you do?" Ye Feng asked, his expression turning serious as he looked. She understood that simply feeling queasy would not allow her to evade the mutated insects. She might encounter even more in the future. If she continued to flee in fear, she would ultimately perish due to her own cowardice. "I will find a way to overcome this sense of revulsion," she finally said, exhaling deeply. "How will you do that?" Ye Feng inquired. He asked, sensing that they might soon encounter a mother insect. If Nan Gong Yue was not mentally prepared, she might faint at the mere sight of it. "Isn't it often said that familiarity breeds indifference?" Nan Gong Yue pondered. "I will force myself to accept the appearance of these insects and numb myself to it." "That approach won't suffice." Ye Feng picked up the corpse of a mutated insect. "Look at it and see how long you can endure." As Ye Feng lifted the insect's carcass, Nan Gong Yue flinched, instinctively wanting to turn away, but his words compelled her to stare at the grotesque creature before her. Within 3 seconds, she shut her eyes, though she did not step back or turn around. After a brief pause, she reopened her eyes, forcing herself to gaze at the insect's remains. This time, she gritted her teeth and withstood the discomfort for a full 10 seconds before closing her eyes once more. "Enough," Ye Feng said, casually discarding the insect's body as he and Beiyuan resumed their hunt for the remaining mutated insects. Standing alone, Nan Gong Yue felt inundated with images of insects in her mind. She compelled herself to look, trembling all over, even crouching down to touch the corpse of one. However, her hand hesitated midway, retracting as she took deep breaths to dispel her inner revulsion, reassuring herself that she could conquer this fear. Suddenly, blades of wind erupted from her hands, and in a matter of moments, 2 tornadoes formed around her, swiftly obliterating the insect corpses nearby with their slicing winds. "Since I cannot completely overcome this revulsion, I shall simply make these insects vanish," Nan Gong Yue murmured to herself, emanating an unprecedented air of regal authority. In that moment, she appeared as the Queen of the Winds. Ye Feng sensed a change and turned to glance at her. Upon witnessing her presence amidst the swirling winds, he felt that she was not the same as before. Something had shifted within her. As Ye Feng and Beiyuan continued to eradicate the nearby mutated insects, Nan Gong Yue approached with a serene demeanor. "You seem different," Ye Feng remarked, studying her. "Do I?" Nan Gong Yue replied with a gentle smile. "Captain, you no longer fear these insects," Beiyuan noted. "I have come to a realization. Since I cannot entirely rid myself of this revulsion, I will eliminate what causes it," Nan Gong Yue said with a serene smile, her queenly essence unmistakable. "Captain, I sense a regal aura emanating from you," Beiyuan remarked, astonished. "Is that so?" "It seems I truly possess the demeanor of a queen," Nan Gong Yue laughed, her spirit uplifted. Chapter 47. The matriarch. The trio arrived at the brink of a colossal pit, measuring several dozen meters across, resembling a miniature crater. At the center of this abyss lay a meteorite, approximately 2 feet in diameter, its color a deep, dark greenish-black. Although months had passed, the soil surrounding it remained charred and devoid of any verdant growth. On one side of the pit, a wormhole, towering over a person, emitted a continuous stream of mutated larvae that surged towards Ye Feng and his companions. We currently have two options, Ye Feng proposed. One is to completely eradicate these larvae first, and then retrieve the meteorite. The other is to take the meteorite now and leave. Isn't the second option more advantageous? Why suggest the first? Nan Gong Yue inquired. Because once we take the meteorite, those larvae might become relentless in their pursuit, potentially following us into the safe zone, Ye Feng explained. Oh, in that case, let us exterminate these larvae first, Nan Gong Yue responded hastily upon hearing this. With a casual wave of his hand, Ye Feng unleashed arcs of electricity, obliterating a wave of approaching mutated larvae. That wormhole isn't particularly large, so I believe I can manage alone. You two should wait for me outside. Absolutely not. We should all enter together. Nan Gong Yue shook her head firmly in opposition. She understood Ye Feng's concern for her, but she too was worried about him. Are you not afraid? Ye Feng asked, casting a glance her way. Humph, I'm not afraid at all now, Nan Gong Yue retorted dismissively. Beiyuan, observing from the side, smiled lightly, seemingly amused by the banter between Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue. Very well, let us proceed. Ye Feng concluded without further ado. Stepping forward, as he waved his hand, bolts of lightning flashed, striking down the oncoming mutated larvae with blinding brilliance. Before long, they stood before the wormhole. After a tremendous flash of lightning from Ye Feng, the wormhole, originally just over a person's height, expanded significantly, with numerous larval corpses tumbling into its depths. Ye Feng quickly consumed a second-tier energy crystal, glancing back at Nan Gong Yue. You stay in the middle, Beiyuan behind you, to guard against any unforeseen mutated creatures from behind. Understood, Brother Yi, Beiyuan replied. Ye Feng entered the wormhole, which sloped steeply downward. Fortunately, he slid down effortlessly. Throughout his descent, arcs of electricity danced around his hands, ensuring that any larvae that ventured too close would be electrocuted instantly. The wormhole was not particularly long, merely a dozen meters or so. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a vast larval nest. Illuminated by the lightning in Ye Feng's grasp, the chamber was spacious, spanning a radius of 50 to 60 meters. At the farthest recess lay a colossal black larva, nearly undetectable in the dim light. This massive creature was the matriarch of the mutated larvae, towering at 3 meters and extending about 10 meters in length. Its pair of compound eyes glowed with a sinister crimson light, while its 6 legs appeared to have atrophied, rendering them too small to support its weight, let alone facilitate movement. After Ye Feng dispatched another wave of mutated larvae, Nan Gong Yue descended into the chamber. It's so dark in here? She asked, glancing around. Aside from the multitude of larvae scattered about, she had yet to notice the matriarch in the depths of the nest. Just then, Beiyuan entered, transforming into her angelic form, bathing the cavern in a radiant white light. Grasping her bow of light, she regarded the matriarch with a serious expression. Brother Yi, why is that larva so enormous? Beiyuan's words caught Nan Gong Yue's attention, prompting her to turn and look. Her expression shifted dramatically, nearly causing her to faint. The creature was so immense that it threatened to shatter her burgeoning queenly resolve. Fortunately, she quickly closed her eyes, took a moment to compose herself, and then reopened them to gaze once more. That must be the matriarch of these mutated larvae, Ye Feng remarked. We should eliminate the remaining larvae here before slaying this matriarch. Agreed. Both Beiyuan and Nan Gong Yue concurred, immediately engaging in battle against the onslaught of mutated larvae. However, after 10 minutes of relentless combat, they had slain thousands of larvae, yet the numbers showed no signs of diminishing. Ye Feng pondered for a moment and soon realized something was amiss. Indeed, he observed a continuous stream of larvae emerging from behind the matriarch. If this persisted, they would exhaust themselves long before they could finish off the mutated creatures. Therefore, in order to swiftly resolve the predicament, they needed to eliminate the matriarch directly. With this thought in mind, Ye Feng glanced at Nan Gong Yue and Beiyuan, stating, I will take care of the matriarch. You two stay here and be cautious. Without waiting for a response, He unleashed torrents of electricity from his hands and charged towards the matriarch. Sensing the urgency, Nan Gong Yue and Beiyuan did not attempt to stop him. Ye Feng quickly reached the matriarch, taking a deep breath as he maximized the electrical energy in his hands. Unsure of the matriarch's strength, he prepared to strike with all his might. As he brought his hands together, a colossal sword of lightning, measuring over 10 meters in length, materialized before him. Suddenly, the matriarch emitted a piercing shriek that pierced the hearts of Ye Feng and his companions. In an instant, all three felt a splitting pain in their heads, as if their very skulls were about to shatter. Enduring the excruciating agony, Ye Feng fought to regain clarity. He realized that if the creature continued its wailing, they would soon succumb to unconsciousness, becoming mere prey for the mutated larvae. Thus, he swiftly brought down the lightning sword with a thunderous crash. The shriek abruptly ceased, and the matriarch was cleaved in two by his strike. With the matriarch's demise, the remaining mutated larvae fell lifeless. Phew, that was truly perilous. Had I been even Just as Ye Feng was preparing to depart, something caught his eye. He withdrew a Tang Dao and approached the matriarch's corpse, using the blade's tip to extract a multicolored crystal from the center of its head, roughly the size of a grapefruit. Holding the crystal in his hand, he felt a surge of astonishment. This multicolored gem was also an energy crystal, yet it contained an immense reservoir of energy, far exceeding that of the second-tier energy crystal. Chapter 48. A Close Call with Interception. What is this? Nan Gong Yue inquired as she and Beiyuan approached Ye Feng. An energy crystal core, Ye Feng responded with palpable excitement, and it's multicolored. Indeed. Nan Gong Yue exclaimed, holding it in her hands to feel its energy. I want this. You can have that broken stone. All right, Ye Feng chuckled, as he had intended to gift it to Nan Gong Yue all along. This place feels rather oppressive. Let us step outside, Ye Feng suggested. The trio had glided in, but exiting required a painstaking crawl. However, upon reaching the cave's mouth, they suddenly overheard voices from outside. Ye Feng's instincts kicked in, urging him to hasten. With a swift motion, he leaped from the wormhole, followed closely by Nan Gong Yue and Beiyuan. Upon emerging, they witnessed 6 men clad in camouflage military uniforms swiftly hauling the meteorite towards the pit's edge. Who are you? Ye Feng demanded as he surged forward, blocking their path. We hope you can understand and allow us to take it, the leader said with a forced smile, aware of the questionable ethics of their actions yet feeling compelled to proceed for the sake of the meteorite. Rest assured, we will compensate you. Feel free to express your desires. Do not attempt to placate me. Relinquish the meteorite, and I will pretend today's events never occurred. Ye Feng's demeanor turned icy as he began to gather lightning in his hands. Otherwise, you shall perish here today. The leader, sensing Ye Feng's formidable presence, reluctantly ordered his men to set the meteorite down, fully aware of the trio's prowess, thus refraining from any hostile actions. Very well, I hope you do not come to regret this. With that, the 6 men departed. Ye Feng cast a glance at them before approaching the meteorite, lifting it with ease despite its considerable weight of several hundred pounds, as his physical strength had grown immensely. These men are truly despicable. Ye Feng placed the meteorite in the trunk of his vehicle before the trio drove away. Shortly after their departure, the previously unseen 6 emerged from a nearby building. Captain, the meteorite has been taken by them. What shall we do now? Inquired a burly man. What else can we do? The captain sighed. We cannot fight them, let alone steal it. Our mission has failed. Let us pack up and return to the 7th city. Understood, the others replied, though their hearts were heavy with dissatisfaction, but they recognized. Otherwise, how could they be so formidable? The captain speculated. Are you referring to the one from Zishan Park? The bespectacled man asked. Perhaps, the captain replied, shaking his head, clearly uninterested in further discussion. Let us not dwell on this. We need to leave and strive to return to the 7th city before sunset. Yes, the others echoed, ceasing their discussions. By the time Ye Feng and his companions returned to the base, it was already noon. As he lifted the meteorite from the trunk, it drew the attention of others around them. What is this? It looks quite heavy. Zhao Tuo approached, curiosity evident in his voice. A meteorite, Ye Feng replied nonchalantly, brought from the mountains. With that, he carried the meteorite into the dormitory, retreating to his room, unwilling to share such a treasure with anyone. Nan Gong Yue understood his sentiment and briefly recounted their day's experiences to Yang Hui before heading back to her dormitory. Bai Shui, pulling Bai Chen aside, asked with concern, "I heard you went on a mission with Ye Feng and the captain this morning. What was the task? Was it dangerous?" "It was fine. Really, I just went to collect energy crystal cores," Bai Chen replied with a gentle smile, recounting their adventure, albeit without excessive detail, leaving Bai Shui feeling a chill run down her spine. She shot Bai Chen a stern look. "Do not engage in such risky endeavors again. It's far too dangerous." "It wasn't that perilous. Brother Yi is incredibly capable. Defeating that giant monster all— "Show me!" Bai Shui exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. "This place is too conspicuous. Let us return to our room and I will demonstrate," Bai Chen whispered, glancing around at the busy individuals. "What kind of talent is it that you keep so secretive?" Bai Shui teased, yet she followed Bai Chen into the dormitory. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghan, feeling bored, was playing with Lin Xian, along with Mi Xian and Ye Chen. "Auntie, I'm hungry," Ye Chen called out to Luo Qinghan. "I want chocolate. Can I have some?" "Mom, I want chocolate too." Mi Xian chimed in eagerly. "All right, come along. Auntie will take you to enjoy some delicious treats," Luo Qinghan said, picking up Ye Chen as she, along with Lin Xian and her daughter, headed towards the dining hall. Chapter 49. Innocent words. Ye Feng returned to his dormitory, cradling the meteorite, and once inside, he closed the door, placing the stone beside the window. He intended to split it open in the afternoon to discover its hidden secrets. As he stepped out, Nan Gong Yue emerged from her room. "I thought you would crack open that meteorite right away," she remarked. "There's no rush. Let's wait until after we eat," Ye Feng replied with a smile. "I haven't seen Chen Chen all morning and wonder if he misses me. Did you not notice?" When we returned, Qinghan and Lin Xian were engrossed in play with the little ones, completely oblivious to your arrival. Nan Gong Yue chuckled. "Really?" Ye Feng asked, somewhat surprised. "Have we— I've only gained a little more," Ye Feng replied, somewhat exasperated. "Look at Bai Chen. She may not have grasped it before, but once she did, she awakened such a formidable angelic transformation skill." Nan Gong Yue said, a hint of envy in her voice. "Then you could try the wind god transformation as well," Ye Feng suggested casually. "Who knows, you might suddenly become the queen of the winds." "That's a splendid idea. I shall give it a try later," Nan Gong Yue agreed, then added, "I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" Ye Feng inquired. "I think we should also talk to Yang Hui and the others about our innate abilities, especially since there are so few of us left in the base," Nan Gong Yue suggested. "If everyone's strength increases, we will be better equipped to survive." "Do as you see fit," Ye Feng replied after a moment of contemplation. "Then when I have time, I will speak with Yang Hui," Nan Gong Yue said. The two then proceeded to the cafeteria, where Luo Qinghan and Lin Xian were already sharing a meal with Ye Chen and Mi Xian. After retrieving some food, Nan Gong Yue and Ye Feng joined them at the table. "Daddy, when did you come back?" "I didn't see you," Ye Chen asked, his mouth full of chocolate. "Your eyes are only for the adorable little friends and the lovely aunts. How could you possibly notice when Daddy returns?" Ye Feng said playfully, feigning a hint of jealousy. No. Ye Chen quickly waved his hands. "I was waiting for you, but I couldn't find you, so I started playing with Xian and the auntie. Daddy knows." "I was just teasing you. Now, hurry and eat," Ye Feng said, affectionately ruffling Ye Chen's hair. "Sigh, you're still just a child. Here, Auntie has a piece of candy for you," Nan Gong Yue said, deliberately sighing as she produced a piece of candy and offered it to Ye Feng. "Quick, thank Auntie," Ye Feng prompted, not taking the candy himself. "Daddy, the auntie is giving it to you," Ye Chen said with wide, innocent eyes. "But why does she say you are a child too?" "Perhaps it is because Daddy enjoys playing just like Chen Chen," Ye Feng replied, accepting the candy from Nan Gong Yue and playfully teasing Ye Chen. "Does Daddy also enjoy watching Xian and the beautiful aunties?" Ye Chen tilted his head and asked. Ye Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Truly, children have no filter and say whatever comes to mind. His words elicited laughter from Nan Gong Yue. Luo Qinghan, and the others, with Nan Gong Yue particularly gleeful, looking at Ye Feng with a smirk. Is that so? Children's admiration for beautiful aunties and charming little friends is simply innocent appreciation. However, as an adult, if Ye Feng were to feel the same way as Ye Chen suggested, it would indeed border on inappropriate. Ahem, Ye Feng coughed awkwardly. Daddy is an adult now. Does that mean Daddy no longer likes Xian and the pretty Annies? Ye Chen's next question nearly left Ye Feng speechless. That's not what Daddy meant, Ye Feng stammered, feeling increasingly embarrassed as Nan Gong Yue laughed uncontrollably. He shot her a sharp glare before explaining, Daddy enjoys playing too, but his interests lie in guns, combat, and such, which is quite different from what Chen enjoys. Oh, I see. Ye Chen nodded in apparent understanding. But I still hope Daddy likes Xian and the beautiful Annies because they are truly wonderful. Ye Feng was completely at a loss for words and hastily picked up a small piece of bread, saying, Here, eat this, and let us not talk anymore. As they say, one should not speak while eating. Okay, Daddy, Ye Chen replied, accepting the bread and diligently munching away. Ha, I'm dying of laughter. Nan Gong Yue finally stopped laughing, wiping away tears of mirth. Has our little Chen always been this adorable? How did I not notice before? He has always been like this. Ye Feng shook his head. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghan and Lin Xian had also stifled their laughter and resumed eating. Daddy, may I speak now? Ye Chen seemed eager to share something, swallowing his food before asking. No, first eat your meal, and we can talk after, Ye Feng insisted. Go ahead. It's fine, Da. We love hearing Chen talk. Nan Gong Yue encouraged, playfully poking Ye Chen. But remember, you cannot speak with food in your mouth, okay? Ye Chen nodded and earnestly finished the piece of bread in his hand, then looked at Ye Feng. Daddy, I'm done. Here, have some more. Ye Feng offered another piece to Ye Chen. I'm full. Ye Chen shook his head. Then say whatever you wish, Ye Feng conceded helplessly. Daddy, I have a secret to tell you. Ye Chen leaned closer, lowering his voice with excitement. What secret? Ye Feng asked casually, glancing at him. I saw Mommy, Ye Chen proclaimed. In your dreams? Ye Feng was momentarily taken aback and inquired further. No, she was right by the gate of our yard, Ye Chen exclaimed joyfully. The aunties saw her too. Really? Luo Qinghan nodded and turned to Ye Feng. Earlier this morning, a few survivors passed by the entrance of our yard, and Chen insisted that one of the women was his mother. Chapter 50. Dusty memories. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression grew grave, and he fell silent, slowly consuming his food. Nan Gong Yue sensed that something was amiss with Ye Feng. She distinctly recalled him mentioning that Ye Chen's mother had passed away when he was merely 3 years old. How could she suddenly reappear? Moreover, Ye Feng's demeanor suggested there was more to this story. Is it truly Chen's mother? Nan Gong Yue pondered for a moment before asking. No. Ye Feng shook his head. Let us return to the house for a nap. You all continue eating. We shall leave first. Ye Feng greeted a few people before departing with Ye Chen. Nan Gong Yue watched Ye Feng's retreating figure, her heart laden with concern. She could sense that Ye Feng harbored a story within him. Shortly after returning to the dormitory, Ye Chen fell soundly asleep. Ye Feng sat alone by the window, a bottle of drink resting on the table before him as he gazed outside, occasionally taking a sip. Nan Gong Yue did not knock, but gently pushed the door open, ensuring it was closed behind her, and took a seat directly opposite Ye Feng. May I have a bottle as well? Without uttering a word, Ye Feng retrieved a bottle of milk tea from his space, twisted off the cap, and handed it to her. Nan Gong Yue took a couple of sips before asking, what truly transpired between you? How should I put it? Ye Feng contemplated for a moment, then replied, Ye Chen's mother, named Luo Yi, was the legitimate daughter of the prestigious Luo family in Beiyuan City. I saved her life during a traffic accident. To express her gratitude, she invited me to dine with her family. However, her relatives believed I was merely attempting to ascend the social ladder through her, dismissing me with a sum of money to go away. In my youthful arrogance, I confronted them angrily and, in front of everyone, scattered the money they offered. I then left the Luo residence. Yet, Luo Yi felt indebted to me and sought me out several times afterward to show her appreciation. As we gradually spent more time together, our relationship grew amicable. Eventually, Luo Yi expressed deep dissatisfaction with the marriage her family had arranged for her. One day, she came to find me, asking to drink together. I acquiesced, and as we drank and conversed, She confided all her troubles to me. In the end, she wept bitterly, pouring out the grievances she had endured over the years within the Luo family. That night, we drank late into the evening, and both of us became inebriated. Thus, we ended up spending the night together. From that day onward, Luo Yi ceased to appear and made no further contact. Until a month and a half later, she suddenly came to me, revealing she was pregnant and wished to keep the child. We then married. At our wedding, only her parents and her younger sister, Luo Shui, were present. Those few were the witnesses to our union. After our marriage, Luo Yi severed ties with the Luo family, and until her passing, none from her family, including her parents and sister, ever came forth. So, you harbor resentment towards them, do you not? Nan Gong Yue sighed, inquired. Not exactly hatred, Ye Feng shook his head. I merely feel as though I ruined Luo Yi's life. Had I not entered her life, she would not have distanced herself from the Luo family, nor would she have suffered lingering ailments after giving birth to Ye Chen. Such circumstances also precipitated her family illness, leading to her eventual demise. May I ask, did she ever express regret about meeting you? Nan Gong Yue questioned. Never. Ye Feng glanced at Nan Gong Yue and shook his head. Then let me ask you, did she ever harbor hatred towards you? Nan Gong Yue pressed on. Ye Feng continued to shake his head. Thus, you should not be so hard on yourself. Had you not appeared, Luo Yi may have perished long ago. Nan Gong Yue reached for Ye Feng's hand, offering comfort. I understand your feelings. I can empathize with you. Focus on Chen. That is what matters. Ye Feng glanced at the still sleeping Ye Chen, a gentle warmth illuminating his eyes. After Luo Yi's passing, I told Chen, Mother has not truly left. She has merely transformed into an unseen shadow, always accompanying you. If you wish to see her, just think of her as you drift to sleep, and you shall encounter her in your dreams. Nan Gong Yue gazed deeply at Ye Feng, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. Let us not dwell on the past. Ye Feng exhaled softly, speaking neutrally. In a moment, accompany me outside. Let us see if we can locate Luo Shui, as she is, after all, Chen's aunt. All right. Nan Gong Yue grasped Ye Feng's hand tightly. Ye Feng felt the reliance and fear emanating from Nan Gong Yue, so he simply smiled at her, allowing her to hold on. The two sat in tranquil silence, exchanging no words, yet silently gazing at one another, occasionally breaking into smiles as if time itself were a gentle serenade of their shared memories. An hour later, upon awakening, Ye Chen found himself in the company of Luo Qinghan and Bai Qian. Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue had already departed from the base, strolling leisurely through the streets of the safe zone, hoping to catch a glimpse of Luo Shui. After wandering aimlessly for over an hour, just as Ye Feng and his companion were preparing to return to the base, they stumbled upon a small alley not far from their base, where they observed a heated altercation involving 5 to 6 individuals, 3 men and 2 women. As Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue stepped into the alley, the group noticed their presence. Luo Shui. Ye Feng called out softly, recognizing the familiar yet strange face. Sister, brother-in-law? Luo Shui gazed at Ye Feng incredulously, instinctively calling out. Luo Shui, do you know them? One of the blond men glanced at Ye Feng, his expression wary. Suddenly recalling something, Luo Shui seized the hand of a young woman beside her and dashed towards Ye Feng, taking refuge behind him. Brother-in-law, they wish to harm me and Qing. I say, who are you guys? The blond man, hands tucked into his pockets, regarded Ye Feng with a dismissive sneer. If you don't want to die, you better scram now. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. As his words fell, the other 2 individuals adopted equally menacing expressions, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Yet, who was Ye Feng? How could he be intimidated by these 3 ruffians? He regarded the trio with indifference, calmly stating, if you don't want to die, you should leave now. Chapter 51. Chen's aunt. Do you think I am easily intimidated? Huang Mao retorted angrily, immediately seizing a brick from the roadside and hurling it towards Ye Feng's head. However, before he could approach, Nan Gong Yue sprang into action, delivering a swift series of 3 kicks that sent the 3 assailants flying several meters away, where they landed with cries of pain. Let us go, Ye Feng said, turning to look at Luo Shui and Qing. Our base is just over there. Brother-in-law. Luo Shui glanced at Ye Feng, hesitating to continue. What troubles you? Ye Feng inquired. I'm sorry, Luo Shui finally managed to utter after a prolonged silence. Why do you apologize to me? Ye Feng asked again. It's about my sister, Luo Shui began, but was interrupted by Ye Feng, who insisted, let us return to the base first. With that, he and Nan Gong Yue made their way towards the base, while Luo Shui and Qing exchanged glances before following suit. You and I have been best friends for years. How was I unaware that you had a brother-in-law? Qing asked, her voice laced with disbelief as she gazed at Ye Feng's retreating figure. He is indeed my brother-in-law. Does he not appear quite formidable? Luo Shui whispered, stealing a glance at Ye Feng. Which sister do you refer to? Qing pressed further. My biological sister, Luo Shui sighed. Please, let us not dwell on this matter. Noticing Luo Shui's demeanor, Qing seemed to grasp some underlying tension and chose not to pursue the topic any further. Upon entering the courtyard of the base, Luo Shui and Qing exchanged astonished looks. Brother-in-law, we visited here this morning, but seeing so many people, we hesitated to enter, Luo Shui explained to Ye Feng. Do you know why I was aware of your presence here? Ye Feng asked Luo Shui. Why? She pondered, realizing that Ye Feng seemed to have specifically come to find her. It was because you visited this morning and Chen spotted you, which is how I knew you were in the vicinity, Ye Feng clarified. Chen? Luo Shui was momentarily taken aback. You mean my nephew? Indeed, Ye Feng nodded. Where is he? Luo Shui inquired anxiously. Over there, Ye Feng pointed to Ye Chen, who was playing with Xian. I have a nephew now, she exclaimed, rushing towards Ye Chen. Chen. Luo Shui called out before she even reached him. Ye Chen looked up at Luo Shui and instantly beamed. Mommy, is that really you? Ah. Luo Shui was taken aback, quickly realizing that the little one mistook her for Luo Yi. Although they were not identical twins, they bore a striking resemblance. Chen, I am not your mommy. I am your aunt, Luo Shui said with a smile. Aunt? Ye Chen tilted his head in thought. But why do you look so much like my mommy? Because I am your mommy's sister, which is why we resemble each other, Luo Shui explained. Then why have I never seen you before? Ye Chen asked again. This profound question left Luo Shui momentarily speechless as she looked at Ye Chen, unsure how to respond. Has Chen forgotten? Ye Feng interjected, crouching down in front of Ye Chen. When you were very small, your aunt came to visit you. Oh, perhaps I just forgot, Ye Chen said, his expression shifting to one of realization. After a brief reunion, Ye Feng and Luo Shui found themselves seated alone in the cafeteria, engaging in conversation. What transpired earlier? Why were you and Qing arguing with those three individuals? Ye Feng inquired. They are from a nearby base and wanted me and Qing to join them. However, we sensed they were not good people, so we declined, which led to the altercation, Luo Shui explained. Fortunately, brother-in-law, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, they would have likely— Why did you not align with them? Ye Feng continued. What nonsense about being a prestigious clan, Luo Shui replied with a self-deprecating smile. When the apocalypse struck, all identities, wealth, and power became mere illusions, vanishing in an instant. I was not at the Luo family at the time. I was with my best friend Qing. Otherwise, I might have perished in that hell on earth. What are your plans now? Ye Feng asked. I wish to stay here. Is that permissible, brother-in-law? Luo Shui asked timidly. Staying is not an issue, Ye Feng replied. However, we have our own regulations here. If you truly wish to remain, you must abide by our rules. What rules? Luo Shui asked anxiously. Nothing inhumane, so you need not worry, Nan Gong Yue reassured her, noting Luo Shui's anxious expression. Here, you must become awakened ones and learn to confront and hunt zombies independently. Ah! Luo Shui was both surprised and elated. The prospect of facing zombies was daunting, yet she was eager to become an awakened one. Additionally, you must learn to handle firearms. Understood, Luo Shui nodded, determination evident in her eyes. We will strive to succeed. There are two captains here, who are the actual power holders, Ye Feng explained. One is her, and the other is Yang Hui. I will introduce you to them when time permits. Ah, Luo Shui exclaimed, looking at Nan Gong Yue in astonishment. So you are the captain. No wonder you are so formidable, she added. Just fortunate. Nan Gong Yue smiled modestly. Brother-in-law, what is your position here? Luo Shui suddenly asked. I am a team member. My captain is her, Ye Feng replied. Aside from Chen, Mi Xian, the little girl, and Antli, who manages the cafeteria, everyone else here are awakened ones, and quite powerful at that, Nan Gong Yue elaborated. Indeed, Luo Shui and Qing nodded in agreement. Let your brother-in-law arrange accommodations for you, Nan Gong Yue said, producing some energy crystal cores and handing them to Luo Shui and Qing. These are energy crystal cores that will enable you to become awakened ones. Remember to consume them one at a time. Thank you, Captain, Luo Shui said gratefully as she accepted them with delight. Subsequently, Ye Feng led Luo Shui and Qing to the dormitory building, arranging their living quarters before taking them to the cafeteria. In the courtyard, Nan Gong Yue and Bai Qian played with Ye Chen and Xian, occasionally glancing towards the cafeteria, a hint of unidentifiable emotion flashing in their eyes. What are you looking at? Luo Qinghan asked Nan Gong Yue with a smile. Nothing, Nan Gong Yue said, turning her head to glance at Luo Qinghan, returning the smile. What are you concerned about? Luo Qinghan guessed Nan Gong Yue's thoughts with natural intuition. You know what kind of person Ye Feng is, don't you? I do, and I am not worried, Nan Gong Yue replied nonchalantly. Ha! It's all written on your face, yet you deny it, Luo Qinghan teased with a laugh. Chapter 52. Election of the Leader. Ah, I forgot. What about Yang Hui? Have you seen him? Just as Nan Gong Yue was about to say something, she suddenly remembered that she had yet to discuss the matter of talents with Yang Hui and quickly inquired of Luo Qinghan. He is probably in the dormitory. I haven't seen them come out this afternoon, Luo Qinghan replied, noticing Nan Gong Yue's urgency. What's the matter? I need to talk to them about their innate abilities. I completely forgot. Nan Gong Yue exclaimed as she hastily made her way towards the dormitory building. Sigh. Luo Qinghan shook his head, watching Nan Gong Yue's retreating figure. A quarter of an hour later, Nan Gong Yue, along with Yang Hui and the others, emerged from the dormitory building. The excitement etched on their faces revealed that the three had awakened their talents, something they had never paid attention to before. The four of them made their way to the dining hall, where they spotted Ye Feng. Ye Feng, Yang Hui, and the others have all awakened their talents, Nan Gong Yue announced. Is that so? What talents do they possess? Ye Feng inquired upon hearing this. Yang Hui has a wood-based talent, Zhao Tuo has an earth-based talent, and Chu Yun has a fire-based talent, Nan Gong Yue replied enthusiastically. It seems our base is brimming with talent. Out of 11 people, 8 have awakened their powers. Indeed. Ye Feng nodded and turned to Nan Gong Yue. Have you discussed the talent visualization method with them? I have, Nan Gong Yue confirmed at that moment. Yang Hui and the others approached, their expressions radiating excitement. Observing their arrival, Ye Feng gestured towards Luo Shui, who was seated across from him. This is Luo Shui, Chan Chen's aunt, whom we met on the street today. She is accompanied by her friend, Qing, who is currently in the courtyard. Is that so? Welcome aboard, Yang Hui said, directing his gaze at Luo Shui. Thank you, Luo Shui responded politely. By the way, Nan Gong Yue, Yang Hui pondered for a moment before suggesting. Now that our base has grown to 16 people, excluding Antli, Chun, and Xian, we have 13 left. How about we elect a leader for our base and divide the remaining 12 into 2 teams? That sounds good, Nan Gong Yue agreed, glancing at Ye Feng. What about you, Ye Feng? Ye Feng chuckled softly before continuing. You and you can discuss this matter. After all, you two are the captains. His tone was rather firm, clearly indicating his desire to abstain from involvement in this decision. Then let's hold a bonfire gathering after dinner, Yang Hui suggested with a smile. We can vote at that time. Let everyone elect a leader, he added. All right, Nan Gong Yue agreed. Following this, Yang Hui and his companions did not linger, taking their food and leaving. Nan Gong Yue glanced at their departing figures and turned to Ye Feng. What are your thoughts on the election of a leader? Yang Hui desires that position. Later that evening, a bonfire was lit in the courtyard, with Ye Feng and the others gathered around, creating a lively atmosphere. Everyone, please quiet down and listen to me, Nan Gong Yue announced as she stood up. Today, our base has welcomed 2 new members. Luo Shui and Qing. Let's give them a warm welcome. Thank you, Luo Shui and Qing said as they stood up to express their gratitude amidst the applause. From now on, we need to elect a leader for our base, Yang Hui interjected, also rising to speak. We have 2 candidates for this position, and we will proceed with a show of hands. One is myself, and the other is Nan Gong Yue. Those in favor of me, please raise your hands, Nan Gong Yue said. In the next moment, 3 hands were raised, those of Bai Qian, Guanxi, and Lin Xian. Now, those in favor of Yang Hui, please raise your hands, Nan Gong Yue prompted again. This time, all the remaining members raised their hands. Yang Hui beamed at this sight, saying, "Thank you. Thank you all for your support. Now, I would like to invite Yang Hui to deliver a speech as the first leader of our base," Nan Gong Yue concluded before taking her seat. "Since everyone supports me so much, I will shamelessly accept this role as leader," Yang Hui smiled, continuing, "The reason for electing a leader now is that our base has grown in number. Having become the leader, I will certainly not disappoint your expectations, and I hope for your continued support and cooperation. Since I am now the leader, our previous team will be reduced to 4 members, with Luo Qinghan assuming the captaincy. The 2 new members will be added to her team, making it an even 6. Great." The crowd cheered in approval. Sitting beside Ye Feng, Luo Shui whispered, "Brother-in-law, can I be in your team?" "Follow the arrangement," Ye Feng replied. "The personnel for each team are fixed. Besides, we won't be leaving the base anytime soon. Any team will suffice." "Are we not going to search for food and supplies?" Luo Shui asked, puzzled. "We just emptied a supermarket a couple of days ago. We need some time to digest that before considering more," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. "I see," Luo Shui said, instantly feeling exhilarated. As the night deepened, everyone eventually returned to their dormitories to rest. Ye Chen had already fallen asleep, being carried back to his room by Ye Feng. Ye Feng gazed at the meteorite placed nearby, intending to exert force to break it open, yet he feared making too much noise and waking Ye Chen. After some contemplation, he took the meteorite out of the room, exited the courtyard, and found an empty street where he placed the meteorite on the ground. He then retrieved his tang knife and struck down with a swift motion. With a series of crisp cracking sounds, the meteorite split open, revealing a colorful, jelly-like substance about the size of a soccer ball. Chapter 53. Advancement to Level 3. Ye Feng did not linger to study the matter further. Instead, he promptly stowed it away in his spatial realm. Initially, he intended to depart, but after casting a glance at the meteorite fragments scattered on the ground, he hesitated for a moment and decided to collect them as well, pondering that those remnants might prove useful in the future. Upon returning to his dormitory, he found Nan Gong Yue seated at the table by the window. "You're back?" Nan Gong Yue rose and remarked. "Yes," Ye Feng replied, stepping closer to her. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" "I couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd wait for you and have a chat. I didn't expect you to be gone, so I kept an eye on Chanshin," she said, leaning lazily against him. "I wish you would hold me for a moment." "All right." Ye Feng gently embraced Nan Gong Yue. "What is troubling you today?" "Nothing much," she murmured, nestling against him. "Before you returned, I absorbed that colorful energy core." "Really? How do you feel?" Ye Feng inquired. "It feels strange," Nan Gong Yue replied, her gaze somewhat dazed. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to merge with Ye Feng's very being. "Is something wrong?" Ye Feng asked, quickly supporting her as he, "Let us get you to bed early tonight." Nan Gong Yue nodded in agreement. "By the way, I managed to open that meteorite. Inside, there was a gelatinous mass shimmer." Just as Ye Feng stood in astonishment, she stepped forward and kissed him passionately. The night was hazy, the colorful glow subtly illuminating the surroundings. Time felt like a dream, and dreams sparkled like a galaxy. 2 hours later, Ye Feng, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Nan Gong Yue in his embrace, felt a gentle stir within him and could not resist planting a soft kiss on her forehead. After rising, he carefully tucked her in with a blanket, donned a coat, and sat at the table by the window, retrieving the indestructible star source. As he contemplated, he took a portion of it and began to absorb its energy. The moment the indestructible star source entered his body, a powerful and mysterious energy erupted within him. Simultaneously, the purple golden lotus at his dantian began to pulsate with electric light, spinning faster and faster while continuously absorbing the mysterious energy. After fully absorbing the first surge of energy, 10 minutes had slipped by. Ye Feng took another portion and continued his absorption. This process repeated 3 times, and Ye Feng sensed he had reached a critical threshold. Any further absorption would overwhelm his body. At that instant, The purple lotus erupted in a dazzling light, and astonishingly, a third layer of petals began to bloom, revealing a faint ethereal image of a flower platform at its center. Pop, pop. Two distinct sounds of breakthrough resonated, and Ye Feng realized he had advanced to mid-level 3. This realization filled him with both surprise and elation. Moments later, he attempted to absorb the indestructible star source once more, but his body seemed to reject it, leading to a markedly slow absorption rate. Observing the remaining quantity of the indestructible star source before him, he noted that he had only utilized a fist-sized amount, while the remaining supply was sufficient for more than 10 individuals. Casting a glance at the still slumbering Nan Gong Yue, he proceeded to store the remaining indestructible star source away. At dawn the following day, Nan Gong Yue awoke languidly. Upon seeing Ye Feng lying beside her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She gradually sat up, donned her clothing, and after planting a gentle kiss on his forehead, hurriedly exited to return to her own dormitory. When Ye Feng finally stirred awake, the sun had fully risen, and Chen had already dressed himself. Observing Ye Feng with a puzzled expression, he asked, "Daddy, did I see Auntie Nan Gong in my dreams last night? Is that so?" "Perhaps you missed her too much," Ye Feng replied, his cheeks reddening slightly. "Oh," Ye Chen responded, realization dawning upon him. "Daddy, are you going out this morning?" "No, I'll stay home and play with you today." "How does that sound?" Ye Feng smiled. "Sounds great." Chen exclaimed joyfully. "What's so great?" Just then, Nan Gong Yue entered the room. Upon noticing Ye Feng still in bed, her face flushed momentarily before she scolded, "What time is it? Why aren't you up yet?" "I was practicing late into the night and am quite exhausted. I just woke up," Ye Feng chuckled softly. "Hurry up and get ready for breakfast." At her words, Nan Gong Yue's face turned even redder, and she dashed away. Ye Feng understood that she had misconstrued the situation and merely smiled and shook his head, accepting the misunderstanding. After breakfast, Ye Feng was playing in the yard with Chen when a group of 7 or 8 men entered. Among them were 3 individuals who had been kicked away by Nan Gong Yue the previous day. The blonde-haired man, walking alongside a burly figure, pointed at Ye Feng and declared, "Boss, it's them who stole our people." "Wow, there are so many beauties here, and they're all so stunning." The leader, the burly man, merely cast a glance at Ye Feng before shifting his attention to the group of beautiful women, including Nan Gong Yue. "Boss, let us take all the women here. They are all so beautiful," one of the subordinates remarked with a lewd expression. "First, kill that brat who took our people, then we'll take the others," the burly man commanded, as if this place already belonged to him. Nan Gong Yue and her companions approached, disdain evident on their faces. "Where are your eyes looking? If you don't want to die, scram," Nan Gong Yue said with a look of disgust. "Being this beautiful is just for men to look at, so why act all prim and proper?" The burly man chuckled sinisterly, reaching out toward Nan Gong Yue. However, before he could get close, a gunshot rang out, striking the burly man in the leg. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, collapsing before Nan Gong Yue, his expression one of terror as he looked up at the slowly advancing Ye Feng. Ye Feng remained silent, his expression cold as he approached the burly man, raising his gun and firing another shot directly into his chest. With a thud, the burly man fell to the ground, lifeless. Nan Gong Yue and her companions had grown accustomed to life and death, displaying no emotional fluctuation. However, the blonde-haired men were left terrified, hastily dropping to their knees to plead for mercy. Chapter 54. Shattering Humiliation. "Brother, we were wrong. We beg for your mercy," the yellow-haired men pleaded incessantly. "Indeed, brother, we were mistaken. It was our leader who brought us here. We truly did not wish to come. You possess great magnanimity, please spare us." Ye Feng regarded them with a frigid expression and stated, "Rise, and lead me to your base. Otherwise, I shall execute you on the spot." "Yes, yes," the yellow-haired men responded hastily, scrambling to their feet and moving toward the exit. Nan Gong Yue and Yang Hui exchanged glances and followed suit. Upon exiting the courtyard, 3 individuals suddenly dashed into the distance, attempting to seize the opportunity to flee. Yet, they were merely ordinary individuals. No matter how swift they could not outpace a bullet. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out as Ye Feng swiftly eliminated the fleeing figures. The remaining 4 men were instantly struck with terror, no longer daring to engage in trickery, and obediently led Ye Feng and his companions toward a distant alley. Before long, they entered the alley and arrived at a chaotic courtyard. The area was in disarray, with clothing and debris strewn about haphazardly. The ground was filthy, marred by numerous dried bloodstains. It appeared to be less a dwelling and more akin to a refuse dump. Deep within the courtyard stood a modest two-story office building. The yellow-haired men ushered Ye Feng and his companions into the courtyard. 5 or 6 individuals emerged from the office building. At the forefront was a scar-faced man who cast a glance at the yellow-haired men. Upon seeing Nan Gong Yue, his eyes gleamed with a lascivious light as he leered at her. What a stunning beauty! However, before he could finish, Ye Feng raised his weapon and shot him in the shoulder, icily commanding, "Bring all your people out." Initially, he had assumed the yellow-haired men had successfully brought back these 3 individuals, but it became evident that he had miscalculated. These people were armed, and others had likely perished. "Why, yes," he stammered through gritted teeth, panic evident in his voice. He then shouted to those nearby, "Quick, summon everyone out." One individual complied, hastily entering the building to call forth its occupants. A total of 15 emerged, 3 men and 12 women. The 3 men brandished knives, confusion etched on their faces. Yet, upon noticing the injury on the scar-faced man's shoulder and the gun in Ye Feng's hand, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they dropped their knives in fear. The 12 women appeared numb, resembling mere shells of their former selves. 3 of them were nearly undraped, with only tattered cloth covering their most intimate areas. Upon witnessing this scene, Nan Gong Yue's fury ignited. She seized the gun from Ye Feng and unleashed a barrage of bullets upon these individuals. "Do not kill them. Their lives are reserved for these women," Ye Feng spoke slowly. Though he had anticipated such a sight, witnessing it firsthand stirred his indignation. These individuals deserved every ounce of torment they could endure. Nan Gong Yue fired several rounds until the gun was empty, leaving 5 men sprawled in pools of blood on the ground. 4 or 5 others stood there, paralyzed with terror. Ye Feng retrieved several knives from the ground and handed them to the women, stating, "If you wish to survive and seek vengeance, then take action." One woman, gazing at the knife in Ye Feng's hand, and then at the bodies lying in blood, hesitated before grasping a blade and charging at one man, striking him fiercely. The other women, emboldened by her bravery, seized knives and attacked others. Those without knives resorted to clawing, biting, and kicking, whatever means they could muster to express their pent-up rage and humiliation. In that moment, all the painful memories erupted, transforming these women into demons as they tore the scoundrels to shreds. Even so, such acts could scarcely alleviate the scars etched upon their hearts and bodies. Half an hour later, as all the women ceased their actions and sat on the ground, weeping loudly, Yang Hui remarked, "Now that you have avenged yourselves, you are free." Yet, the women remained oblivious, continuing to sob in despair. "Perhaps we should bring them to our base?" Nan Gong Yue suggested, her heart aching for the women. "Indeed, let them accompany us," Yang Hui nodded in agreement. "If we leave them to their own devices, they are likely to perish or fall prey to others once more. We have enough space and provisions at our place." "Very well," Nan Gong Yue replied, approaching the women and saying, "If you have nowhere to go, come with us. Though our base is not grand, we offer food, drink, and shelter, and no one will harm you again." The women exchanged glances and slowly rose, silently nodding in agreement. Upon returning to the base, Nan Gong Yue assisted them in changing into clean clothes, arranged their accommodations, and had Antly provide each with some food. An hour later, the women had cleaned themselves and donned fresh garments, sitting bewildered in the dining hall. Before them sat Nan Gong Yue, Yang Hui, and others. Ye Feng, however, was occupied playing with Ye Chen in the courtyard. Feeling somewhat restless, Ye Feng sensed the dimensions of his spatial realm and was taken aback to discover it had significantly expanded. It now measured 20 meters in length, width, and height, nearly 8 times its previous size. This transformation left Ye Feng in contemplation until he was roused by Ye Chen's voice. "Daddy, why are you daydreaming again?" Ye Chen inquired, holding a toy airplane. "Nothing, dear. Daddy was just pondering some matters," Ye Feng replied with a smile. "Brother-in-law." At that moment, Luo Shui approached, her face alight with joy. "Qingqing and I have already absorbed all the energy crystals you provided." "So soon?" Ye Feng expressed surprise, then continued, "In a bit, you two should find Nan Gong Yue to collect 2 crossbows and practice your shooting. Okay. Luo Shui glanced toward the dining hall, noticing the sudden influx of unfamiliar women, and asked Ye Feng, brother-in-law, why have so many women suddenly arrived at our base? Chapter 55. Approaching a matriarchal society, they were all rescued by the leader, and I suppose they will soon become members of our base, Ye Feng remarked with a glance. Then doesn't that mean there will be even more women here? Luo Shui furrowed her brow and replied. What are you thinking? Ye Feng asked, somewhat perplexed by Luo Shui's statement. I fear a predominance of femininity, leading to a decline in masculinity, Luo Shui asserted with conviction. If you count the women in our base along with the newcomers, there are nearly 30 of us. Among them, with Xiao Chen added, there are only 5 men. The rest are all women. Don't you think the disparity in gender ratio is rather significant? Are you suggesting we need to find more men? Ye Feng responded, somewhat speechless. That's not what I meant, Luo Shui said, her cheeks slightly flushed. I simply feel that there are too many women here. We are on the brink of becoming a matriarchal society. What does that even mean? Ye Feng sighed in exasperation. Hurry and find Nan Gong Yue for the crossbow. Stop overthinking things. At that moment, Luo Qinghan emerged from the cafeteria and approached Ye Feng. Ye Feng, Luo Qinghan called out to him. What is it, Qinghan? Ye Feng stood up and inquired. Just now, Yu and Yang Hui discussed making those women awakeners as well, Luo Qinghan informed him. Indeed, Ye Feng replied. This will undoubtedly strengthen our base. However, the energy crystal cores required are quite substantial, Luo Qinghan remarked with a hint of resignation. You seem to be worrying excessively, Ye Feng chuckled, casting her a reassuring smile. In the cafeteria, if we make them all awakeners, the energy consumption will be too great, Nan Gong Yue pondered aloud. For the first level, it's manageable. 12 individuals would require over 700 first-level energy crystal cores. Yet, we are currently short on second-level energy crystal cores, let alone providing them for the women, she added. How about this? We give each of them 30 first-level energy crystal cores to ensure they have some self-defense capabilities, Yang Hui suggested after a moment of contemplation. Then, if anyone awakens a special ability, we can continue to nurture them and allow those with awakened talents to join our team. Those without awakened talents will not have their abilities enhanced further. Instead, they will focus on maintaining the daily operations of our base. For instance, cleaning, managing the warehouse, and when we eventually relocate to the 7th city, we will need hands for cultivating fields and growing crops. Agreed. Nan Gong Yue responded, sharing the same sentiment. We should have enough energy crystal cores on hand now. Indeed, it is sufficient, Yang Hui affirmed. Let them begin using them now. Understood, Nan Gong Yue replied. As night fell, Ye Feng sat at the table in deep contemplation when Nan Gong Yue entered, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind and asking, Today, after discussing with Yang Hui, we have decided to make those who recently joined us into awakeners. Ah, Ye Feng opened his eyes and said, I heard from Luo Qinghan. Have they all awakened special abilities? Not quite, Nan Gong Yue shook her head. Out of those women, only 2 have awakened talents. What abilities did they awaken? Ye Feng inquired. One is Yuan Baiji, who has awakened a metal affinity talent. The other is Mu Mengyu, who has awakened a wood affinity talent, Nan Gong Yue explained. Those abilities are quite commendable, Ye Feng remarked. Yuan Baiji hails from the Yuan family of Beiyuan City, a once-renowned clan, Nan Gong Yue added. Mu Mengyu comes from an ordinary background, yet she is quite beautiful, rivaling Qinghan. Indeed, Ye Feng chuckled and said, By the way, I have something to tell you. What is it? Nan Gong Yue asked. Last night, I experienced a breakthrough in my strength. I am now a mid-level 3 awakeners, Ye Feng stated. Moreover, my possession space has expanded to dimensions of 20 meters in length, width, and height. Really? That is wonderful, Nan Gong Yue exclaimed, her joy quickly turning to a blush as a realization dawned upon her. So, dual cultivation truly enhances one's strength. What about you? Did your strength increase as well? Ye Feng, initially intending to share about the indestructible star source he had consumed, was momentarily distracted by Nan Gong Yue's words. Yes, I haven't had the chance to tell you, but I have also advanced to early stage level 3, Nan Gong Yue admitted, her cheeks flushed. Is it related to that colorful energy crystal core? Ye Feng speculated. Most likely, Nan Gong Yue nodded, her eyes sparkling enticingly, nearly causing Ye Feng to lose his composure. He quickly averted his gaze, redirecting his attention. Last night, I absorbed the indestructible star source. As he spoke, he retrieved the indestructible star source from his belongings. Upon seeing it, Nan Gong Yue realized her earlier thoughts had been misguided, causing her to blush even deeper. She shot Ye Feng a glare, huffing in indignation. I hadn't had the chance to explain yet, Ye Feng said with an awkward smile, then proceeded to recount his experience from the previous night. So, you're saying this object can be used by 10 people? Nan Gong Yue exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Yes, therefore, I am entrusting this indestructible star source to you. You can use it first and decide who else should benefit from it, Ye Feng said. However, it's best to do so quickly. I worry that if the National Guard comes looking again, it may complicate matters. I understand, Nan Gong Yue said, contemplating the indestructible star source before suggesting, how about we let our previous 10 core members use it? I have no objections, Ye Feng replied with a smile. I've already given it to you. You can arrange it as you see fit. Though this item is precious, an individual can only absorb a limited amount. Excess cannot be utilized. Leaving it unused would be a waste, so Ye Feng decided it best to allow Nan Gong Yue and the others to use it. After all, both Luo Qinghan and Lin Xian, as well as Bai Qian, had always taken good care of Ye Chen. I will distribute these right away so they can absorb them tonight, Nan Gong Yue declared, picking up the indestructible star source and heading outside. Don't forget to save some for yourself, Ye Feng called out after her retreating figure. I know, Nan Gong Yue replied, already exiting. Ye Feng closed the door behind him, feeling disinclined to sit alone by the window. He returned to his bed and began practicing his talent visualization technique. Although his space had expanded to 20 meters in size, Ye Feng remained unsatisfied. He continued to visualize a world, hoping for his space to grow even larger. Unbeknownst to him, several minutes slipped by quietly. At that moment, the door creaked open gently before being locked shut. A warm, fragrant presence enveloped him, pressing down upon him. Chapter 56. The cafeteria conference. Early the next morning, Ye Feng rose with the sun, assisting Ye Chen in dressing before heading straight to the cafeteria. Nan Gong Yue had returned to her room at dawn and was still in the midst of her slumber. Upon entering the cafeteria, Ye Feng encountered Yuan Baiji and Mu Mengyu, the two individuals Nan Gong Yue had mentioned. You are up quite early, Ye Feng remarked, surprised. The pair, who had been enjoying their meal, quickly stood upon noticing Ye Feng's arrival. Greetings, I am Yuan Baiji. I am Mu Mengyu. Ah, may I ask how to address you? They exchanged glances, hesitating before inquiring. I am Ye Feng, he replied with a smile, gesturing towards his son. This is my son, Ye Chen. Chen, greet your sister. I shall take my son to collect our food, Ye Feng said. Thank you for yesterday. The two women nodded in acknowledgement. No need for thanks, Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively, leading Ye Chen to Antli, where they collected 2 breakfast servings. Ye Feng casually asked, Antli, considering the current number of people, how much longer can our food supply last? Yesterday, I heard from Yu and Xiao Hui that it can sustain us for 7 months, Antli replied with a smile. 7 months? Ye Feng nodded. Though this duration seemed considerable, it was far from sufficient when considering the growth cycle of crops. Thus, he contemplated hastening plans for food cultivation. What time did you rise? Just as Ye Feng and Ye Chen began to eat, Nan Gong Yue entered. We could be harvesting in as little as 20 days, Ye Feng proposed. This way, we can diversify our diet. But the ground here is mostly concrete. How can we cultivate it? Nan Gong Yue expressed her confusion. Isn't Zhao Tuo gifted in earth manipulation? We can enlist his help, Ye Feng pondered. A modest area will suffice, perhaps half an acre. How large is half an acre? Nan Gong Yue asked again. A plot measuring 10 meters wide and 33 meters long will do, Ye Feng explained. That's why ask me? Ye Feng replied, casting a glance at her. I merely seek your perspective, she countered. My opinion is to let both of them join Luo Qinghan, Ye Feng mused. Why is that? Nan Gong Yue expressed her surprise. We have enough people now to warrant forming an additional team, Ye Feng concurred. Indeed, Nan Gong Yue felt pleased to have Ye Feng's support. That moment, a contingent of 20 National Guards burst into the room, fully armed, each wielding a submachine gun. They arrived remarkably quickly. Ye Feng observed the scene outside, astonished. Let us go take a look. Agreed. Nan Gong Yue set aside her meal and followed Ye Feng outside. Ye Feng entrusted Ye Chen to Bai Qian, instructing him to remain behind. We meet again. The newcomers were none other than the National Guards Ye Feng had encountered on Fengting Mountain, now emboldened by their numbers. Still, anyone who dares obstruct shall face immediate consequences. As these words left his mouth, soldiers behind him raised their weapons, preparing to advance towards Ye Feng and his group. Since you have made such a declaration, it would seem cowardly of me not to respond, Ye Feng said, narrowing his eyes. In an instant, sparks of electricity erupted from his hands, surging forth like serpentine lightning towards the soldiers. Within moments, every member of the National Guards, including the captain, was struck by Ye Feng's lightning, their bodies convulsing as they emitted cries of agony. Seconds later, they all collapsed to the ground. Ye Feng had tempered his power, ensuring they were not killed. Yet the experience left them in considerable distress, twitching intermittently on the ground. Confiscate all their weapons, Nan Gong Yue commanded. At that moment, Luo Qinghan and the others stepped forward to collect the soldiers' firearms. Ye Feng approached the captain, preparing to deliver a fatal blow, but was halted by Yang Hui, who said, "They are National Guards. Let them go this time." Ye Feng regarded him, then turned to Nan Gong Yue, calmly asking, "Do you share this sentiment?" Nan Gong Yue remained silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively and walked toward Ye Chen, lifting him in his arms and returning to their quarters. The National Guards, struggling to rise from the ground, said nothing and hastily departed the vicinity. Chapter 57. Reclamation of Fertile Land. Nan Gong Yue gazed at Ye Feng's retreating figure, remaining silent for a moment before stepping into the dormitory. Upon entering Ye Feng's room, she observed him playing with Ye Chen. "Are you upset?" Nan Gong Yue inquired as she settled beside him. "Do not discuss matters concerning the base with me any longer," Ye Feng replied, his expression indifferent. "I thought they were part of the National Defense Army, so I decided to spare them." Nan Gong Yue attempted to explain, but was promptly interrupted by Ye Feng. "This matter is in the past. Let us not dwell on it. Do you believe they will return?" Nan Gong Yue asked. "What do you think?" Ye Feng glanced at her, responding, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When floodwaters rise." Thus, Nan Gong Yue contemplated waiting for a while to deplete their resources and allow the base members to enhance their strength, ensuring they would possess a measure of self-defense even upon reaching City 7. Ye Feng cast a glance at Nan Gong Yue and softened, saying, "You need not worry excessively. Even if they do return, it is unlikely they will make any significant moves. After all, we are not the only ones residing here. There are other survivors as well." In the afternoon, a new team of 6 had formed, led by Yuan Baiji, with Mu Mingyu as the deputy leader. The remaining 4 members were selected from the rescued women. Among the 6, although they were also awakeners, they had no desire to venture out to hunt zombies. Instead, they preferred to remain within the base to serve. "What were your professions before?" Nan Gong Yue inquired of the 6 women before her. "I was a doctor," a woman in her 30s named Zhao Ling replied. "I was a teacher," said a young woman in her 20s, Qian Beibei. The other 4 were ordinary white-collar workers who found their skills unnecessary in their current circumstances. "Very well, I shall make some arrangements," Nan Gong Yue declared. "From now on, Zhao Ling will be responsible for the medical care in our base. Qian Beibei, you will oversee Chunchen and Xuanchuan's education." Meanwhile, Yuan Baiji's team stood before Yang Hui, listening to the training arrangements as a new team. Their collective growth would facilitate better cohesion and camaraderie. Starting tomorrow, Yang Hui regarded the 6 with satisfaction, feeling a mix of nostalgia and anticipation for the future. The base was growing increasingly populated, though it was regrettable that the number of men was somewhat lacking. As evening approached, Ye Feng entered the cafeteria, where he found Nan Gong Yue, Bai Shui, Bai Qian, Lin Xian, and Gu Wanqi seated together, engaged in conversation while enjoying their meals. "What do you need me for at this hour?" Ye Feng asked the 5. "We naturally have good news to share with you," Nan Gong Yue replied with a playful smile. "What good news?" Ye Feng inquired, puzzled. "We are now all Tier 3 high-level awakeners." "Impressive, isn't it?" Nan Gong Yue exclaimed joyfully. "Quite remarkable. It appears that the resources have greatly aided your progress," Ye Feng remarked, though a twinge of discontent lingered in his heart. Why was it that despite consuming the same amount of the indestructible star essence, he only advanced to Tier 3 mid-level while the others achieved Tier 3 high-level? Was it possible that, due to the influence of the Zillion, he required more energy for his ascension? Now that your strengths have increased, it is imperative that you also enhance your close combat abilities and your innate talents, Ye Feng advised. Of course, Nan Gong Yue nodded. By the way, where is Chen? Why didn't you bring him along? He is playing with Xian, Ye Feng replied. I plan to bring some food back to the dormitory. We will have dinner there. All right, Nan Gong Yue acknowledged. There is one more matter. What is it? Ye Feng asked. It concerns the cultivation of land, Nan Gong Yue explained. Today, I had Zhao Tuo attempt it, but with his current earth manipulation abilities, he was unable to break the cemented ground. Thus, if we wish to cultivate a piece of fertile land, we will need external assistance. Well, if that fails, we can always resort to using a hammer, Ye Feng suggested after a moment of thought. With their current strength, if they could find one or two larger iron objects, they could use them as hammers to break ground, albeit with some exertion. And what about the soil? Nan Gong Yue inquired. There is an abundance of soil at the farm. Should we worry about that? Ye Feng chuckled. Let us arrange for some manpower tomorrow morning and procure a dump truck for transportation, Nan Gong Yue considered. Very well. After their discussion, Ye Feng took some food and returned to the dormitory. The following day, after breakfast, Ye Feng set out alone. After more than half an hour of searching, he finally discovered a hefty iron object weighing around 200 pounds in a factory. Though it was heavy, it felt remarkably light to him now. He effortlessly lifted it and returned to the base. Although Ye Feng was currently at Tier 3 mid-level, he realized that his strength was approximately 5 times that of a typical Tier 3 mid-level awakener. Based on the previously predicted combat power coefficients from the government of Beiyuan City, a normal person's combat power coefficient is 1, while that of a Tier 3 mid-level awakener is around 50, and for a Tier 3 high-level awakener, it is 70. Presently, he had astonishingly reached a combat power coefficient of over 250, which indicated that his strength was equivalent to that of a Tier 4 high-level awakener. Chapter 58. Night Raid of the Hunters. Upon returning to the base, Ye Feng selected a plot of land and commenced vigorously smashing the cement surface. After a series of resounding thuds, he had reduced the 300 square meters of concrete to mere fragments, leaving only the task of removal. Coincidentally, Zhao Tuo and Chu Yun had procured an engineering transport vehicle, and together they tossed the shattered cement into the truck, transporting it to a discreet location on the street for unloading. It took 2 or 3 trips to clear away the debris, revealing the somewhat loose soil beneath. However, the previous layer of cement had been approximately 20 centimeters thick, rendering the area akin to a basin, making cultivation rather inconvenient. Ye Feng, along with Yang Hui, Zhao Tuo, and Chu Yun, ventured to the farm, which had become overrun with weeds, presenting a desolate sight. The quartet fetched shovels and cleared a section before filling the truck with soil. Despite the vehicle's substantial size, the 4 worked at a brisk pace, and within an hour, they had filled it to capacity with earth. Upon returning to the base, a flurry of activity ensued, transforming the once barren land into a promising field. Following Ye Feng's guidance, Yang Hui and the others began to carve out ridges, each approximately a foot wide, with furrows between them of similar width. The ridges would serve for planting vegetables, while the furrows would facilitate irrigation. Ye Feng procured a selection of quick-growing vegetable seeds and, using his finger, traced shallow grooves along the ridges, meticulously sowing the seeds one by one. Nan Gong Yue followed closely behind, covering the seeds with soil and gently patting them down. What vegetables have you planted? Nan Gong Yue inquired from behind him. This row is for bok choy, this one for rapeseed, this one for cherry radishes, and this one for lettuce, Ye Feng replied, gesturing to the 4 completed rows. All are vegetables with short growth cycles, capable of being harvested within 20 days or so. Really? I look forward to it, Nan Gong Yue responded with delight. They toiled until noon, at which point they had only managed to plant half of the 300 square meters, sowing a variety of short-cycle vegetables. Once they matured, it would suffice to sustain them for a considerable time. After all, consuming industrial food for an extended period could wear anyone down, but survival necessitated such sustenance. With the prospect of fresh vegetables on the horizon, the team was filled with anticipation and determination. Time passed swiftly, and over 10 days went by in a steady rhythm for the base. Late at night, Ye Feng had yet to succumb to slumber, engaged in conversation with Nan Gong Yue by the window. Suddenly, a noise erupted from the courtyard, followed by Chu Yun's voice. Who goes there? Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue sensed something amiss and hurried out of the room, making their way swiftly towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the stairwell, they witnessed Chu Yun being hurled backward by an unseen figure, struggling to rise as he prepared to retaliate, only to be halted by Ye Feng's urgent call, "You go summon help. We will handle this." Understood. Chu Yun, relieved to see Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue, promptly dashed towards the dormitory building. Illuminated by moonlight, Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue beheld 5 figures standing in the courtyard. They were not human but mutated zombie hunters, distinct from those they had encountered previously, as these creatures were considerably taller and leaner. Hunters? Nan Gong Yue queried, perplexed. Are these zombies now capable of ambush? We must eliminate them first, Ye Feng replied, his expression grave, sensing the situation was more complex than it appeared. The fact that Chu Yun, a third-tier awakened, was unable to contend with these mutated zombies indicated that the 5 hunters before them were likely all third-tier variants. Before Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue could strike, the 5 hunters had already closed in on them, brandishing their blades and lunging forward with ferocity. Ye Feng extended his hands, unleashing a torrent of lightning that surged towards 4 of the hunters, reserving the 5th for Nan Gong Yue. You, engage it, and once I dispatch these 4, I will assist you. All right. Understanding Ye Feng's intent, Nan Gong Yue summoned wind blades and, aided by the gusts, moved with remarkable agility, encircling the lone hunter. As Ye Feng's explosive lightning struck, the 4 hunters trembled, yet it appeared they possessed a degree of resistance to electricity, for even with Ye Feng's full force, he was unable to slay them outright. Nevertheless, their movements became considerably sluggish. Alarmed, Ye Feng drew 2 tang swords and engaged the 4 hunters in fierce combat. With a barrage of attacks akin to a torrential downpour, he swiftly dispatched the 4. Meanwhile, Nan Gong Yue continued to ensnare the remaining hunter with her wind-based powers. You, release it. I wish to ascertain the true strength of these hunters, Ye Feng said, his demeanor stern. In the next instant, the freed hunter lunged at Nan Gong Yue with blinding speed. However, before it could cover several meters, Ye Feng forced it back. Moments later, he was embroiled in a fierce duel with the creature, flashes of steel illuminating the moonlit night, creating an ominous atmosphere. The hunter's prowess was indeed formidable. Its arms had evolved into 2 elongated blades, approximately 2 feet in length, both exceptionally hard and razor-sharp, rivaling, if not surpassing, the tang swords in Ye Feng's possession. As Ye Feng clashed with the hunter, Yang Hui and the others emerged from the dormitory, their faces etched with concern as they observed the fierce battle. Ye Feng refrained from eliminating the hunter immediately, partly to gauge its true capabilities, and partly to demonstrate to Yang Hui and the others that the outside world remained perilous, necessitating continuous improvement in their strength. After nearly 100 exchanges, Ye Feng unleashed 2 bolts of lightning from his blades, striking the hunter and ultimately slaying it. Upon flipping the creature's lifeless form, he discovered a black module the size of a mobile phone embedded at the back of its head, adorned with 2 flickering azure lights. After inspecting it briefly, he yanked it free, along with a sizable portion of skull and several delicate wires. Chapter 59. The conspiracy of organization are, it appears that these hunters are under human control, Ye Feng remarked, narrowing his eyes as he examined the black module and the intricate wires in his hand. If that is the case, then the individual controlling these 5 hunters must be nearby. Nan Gong Yue deduced, urgency flooding her voice. Quickly, let us search the vicinity. As Ye Feng and his companions exited the courtyard, they spotted a tail light racing into the distance. You all stay at the base. I'll investigate, Ye Feng declared, and in an instant, a flash of electricity coursed through him as he sprinted towards the receding tail light with remarkable speed. Nan Gong Yue initially intended to accompany him but was swiftly deterred by Ye Feng's astonishing velocity. Turning to the others, she instructed, return to the base. We still have the bodies of those hunters to deal with. Meanwhile, Ye Feng's body crackled with electrical energy, propelling him forward in a single leap of over 10 meters. Within a mere minute or 2, he caught up to the vehicle. Before it could escape the safe zone, he leapt with great force, landing like a bolt of lightning atop the car's roof. The impact caused the roof to buckle under his weight. The occupants inside were thrown into a state of panic, desperately jerking the steering wheel in a futile attempt to dislodge him. However, regardless of their efforts, Ye Feng remained as steadfast as a mountain upon the roof. In the next moment, he acted. Placing his hands firmly on the roof, currents of electricity surged forth, rapidly enveloping the entire vehicle, rendering the occupants inside convulsing uncontrollably. With no one at the helm, the car careened uncontrollably into a nearby building. A resounding crash echoed, followed by the sound of collapsing walls. Ye Feng had already leapt off before the vehicle collided. Striding over to it and gripping the frame, he forcefully yanked it from the wreckage. He opened the door and dragged the two occupants out. Though they had been severely jolted by the electricity, they were not dead, merely incapacitated and numb. Ye Feng remained patient, watching them intently as they gradually regained their senses. After a minute or two, they managed to rise, their expressions filled with terror as they gazed at Ye Feng. They understood that he possessed the capability to end their lives, and the only reason he spared them was to extract information about their origins. Despite their loyalty, fear gripped their hearts. "Please, spare us," one pleaded. "We had no choice." "Speak, tell me your origins and why you attacked our base," Ye Feng demanded coldly. We are members of Organization R," they confessed after a moment of silence, unable to withstand the chilling intensity of Ye Feng's presence. "We were sent here to eliminate you. We harbor no grievances against your organization. Why target us?" Ye Feng inquired, furrowing his brow. "And where is your organization located?" "Our base is in the provincial city," they replied hesitantly. "The reason for our attack is your use of the immortal star source." "Immortal star source?" Ye Feng mused, beginning to connect the dots. "What is the relationship between your organization R and the National Defense Army?" "There is no direct connection," they stated honestly. "However, the National Defense Army collaborates with us to some extent." "Simply a collaboration?" Ye Feng questioned skeptically, aware that only a select few within the National Defense Army were privy to the immortal star source. "Indeed," they affirmed. "They provide us with the immortal star source, and in return, we supply them with gene modification fluids." "What of those hunters?" "They are clearly zombies. How do they follow your commands and become your puppets?" Ye Feng narrowed his eyes, pondering. "This is an area of research for Organization R," they explained. "We are attempting to develop the next generation of gene warriors targeting those mutated zombies." "So, you have begun training super soldiers for the National Defense Army," Ye Feng posited, recalling a conversation with Tang Feng about a research institution, which now seemed to be the organization are mentioned by these two. "How do you know this?" they asked, astonished. "It appears to be true," Ye Feng concluded, his heart sinking slightly. It seemed that the days ahead would not be tranquil. "Have you had contact with members of Organization R?" they pressed. Ye Feng, uninterested in further inquiries, unleashed two bolts of lightning that struck them down instantly. He approached the vehicle, searching inside, where he found nothing but a broken phone and a map. The map depicted a safe route from Beiyuan City to the provincial city, which Ye Feng carefully tucked away for future use. Just as he prepared to depart, an idea struck him. He tossed the two bodies into the vehicle and, aiming his machine gun at the fuel tank, fired. A tremendous explosion ensued, engulfing the vehicle in flames that illuminated the quiet night. Upon returning to the base, Ye Feng found that Nan Gong Yue and the others had already moved the 4 hunter corpses to the courtyard entrance, deliberating whether to dispose of them. "Why is everyone just standing around?" Ye Feng inquired. "We were contemplating whether to strip the blades from these hunters to fashion them into weapons," Nan Gong Yue explained. "That is a feasible idea. These blades are exceptionally sturdy. If processed correctly, they would surpass any handcrafted tang knives or daggers," Ye Feng remarked, glancing at the hunter's blades. "But who will do the processing?" Yang Hui hesitated to ask. "We can use them as they are," Ye Feng replied. "And don't forget to remove those black conductors and burn them when you dispose of them." "Understood," Zhao Tuo and the others acknowledged, promptly springing into action. Yu, Yang Hui, I need to discuss something with you," Ye Feng said, directing his attention to Nan Gong Yue and Yang Hui. "What is it?" Nan Gong Yue queried. "It concerns the individuals who ambushed us earlier," Ye Feng explained. "Let us discuss it in the cafeteria." At the entrance of the cafeteria, Ye Feng turned to the two and asked, "Have you heard of Organization R?" "No," they shook their heads. "What is the matter?" "Those hunters today were sent by Organization R." Ye Feng proceeded to elaborate on the connection between Organization R and the National Defense Army. "If that is the case, they may very well since Chapter 60. The day after tomorrow, they are so relentless in their desire to eliminate us," Ye Feng said slowly, "because we have consumed the immortal star source, and our strength has surpassed their control." That is why they are so eager to eradicate us. Ye Feng speaks the truth. To them, our power represents an uncontrollable threat. Yang Hui nodded in agreement. What shall we do now? Nan Gong Yue asked, her concern evident. As you have seen, the 5 hunters that have come this time, barring myself, Ye, and Beiyuan, none of you are capable of matching them, Ye Feng stated. Moreover, the art organization has trained super soldiers. I sense that their strength is on par with, if not superior to, those hunters. Thus, if they return with more hunters or super soldiers, it is inevitable that lives will be lost within our base. Are you suggesting we leave here as soon as possible? Nan Gong Yue hesitated before speaking. Indeed, Ye Feng affirmed with a nod. At this moment, leaving is truly our only option. Yang Hui nodded in agreement, adding, however, we have so many resources here, and we have just cultivated fertile land. If we simply abandon it, would that not be a waste? Which is more important, these resources or our own lives? Ye Feng countered. How about this? Yang Hui pondered. Their target is people, not these possessions. Tomorrow, we shall seek another place to stay nearby. This will still be our base. We can continue our training and meals here, but we must find a new place to rest at night. What do you all think? That won't work either. If they realize there's no one here, they will surely search the area, and if they find our new dwelling, it will still pose a grave danger. Nan Gong Yue shook her head. Then we can leave 1 or 2 people here, Yang Hui suggested after a moment of silence. I can stay here, Nan Gong Yue offered. No, that would be too dangerous for you alone. Ye Feng immediately shook his head. But you said I can handle those hunters, Nan Gong Yue insisted. How about this? I will stay here along with you and Xiao Qian, while Qing Han takes Chen Chen with him, Ye Feng proposed. Seeing that he could not sway Nan Gong Yue's decision, that settles it then. 3 people will surely be stronger than 1, Yang Hui concluded. Indeed, Nan Gong Yue nodded slightly. It is getting late. Let us all return and rest. We will arrange things tomorrow and commence our actions. As the 3 dispersed, Ye Feng returned directly to the dormitory, where Chen Shan was still sleeping in their room. Upon entering, he noticed Beiyuan conversing with the now-awake Ye Chen. Big brother Yi. Beiyuan greeted upon seeing him. Thank you for taking care of Chen Shan. It was nothing. I too enjoyed Chen Chen's company, Beiyuan replied with a gentle smile. Yes, it is quite late. You should head back to rest, Ye Feng suggested. All right, you all should sleep early as well, Beiyuan responded before departing. Ye Feng sat down by the bed, looking at Ye Chen. Why aren't you asleep? I heard a lot of people running outside and talking, so I woke up, Ye Chen replied. Daddy, what happened outside? Nothing to worry about. A few monsters came, but Daddy has dealt with them, Ye Feng reassured him, gently ruffling Ye Chen's hair. Now, go to sleep. Okay, Ye Chen nodded obediently, snuggling under the covers and closing his eyes. At that moment, Ye Feng found himself unable to sleep. He lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Before long, Nan Gong Yue quietly entered, closing the door behind her before nestling into Ye Feng's embrace. What are you thinking about? Tomorrow, Ye Feng replied softly, the day after tomorrow. Then what about the day after tomorrow's tomorrow? Nan Gong Yue laughed lightly. Why not just say the future? I feel we must leave here soon and head for the 7th city, Ye Feng mused. Staying here indefinitely is not a viable option. Is it because of the art organization? Nan Gong Yue inquired. That is one of the reasons, Ye Feng admitted. Today, I acquired a safe route map from Beiyuan City to the provincial capital. As things stand, this route should still be secure. Otherwise, the art organization's personnel would not be able to traverse both locations so smoothly and swiftly. However, over time, that may change. Once the art organization completely abandons this area, they will also forsake this safe route, making it difficult. We have made no preparations, Ye Feng replied. Moreover, after their complete defeat, they will undoubtedly seek revenge, and the next group they send will be even larger. They may arrive sooner than we think. Let us first focus on the immediate matters. As for the journey to the 7th city, I will discuss it with Yang Hui once we are settled. Nan Gong Yue nodded and then added, Now, let us talk about something else. Such as? Ye Feng looked at her, momentarily taken aback. Naturally, matters between us, Nan Gong Yue replied, her eyes sparkling with mischief and a soft smile adorning her face. All right, Ye Feng smiled back, and as he spoke, he leaned in to kiss her. The next morning, after Ye Feng had breakfast with Ye Chen, Yang Hui and Nan Gong Yue began organizing their team to search for new accommodation in the vicinity. Although there were numerous houses around, very few could accommodate their party of over 20 people. After half an hour, they identified a hotel located over 200 meters from the base. The hotel was modest, with 4 floors and 10 rooms on each floor, ample enough for their needs. Before long, the morning passed, and all the rooms in the hotel had been cleaned. Yang Hui and the others moved in without delay. After lunch, the courtyard felt significantly quieter, with only Ye Feng, Nan Gong Yue, Beiyuan, Lin Xian stayed behind at the hotel with Ye Chen and Mi Xian. For the next few days, it will just be the 3 of us here. Are you afraid? Nan Gong Yue asked Beiyuan beside her. I'm not afraid. I've grown quite capable now. Beiyuan shook her head resolutely. Good, that attitude is commendable. Nan Gong Yue nodded in satisfaction. By the way, you two should go back. They will need your leadership over there since it is currently chaotic, Nan Gong Yue said, looking at Luo Qinghan and Yang Hui. Understood, Luo Qinghan nodded and stood up. We should take some food with us. We won't return for dinner tonight or breakfast tomorrow. That works, Yang Hui agreed, and together with Luo Qinghan, they headed into the storage room to gather 2 large backpacks of provisions. Chapter 61. The evolution of space. Ye Feng arrived at the vegetable garden, squatting down to gaze at the land before him. He reached out to touch the soil and sighed inwardly, if only I could have such fertile land. In his previous meditative states, he had envisioned his space transforming into a vast expanse, as grand as a planet. Little did he know that such meditation merely increased the size of his space without truly evolving it into a world. The reason was simple. He had failed to contemplate fertile soil, flowing rivers, the air he breathed, and the sunlight and stars that existed within that space. Only with these elements could it be considered a true world. Otherwise, it remained merely a space. Ye Feng closed his eyes and pressed his hand against the slightly damp soil. In a moment, he fell into a meditative state. The land here, along with the clear stream and the fresh air and the brilliant sunlight, seemed to flood into his heart, reflecting in his space. While he was still immersed in this meditation, his embodied space began to undergo monumental changes due to his focused thoughts. Mysteriously, a peculiar spatial energy permeated the surroundings, reminiscent of the dawn of creation, where all transformations felt so natural. The gray ground gradually morphed into moist earth, and at the edges of this space, a clear stream appeared, bubbling gently as it flowed. Moreover, the dense white mist surrounding the space began to churn violently, retreating rapidly in the opposite direction. Amidst the clouds above this space, a beam of light emerged, instantly illuminating the entire area, filling it with freshness, as if it were brimming with invigorating air and the essence of life. When Ye Feng opened his eyes again, half an hour had passed, and his embodied space had expanded to a radius of 100 meters. Above this space, clouds began to form. Though few in number, they imparted an aura of tranquility. Ye Feng surveyed his embodied space, and upon witnessing the transformations within, he was left astonished. He had never anticipated that a mere attempt at meditating on his space would yield such results. In the next instant, his figure vanished from his place, and he found himself within his own space. Meanwhile, Nan Gong Yue, who was conversing with Beiyuan, suddenly wore an expression of shock as Ye Feng's abrupt disappearance prompted her to leap to her feet. Ye Feng, what is the matter, Captain? Beiyuan inquired, having not witnessed Ye Feng's sudden vanishing. Just now, I saw Ye Feng suddenly disappear. Nan Gong Yue exclaimed, hastening to the vegetable garden, her face etched with concern. Ye Feng, where are you? Beiyuan, sensing something was amiss, joined in the search. Could he have gone to the dormitory or the cafeteria? She suggested. Let us split up and look for him, Nan Gong Yue urged anxiously. As they searched, they called out Ye Feng's name, but no response came, regardless of their efforts. Meanwhile, Ye Feng was lost in the wonder of his newfound space, taking a deep breath to savor the fresh air, the radiant sunlight, and the nearby stream that spanned 5 to 6 meters in width. Though not expansive, it felt like a hidden paradise. From now on, I will cultivate this place into my own sanctuary, Ye Feng declared with excitement. After indulging in his daydreams, he finally left the space. When he reappeared, he was still beside the vegetable garden. At tea that moment, Nan Gong Yue and Beiyuan had just emerged from the dormitory, both flustered and unsure of what to do. Upon spotting Ye Feng, their faces lit up with joy as they hurried towards him. Ye Feng, where did you go just now? Nan Gong Yue asked breathlessly as she reached him. I didn't go anywhere. I've been right here, Ye Feng replied, momentarily puzzled by Nan Gong Yue's concern. How is that possible? We searched all around for you and couldn't find you, she said, a hint of annoyance creeping into her tone. Indeed, Ye Gu, you nearly made our captain cry from worry, Beiyuan chimed in. No matter how we looked, we couldn't find you. How could that be? I've been right here. Ye Feng suddenly recalled something, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. I realize now that I was a bit careless. Nan Gong Yue gazed at him, urging, what exactly happened? Please tell me. Calm down. I'll explain everything now, Ye Feng replied, quickly offering a reassuring smile to Nan Gong Yue. What is it? Hurry up. Nan Gong Yue pressed. Ye Feng glanced at Beiyuan, who wore a look of confusion, then at the increasingly irritated Nan Gong Yue, and sighed. Let me take you to a place, and you'll understand. Where? Nan Gong Yue asked. Without further ado, Ye Feng took both of their arms and led them into his embodied space. What is this place? Nan Gong Yue looked around in astonishment. Ye Gu, is this where you just went? Beiyuan, being astute, quickly deduced the situation. Indeed, Ye Feng nodded. What is this place? Nan Gong Yue suddenly realized something, her expression filled with disbelief. Correct, Ye Feng affirmed. You succeeded. Nan Gong Yue exclaimed in delight. Yes, and I owe much of it to you, Ye Feng flattered. Haha, this is wonderful. It looks amazing here. If we could cultivate some crops, it would truly be a paradise. Nan Gong Yue said excitedly, completely forgetting her earlier irritation. It seems we could plant something here. Captain, look, there's even a stream over there. Beiyuan remarked. We can easily store our supplies here, Nan Gong Yue added happily. And we can grow things too. It's simply marvelous. However, Beiyuan must not find out, Ye Feng whispered to Nan Gong Yue. Upon hearing this, Nan Gong Yue's expression shifted as she realized something and said shyly, I'll talk to her later and ask her not to tell anyone. Good, Ye Feng nodded. When I have time, I'll cultivate some land here to grow fruits and vegetables. By the way, can we bring the houses and the cultivated vegetable gardens from outside in? Nan Gong Yue asked, her imagination running wild. I'm not sure about that. Let us try it out shortly, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. Chapter 62. A new method. As the three emerged from Ye Feng's possession space, he endeavored to absorb the vegetable patch before him into his realm. Upon placing his hand upon the ground, an inexplicable sensation surged within him, suggesting that if he could encompass this plot of land with his inner perception, he would succeed in drawing it into his space. Nan Gong Yue and Beiyuan silently observed Ye Feng, wary of disturbing his concentration. As Ye Feng's inner awareness expanded, he felt an increasing strain, yet he persevered, determined to explore the limits of his capacity. After a brief moment, he succeeded in enveloping the vegetable patch within his mind. With a mere flicker of intent, the patch vanished from sight, having been relocated into his possession space, leaving behind a shallow, level depression in its wake. Success! Exclaimed Nan Gong Yue and Beiyuan, their voices brimming with joy. Quick, let us see inside. Ye Feng guided the two women back into his possession space, where the vegetable patch had been placed beside a stream, facilitating easier irrigation. Once I find a villa that I fancy, remember to help me store it away, Nan Gong Yue said, her excitement palpable. Understood, Ye Feng replied with a shake of his head. He mused about the impracticality of stowing a villa when he did not reside there, unaware of Nan Gong Yue's deeper intentions. The trio did not exit immediately. Instead, they took shovels to the opposite bank of the stream and planted over 100 fruit seeds, hoping for a swift harvest of fresh produce when the time came for blooming and fruiting. Ye Feng, have you ever considered utilizing the energy from the energy crystals to accelerate the growth of these vegetables and fruit trees? Nan Gong Yue inquired. Not at all, Ye Feng responded, gazing at her with mild astonishment. I would never have thought of such an idea. Well, I've thought of it now. Why not give it a try? She urged. How should I go about it? Ye Feng replied, somewhat perplexed. I have no idea how to convert these energy crystals into fertilizer. You could place the energy crystals in water, Nan Gong Yue suggested. Did you not know? They will gradually dissolve. Then I leave it in your capable hands, Ye Feng conceded. Hey, I'm merely providing the method. It's up to you to implement it, Nan Gong Yue replied, shaking her head. Besides, this is your space, and I can't just come and go as I please. Very well, Ye Feng acquiesced. Upon their return to the base, dusk had settled. Ye Feng decided to experiment with Nan Gong Yue's method. He placed a level 1 energy crystal into a cup of water, and within about a minute, it had dissolved completely. Peering into the cup, he contemplated for a moment before drinking it down, sensing the energy within. He noted that while the water did indeed contain the energy from the crystal, it felt somewhat diminished. An idea began to form in his mind. Rather than painstakingly watering the vegetables and fruit trees with individual dissolved crystals, it would be more efficient to dig 2 ponds on either side of the stream, diverting the water into them and then tossing the energy crystals into the ponds. The residual energy would remain in the space, ultimately benefiting the crops. However, it was late, and there was no rush. Ye Feng resolved to act on this plan the following day. After dinner, he bid farewell to Nan Gong Yue and Bai Qian and returned to his room. Without Ye Chen's laughter, the atmosphere felt a tad somber. Leaning against the headboard, Ye Feng gazed at the spot where Ye Chen usually slept, lost in thought. Before he realized it, he had drifted into a deep slumber. When Nan Gong Yue entered and saw Ye Feng sleeping, a pang of tenderness surged within her. She gently draped a blanket over him. "You're here?" Ye Feng murmured, awakening slowly and smiling at her. "Why aren't you lying down properly to sleep?" Nan Gong Yue inquired, sitting beside him and taking his hand. "I was just thinking about Chen Chun, and somehow I fell asleep," Ye Feng replied with a smile. "Indeed, today has been quite taxing," Nan Gong Yue acknowledged. "Not too bad," Ye Feng said, tilting his head to look at her. "It's just that the mental strain was considerable, but I feel much better after a brief rest." "Did you try the method I suggested?" Nan Gong Yue asked, snuggling into his embrace. "I did." "How did you come to discover it?" Ye Feng nodded, curious. "It was just a casual realization," she replied with a smile. "Bai Qian is asleep. Did you lull her to sleep before coming here?" Ye Feng teased lightly. "Of course. With only the 3 of us here, her sleeping makes it much quieter." Nan Gong Yue giggled playfully. "Indeed," Ye Feng said, wrapping his arms around her and caressing her delicate hand. "I've absorbed the vegetable patch into my space. What will you tell them if they notice it's missing?" "That's simple enough. I'll say it was destroyed by a group of mysterious individuals. I've already spoken to Bai Qian about it, and she'll keep it secret," Nan Gong Yue replied confidently. "How did you phrase it to Bai Qian?" Ye Feng asked, intrigued. "I told her, little Qian, you must keep today's events confidential and not speak to anyone about it," I added. "If you dare to tell anyone, I'll strip you bare and toss you onto Ye Gui's bed," she recounted, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Unbelievable," Ye Feng remarked, a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. "That's an unabashed threat." "Ha ha." The poor girl turned bright red and nearly sank into the ground. Nan Gong Yue laughed, then suddenly asked, "By the way, Bai Qian is the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. If I truly stripped her and tossed her onto your bed, would you take her?" "Not at all. My heart belongs solely to you." Ye Feng shook his head. "Tiomi, she's merely a little sister." "Really?" Nan Gong Yue seemed skeptical. "She's so stunning, how could you not be tempted?" "While I can appreciate her beauty, I am not a beast," Ye Feng replied, exasperated. "Ha ha." Nan Gong Yue chuckled, her gaze growing increasingly dreamy and flirtatious. A tranquil night passed, and the anticipated attack did not materialize. Time flowed quietly, and several days slipped by. On the 6th night, a sudden flash of red light pierced through the gates of the courtyard, illuminating the area briefly. Moments later, a shadow stealthily scaled the wall, clad in black combat attire, wielding a specially designed submachine gun, with a 6-foot-long blade slung across their back. Chapter 63. Severed arm. He steadied his stance and emitted a faint sound reminiscent of an insect's chirp, before silently making his way deeper into the courtyard. Moments later, 9 figures scaled the wall, each clad in identical black combat attire, armed with specially designed submachine guns, and bearing a 6-foot-long blade upon their backs. As the 10 approached the dormitory building, their movements slowed, guns raised, scanning the surroundings for any signs of suspicion, prepared to fire without hesitation at any perceived threat. Yet, as they drew within 20 meters of the dormitory, a sudden, blinding white light erupted from the 2nd floor, illuminating the entire courtyard. The 10 men, momentarily overwhelmed by the dazzling brilliance, instinctively shut their eyes, raising their weapons to shoot in the direction of the light. A rapid series of gunfire ensued, but their bullets merely struck the wall, sending up clouds of dust. Upon opening their eyes, they beheld a radiant angel hovering 10 meters before them, emanating a celestial glow. In her hands was a longbow, drawn taut, ready to unleash her arrows upon them. It was none other than Bai Qian. "Take cover!" shouted one of the men, prompting the others to scatter in an instant, dispersing at remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Bai Qian released her arrow, which transformed into a multitude of luminous projectiles, shooting forth like a rain of light. Despite their quick reflexes, 4 of them found themselves ensnared in the deluge of radiant arrows. Aware they could not evade the onslaught, they conjured their respective abilities, manifesting shields to protect themselves. At this juncture, Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue appeared, their expressions grave as they surveyed the 10 men below. "Their combat awareness is formidable. We must remain cautious," replied Nan Gong Yue. Bai Qian released another arrow, targeting those on the right. However, these super soldiers, being exceptionally trained, were not easily outmatched by ordinary awakened beings. After Bai Qian's arrow was loosed, they abandoned their submachine guns, opting instead for their long blades, each selecting a direction to charge towards her. Bai Qian remained composed, a cold glint flashing in her starry eyes. With a powerful flap of her wings, she dove swiftly, her bow morphing into a 6-foot-wide sword. She swung the broad sword with tremendous force, cleaving through one of the super soldiers, sending him flying, and then targeted another. Ye Feng and Nan Gong Yue landed on the ground, with Nan Gong Yue raising her hands. In an instant, 5 tornadoes spiraled upward, each towering 30 to 40 meters high, filled with countless wind blades. Should anyone be caught within, they would surely suffer devastating injuries, if not death. Under her command, the tornadoes pushed back the approaching foes. Ye Feng, eschewing the power of lightning, grasped dual blades, stepping into a flash of thunderous light, arriving before a super soldier. He brought his blades down, aiming for a lethal strike. The soldier, taken aback, raised his long knife in a desperate attempt to fend off Ye Feng, but he had underestimated Ye Feng's prowess. In a mere exchange, the soldier was sent hurtling away. Yet Ye Feng did not relent. He surged forward, executing a dual-blade assault before the soldier even touched the ground. With a sickening sound, a head was severed, blood spraying forth, and thus the combatant forged by the organization met his demise. Meanwhile, Nan Gong Yue eliminated one soldier with her tornadoes, while Bai Qian dispatched another. The intensity of the battle escalated, as the destructive capabilities of these formidable awakened beings wreaked havoc. Within mere minutes, the ground had been torn asunder, and the dormitory lay in ruins, resembling a desolate wasteland. Ye Feng repelled one super soldier, only to have another charge at him. Before the soldier's blade could descend, Ye Feng executed another dual-blade maneuver, swiftly slaying him. In the span of mere minutes, 4 out of the 10 super soldiers had fallen. With a frigid gaze, Ye Feng surveyed the remaining foes, his form shooting forth once more as he wielded his blades. Suddenly, 2 figures lunged at him from either side, while 2 more closed in from behind, clearly intent on delivering a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the last 2 super soldiers advanced on Nan Gong Yue, attempting to encircle her. Bai Qian, with a flick of her wings, vanished from sight, her broad sword descending upon the super soldier flanking Nan Gong Yue. As the 4 assailants drew closer, electric sparks danced along Ye Feng's blades. In an instant, he unleashed 4 bolts of lightning, each aimed at the attacker's point. 2 of them, reacting with remarkable speed, narrowly evaded the strikes. But the other 2 were not so fortunate and were struck by the electricity, freezing in place, their bodies convulsing. Despite their resilience, the impact of the lightning slowed their movements considerably. In the midst of her fierce battle, Nan Gong Yue quickly summoned 2 tornadoes, which lifted the incapacitated soldiers into the air. However, her momentary distraction allowed one of the opponents to capitalize. A blade swept down, severing her left arm. Blood gushed forth, her severed limb falling nearby. "Ah!" she screamed in agony, her eyes blazing with fury as she unleashed a tornado upon the super soldier before her. The resulting explosion sent him flying several dozen meters away. "Captain!" Bai Qian cried out, striking back against the soldier she was engaged with before darting to Nan Gong Yue's side to support her. Ye Feng, now devoid of any desire to continue the fight, unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, forcing the 2 remaining foes to retreat. He rushed to Nan Gong Yue, who, drenched in sweat from the pain, could scarcely speak. Yet she managed a brave smile as she gazed at Ye Feng. Xiao Qian quickly, take you away. I will handle them, Ye Feng urged, his heart aching as he glanced at Nan Gong Yue's severed arm lying on the ground. Understood, Bai Qian replied promptly, lifting Nan Gong Yue into her arms, her wings unfurling as she swiftly ascended into the air and sped away into the distance. Chapter 64. Rebirth. With a swift motion, Ye Feng grasped the air, and a bolt of lightning ensnared Nan Gong Yue's arm, drawing her before him, after which he stored her in his spatial realm. He tightened his grip on the twin blades in his hands, casting a keen gaze upon the four figures that slowly advanced towards him. After such an intense battle, their expressions betrayed a hint of fatigue, coupled with a wary acknowledgement of Ye Feng's formidable prowess. Suddenly, a flash of lightning surged forth, and Ye Feng's figure vanished without a trace. In the next moment, he materialized before one of them, his dual blades descending with lethal precision, sending the super. In an instant, he disappeared once more, reappearing in front of another adversary, and again, his blades cleaved down, launching that foe into the AT. This juncture, the remaining two hastily regrouped, raising their long swords in a defensive stance. However, Ye Feng's figure did not manifest before them. Instead, he landed behind them. With two swift strikes, his blades struck their backs, leaving gaping, bloody gashes nearly a foot long. Yet, the two reacted with remarkable speed. Upon sensing Ye Feng's presence behind them, they instinctively lunged forward, or else they would have perished the moment his blades fell. Suddenly, from the ruins, a crimson beam shot towards Ye Feng at an astonishing speed, reaching him in the blink of an eye. Ye Feng, caught off guard, maneuvered his blades 3 inches to shield his vital points. With a resounding crash, the crimson light collided with his Tang swords, shattering them instantly and sending him tumbling several meters back under the force of the impact. While he pondered the nature of that crimson light, the two previously struck warriors advanced with their long swords drawn. Having consumed a vial of mysterious elixir, the injured super warriors surged forward once more, rejuvenated. Ye Feng's countenance grew grave. He extended his hands, and in an instant, electric arcs surged forth from his palms, dancing through the air like serpents of lightning. The four opponents, upon witnessing this, promptly unleashed their innate abilities, conjuring defensive light barriers around themselves. Although Ye Feng was unfamiliar with their nature, he discerned that the barriers lacked substantial defensive strength. In the next heartbeat, a terrifying tempest of thunder erupted, akin to thousands of bolts of lightning descending upon the earth. Within a radius of several hundred square meters around Ye Feng, ominous purple lightning crackled and struck the ground, battering the barriers surrounding the four warriors. With each strike of the purple lightning, those barriers shattered rapidly, exposing the four figures beneath the onslaught of the violet tempest. In a mere instant, they were reduced to mere remnants, dissipating into the void. Ye Feng, having forcibly summoned the purple lotus blooming within him to amplify his lightning power, nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. It was not his desire to eliminate them swiftly, but with Nan Gong Yue's arm still in her possession, time was of the essence. Thus, he had no choice but to seek a rapid resolution and hasten to her side. As the purple lightning dissipated, Ye Feng staggered, struggling to maintain his footing. He quickly ingested a second-tier energy crystal core, gazing at the charred remains strewn about, devoid of the four's presence. After exhaling a long breath of relief, he began to make his way outside, step by step. Before he could traverse 10 meters, Bai Qian appeared like a streak of white light, swiftly landing before Ye Feng. As they departed, a cloaked figure emerged from a concealed alley outside their compound. The individual produced a specialized phone, observing Ye Feng's retreating silhouette, and dialed a number. Moments later, a middle-aged man's voice resonated on the line. "Hello, how did the mission proceed?" "Report, Commander, the mission has failed. The Starlight War God's team has been annihilated, the cloaked figure replied slowly, her voice revealing a hint of youth. Then execute Plan B, the middle-aged voice instructed after a brief pause. Understood. After hanging up, the cloaked figure gently lifted the hood obscuring her head, revealing a strikingly beautiful visage, her cold eyes glimmering with curiosity. Bai Qian brought Ye Feng to the hotel, and he immediately approached Nan Gong Yu's bedside, his expression laden with concern. You, have they all been dealt with? Nan Gong Yue smiled faintly at Ye Feng, her voice weak. Let us not discuss that now. I heard from Qian that your arm is growing back. What is going on? Ye Feng urged. I believe it may be related to the undying star source we consumed, Nan Gong Yue replied with a smile. It seems that our organization and the National Defense Army have also discovered the regenerative properties of the undying star source, hence their relentless efforts to eliminate us. Let me see your arm, Ye Feng insisted. Nan Gong Yue hesitated for a moment before nodding, while Ye Feng lifted the covers, revealing her arm, which was slowly regenerating, now reaching the midpoint of her upper arm and visibly growing before his eyes. Ah, Ye Feng sighed in relief, covering her back up with the blanket. With a gentle expression, he asked, What would you like to eat? No need, I don't want anything, I just want to talk with you, Nan Gong Yue replied, shaking her head. I'll stay with you tonight, Ye Feng said, smiling at her. Nan Gong Yue nodded repeatedly, her spirits lifted. Half an hour later, Yang Hui and Luo Qinghan returned from the base, having nearly finished tidying up. You're back, how did it go? Ye Feng inquired, turning to Yang Hui and Luo Qinghan as they entered. We only found 6 corpses. The other 4 are missing. They likely faked their deaths and escaped, Yang Hui reported. Indeed, Ye Feng replied, asking further, was the warehouse damaged? Fortunately, the warehouse is intact, Yang Hui said with relief. However, the cafeteria and dormitory are essentially wrecked. We'll recuperate here for a few days. Tomorrow, you should head out to search for buses. Try to find as many as possible, and remove most of the seats to create space. We need to load up on food, water, and supplies from the warehouse, as well as those weapons. Nan Gong Yue contemplated before continuing, we cannot linger here for too long. We must expedite our relocation to the 7th city. Chapter 65, Acquiring a Woman. I was just about to discuss this matter with you, Yang Hui nodded. If the supplies cannot all be transported, we might as well leave the remainder here or perhaps bestow them upon others. Yes, you may arrange it as you see fit, Nan Gong Yue replied with a nod. Yeah, you should rest early. We shall return now, Luo Qinghan said, gazing at Nan Gong Yue's frail figure with concern. All right, you all should rest as well, Nan Gong Yue responded softly. By the way, with whom is Chen sleeping? Ye Feng suddenly recalled something and inquired of Luo Qinghan. Today he is sleeping with Sister Xian and Xian, Luo Qinghan replied. Thank you for your help these past few days, Ye Feng smiled at her. It's nothing. We are all family, Luo Qinghan replied with a gentle smile, departing with Yang Hui from Nan Gong Yue's chamber. This moment. Only Nan Gong Yue and Ye Feng remained. You should sleep. I will stay here with you, Ye Feng said, tenderly stroking Nan Gong Yue's hair. Nan Gong Yue, embodying the essence of a delicate woman, leaned against the pillow and gently closed her eyes, drifting into slumber. Though it was the witching hour, Ye Feng found it hard to succumb to sleep. The battle of the day had left him apprehensive. The arrival of 10 super soldiers had proven to be exceedingly troublesome, and had their numbers doubled, he could not foresee when the National Guard would strike again, nor could he anticipate who they might send or the methods they would employ against them. Thus, the only course of action available to them was to seize the moment and hastily depart from this place. Otherwise, the next encounter could result in even greater casualties. Time passed slowly as Ye Feng watched over the slumbering Nan Gong Yue, and before he knew it, he too had succumbed to sleep at the edge of the bed. When he awoke, it was already dawn, and Nan Gong Yue had risen, gazing at him with a gentle expression. Upon noticing his awakening, she said, You're awake. Is there anything you wish to eat? I can fetch something for you, Ye Feng offered. I would like some milk tea, Nan Gong Yue replied after a moment's thought. Very well, Ye Feng said, retrieving a bottle of milk tea from his space and handing it to her. Let me see how your arm is healing. As Nan Gong Yue revealed her arm, I will go check on Chen. Go ahead, Nan Gong Yue encouraged. Throughout the morning, Ye Feng did not venture out, remaining in the hotel to play with Ye Chen and converse with Nan Gong Yue. Yang Hui and the others procured 2 large buses, retaining 30 seats in one while removing all seats from the other to convert it into a pure storage vehicle. After a considerable amount of time spent in labor, they finally completed the dismantling of the seats, and then drove the 2 buses back to the courtyard, commencing to load the vehicles with entire boxes and bags of food, water, and other essential supplies. The wooden crates containing firearms were stowed in the luggage compartments beneath the buses. Just as Yang Hui and the others were busily organizing the supplies, a disheveled woman approached from outside, appearing gaunt and as if she had not eaten for days. She stumbled as she walked, giving the impression that she might fall at any moment. "Could you spare me some food?" the woman hesitantly asked, standing a short distance from Yang Hui. I haven't eaten in 3 days." Luo Qinghan glanced at the woman, who seemed frightened and quickly lowered her head. "Here, take this and eat." Yang Hui tossed her a bag of small bread rolls and 2 bottles of water. Thank you," the woman exclaimed in surprise, hurriedly accepting the bread and water. "No need for thanks." Yang Hui waved his hand and resumed his tasks. However, Lin Xian, Yuan Baiji, and a few other women kept a watchful eye on the woman. Yu Mengyu hesitated for a moment before approaching her. "Why don't you go back?" I escaped and don't know where to go," the woman said, bursting into tears. Upon hearing her words, Mu Mengyu's heart softened, and she approached Luo Qinghan to relay the woman's situation. "Ask her if she would like to join us. If she agrees, we can take her with us once we finish our work. If not, we can simply provide her with some food to help her leave," Luo Qinghan instructed Mu Mengyu. "Understood," Mu Mengyu replied, moving in front of the woman who was ravenously consuming the bread. "Would you like to come with us?" I would, the woman stammered, seemingly momentarily dazed, before quickly nodding. Thank you. She was about to kneel to express her gratitude. "Please, don't do that," Mu Mengyu hurriedly caught her. "What is your name?" "My name is Han Ing," the woman replied. "Well then, Han Ing, please stay here and eat something while we finish our tasks, and we will take you to our residence afterwards," Mu Mengyu said. Okay, Han Ing nodded excitedly. Another day passed, and Nan Gong Yue could no longer lie in bed, so she rose. Though her arm had healed completely, her vitality still required replenishment, as she had lost a considerable amount of blood during her injury. "Why aren't you resting properly? Why are you up?" Ye Feng entered the room carrying a bowl of steaming egg noodles, specially prepared by Aunt Li for Nan Gong Yue. "I'm fine now. I don't want to lie down any longer. If I continue to do so, I worry that I may not be able to walk again," Nan Gong Yue said, sitting beside Ye Feng. "This is egg noodles specially made by Aunt Li for you." "Eat up," Ye Feng urged. "Where did you get the eggs?" Nan Gong Yue asked with a frown. "From marinated eggs," Ye Feng chuckled. "Do you expect to find fresh eggs at a time like this?" "I knew it. Who else could lay eggs?" Nan Gong Yue giggled, then added, "By the way, I heard from Qinghan that a new woman arrived yesterday?" "Yes, her name is Han Ing, a rather ordinary woman whom Yang Hui and the others took in while gathering supplies at the courtyard," Ye Feng explained. "Is she pretty?" Nan Gong Yue inquired further. "I haven't seen her, so I cannot say." Ye Feng shook his head. Chapter 66. The Onslaught of the Undead. 2 days later, as everything was finally tidied up and Ye Feng and his companions prepared to depart for the 7th city, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from the direction of North Plain City. Even from a considerable distance, the sound was unmistakable. Upon hearing it, the faces of the crowd paled, and an unsettling chill gripped their hearts. "What is that sound?" Nan Gong Yue furrowed her brows, a sense of unease rising within her. "You all stay here. I will venture outside the safe zone to investigate," Ye Feng said after a moment of contemplation. "I'll accompany you." Nan Gong Yue quickly followed, and together they made their way towards the perimeter of the safe zone. As they exited through the northern gate of the safe zone, they initially felt no alarm. However, after walking a few hundred meters east along Windflower Road, they were abruptly met with a sight that sent shivers down their spines. A vast swarm of zombies, dark and menacing, was advancing towards them. "We must return at once," Ye Feng urged. "At the rate these zombies are moving, they will reach us in less than 10 minutes. Should we drive away? We must evacuate immediately. As soon as Ye Feng's words left his lips, everyone hurriedly boarded their vehicles. Yang Hui and Zhao Tuo each took the wheel of a car, speeding towards the northern exit of the safe zone. Yet, just as they burst out from the safe zone and turned west along Windflower Road, they were met with another massive throng of zombies racing towards them. Back to the safe zone. Ye Feng exclaimed urgently to Yang Hui. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to retreat once more. Inside the vehicles, the group's demeanor was tense. They occasionally peered outside, and upon glimpsing the overwhelming horde, they recoiled in fear. Just as Yang Hui and Zhao Tuo maneuvered their car back into the safe zone, Ye Feng leapt out and swiftly shut the heavy gate behind them. With a resounding thud, the gate slammed shut, raising a cloud of dust and effectively blocking the encroaching zombies from entering. Thankfully, the sturdy metal door would hold them at bay for a time. Once back inside the safe zone, the group was gripped by terror, murmuring amongst themselves, with some even breaking into quiet sobs. Let us return to the base. We must devise a long-term strategy, Yang Hui sighed. As the vehicle returned to the base, the group disembarked in silence, their eyes reflecting deep concern. Observing their expressions, Yang Hui pondered for a moment before speaking. Although we must find a way to break through and escape, Luo Qinghan suggested after some reflection. But with so many zombies outside, how do we plan to break free? Nan Gong Yue replied, her brow furrowed. Perhaps we should check the other two gates. There might be an alternate route for us to escape, Yuan Baiji proposed thoughtfully. Chu Yun, Bai Shui, take 2 people each to scout the east and west gates, Yang Hui commanded promptly. Ye Feng remained on the sidelines, keeping company with Ye Chen. Daddy, are there many monsters outside? Ye Chen asked innocently. Not too many, Ye Feng replied with a smile. It's just that it is inconvenient for us to drive out. Once the uncles and aunts finalize their plans, we will be able to leave here. Daddy, do you think Mommy will be scared when she sees those monsters? Ye Chen pondered aloud. Not at all. Ye Feng shook his head reassuringly. Those monsters cannot see Mommy, so they cannot harm her. Therefore, she won't be frightened. But Mommy is always here with me, protecting me. Indeed, Ye Chen nodded vigorously. Daddy, I dreamt about Mommy last night. She took me to many beautiful places, and he could not discern why, but it felt as though the dream held some significance. He crouched down to meet Ye Chen's gaze and said, Chen Shun, if Daddy has to go fight the monsters, you must stay close to Aunt Yu, all right? Don't wander off. Understood, Daddy, Ye Chen responded, taking note of his father's serious demeanor and nodding earnestly. At that moment, Luo Shui and Qing Qing approached. Brother-in-law? Luo Shui, Qing Qing, Ye Feng observed their anxious expressions. You'll get used to it with time, Ye Feng reassured them softly. Brother-in-law, if we can't get out, will we die here? Luo Shui hesitated before asking, her genuine fear evident. Rest assured, we will find a way to leave safely, Ye Feng smiled. You and Qing Qing are now both level 2 awakened. Taking down a single zombie should be a piece of cake. The fear you feel is primarily due to their terrifying appearance. In truth, they are not much more than an intimidating sight. Luo Shui and Qing Qing nodded, and upon hearing Ye Feng's words, their expressions softened, their fears somewhat alleviated. Ye Feng, come here for a moment. Nan Gong Yue called out to him. Luo Shui, keep an eye on Chen Chun for me. I'll be right back, Ye Feng said to Luo Shui before approaching Nan Gong Yue. How did the discussions go? He inquired upon reaching her side. Bai Shui and Chu Yun just returned from the east and west gates. Both areas are also swarming with zombies, Nan Gong Yue reported. After deliberation, we have decided to choose the west gate as our point of egress, employing firepower to break through the encirclement of zombies and make our escape. Chapter 67. Setting up the fire line? No. Ye Feng replied with a decisive shake of his head. Share your thoughts, Yang Hui urged. These zombies must be under the influence of some form of control. Otherwise, their sudden and purposeful assault on this place would be For instance, at the north gate, we can establish a stronghold, utilizing the firepower from the safety zone's gate to launch an offensive against the defensive wall. Only through the continuous attrition of their numbers do we stand a chance to escape this predicament. If a third-tier zombie, or perhaps even a fourth-tier one, were to appear within that horde, it is conceivable that they would orchestrate an attack against us. However, Is it not rather coincidental? Nan Gong Yue remarked, though she too found herself perplexed. Perhaps it was merely a stroke of fate. Seated at the edge of the crowd, Han Ying remained silent, her head bowed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Upon noticing this, Lu Weiwei approached her to offer comfort. It's all right. Sister Weiwei, do you think we are doomed to perish here? Han Ying asked, wiping her tears away as she looked at Lu Weiwei. If you were aware of the capabilities of our base, you would not be speaking in such a manner, Lu Weiwei responded with a reassuring smile. Is that so? Han Ying replied, but there are so many zombies outside. What does it matter how many zombies there are? They are ultimately no match for us, Lu Weiwei asserted. Han Ying nodded, drying her tears and offering Lu Weiwei a faint smile. Let me tell you, among our base, aside from Qianxian, Xinxian, and Antli, you are the only one who is not an awakened. If you had arrived at our base a few days earlier, you might have been one too. Unfortunately, your timing coincided with our evacuation, Lu Weiwei explained. But rest assured, once we reach the 7th city, the captain will ensure that you become an awakened as well. All right, I understand, Han Ying replied with a smile, feeling less fearful. Yet, unbeknownst to Lu Weiwei, deep within Han Ying's eyes lay a glimmer of anticipation. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, along with Yang Hui, Zhao Tuo, Chu Yun, Luo Qinghan, and Bai Shui, opened the luggage compartment beneath the bus and transferred all the wooden crates into 2 other business vehicles. The 6 of them drove directly away from the base to AT this moment. Nan Gong Yue approached Luo Shui, keeping company with Ye Chen. Captain, where have my brother-in-law and the others gone? Luo Shui asked. They have gone to set up the fire line. Soon you will need to engage the zombies, Nan Gong Yue replied as she squatted beside Ye Chen, gently patting his head. It's just the 2 of us, along with Xianxian, who remain here. With guns? Luo Shui gasped, her voice dropping to a whisper. Indeed, do you wish to charge out? Nan Gong Yue chuckled. Oh, heh, Luo Shui said, her embarrassment evident in her laughter. As Ye Feng and the others neared the north gate, they could already hear the distant roars of zombies crashing against the metal gate, creating a foreboding cacophony that suggested the door could give way at any moment. Upon arriving at the north gate, they quickly scavenged nearby abandoned light steel structures to erect a 50-meter-long and 4 to 5-meter-high framework. They then laid 2 light steel plates atop this structure, forming a narrow pathway of less than 2 meters in width, allowing them to move back and forth. As Ye Feng and his companions stepped onto the structure, they emerged just enough to facilitate their shooting. Once our 3 combat teams are all assembled, each will be equipped with a submachine gun, while the remaining members will load magazines, Yang Hui contemplated. Agreed, Luo Qinghan nodded. Let us also bring up the grenades. Right. Zhao Tuo, return to the vehicle and bring everyone over. We will commence shortly, Yang Hui directed, his gaze fixed on the throngs of zombies outside. After Zhao Tuo departed, thanks to the pre-loaded magazines, they had sufficient ammunition for a considerable duration. With the deafening sound of gunfire erupting, a significant number of zombies were swiftly gunned down outside the north gate, only for the space to be filled once more by the relentless tide of zombies surging from behind. The corpses of the fallen were trampled underfoot by their advancing KIN, as their kills mounted. A wall of zombie corpses began to accumulate several meters away from the north gate, reaching heights of 3 to 4 meters, with at least 10,000 zombies piled up in that spot. Use fire. Chapter 68, A New Plan. The metal gate is made of iron. It won't be susceptible to fire, Nan Gong Yue remarked, understanding Yang Hui's concerns about the rapid heat conduction of metal. If the gate were to be compromised, their position on the steel framework would become untenable for shooting. Moreover, there are only a limited number of zombies before the gate. It won't pose a significant threat, she insisted. Very well then, let us deploy the incendiary grenades, Yang Hui instructed Zhao Tuo. With a swift motion, 2 incendiary grenades were hurled towards the wall of corpses. There was a loud explosion, and in an instant, the makeshift barricade ignited, flames licking upward and releasing a pungent, nauseating odor that filled the air. The others did not linger, quickly descending from the steel framework and retreating to the nearby bus. However, Ye Feng, Nan Gong Yue, Bai Qian, Yang Hui, and Luo Qinghan chose to remain. Ye Feng gazed solemnly at the horde of zombies being driven back by the fire. Despite the blaze, the number of zombies affected was minimal, confined primarily to those trapped against the northern gate and a few sluggish ones. Simultaneously, we can position someone to monitor the zombies' movements at the western gate. Once the number of zombies there decreases significantly, we can drive straight to the western gate, unleashing our firepower to break free. Ye Feng articulated his strategy. However, this is merely conjecture. Let us send someone to assess the situation at the western gate. It seems the most prudent course of action, Nan Gong Yue suggested. The fire will continue to burn for a while. I shall go, Ye Feng decided after a moment's thought. I will accompany you, Nan Gong Yue said, looking at Ye Feng as he prepared to depart. You should remain here and keep an eye on Chen Shun for me, Ye Feng smiled, reassuring her. Very well, but please be cautious. Nan Gong Yue nodded in agreement. Yang Hui, Luo Qinghan, and Bai Qian also descended from the steel framework, returning to the bus. Ye Feng's figure flickered like lightning as he dashed toward the western gate with remarkable speed. Deep down, however, he harbored a disquieting premonition. Although he could not pinpoint the source of his unease, it was not solely due to the dream that Ye Chen had recounted that morning. A heavy foreboding weighed on his heart, perhaps foreshadowing loss. Upon arriving at the western gate, he refrained from climbing directly onto it. Instead, he sought refuge in a nearby building, ascending to the third floor to survey the scene outside. At that moment, nearly 10,000 zombies congregated at the western gate, with many more wandering the distant streets. Although this appeared formidable, it paled in comparison to the overwhelming numbers at the northern gate. Ye Feng did not tarry there, nor did he return to the northern gate. Instead, he proceeded to the eastern gate. Upon examining the situation at the eastern gate, he discovered that the number of zombies present was even fewer than at the western gate. Initially perplexed, Ye Feng soon realized that the intelligence of this advanced zombie was indeed remarkable, employing tactics to lure them in. Positioned atop a tall building near the eastern gate, he silently observed the zombies. They, too, noticed his presence and began to emit guttural growls. However, the majority were mere level 1 zombies, with few at level 2. Rather than departing immediately, he remained still, intent on validating his hypothesis regarding the advanced zombies' potential strategy to entice them deeper into danger. After approximately 10 minutes of scrutiny, Ye Feng noted a considerable number of zombies retreating towards the northern gate, leaving behind only around 5,000 or 6,000. In stark contrast to the hundreds of thousands at the northern gate, this location presented an optimal opportunity to break free from the encirclement. After a final moment of observation, he made his way back to the northern gate. Outside, the charred remains of zombies were still ablaze, emanating thick plumes of black smoke. Ye Feng approached the bus and summoned. If we drive over, we have a substantial chance of breaking through, Yang Hui contemplated. What if this is a trap set by the advanced zombie? Luo Qinghan cautioned. That is certainly a possibility. This creature's intelligence is not to be underestimated, and we must proceed with caution, Nan Gong Yue acknowledged, turning to Ye Feng. What are your thoughts? The advanced zombie's intelligence is indeed high. The eastern gate may very well be a trap, Ye Feng articulated. However, I propose we identify and eliminate this advanced zombie directly. But the sheer number of zombies is overwhelming. How do we even locate it? Nan Gong Yue shook her head. Even if we find it, what if we cannot contend with it? I have a plan for that, Ye Feng replied. Just provide me with a Barrett rifle, and I will handle it myself. No, that is far too dangerous. I cannot agree to that, Nan Gong Yue firmly opposed. Do you have a better alternative? Ye Feng sighed. Given the situation at the 3 gates, even if we launch a relentless assault on the northern and eastern gates, it may even increase. It is evident that the advanced zombie intends to draw us into the heart of the northern city. Therefore, we must first eliminate the advanced zombie if we hope to resolve the imminent crisis. However, penetrating the horde is exceedingly perilous. This is currently the only method to address our present predicament, Yang Hui interjected, meeting Nan Gong Yue's gaze. Otherwise, we may all perish here. Nan Gong Yue opened her mouth to argue further, but Ye Feng interjected, You, I would rather take the risk now than remain trapped in this safe zone, uncertain of when death might come. Perhaps we can exploit this opportunity to escape the zombies' encirclement and survive. You cannot go alone, Nan Gong Yue conceded, realizing her own limitations. Let Bai Chen accompany you. Bai Chen's strength indeed offered a significant advantage. Chapter 69, A Thrilling Encounter. I'll go fetch the gun for you, Yang Hui declared before turning to leave. Nan Gong Yue also boarded the bus to seek out Bai Chen. Moments later, Bai Chen excitedly followed Nan Gong Yue off the bus and approached Ye Feng, her face alight with anticipation. Ye Feng glanced at her. Although he remained silent, it was evident that the young lady was eagerly looking forward. After a brief wait, Yang Hui returned with the Barrett rifle, handing it to Ye Feng as he spoke. I've loaded it with 10 rounds. He then presented Ye Feng with a box of ammunition, saying, here is 100 rounds. I hope it suffices. That will be enough, Ye Feng replied, accepting the Barrett and the bullets, securing the rifle behind him and stowing the ammunition in his pocket. He turned to Nan Gong Yue. Please take good care of Chin Chun while we're gone. Brother Yi, you're incredibly capable. I believe there's nothing that can stand against you, Bai Chen asserted. Ah, so you have faith in my abilities, Ye Feng responded with a laugh. Why not? Besides, I'm not lacking either. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been chosen by the captain to accompany you, Bai Chen remarked with a gentle smile. Indeed, Ye Feng agreed. Your strength is commendable. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Yi, Bai Chen said, her cheeks flushing with delight at his praise. They moved swiftly, and within minutes, arrived at the eastern gate. Ye Feng led Bai Chen to the place he had previously observed the zombies. Just as I suspected, Ye Feng noted, seeing that the number of zombies had diminished further. He now fully understood the advanced zombie strategy, intending to lure them into a trap and annihilate them. Let us check the rooftop, he suggested, stepping outside, with Bai Chen following closely behind. Soon, they reached the rooftop of the 15-story building. While it wasn't the tallest in the vicinity, it afforded a decent view of the surrounding streets. Ye Feng retrieved 2 pairs of binoculars from his storage and handed one to Bai Chen. Here, take a look. All right, Bai Chen responded, gazing into the distance. Ye Feng first scanned the area south of the eastern gate, then east, and finally north. After completing his circuit, he noted that the discreet safety route he had previously cleared remained devoid of zombies. Venturing deeper into the horde through that path would lead them straight to Chuyin Road. Turning to Bai Chen, he inquired, do you see anything over there? I have a feeling these zombies seem to be coming from a specific direction. Bai Chen hesitated before speaking. From where? Ye Feng asked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Though he had been observing the zombies, he hadn't paid attention to their movements. About 4 kilometers east of Nanping Road, what lies to the north? Bai Chen queried. There aren't any major roads to the north, but beyond a small alley, there's Hualong Road, Ye Feng pondered before responding. That must be the direction of Hualong Road, Bai Chen concluded, analyzing her observations for Ye Feng. Under Bai Chen's guidance, Ye Feng scrutinized the areas she had mentioned. As expected, her keen insight proved valuable. Through various perspectives, Bai Chen pinpointed the source of the zombies' movement towards Hualong Road. Ye Feng cast a deep glance at Bai Chen, giving her a thumbs up. Impressive. Just all right, Bai Chen said, a touch of shyness creeping into her smile. Hualong Road is quite... After all, she could maintain her angelic transformation for only about 20 minutes. Let us hold off for now. We should save it for a critical moment, Ye Feng suggested, not wanting to squander her energy on mere travel, as her abilities might be crucial for their survival later. Oh, Bai Chen replied, her expression momentarily dimming. Though he didn't see Bai Chen's expression, he sensed her thoughts and added, your flying ability is invaluable. We shouldn't waste it unnecessarily. Who knows, it might just save our lives when we face that advanced zombie. Indeed, Bai Chen said, her spirits lifted by Ye Feng's reasoning. Back on the 3rd floor of the building, Ye Feng stood at the window, observing the incessant howls of the zombie horde outside. He turned to Bai Chen and proposed, would you like to engage in something thrilling? What kind of thrill? I'll take you, Ye Feng said, grasping Bai Chen's arm. Be careful. As he spoke, bolts of lightning crackled beneath his feet, enveloping both of them in a surge of electric energy. Despite this, Bai Chen felt no discomfort. In the next instant, Ye Feng propelled them outwards, using a flash of lightning to strike down upon the zombies below. With that as their springboard, Ye Feng and Bai Chen swiftly advanced. Quickly, the entrance had a few zombies, but the street ahead was quiet and safe, free from the relentless horde. Ye Feng released Bai Chen. Well, that was exhilarating, wasn't it? Thrilling indeed. Bai Qian giggled, Brother Yi, I feel that even without my help, you could single-handedly take down that advanced zombie. How could that be? I am not nearly as formidable as you suggest, Ye Feng replied, shaking his head. The two navigated quickly through the narrow street, soon arriving at its exit. Though a few zombies congregated there, their numbers were manageable, only a dozen or so. However, the horde on Chuyan Road was truly daunting. Wait a moment. I will unleash a lightning net to clear the zombies between this street and the opposite side, Ye Feng explained to Bai Qian. Once the lightning dissipates, we have about 3 to 5 seconds before we must use that brief window to cross to the other side. Understood, Bai Qian affirmed. Chapter 70. The Ghost Mother Zombie. Ye Feng swiftly made his way towards the street corner, lightning crackling in his hands, poised to unleash a devastating strike upon the approaching zombies. Bai Qian closely followed at his side, eagerly awaiting her opportunity. Before long, they arrived at the street corner, and without hesitation, Ye Feng unleashed the gathered electricity, enveloping an area of several hundred square meters before him. A horrific cacophony of screams erupted as the zombies fell lifeless under the onslaught of his electric attack. Within 3 seconds, not a single zombie remained standing. Ye Feng softly uttered a single word, go. With that, he dashed forward towards the opposite street, and Bai Qian, ever quick to react, followed closely behind. In merely a second or two, the two of them had slipped into the adjacent street. Although a few stray zombies lingered in that street, they were few in number. Ye Feng brandished 2 bone blades, swiftly slicing through the air, causing the heads of the zombies to fly as he passed. Ever since Ye Feng's Tang Dao had been shattered by the mysterious strike of those super soldiers, he had refrained from using it, opting instead to sharpen the bone blades, transforming them into 2 formidable bone knives. Though they appeared crude, these bone knives were remarkably sharp and exceptionally resilient. Having dealt with the zombies in the street, Ye Feng led Bai Qian onward towards Hualong Road. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. They navigated through several major streets before finally reaching a towering building at the southern entrance of Hualong Road. Ascending to the 5th floor, they positioned themselves by the window, using binoculars to survey the zombie situation across Hualong Road. The gathering of zombies was not overly vast, yet most of them were of level 2 or higher. Ye Feng even spotted several hunters and various other special mutant zombies. Their eyes, after a thorough search, they noticed a particularly large-headed zombie amidst the throng of special mutant zombies. This creature wielded a black staff, seemingly wooden yet emanating a metallic sheen. Standing at 6 feet tall, its skin bore a dark cyan hue, and its eyes had transformed into a menacing green, imparting an oppressive aura. Based on the color of its eyes, this ghost mother was likely a level 4 mutant zombie. How peculiar. How does it control the other zombies? Bai Qian remarked, gazing at the large-headed zombie with curiosity. That type of zombie is called a ghost mother, as documented in the records left by the Northern Yuan City's government, Ye Feng recalled. The ghost mother encountered by the city defense forces was only of level 2, with silver eyes. This type of zombie possesses powerful brainwaves, capable of controlling surrounding zombies and even observing their environment through the eyes of other zombies. However, at that time, the city defense forces merely managed to repel it with overwhelming firepower. They did not succeed in exterminating it. Not long after, the 3 factions of Northern Yuan City discreetly withdrew to the 7th city. So, this ghost mother before us is likely the one the city defense forces previously repelled? Bai Qian speculated. That seems to be the case, Ye Feng nodded. His expression, he aimed at the ghost mother, which was hundreds of meters away, and fired a shot. With a resounding crack, the bullet soared through the air, only to be intercepted by a hunter that suddenly leaped into its path. A sickening sound followed as a gaping wound erupted in the hunter's chest, yet, astonishingly, it remained standing, undeterred by the injury. This is the drawback of battling zombies. If one cannot secure a kill with a single shot, the subsequent attempts are often futile. The only surefire method to eliminate a zombie is through a headshot. Before Ye Feng could fire a second shot, a piercing shriek reverberated through the air, assailing both his and Bai Qian's senses, causing their heads to pound painfully, nearly rendering them unconscious. Ye Feng quickly bit his tongue, alarmed by the ghost mother's formidable prowess. Its reaction speed was astonishing, and its psychic assault was truly terrifying. "Are you all right?" Ye Feng asked, glancing at Bai Qian, whose face had turned a shade paler. "I'm fine, brother Yi," she managed a weak smile in response. "Good," Ye Feng said, raising the Barrett once more as he focused on the approaching dozen hunters and whalers. He fired several shots in quick succession, each bullet finding its mark in the heads of the hunters, swiftly dispatching them in the blink of an eye. Only 7 or 8 hunters remained. The ghost mother, seemingly dissatisfied, dispatched another wave of whalers. Similar to the hunters, the whalers possessed the ability to inflict psychic attacks, emitting a— Ye Feng holstered the Barrett and brandished the 2 bone blades, descending the stairs. "Prepare for a fierce battle." Bai Qian nodded, following closely behind, her complexion having returned to a healthier hue. Upon reaching the ground floor, they discovered that the hunters and whalers had already gathered outside the building, while lower-level zombies relentlessly pounded against the doors and windows. In a swift moment, the sound of shattering glass filled the air as several panes exploded, scattering shards across the floor. At that instant, the horde of zombies surged into the building. Electricity crackled along the surfaces of Ye Feng's bone blades, radiating a dazzling glow. "I can handle these zombies myself. You rest for now. We'll talk once you've recovered," he said without turning back. "I'm fine," Bai Qian insisted, yet Ye Feng paid her no heed, intercepting the oncoming zombies. Under the furious assault of his lightning-infused strikes, the zombies faltered, collapsing lifelessly to the ground within mere seconds. As Bai Qian contemplated transforming into her angelic form, Ye Feng had already dispatched the current wave of undead. Thus, she had no choice but to heed his words and stand by, waiting. At that moment, the remaining hunters and whalers suddenly emerged from all directions, brandishing their sharp bone blades and lunging at Ye Feng. The whalers, in particular, unleashed their dissonant cries, seeking to disrupt his focus. Chapter 71. Thunderous slaughter. Ye Feng gazed upon the dozen or so hunters and mourners lunging towards him. A subtle smile gracing his lips, he understood that these hunters and mourners were— Suddenly, Ye Feng sprang into action. The dual blades in his hands danced with lethal grace, his figure, augmented by the electric light, moved with the speed of lightning. In less than 2 seconds, he struck repeatedly, leaving behind a succession of afterimages and flashes of cold light. When he finally halted, the hunters and mourners surrounding him lay in dismembered heaps upon the ground, a sight most gruesome and terrifying. White Qian, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. She realized that wielding a blade against the undead could be executed with such ferocity and poise. Unbeknownst to her, a stirring within her heart was ignited, and as she gazed into Ye Feng's eyes, they sparkled with newfound admiration. Taking a deep breath, Ye Feng brandished his twin blades, eyeing the approaching wave of second-tier zombies, and unleashed another barrage of thunderous strikes. At that moment, a brilliant white light erupted behind him. White Qian activated her angel transformation, her wings unfurling as she hovered gracefully above the ground. Manifesting a bow of light, she drew back the string, releasing a radiant arrow that instantly split into 2, then 4, and by the time it reached the building's exterior, it numbered in the hundreds, continually multiplying. With a resounding whoosh, a rain of arrows descended upon the horde, striking numerous zombies and causing many to fall with their heads exploded. Following this, another arrow soared forth, targeting the remaining zombies. Ye Chen worked in tandem with Ye Feng, relentlessly purging the surrounding undead while steadily advancing toward the ghostly matron. It appeared that the matron's previous psychic attacks were not easily wielded, for she had yet to unleash another assault as Ye Feng and Ye Chen pressed onward. However, Ye Feng remained vigilant, acutely aware that should they be besieged by zombies, a sudden attack from the matron could spell doom for both him and Ye Chen. He consumed a second-tier energy crystal core, replenishing his expended energy, and offered several to Ye Chen, urging her to restore her strength. Observing the hundreds of mutated zombies and the sinister matron lurking among them, Ye Feng paused momentarily before addressing Ye Chen. In a moment, I shall unleash my most potent strike, but be warned, it will leave my body exceedingly weakened. When that occurs, make your way to the rooftop of the nearby building. Understood. Ye Chen nodded gravely, her expression turning serious. With crackling electricity coursing through his hands, Ye Feng glanced through the throngs of hunters, mourners, and other mutated zombies to locate the ghostly matron. She bore no semblance of fear, instead flashing him a malevolent grin as her staff radiated a dim red light. He sensed that the matron was preparing a formidable counterattack, and thus, he could not afford to delay. He had to strike decisively. With the lightning flickering around him, Ye Feng nearly teleported into the midst of the mutated zombies. In an instant, torrents of purple lightning cascaded from above, carrying the weight of annihilation as they surged over 1,000 square meters around him. The mutated zombies shrieked in agony, collapsing into mere remnants within mere seconds. The ghostly matron's form finally came into view. At that moment, a crimson barrier emerged around the matron, absorbing the onslaught of purple lightning. Her gaze, once dismissive, now shone with malice, fury, and even a hint of a roared. Ye Feng's eyes grew cold as he fixed his gaze upon her, feeling the purple lotus within him surge once more, amplifying the intensity of the descending purple thunder. The majority of the strikes landed upon the matron's protective barrier. With a series of sharp crackles, the barrier shattered under the force of the purple lightning, disintegrating into motes of starlight. Exposed to the onslaught, the ghostly matron proved utterly vulnerable, unable to withstand the assault for even a second before being obliterated. As Ye Feng ceased his attack, before he could move, darkness enveloped him, and he nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Ye Chen rushed to his side, supporting him and swiftly carrying him to the rooftop of a nearby building. Setting Ye Feng down on the rooftop, Ye Chen inquired, "Are you all right, brother Ye?" "I'm fine. Just need a moment to recuperate," he replied, consuming another second-tier energy crystal core. "Check to see if there are any other zombies near the ghostly matron." "None," Ye Chen reported after glancing down at Hualong Road, where the area within a radius of 30 to 40 meters lay scorched, devoid of any zombies. "Then go investigate whether the energy crystal cores of the mutated zombies and the ghostly matron still remain. If they do, gather them all," Ye Feng instructed. "Understood." With that, Ye Chen vanished in a flash, descending towards the ground. She first approached the corpse of the ghostly matron, a beam of light coalescing into a with this luminous blade, she cleaved through the matron's remains, uncovering a dark, fleshy nugget within. The matron's energy crystal core. Her face lit up with joy as she swiftly secured it. Next, she turned her attention to the remnants left by the purple lightning, casually prodding the debris with her sword and discovering several glowing energy crystal cores scattered across the ground. Overcome with excitement, she flapped her wings twice, summoning a gust that swept away the remnants, revealing a plethora of luminous energy crystals. With a decisive motion, she cast a net of white light, swiftly collecting all the third-tier energy crystal cores strewn across the ground. After ensuring that the area was devoid of any energy crystals, she redirected her focus to the bodies of the previously slain zombies. Just as she was joyfully gathering the energy crystals, from a building over 100 meters away, a swarm of black mutated cockroaches emerged, seemingly triggered by some unseen signal, charging directly toward Ye Chen. As the mutated cockroaches closed in, only 10 meters away, she heard the commotion behind her. Turning to face the horde, a sudden shock gripped her heart. With a swift flap of her wings, she ascended into the air. She exhaled, relieved to have noticed them in time. Otherwise, she would have been overwhelmed by the swarm. Gazing down at the ground, where the cockroaches surged like a tide, she abandoned the notion of attacking and instead flapped her wings, soaring towards Ye Feng's location. Chapter 72. The Resurgence of the Mutant Cockroaches. Brother Ye. Bai Qian's figure gracefully landed beside Ye Feng, a playful smile gracing her lips. How are you faring? At that moment, with the assistance of the energy crystal cores, Ye Feng had already regained a considerable amount of strength. Look here, Bai Qian said, producing a bag and handing it to Ye Feng. So much. Ye Feng exclaimed as he accepted the bag, noting that it contained no fewer than 400 or 500 third-tier energy crystal cores, along with a fourth-tier energy crystal core glowing with a green hue. Although you reduced those zombies to mere dust, the energy cores remained intact, so I simply fanned my wings and blew away the debris to collect them, Bai Qian said cheerfully. Suddenly, a thought struck her. By the way, I encountered some mutant cockroaches on my way up. Indeed, there is a nest of mutant cockroaches here, Ye Feng replied, unfazed. We encountered them the last time we came to retrieve the firearms from the Qinglong Society. However, neither of them anticipated that as Bai Qian descended onto the rooftop of the building, swarms of mutant cockroaches began to crawl toward the structure. Let us rest here for a moment. Once I have recovered, we shall return the way we came, Ye Feng suggested, offering the bag of energy crystal cores back to Bai Qian. Take it, Brother Ye. After all, these are your spoils, Bai Qian insisted, waving her hands dismissively. Please, accept it, Ye Feng smiled, resolutely pressing the bag into her hands. How about this, Brother Ye? You keep it for me, Bai Qian proposed after a moment's thought. It's rather inconvenient for me to carry. Ye Feng looked at Bai Qian before shaking his head and chuckling. If others were to see such a bounty of third-tier energy crystal cores, they would be scrambling to keep it for themselves. Yet here you are, insisting I safeguard it. Hee, most of those zombies were taken down by you, Brother Ye. I merely collected the energy cores as a matter of convenience, Bai Qian replied with a smile. In any case, I feel more at ease knowing you are keeping them safe. Very well, Ye Feng conceded, placing the bag of energy crystal cores into his spatial storage. At that moment, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air, the unmistakable sound of wings in motion. Ye Feng's heart raced as he quickly rose to investigate the source of the noise. To his dismay, both he and Bai Qian's expressions shifted dramatically as they beheld thousands of mutant flying insects approaching from the street nearby, each about a foot in size and resembling the mutant cockroaches to some extent. Brother Ye, we must flee, Bai Qian exclaimed, preparing to activate her angel transformation to carry Ye Feng away. But he swiftly intercepted her, gathering lightning in his hands and gravely advising, We cannot escape. You won't be able to fly past them. But, Bai Qian began. But before she could finish, a commotion erupted from the stairwell on the rooftop. With a resounding crash, the door was flung outward, and a horde of mutant cockroaches began to swarm forth. Ye Feng remained silent, his expression grave. Having just fought against the zombie horde they had no choice but to confront this threat head-on, and their survival would hinge upon sheer luck. As the mutant cockroaches drew within mere meters of them, Ye Feng unleashed a surge of lightning, forming a vast electric net that enveloped and obliterated the encroaching cockroaches in an instant. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve, as the mutant cockroaches continued to pour forth relentlessly. Meanwhile, Bai Qian transformed into her angelic form and engaged the flying mutant insects in fierce combat, unleashing a barrage of light arrows that felled numerous airborne foes. Unlike the zombies, these insects were easily dispatched upon being struck. However, the relentless tide of mutant cockroaches and flying insects showed no signs of abating, surging toward them like an unyielding tide. Ye Feng recognized that this stalemate could not continue indefinitely. If they persisted in battle, exhaustion would eventually overwhelm them. He consumed a third-tier energy crystal core to replenish his energy reserves and unleashed another wave of lightning, annihilating more mutant cockroaches. He then hurried to the edge of the rooftop and peered down, witnessing the entirety of Hualong Road teeming with mutant cockroaches. a sight that sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, he caught sight of a massive shadow within the lobby of the Hualong building, from which the mutant cockroaches and flying insects were emerging. A realization struck him. Could this be the mutant cockroach queen? It had been underground last time. How had it come to the surface now? Had it undergone a form of evolution? This seemed improbable. First, a fourth-tier ghost queen zombie appeared alongside a multitude of third-tier special mutant zombies, and now an evolved mutant queen was making its presence known, even employing tactics to hatch flying insects to impede their escape. This indicated that the mutant queen was at least a third-tier entity, possibly even a fourth tier. The sudden emergence of two formidable mutant entities in close proximity was indeed a remarkable coincidence. Yet, in that moment, Ye Feng could not puzzle it out. After a brief pause, he turned to Bai Qian and commanded, "Xiao Qian, take me to the Hualong building." Understood. Although Bai Qian was uncertain of Ye Feng's intentions, she did not hesitate, unfurling her wings and swiftly ascending toward the Hualong building. To the first floor, Ye Feng instructed. Once they were within 40 or 50 meters of the building, he gathered dazzling lightning in his hands and, with a decisive push, unleashed it toward the front of the Hualong building. With a resounding boom, arcs of electricity erupted, annihilating hundreds of mutant cockroaches in the process. At that moment, Bai Qian and Ye Feng arrived at their destination. Ye Feng unleashed another surge of lightning, clearing away the encroaching mutant insects. As they surveyed the lobby of the Hualong building, they beheld a massive black insect nearly 20 meters in size, its blood-red compound eyes coldly fixated on them. Despite its enormous bulk, its insect legs were substantial enough to support its movement. Suddenly, a piercing insectal shriek shattered the air, sending shockwaves through Ye Feng and Bai Qian, causing intense pain to throb in their heads as if they were being torn apart. In that instant, the relentless tide of mutant cockroaches surged toward them once more. Chapter 73. Thunderous annihilation. Just as the two were on the verge of being devoured by the mutated cockroaches, flashes of lightning erupted, instantly obliterating the swarm within a several dozen meter radius. Ye Feng exhaled softly, calming his mind as he gazed gravely at the mother insect. This creature appeared to be more formidable than he had anticipated. Their initial encounter had already subjected them to a mental assault. Had it not been for the purple lightning lotus within him, which swiftly restored his senses, he and Bai Qian would have already succumbed to the clutches of these monstrous cockroaches. Bai Qian, her complexion pale and shaken, surveyed the lifeless bodies of the mutated cockroaches surrounding them. In that fleeting moment, she had truly believed she was destined to perish here. However, Ye Feng's timely intervention, with a swift strike of thunder, had saved her. As she looked at his silhouette, a flicker of gratitude shone in her eyes. With crackling electricity coursing around him, Ye Feng relentlessly dispatched the approaching mutated cockroaches. Bai Qian stayed closely by his side, her grip firm on the bow of light in her hands, drawing the string and firing arrows at the oncoming insects. Fixating on the colossal mother insect, Ye Feng felt the power of thunder coalesce in his palms, growing ever more potent. Once again, the mother insect unleashed a mental attack against them. Perhaps due to their prior encounters, both had begun to develop a degree of immunity. Thus, they swiftly regained their composure, denying the mother insect any opportunity to strike. Ye Feng understood that conventional attacks would be futile against this creature. Only by harnessing the purple lotus within him and unleashing its divine lightning could he hope to vanquish it in one fell swoop. Yet, having already invoked it once recently, he was concerned that he might collapse before he could launch another assault. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. A determined glint ignited in his eyes as he raised his hands, summoning waves of purple lightning that cascaded down upon the mutated cockroaches and the mother insect alike. Suddenly, the mother insect surged forward, lumbering towards Ye Feng. Although its speed was unremarkable, its massive form swiftly closed the distance. It raised its forelimbs, aiming to strike Ye Feng down before the purple lightning could descend. Yet, the mother insect was a heartbeat too late. With a resounding crash, the entire Hualong building trembled. The mother insect shrieked in a series of piercing wails under the onslaught of the purple lightning. While devoid of any mental attack, the shrill cries were nonetheless excruciating, prompting Bai Qian to cover her ears and cry out in distress. Ye Feng, battling the torment of the cacophony and the encroaching weakness, persevered in directing the purple lotus to bombard the mother insect. Finally, just as he felt he could endure no longer, the mother insect emitted a final scream, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless in that moment. The multitude of mutated cockroaches and flying insects outside froze in place, all succumbing to death. At this juncture, Ye Feng could bear it no longer. His body fell backward, collapsing onto the ground. Bai Qian, startled, dashed to his side, catching him in her arms and calling out, "Big brother Ye, big brother Ye." But by then, Ye Feng had already fallen unconscious, unresponsive to her frantic pleas. Panic surged within Bai Qian as tears streamed down her face. She sobbed, "Big brother Ye, please wake up. Don't scare me like this. Big brother Ye, you cannot die," she continued. "You still have Qin Shun and the captain. They are all waiting for your return. Big brother Ye." With each word, her cries grew more intense. In that moment, Ye Feng was stirred from his unconsciousness by Bai Qian's fervent emotions. He opened his eyes, bleary and unfocused, and his heart ached at the sight of her tear-streaked face. "Xiao Qian, why are you crying?" "I'm not dead yet," he murmured weakly. "Big brother Ye, you're not dead? Really? That is such a relief," Bai Qian exclaimed, wiping her tears as she smiled upon hearing his voice. "You foolish girl, didn't I tell you? Forcing the thunderous power can easily lead to fainting," Ye Feng replied with a faint smile. "I know, I was scared," Bai Qian admitted, tears spilling down her cheeks once more. It's all right, Ye Feng sighed deeply. "Please fetch me an energy crystal core so I can recover." Okay. Bai Qian quickly retrieved a second-tier energy crystal core from her pocket and administered it to Ye Feng. After several minutes of recuperation, Ye Feng was able to rise. He approached the massive corpse of the mother insect, contemplating its size with a furrowed brow. "What are you looking at, big brother Ye?" Bai Qian inquired. "There's a multicolored crystal within the mother insect's head. Could you help me extract it?" Ye Feng pondered before speaking to Bai Qian. "Sure," she replied, and then she transformed into her angelic form, brandishing a luminous sword nearly 10 feet long. With a swift motion, she swung the sword down upon the mother insect's head. With a sharp crack, the head was cleaved in two, releasing a torrent of vibrant liquid that was quite nauseating. Despite this, Bai Qian pressed forward and retrieved a half-foot-sized multicolored energy crystal core from within. "Is this it?" she asked, presenting the crystal core to Ye Feng. "Indeed," he affirmed, taking the multicolored core into his hands. "This core is unique to the mother insect, containing special energies. However, absorbing it may have adverse effects on you, hence I cannot give it to you." "Oh, that is fine." Bai Qian had no desire for the core. She simply found it aesthetically pleasing. "You keep it, big brother Ye." "Very well." Ye Feng stepped out of the Huolong building, surveying the ground littered with corpses, some zombies, but predominantly the mutated cockroaches. The area was densely packed, resembling a hellish landscape, rife with bloodshed and terror, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of oppression. By the way, there are still many second and third-tier energy crystal cores left to collect, Bai Qian suddenly recalled, moving closer to Ye Feng. "Big brother Ye, you rest here for a moment while I gather some energy crystal cores. It would be a shame to leave them behind." "Go ahead, but be cautious," Ye Feng replied. Having only just regained his mobility, he needed more time to restore his combat strength after exerting himself twice with the Purple Lotus. Chapter 74. The Rebirth Incident. Approximately half an hour later, Bai Qian returned, her spirits high, carrying a bag brimming with energy crystal cores. Observing her triumphant return this time, Ye Feng did not hesitate and accepted them, placing them into his personal space. "Brother Ye, how is your recovery progressing?" Bai Qian asked. "Much improved." "Let us return," Ye Feng replied, glancing at the sky, which indicated it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. By the time they made their way back and hunted a few more zombies, they should be able to leave the safety zone of Beiyuan City by tomorrow. Half an hour later, Ye Feng and Bai Qian arrived at the eastern gate of the safety zone. Bai Qian transformed into her angelic form, soaring with Ye Feng directly into the safety area. "If the captain and the others knew we had slain the ghost mother zombie and the mother insect, they would surely be overjoyed," Bai Qian remarked, skipping alongside Ye Feng like a cheerful young girl. "Indeed," Ye Feng observed Bai Qian's adorable demeanor, realizing for the first time how talkative she could be. Previously, he had viewed her as a quiet and gentle girl who seldom spoke. It appeared that their lack of familiarity had been the reason for her silence. And with the multitude of energy crystal cores we have gathered, they will likely be quite envious as well, Bai Qian chuckled. At that time, we can distribute some to them, which would bolster our base's strength. Even if our organization's super soldiers return, we need not fear. Ye Feng nodded. Bai Qian made a valid point. Presently, only he, Bai Qian, and Nan Gong Yue had the ability to defeat those super soldiers, while the combat prowess of the others left much to be desired. Although they were all third-level awakened ones, their talents were not fully developed, necessitating swift enhancement of their abilities. As soon as we reach the 7th city, we should purchase a plot of land and establish our own base. We can form a mercenary group or become bounty hunters, Ye Feng suggested. What is a bounty hunter? Bai Qian inquired with curiosity. Politely, they are known as bounty hunters. Colloquially, they are those who take money from others to perform tasks, Ye Feng replied with a smile. Yet we are not in need of energy crystal cores, Bai Qian pondered, somewhat confused. The specifics of the 7th city are still unknown, and this is merely a concept I am considering, Ye Feng added. As they spoke, they unknowingly approached a spot not far from the northern gate. Where is everyone? Where did they go? The vehicles are missing as well, Bai Qian furrowed her brow, looking toward the northern gate. They might have returned to the base. Ye Feng felt an uneasy premonition wash over him, yet he forced himself to remain calm. Soon, the two made their way back to the northern gate, when suddenly, Ye Feng's gaze fell upon the spot where the two buses had previously parked. Not far away, there was a pool of blood. Could they have encountered our organization's super soldiers? Bai Qian followed Ye Feng to the bloodstain, her brow furrowed with concern. That is possible, Ye Feng admitted, feeling a chaotic swirl of emotions and deep concern for Ye Chen and Nan Gong Yue's safety. The entire area outside the safety zone was besieged by zombies, making it challenging for super soldiers to enter, and Yang Hui and the others were armed with guns. With over 20 individuals, they should possess a degree of self-defense capability. Additionally, if a fierce battle had ensued, there would likely be more than just this single pool of blood on the ground. Ye Chen, Yu. Ye Feng called out, scanning the surroundings. Bai Qian echoed, Sister Qinghan, where are you? As the two anxiously searched the vicinity, a faint voice suddenly emerged from a nearby alley. Brother-in-law. Upon hearing the voice, Ye Feng and Bai Qian rushed toward the alley, where they found Luo Shui leaning against the wall, covered in blood and appearing weak. Luo Shui, what happened? Are you all right? Ye Feng hurried to her side, filled with concern. Brother-in-law, Luo Shui managed a pained smile. I'm fine. Qin is fine too. Who did this to you? Ye Feng pressed urgently. At that moment, Bai Qian quickly grasped Luo Shui's arm, enveloping her entire body in a radiant white light. Her eyes tightly shut as she began to heal her. Luo Shui had been stabbed in the abdomen. While it was not a fatal wound, prolonged neglect could prove deadly. Bai Qian administered a simple treatment, healing the external injury, leaving the rest to Luo Shui's own recovery. After a brief moment, Luo Shui's complexion improved slightly. Ye Feng produced a first-level energy crystal core and encouraged her to consume it. Brother-in-law, with Bai Qian's assistance, Luo Shui stood up. Qin is over there, and Nan Gong Yue is too. Upon mentioning Nan Gong Yue, tears streamed. Moments later, they entered a small courtyard that appeared quite dilapidated, dust covering every surface. There inside, Luo Shui indicated. Ye Feng and the others stepped inside, where he gently set Luo Shui down. He looked toward the inner room, where Nan Gong Yue lay quietly on a bed, devoid of color, as if in a deep slumber. Ye Chen appeared frightened, sitting at the bedside, weeping softly. His forehead was bruised, and though the bleeding had stopped, his face bore numerous bloodstains, an image that tugged at the heartstrings. Qin, Ye Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing that Ye Chen was unharmed. Daddy? Ye Chen looked up at the sound of his voice, and upon recognizing Ye Feng's return, he burst into tears, throwing himself into Ye Feng's embrace. Chapter 75. The rescue of Nan Gong Yue. Ye Feng sat by the bedside, cradling Ye Chen in his arms, saying, Do not cry, Daddy is back. Brother-in-law. At that moment, Luo Shui and Bai Qian entered the room, and she looked at Nan Gong Yue, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. Nan Gong Yue. She has passed away. What? At her words, Ye Feng felt as though he had been struck by a bolt from the blue, his entire being turned rigid as if an immense weight pressed upon him, rendering him immobile. He could not even muster the strength to turn and glance at the lifeless form of Nan Gong Yue. Bai Qian approached Nan Gong Yue step by step, calling out, "Captain," before breaking down in tears. Suppressing the profound sorrow within, Ye Feng gazed at Nan Gong Yue, who appeared as though she were merely asleep. Tears could no longer be contained, flooding down his cheeks as memories of their time together replayed in his mind. What on earth happened? Who killed her? After a prolonged silence, Ye Feng finally inquired, his eyes fixed on Nan Gong Yue. It was that newcomer, Han Ying. She is a super soldier from their organization, Luo Shui explained, recounting the events that had transpired after Ye Feng and Bai Qian had departed. It turned out that after the two left, Han Ying had suddenly revealed her true identity, attempting to recruit them into their organization to serve its interests. However, Nan Gong Yue had vehemently opposed her, resulting in a fierce argument on the bus. Just as Nan Gong Yue turned to protect Ye Chen, Han Ying launched a surprise attack from behind, delivering a devastating blow that shattered Nan Gong Yue's heart. Seeing the grave danger, Luo Shui had rushed Nan Gong Yue and Ye Chen off the bus, fleeing into a distant alley. Yet, an unknown assailant hurled a tang knife, piercing through Luo Shui's back. Fortunately, it was not a critical location. Otherwise, she would have perished. Despite her injuries, Luo Shui managed to drag Nan Gong Yue and Ye Chen into an alley and sought refuge in a small courtyard. Soon after, two buses drove away, leaving the scene. Ye Feng's expression darkened. He could scarcely fathom that the organization had infiltrated their base with a super soldier as an undercover agent. Even more unfathomable was the fact that his companions had considered joining her instead of standing with Nan Gong Yue against the threat. This was something Ye Feng found utterly unacceptable. "Brother Yi, the captain seems to have moved." Suddenly, Bai Qian exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Ye Feng quickly turned his gaze to Nan Gong Yue, but saw no sign of her awakening. However, Bai Qian grasped Nan Gong Yue's hand, channeling the light energy within her body into Nan Gong Yue to heal her wounds. "It seems the captain's heart has been somehow restored," Bai Qian remarked. "Could it be?" Ye Feng suddenly had a thought and hurriedly retrieved the colorful energy crystal, handing it to Bai Qian. "Can you integrate this into her body?" "I will give it a try," Bai Qian replied, cradling the crystal in her hands, enveloped in a white light. As the white light continuously flowed into Nan Gong Yue's body, the colorful energy crystal gradually melded with her being. Ye Feng believed that the true catalyst for Nan Gong Yue's regeneration lay not in the indomitable star source, but in the colorful energy crystal from the mother worm. Though the indomitable star source possessed formidable self-healing powers, Ye Feng had previously found it lacking compared to Nan Gong Yue's revival. The key difference between them was that Nan Gong Yue had consumed a colorful energy crystal, while he had not. The colorful energy crystal was the source of the mother worm's extraordinary power. As the colorful energy crystal continued to flow into Nan Gong Yue, her complexion began to regain its vitality. After more than half an hour of integration, the crystal was finally fully absorbed by Nan Gong Yue. Bai Qian, exhausted from her relentless use of light energy, appeared weary. "Shao Qian, you should rest for a while," Ye Feng said, concern evident in his voice. "It's nothing," Bai Qian shook her head, then grasped Nan Gong Yue's arm to check her pulse, exclaiming joyfully, "Brother Yi, the captain has a heartbeat. Moreover, she seems to be free from any serious injuries." "Is that so?" Upon hearing this, Ye Feng's expression brightened with elation. "I cannot thank you enough. We are family. There is no need for such formality." Bai Qian waved her hand dismissively. "Indeed. Please take some time to rest," Ye Feng urged. "All right," Bai Qian replied, relieved that Nan Gong Yue was now out of danger, and she left for another room to rest. "Luo Shui, please stay here and do not go anywhere." "I will fetch some food and water," Ye Feng said, rising and placing Ye Chen on the ground. "Be careful, brother-in-law," Luo Shui nodded, holding Ye Chen's hand tightly. Once Ye Feng departed, he first surveyed the vicinity, ensuring no one was nearby before returning to their former base. Though much of the food and water in the warehouse had been taken, some other supplies remained, which he needed to store in his spatial dimension. However, upon entering the warehouse, he discovered that everything had been completely cleared out. He could not ascertain whether Yang Hui and the others had taken them or if they had been claimed by other survivors. After pondering for a moment, Ye Feng retrieved a larger backpack from his spatial dimension then took out 5 or 6 bottles of water, along with enough food to sustain the 4 of them for 3 days, filling the backpack to the brim. He also gathered some women's clothing and sanitary supplies, placing them in a handbag before returning to the small courtyard near the northern gate. Beiyuan now. Dusk was approaching, and the sky darkened gradually. He placed the 2 bags on the table inside the house, instructing Luo Shui to watch over Ye Chen while they ate and drank. He made his way to the inner room, gazing at the still unconscious Nan Gong Yue. He gently kissed her forehead and began recounting the numerous experiences they had shared together. As a candle was lit, the dim little room was instantly illuminated. At that moment, Beiyuan had risen and joined Luo Shui and Ye Chen at the table, silently consuming something. "Brother Yi, you should eat something as well," Beiyuan offered, bringing some small bread to him. "I have no appetite." "You all eat." Ye Feng waved his hand in refusal. "At least eat a little, do it for the captain," Beiyuan insisted after a moment's thought. "Very well." Ye Feng, truly lacking an appetite, relented upon her insistence, taking the small bread she offered and tearing off a piece to eat. At that moment, Ye Feng longed for Nan Gong Yue to awaken suddenly and snatch the bread from him, but she remained there, still in a deep slumber. The following day, upon awakening, Ye Feng's first instinct was to check on Nan Gong Yue, but she still lay in her unconscious state. Chapter 76. The choice of Snow White. At this moment, Ye Feng felt a sense of unease. Despite Nan Gong Yue's body showing no signs of external or internal injuries, she had yet to awaken. Something was undoubtedly amiss. Contemplating this, Ye Feng promptly called for Beiyuan. "Beiyuan, could you come here for a moment?" "What is it, Brother Yi?" Beiyuan inquired as she approached. "Why hasn't you woken up yet? Is there some issue?" Ye Feng expressed his concern. Beiyuan took Nan Gong Yue's hand and checked her pulse, furrowing her brow as she replied, "No, her pulse is steady and strong, and her body appears to be functioning normally." "Then it is indeed strange. Why is she still unconscious?" Ye Feng remarked, his brow knitted with worry. "Brother Yi," Beiyuan pondered for a moment before saying, "I sense that the captain has entered a state akin to deep slumber, or perhaps evolution." "What do you mean?" Ye Feng asked, puzzled. To draw an imperfect analogy, Beiyuan explained, "The process of a caterpillar transforming into a butterfly involves it cocooning itself, resting, and then emerging as a butterfly. The captain may be experiencing something similar." "How did you arrive at this conclusion?" Ye Feng pressed further. "I can feel a mysterious and powerful force circulating within her body." Beiyuan revealed her findings. "Perhaps it is this force that is delaying her awakening." Ye Feng nodded, gazing at the still unconscious Nan Gong Yue, reassured as long as she was unharmed. "By the way, what about Luo Shui? How is her recovery progressing?" he inquired. "Much improved. I treated her again this morning," Beiyuan replied. "Good." Ye Feng rose to his feet. "Has Chunchen awakened?" "The little one was likely quite frightened yesterday. He hasn't gotten up yet," Beiyuan answered. "The injury on his head was merely superficial, and I have treated it. Thank you for your efforts." Ye Feng nodded appreciatively. "Not at all. I quite like Chunchen. He is adorable," Beiyuan said with a smile. "I need to step out for a bit. You two stay here. I should return by noon," Ye Feng stated. "Brother Yi, are you going to find them?" Beiyuan asked. "It is not merely a search for them," Ye Feng replied. "We cannot linger here. We must leave swiftly. I intend to check the western gate, and if all goes well, we shall depart through there in the next couple of days, heading towards the 7th city. Be careful," Beiyuan cautioned. Regardless of Bai Shui's character, he felt compelled to provide Beiyuan with some assurance. After departing, Ye Feng made his way directly to the western gate of the safe zone. Upon arrival, he found the gate wide open, the street outside strewn with the bodies of the undead, unmistakable signs of having been run over by vehicles evident. Ye Feng did not venture outside, but instead quietly observed the scene before him. It felt as though the harsh reality mocked him, delivering a stinging slap to his face. What of your beliefs? What of considering them companions? What of sharing in mutual benefits? In the end, they abandoned you, taking with them your gathered resources, your hopes for the future, and the last remnants of trust in your heart. The human heart is concealed behind the skin. You may only perceive the hue of their exterior, be it yellow or white. Yet how can you ever glimpse their hearts, their blood, dark as night? The wind was brisk, carrying with it the loneliness and sorrow of autumn, silently traversing every corner of this desolate expanse, It did not come to offer sympathy, nor to leave a mark. It merely wished to witness how many fools continue to live like madmen in this world. Pathetic, laughable, pitiable, lamentable. As Ye Feng was lost in thought, a sudden voice broke through. Ye Feng, is that you? However, after a few attempts, they could muster no more energy to proceed. Ye Feng hurriedly approached the blood-soaked figure, and upon seeing the face, his heart trembled. Ye Feng swiftly lifted her and returned to the northern gate. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Luo Shui and Bai Qian playing with Ye Chen. Brother Yi, who is she? Bai Qian's expression shifted upon seeing Ye Feng carry the bloodied woman. This is Luo Qinghan. Quickly, you must treat her, Ye Feng urged as he gently laid Luo Qinghan down on the ground. At his words, Bai Qian felt a wave of relief wash over her, and she immediately knelt beside Luo Qinghan, placing her hands on her body. In a moment, a faint white light enveloped Luo Qinghan. After a thorough treatment, Luo Qinghan gradually regained consciousness. She bore 7 severe knife wounds. Though none were life-threatening, excessive blood loss could still prove fatal. With the assistance of Bai Qian and Luo Shui, Luo Qinghan took a bath and changed into clean clothes before recounting her harrowing experience. After Han Ning had slain Nan Gong Yue, coupled with Han Ying's enticing persuasion, Yang Hui and others chose to betray them, returning to their previous base to distribute the remaining resources among nearby survivors. They then launched a surprise attack on the western gate, successfully breaking through the horde of zombies and escaping. However, Luo Qinghan was unwilling to leave, urging Yang Hui and the others to wait for Ye Feng and his group to depart together, but was met with rejection. The injuries on her body were inflicted by Yang Hui and his companions. Yet after their departure, Bai Shui came to check if she was truly dead, leaving behind a note for Luo Qinghan. It was evident that Bai Shui had known Luo Qinghan was alive, merely feigning death, yet chose not to expose her and instead departed. What about the note? Bai Qian asked, her expression tense as she looked at Luo Qinghan. It is in the pocket of the clothes I discarded, Luo Qinghan replied. Bai Qian sprang to her feet, searching through the bloodied garments, and after a moment, she found a note partially soaked in blood. She quickly opened it and read, Qinghan, please take good care of my sister. I will avenge your grievances. Chapter 77, Journey to the Seventh City. What is written here? Luo Shui inquired as she approached Bai Qian, gazing at the note. Brother Yi, my sister, she did not betray us, Bai Qian said tearfully. Her greatest fears had been twofold. One was the possibility of Bai Shui's betrayal, and the other was her death. Although neither of those fears had come to pass, an even more distressing reality had emerged. Bai Shui had willingly chosen to act as an undercover agent. I understand, Ye Feng replied, glancing at the note before nodding. In a couple of days, we shall set off for the seventh city. Bai Qian nodded, silently letting her tears flow. Luo Shui embraced her shoulders, offering comfort. Ye Feng, what about Ye? Luo Qinghan suddenly recalled something, her expression shifting to one of sorrow. She is still alive, but for some reason, she has yet to awaken, Ye Feng sighed, responding. What? Ye is still alive? Luo Qinghan's expression changed. Where is she? She is lying in the inner room, Ye Feng replied. I will go see her. Luo Qinghan stood up and walked unsteadily into the inner room, her injuries still not fully healed. Noticing this, Ye Feng quickly stepped forward to support her arm. Take it slow. Thank you. Luo Qinghan's face flushed slightly as she was aided by Ye Feng into the inner room. Upon seeing the unconscious Nan Gong Yue, tears streamed down her face. Ye, can you hear me? She sat by the bed, weeping as she spoke to Nan Gong Yue. Ye Feng, feeling a pang of sorrow, quietly stepped outside. A quarter of an hour later, Luo Qinghan emerged, standing at the door with reddened eyes. Why can't Ye wake up? We are not entirely sure. However, Xiao Qian has checked and confirmed that Ye's injuries have healed. Ye Feng shook his head, sighing. By the way, the environment here is too rudimentary. After we have lunch at noon, we should relocate to the hotel where we previously stayed. It is closer to the west gate. I will find a vehicle shortly. How much food and water do we have left? Luo Qinghan inquired. There is still some, enough for a day or two, so there is no need for concern. When I go to find a vehicle, I will also gather more supplies, Ye Feng said slowly. In the meantime, you should focus on recuperating and not worry about anything else. Then I shall trouble you. Luo Qinghan nodded in agreement. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days went by. Ye Feng located a drivable 12-seat black van at a car dealership in the western part of the city. He also managed to collect 2 large barrels of gasoline from other vehicles, sufficient for their needs for a while. Next, he drove the van through the streets of Beiyuan City, gathering various supplies from several medium-sized supermarkets, food, drink, and other essentials. After folding down the back 2 rows of seats in the van, he filled the space with supplies, including various boxes of snacks, rice and flour, cases of water, and essential items like toilet paper and flashlights. These alone would suffice for 2 months of sustenance. However, this was merely a fraction of what he had gathered. Most of it was stored in his spatial compartment. He also found numerous seeds for grains and vegetables, which, while not immediately useful, would be invaluable in the future as they represented hope for their survival. 2 days may not seem long, but Luo Qinghan and Luo Shui had nearly healed from their injuries, while Nan Gong Yue remained in a deep slumber. Living without food or drink, it was as if her life had entered another form of existence. Ye Feng carefully placed her in the passenger seat and secured her seatbelt. Luo Qinghan, Luo Shui, and Beiyuan, accompanied by Ye Chen, took their seats in the second row. He drove slowly towards the west gate, which was not far away. A few minutes later, they arrived at the west gate. The gate remained wide open, the ground littered with the bodies of zombies, a sight both horrifying and unsettling. Ye Feng cautiously maneuvered the vehicle, gradually heading west. Relying on his memory, he followed the safe route established by the National Guard towards the 7th city. After circumventing Zhongyi Lake, he seamlessly merged onto the highway, proceeding northwest. The 7th city was situated in the northeastern area of the provincial city, over 100 kilometers from Beiyuan City. Under normal circumstances, a 2-hour drive would suffice, but now it would take at least 4 to 5 hours. Although the highway was scattered with abandoned vehicles, they had been cleared to the side, creating a 10-meter-wide passage, allowing for smooth travel. As time elapsed, over 3 hours had passed, and Ye Feng's group reached the 5th district of the provincial city, now just a stone's throw from the 7th city. Furthermore, the establishment of the 7th city had virtually eradicated the presence of zombies in the vicinity, making their arrival quite effortless. Upon reaching the southern gate of the 7th city, the group was taken aback by the sight before them. The 10-meter-wide, 30-meter-high reinforced concrete walls resembled a majestic mountain, imposing and awe-inspiring. The city gate, 30 meters wide, exuded an air of grandeur and simplicity, a colossal metal door nearly 2 meters thick. Just the thickness alone could withstand the majority of bombardments from conventional weaponry. At the entrance, 3 yellow anti-collision barriers were set up, each approximately 10 meters long, equipped with wheels for mobility. Additionally, 20 armed city guards were present, 10 on duty and the other 10 inspecting each individual entering the city. Although it was their first time visiting the 7th city, Ye Feng and his companions understood the protocol upon witnessing the scene. He parked the vehicle slowly at the side of the road, guided by the gestures of 2 city guards. "Get out, everyone, out of the vehicle," commanded one of the guards, his dark skin contrasting with his unfriendly demeanor. However, in order to gain entry into the 7th city, they complied and exited the vehicle. Due to Nan Gong Yue still being unconscious, Ye Feng left her inside. As Luo Qinghan, Beiyuan, and Luo Shui stepped out, the 2 guards' eyes lit up, revealing a hint of lewdness in their expressions, particularly the darker-skinned guard, who unabashedly scrutinized the trio. Noticing this, Luo Qinghan quickly positioned herself protectively in front of Beiyuan and Luo Shui, turning her gaze toward the interior of the 7th city. "Why isn't she getting out?" the other shorter guard remarked, noticing Nan Gong Yue in the passenger seat. Chapter 78. The provocation. She was injured and fell into a coma, Ye Feng hastily explained. "Surely she wasn't bitten or scratched by a zombie?" the diminutive city guard remarked, casting lascivious glances at Nan Gong Yue in the vehicle, his eyes betraying a sinister intent as he "Absolutely not." Ye Feng, determined to protect Nan Gong Yue, seized the guard's wrist firmly and replied coolly, "She sustained her injuries while battling a ferocious beast." Upon sensing the formidable strength of Ye Feng, the short guard felt a surge of displeasure. "Just because you claim it was an injury from a beast does not make it so. We must conduct a standard inspection. Step aside. She is in a coma and cannot be examined by you." Ye Feng maintained his "You are obstructing our official duties," the burly guard interjected, stepping forward to push Ye Feng aside. However, rather than budging, the guard stumbled back a few steps, astonished. Both guards exchanged alarmed glances, realizing this individual was no ordinary foe. In these tumultuous times, many awakened beings were reckless and prone to violence at the slightest provocation. The short guard begrudgingly withdrew his hand, expressing his exasperation. "Produce your city entry permits. This is our first visit to the 7th city. We do not possess entry permits," Ye Feng replied with deliberation. "No entry permits means you cannot enter the 7th city," the guard retorted with a derisive laugh. "I suggest you return whence you came." "Yet, how did the previous individuals enter without permits?" Ye Feng inquired. "Are you unaware? The city guards and national guards in various regions distribute entry passes to survivors heading to the 7th city." The short guard sneered. "Now, be off. To think you could enter without permits is sheer folly." With that, he and his companion brandished their submachine guns, urging Ye Feng's group to leave the area. Ye Feng clenched his fists, feeling a mix of frustration and helplessness. A forceful entry was not an option here. To gain access to the 7th city, alternative methods would need to be considered. "Let us return to the vehicle," Ye Feng instructed. Without further delay, they boarded the car and drove away. The two guards watched the departing vehicle, shaking their heads in lament. Such exquisite beauties. "What a shame, if only we could have a little fun with them," one guard mused. "That's uncertain. The outside world is chaotic, and they may not last long out there. When they return, we'll teach them a lesson about our prowess," the short guard replied, exchanging knowing glances with his companion. They erupted into laughter. After departing from the southern gate, Ye Feng drove westward along the city wall, hoping to find another entrance. However, to their dismay, though other gates in the 7th city were present, they were all firmly shut. It appeared that entry could only be gained through the southern gate. "What shall we do now?" Luo Qinghan inquired. "If all else fails, we'll have to devise a plan to acquire a few entry permits." Ye Feng observed the patrolling soldiers on the wall, realizing that attempting to fly over was also unfeasible. "Should we steal them from others?" Luo Shui asked. "Indeed," Ye Feng nodded. "Let us pilfer one or two and see what they entailed." At that moment, a group of 7 or 8 individuals approached, each carrying a cold weapon. Leading them was a tall, muscular man with a scarred face, his eyes glinting with malice. The others trailing behind him sported various colored hair, exuding a rough demeanor, clearly not the sort to be trifled with. "They coming towards us," Bai Qian alerted. "We were just contemplating where to find some scoundrels to snatch entry permits, and look how fortuitous this encounter is," Ye Feng chuckled. "You all stay in the car. I'll handle this alone. Be careful," the 3 women cautioned. As the group neared the vehicle, Ye Feng opened the door and stepped out. "I say, friend, why aren't your companions joining you?" the scar-faced leader remarked with a smirk as he glanced into the car. "No need. I can manage on my own," Ye Feng replied, a rare statement before engaging in combat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he struck, unleashing a bolt of lightning that incapacitated the group before they could react. However, Ye Feng did not kill them. He merely rendered them paralyzed and unable to move. Approaching the scar-faced man, Ye Feng gazed at his terrified expression. "I'll be borrowing." After searching several pockets, he discovered a silver, rigid card resembling an ID, emblazoned with the character and a golden dragon coiling around it on the front. The back bore the inscription 7th City Residence Permit, accompanied by an 18-digit identification number. He then found identical cards on the others, totaling 8 in all. Is this the entry permit? Luo Qinghan inquired, stepping out of the car to receive the residence permits from Ye Feng, her expression one of confusion. "It should be," Ye Feng replied. Observing the still lying and moaning individuals, they possess no other similar documents. "Is this required for entry into the city?" Luo Qinghan asked the scar-faced man, holding up one of the permits. Yes, he stammered, his pain and numbness still very much present, rendering him incapable of doing anything beyond uttering a few words. "Then let us be on our way," Luo Qinghan declared, no longer concerning herself with the incapacitated individuals, her tone jubilant as she spoke to Ye Feng. "Indeed," Ye Feng affirmed as he and Luo Qinghan returned to the vehicle, driving off towards the southern gate. The scar-faced group remained sprawled on the ground, lamenting their predicament. Minutes later, Ye Feng approached the southern gate once more. Upon seeing Ye Feng and his party return, the short guard and the burly one exchanged glances, their expressions brightening as they walked over. Ye Feng parked the vehicle by the roadside and stepped out, deliberately ignoring the two guards as he approached another city guard. "What are you doing?" the short guard called out, his tone dripping with disdain. Chapter 79 Encounter with Tang Feng. As the diminutive figure observed Ye Feng approaching the city guards, he immediately called out, "Brother Chen, this individual is under our jurisdiction for questioning." The man referred to as Brother Chen glanced at the short fellow, then at Ye Feng, and stated, "Apprehend him." Ye Feng looked at him and inquired, "May I ask, is this document a city entry permit?" With that, he produced a residence permit. "Yes, possessing this permit grants you entry into the city." Brother Chen nodded in affirmation. Ye Feng turned towards the short man, smiling as he remarked, "Is this the entry permit you mentioned?" "We happen to have it." "Let me see them all," the short man replied, his expression tinged with irritation. "I have 6 residence permits here, 1 for myself and 5 for my companions," Ye Feng said, producing 5 more, totaling 6, and handed them to the short man. The dark-skinned man approached him and took 2 of the permits, inspecting them closely before casting a wary glance at Ye Feng. "You didn't steal these, did you?" "Why would I?" Ye Feng chuckled. "Had I known earlier that this was the so-called entry permit, I would have presented it sooner. Take them and go inside." The short man exchanged glances with the dark-skinned man, then impatiently tossed the residence permits back to Ye Feng. Ye Feng promptly stowed the permits and entered his vehicle, driving into the 7th city. Not long after they had entered, the scar-faced man and his entourage staggered their way to the same spot. He approached the short man, looking rather aggrieved, and said, "Brother Liu, today we were accosted by a band of robbers who seized our residence permits." The short man furrowed his brow, about to respond, when a sudden thought struck him. Was it a man accompanied by several attractive women in a black van? "Indeed, that's them." "How did you know, Brother Liu?" the scar-faced man exclaimed in surprise. "They just went in." The short man seethed with anger, calling over the dark-skinned man, "Old Chung, that scoundrel robbed my brothers of their residence permits." "What? They truly have the audacity," Old Chung remarked, equally incensed. "We must pursue them at once." "Wait, let us inform the captain first," the short man insisted. "Understood." Old Chung found their captain and succinctly relayed the situation before joining the short man and the scar-faced band in their pursuit into the city. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and his companions were blissfully unaware of the short man's pursuit. Even if they had known, they would have harbored no concerns. They leisurely drove, as they were still unfamiliar with the area and needed to scout around before inquiring about accommodation arrangements. The streets were not particularly crowded, mainly populated by awakeners moving briskly about. "Let us find someone to ask for directions and secure our lodging first," Luo Qinghan suggested. "Agreed," Ye Feng replied, pulling over to the roadside. Just as he exited the vehicle, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Ye Feng?" Ye Feng turned to see Tang Feng, who had previously accompanied him to retrieve meteorites at Zishan Park in Beiyuan City, with Zhang Kai by his side. "What a coincidence," Ye Feng smiled at the two, though a hint of coldness glimmered in his eyes. "When did you arrive here?" Tang Feng inquired. "Has my cousin come? Are you not aware?" Ye Feng replied, sensing that Tang Feng was oblivious to recent events. "What happened to my cousin?" Tang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. "What on earth transpired?" "Your National Guard has colluded with our organization to eradicate us, sending multiple forces to ambush us." "Don't tell me you're completely in the dark," Ye Feng stated flatly. "I just returned from Kyoto yesterday." "What exactly has occurred?" Tang Feng's demeanor turned serious. "Why don't you return and find out for yourself?" Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in further dialogue. "What about my cousin? How is she now?" Tang Feng pressed urgently. "She has been taken by your people." "Isn't it rather absurd to ask me about her condition?" Ye Feng scoffed coldly. "Zhang Kai, give your phone to Ye Feng," Tang Feng said, a sudden thought occurring to him. "Yes, Captain," Zhang Kai replied, producing a specialized phone and handing it to Ye Feng. "What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to track us?" Ye Feng did not accept it, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "No, if I truly wanted to capture you, I wouldn't have revealed my identity, nor would I be conversing with you here." Tang Feng shook his head, his expression grave. "Take this phone for easier communication. Once I rescue my cousin, I will need your assistance." "Let us see if you can find your cousin first," Ye Feng said as he took the phone. "Is there anything else?" "You must be new to the 7th city." You should first visit the Civil Affairs Office on Huifeng Road to register. They will assign you a place to stay, Tang Feng advised earnestly. Additionally, in the 7th city, energy crystal cores serve as the currency for transactions. You can also use them to purchase property here. Having said this, Tang Feng and Zhang Kai turned and left. Luo Qinghan rolled down the car window and looked at Ye Feng. He probably doesn't know. Indeed, Ye Feng handed the phone to Luo Qinghan. You take it. I'll go ask for directions to Huifeng Road. All right, Luo Qinghan accepted the phone, examining it in her hands. Bai Qian and Luo Shui were equally excited, admiring the specialized device. How wonderful it would be if we eat. Perhaps it won't be long before that becomes a reality, Luo Qinghan said with a smile. She had overheard Tang Feng's earlier remarks. In this 7th city, energy crystal cores were the currency, which was fortuitous for them as they had an abundance of those. Once we settle in here, we'll find a way to ensure everyone has a phone, Luo Qinghan declared. What are you two so cheerful about? Ye Feng, having returned from asking for directions, inquired as he settled into the vehicle. Brother-in-law, Qinghan said that once we're stable here, she'll buy us phones, Luo Shui replied with a grin. That is certainly feasible, Ye Feng nodded in agreement. He then started the vehicle and set off toward Huifeng Road. Huifeng Road lay to the west of the city, a fair distance from their current location. 10 minutes later, they arrived in front of the Civil Affairs Office building. Ye Feng glanced at the still-sleeping Nan Gong Yue, then turned to Bai Qian and Luo Shui. You two stay here and watch over Ye Chen and Ye. Luo Qinghan and I will go inside. Understood, brother-in-law, Ye Degu, the two girls chorused. Remember, just sit in the car, don't get out, and keep the doors closed, and no matter who comes, don't open them, Luo Qinghan instructed the two girls earnestly. Got it. We're not 3-year-olds, Luo Shui giggled. Do you really think we're still innocent little lambs? Chapter 80. Acquiring property, to be honest, in the eyes of those people, you two resemble little white rabbits, Luo Qinghan remarked, closing the car door as she and Ye Feng entered the Civil Affairs Comprehensive Office. After a series of inquiries and procedures, they obtained 6 household residence permits belonging to them. Come, I shall escort you to your place of residence, a young woman in black professional attire, who exuded a sense of competence and beauty, said as she welcomed them. Wait a moment, I've heard that you sell properties here. What options do you have? Luo Qinghan inquired eagerly. Are you looking to purchase for yourselves? The young woman asked, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, Luo Qinghan affirmed with a nod. What options are available? Allow me to explain, the young woman began, perceiving that Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan were newcomers to the 7th city and likely unaware of its currency, perhaps even oblivious to what energy cores were. Here, properties are not purchased with traditional currency or gold, but rather with energy cores. Are you familiar with energy cores? Yes, Luo Qinghan replied, nodding. We possess some. Very well, the young woman continued, sensing Luo Qinghan's determination to make the purchase herself. The most economical option is a 3-bedroom unit spanning 100 square meters, requiring 100 first-tier energy cores. A larger 4-bedroom, 2-living-room unit demands 150 energy cores. Which option do you prefer? The young woman inquired. Is there no option with a private yard? Luo Qinghan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the offerings. There is, but it's considerably more expensive. The young woman took a deep breath. There's no need for the second-tier exchange, right? Ye Feng stated. Let us keep the first-tier ones. They can be useful for other purchases, Luo Qinghan suggested. Very well. Ye Feng retrieved a packet of energy cores from his backpack, which he had collected over the past few days, totaling over 1,000. 1,500 first-tier cores, equivalent to 25 second-tier cores, correct? Luo Qinghan asked the young woman. Yes. Upon seeing Luo Qinghan place a handful of second-tier energy cores on the table, the young woman's expression shifted dramatically, realizing she had underestimated them. The cores Luo Qinghan presented were at least 50 or 60 in number, with even more in the bag. Here you go. This is the payment for the property, Luo Qinghan said, directly placing 26 second-tier energy cores on the table, with the extra one as a bonus, and added, I would also like to inquire about some additional information. Thank you, the young woman exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she accepted the second-tier energy cores. By the way, does the villa come furnished? Luo Qinghan asked. Yes, it is ready for immediate occupancy. The young woman replied with a beaming smile, Her earlier impatience wholly dissipated as she eagerly answered all of Luo Qinghan's questions. Once they exited the Civil Affairs Comprehensive Office, half an hour had passed. As Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan emerged, keys to the villa in hand, they were met with a crowd gathered around their business vehicle. They hurried over, recognizing the two city guards who had made their entrance into the city difficult, along with the group that had attempted to rob them. At that moment, the young woman who had attended to them earlier stepped forward, radiating authority as she addressed the crowd. "What are you doing? Do you not realize where you are?" As she approached, Ye Feng's demeanor turned icy. "What are you doing here?" he asked, his voice low but laced with menace. Luo Qinghan glanced into the view. "You truly are courting disaster," the short man sneered upon spotting Ye Feng. "Brothers, seize him. If he dares to move, I will take him down." Lao Chang cackled menacingly, cocking his submachine gun with a click. "You think you're so tough? Let us see you try," the scar-faced man, emboldened by his allies, taunted Ye Feng while reaching out to slap him. "Get lost." Before Ye Feng could react, a clear female voice rang out. "If you dare to act here today, I will make sure you all regret it." Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan turned to see the young woman who had assisted them earlier, now speaking with unexpected authority. "Miss Nan Gong, we are not the ones seeking confrontation. These individuals are the ones breaking the rules by entering without permits," the short man quickly explained. "Nan Gong?" Luo Qinghan mused, glancing at Ye Feng. "Isn't Ye from the Nan Gong family in the provincial capital?" "Yes," Ye Feng replied, surprised as he regarded Miss Nan Gong. "They are newcomers to the 7th city. How could they possess entry permits?" "Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions," Miss Nan Gong stated coldly. "Now leave at once, or you shall face dire consequences." With that, Miss Nan Gong drew a silver handgun, aiming it squarely at the short man and his companions. Chapter 81. The family of Nan Gong Yue. The short man exchanged glances with Old Chung, both aware that with Miss Nan Gong intervening today, they could do nothing to Ye Feng and his companions. They would have to devise another plan for the future. "Since Miss Nan Gong has spoken, we shall withdraw," Old Cheng remarked, casting a glance at Ye Feng, his eyes flashing with a hint of murderous intent. He was warning Ye Feng, implying that he should wait, for he would eventually take his life and toy with his women. Ye Feng, however, was disinclined to pay him any mind. Should they cross paths again, he would be more than willing to strike and eliminate them directly. "Thank you," Luo Qinghan said to Miss Nan Gong after those men had retreated. "May I ask how you wish to be addressed?" "You may call me Nan Gong Yue," she replied with a smile. "May I inquire, do you know Nan Gong Yue?" Luo Qinghan exchanged a glance with Ye Feng before asking. "Of course, she is my elder sister." "Have you met her?" Nan Gong Yue's expression shifted slightly as she hesitated before inquiring. "Ah," Ye Feng exhaled deeply. He was uncertain how to convey the current circumstance. "What has happened to her?" Nan Gong Yue, being astute, immediately sensed that something was amiss with Nan Gong Yue and asked anxiously. "She is in the car," Ye Feng indicated towards the passenger seat. Upon hearing this, Nan Gong Yue hurried to the car's passenger side, and upon seeing her sister deeply asleep, she burst into tears. Sister, what has happened to you?" "Ever since her injuries were treated, she has remained in a deep slumber, not waking. For now, let's take her to our place and ensure she is settled," Luo Qinghan replied. "Wait for me a moment. I will ask for leave and join you," Nan Gong Yue said, dashing back into the building of the Civil Affairs Comprehensive Office. In less than a minute, she emerged, holding a small white bag. "The car is a bit cramped. Please bear with it," Luo Qinghan said as she allowed Nan Gong Yue to enter first, after which he squeezed in. Ye Chen sat on Luo Yue's lap. Not an issue, Nan Gong Yue said as she settled into the car, her face filled with concern for Nan Gong Yue. "You cannot imagine, just a few days before the apocalypse broke out, my sister suddenly left the provincial city, insisting on going to Beiyuan City." "Do you know why your sister suddenly went to Beiyuan City?" Luo Qinghan inquired. "I overheard my mother mention that she seemed to be searching for someone, but I do not know who," Nan Gong Yue reflected. "Searching for someone?" Luo Qinghan instinctively glanced at Ye Feng. "Your sister's friend?" "I am not sure," Nan Gong Yue shook her head. "Before she left, she only told me she was going out to clear her mind and would be away for a while." Luo Qinghan nodded slightly, choosing not to press further. "Please tell me, who exactly hurt my sister?" Nan Gong Yue asked Luo Qinghan. "The super soldiers of the National Guard and the art organization," Luo Qinghan finally disclosed after some thought. What? Nan Gong Yue's expression turned grave. She was all too familiar with the formidable reputation of those super soldiers who could take on hundreds alone, unmatched at their level. I heard that just a few days ago, the National Guard dispatched several super soldiers on a secret mission. Could that be it? Nan Gong Yue's expression shifted to one of shock. If they were headed to Beiyuan City, it is highly likely they were coming for us, Luo Qinghan said slowly. We killed 10 of them, but one disguised herself as an ordinary survivor and infiltrated our base. Later, she ambushed your sister while Ye Feng and Beiyuan were out. Otherwise, you would not be in this state. You killed 10? Nan Gong Yue exclaimed in astonishment. Were they really that formidable? Beiyuan timidly asked. More than formidable. They are super soldiers cultivated with immense resources by the National Guard and their organization, Nan Gong Yue replied, glancing at Beiyuan, her heart surprised by how striking the girl was. But they were still vanquished by her and him, Luo Yue said, pointing at Beiyuan and the driving Ye Feng. You? Just the two of you? Nan Gong Yue stared incredulously at Beiyuan. Indeed. Otherwise, the one who ambushed your sister would not have waited for them to be absent, Luo Qinghan explained. Who was the person that ambushed my sister? Nan Gong Yue, stunned, managed to ask. Haning, Luo Qinghan replied. My brother is Nan Gong Feng. He is also a super soldier of the National Guard. I will discuss this matter with him, Nan Gong Yue said, her face darkening. This time, no matter who is responsible, they must provide our Nan Gong family with an explanation. You will remain with us for care. Until she awakens, please refrain from informing your parents about this matter, Ye Feng suggested after a moment's contemplation. But if I do not inform my parents and my elder brother, how can I seek justice for my sister? Nan Gong Yue argued. Do you believe your Nan Gong family can stand toe-to-toe with the National Guard and our organization? Ye Feng replied coolly. It is best not to mention this to your brother for now. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly bring him significant trouble. What do you mean by that? Nan Gong Yue asked, perplexed. There are some things that your Nan Gong family is better off knowing less about. Otherwise, it could lead to unnecessary complications, Ye Feng cautioned. Are you suggesting that my sister's grievance will go unavenged? Nan Gong Yue retorted, anger flaring within her. It is not about letting it go unavenged. Rather, we must remain low-key until we possess sufficient strength. We cannot afford to make reckless sacrifices, Ye Feng clarified. Essentially, what Ye Feng means is that he does not wish to implicate your Nan Gong family. As this is our affair, Luo Qinghan interjected, looking at Nan Gong Yue. If they discover your family's connection to us, they will likely direct their ire at you. Do you understand? Is it that you possess something that both the our organization and the National Guard fear? Nan Gong Yue pondered for a moment before asking. Something like that, Ye Feng acknowledged. But do not inquire further. Knowing too much could truly be detrimental to you. I understand, Nan Gong Yue nodded. Having grown up in the realm of the elite, she was well aware of the intricacies involved. As they conversed, Ye Feng had already driven the car to the villa they had purchased. He peered outside and lowered the window. This is the place, correct? Yes, Nan Gong Yue confirmed with a nod. Hand me the key. I will unlock the door, Luo Qinghan instructed. Ye Feng passed the key to Luo Qinghan, who exited the car to open the door, allowing Ye Feng to drive into the courtyard. Chapter 82. Unaware of one's blessings, this villa is divided into front and back yards. The front yard is modest in size, spanning only 60 to 70 square meters. Once a vehicle is driven in, it quickly occupies nearly a third of the space. The backyard is somewhat larger, featuring a garden measuring 15 by 13 meters. Beyond the backyard's gate lies a river, approximately 20 meters wide, just 20 meters away, offering a picturesque view. However, what captivated Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan was the arable land available here, along with the irrigation water. Luo Qinghan opened the door to the villa and stepped inside, swiftly organizing a bedroom on the first floor. Ye Feng cradled Nan Gong Yue and placed her gently on the bed, while Nan Gong Yue remained in the bedroom, conversing softly with Nan Gong Yue. Meanwhile, Ye Feng, Luo Qinghan, Beiyuan, and Luo Yue busily transferred supplies from the vehicle into a room on the first floor, designating it as a storage area. Upon completing their tasks, Nan Gong Yue emerged from Nan Gong Yue's bedroom and settled onto the sofa in the living room. Her eyes were red, clearly indicating she had been crying. Is it possible for you to sell us the land in front of this villa that faces the river? Ye Feng inquired as he entered the living room and directed his question at Nan Gong Yue. What do you intend to do with that piece of land? Nan Gong Yue asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. I wish to cultivate it, planting grains and vegetables, Ye Feng replied. That is feasible. The land is inexpensive, merely a few dozen first-tier energy crystals. If you can acquire the adjacent villa as well, I would consider the vacant space in front of these two villas a gift to you. Nan Gong Yue nodded in agreement. How much is the one next door? Ye Feng inquired. 2,000 first-tier energy crystals, Nan Gong Yue responded. It spans over 700 square meters, nearly half the size of this one. All right, I'll purchase it, Ye Feng nodded, stating, if you could arrange for a construction team to make some simple modifications here, that would be even better. What kind of modifications? Consider the additional 21st tier ones as your service fee. Afterward, he retrieved 42 second-tier energy crystals and handed them to Nan Gong Yue. She gazed at the crystals in her hand, her heart swelling with joy. Brother-in-law, you are quite stingy, Luo Shui remarked with a smile from her seat. How am I being stingy? Ye Feng retorted, somewhat exasperated. If the captain were to discover that you provided her sister with such a meager amount of energy crystals, how do you think she would react? Luo Shui raised an eyebrow. I am merely conducting business here, Ye Feng rubbed his forehead, responding. Isn't that a substantial amount of second-tier energy crystals? Nan Gong Yue looked at Luo Shui in confusion. That could cultivate 5 initial stage second-tier awakeners. Is that a lot? Luo Shui questioned, perplexed. You are the third miss of the Nan Gong family. You should have encountered numerous energy crystals. Not quite. Nan Gong Yue shook her head. Although our Nan Gong family holds considerable sway in this provincial city, we have fewer than 200 awakeners under our... At this moment, Luo Shui realized she had spoken out of turn and sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Nan Gong Yue smiled slightly but did not pursue the matter further. By the way, how many people are currently in 7th City? Luo Qinghan asked Nan Gong Yue. Currently, there are over 3 million registered individuals, Nan Gong Yue replied. Although it may seem sparsely populated on the streets, many people remain at home or are busy in government-assigned jobs, earning living supplies. That many? Luo Qinghan was taken aback. What types of jobs do they perform? They are all engaged in government construction work, Nan Gong Yue explained. 7th City is divided into 7 districts. We are in the 5th district. Except for the 1st district in the center, the other 6 districts are adjacent to the city walls, necessitating many individuals to maintain and construct the walls daily. That makes sense, Luo Qinghan nodded slightly. Nan Gong Yue suddenly recalled something. By the way, the individuals who previously troubled you are part of an underground criminal organization here, known as the Black Dragon Hall. They number around 100, mostly first-tier awakeners, she continued. Should you encounter them again, you can invoke the name of our Nan Gong family. My brother is a super soldier in the National Guard, and they would not dare to harm you. Ye Feng nodded, committing the name of this criminal organization to memory. He resolved to eliminate the Black Dragon Hall when time permitted. Is it possible for such forces to exist within this safe city? Luo Qinghan questioned, puzzled. Do the National Guard and City Defense Forces not intervene? In truth, these I entrust my sister's care to you. Nan Gong Yue rose to her feet, stating, Tomorrow, I will arrange for a construction team to come and assist with the renovations here. The project is expected to require about a week. That sounds good, Luo Qinghan nodded. We shall drive you over, as we also wish to purchase some items. Very well, Nan Gong Yue agreed. Chapter 83. The trading market, you stay at home, and we will go out to buy some things, Ye Feng remarked to Luo Shui and Bai Qian. Understood, the two women replied, while Ye Chen, who was seated next to Bai Qian, added, Dad, please drive safely. Behave and listen to your two sisters while I am away, and I shall bring you a toy upon my return, Ye Feng said, gently ruffling Ye Chen's hair. Okay, Ye Chen nodded enthusiastically in response. Upon exiting the room, Ye Feng drove the black business vehicle out of the courtyard, with Luo Qinghan seated in the front passenger seat and Nan Gong Yue occupying the second row. If you're looking to purchase items, there are 2 places you might consider, Nan Gong Yue suggested. Where are they? Luo Qinghan inquired. One is a large supermarket established by the government, located on Diang Street. You won't miss it when you arrive. It boasts a wide variety of goods, and as long as you have the funds, You can acquire nearly everything you used to need in daily life, Nan Gong Yue elaborated. The other is a black market spontaneously set up by awakened individuals, situated on Qingyang Road. It has a rather shady atmosphere, but there is no shortage of items available, and you might even find people for sale. People for sale? Luo Qinghan gasped slightly. Isn't the government concerned? They would like to intervene, but they are unable to. Transactions occur in secrecy, and as long as no disturbances arise, the government and city guards turn a blind eye. Nan Gong Yue explained slowly. By the way, how is electricity usage managed in the 7th city? Ye Feng suddenly asked. Electricity is rationed. The villa district where you reside allows for unrestricted usage, but residents elsewhere are limited to 2 hours of electricity each morning, noon, and evening, Nan Gong Yue replied. As for water, it is relatively abundant, given the presence of 2 large lakes within the 7th city. However, swimming or bathing in the lakes or rivers is strictly prohibited. If we wish to purchase specialized phones, can we find them in that marketplace? Luo Qinghan queried. Indeed, but they are rather expensive, requiring 100 first-tier energy crystals for each unit. As they are under the control of the National Guard, leading to inflated prices, Nan Gong Yue explained. Thus, it appears that the National Guard effectively governs the entirety of the 7th city, Ye Feng remarked. Correct, Nan Gong Yue nodded. Our nation has established a total of 27 fortress-like cities, each named numerically. The actual administrators of each fortress city are the National Guard, and the government supports them in their management. Ah, Ye Feng exhaled deeply, squinting his eyes as the weight of Nan Gong Yue's words settled upon him. After a moment, he asked, what do you know about the R organization? How do you know of the R organization? Nan Gong Yue's expression shifted from surprise to realization as she recalled, I forgot. They previously attacked you. The R organization is located in the 3rd district of the 7th city, which is quite distant from here at IT, is a rather enigmatic research organization. I heard from my brother that the R organization has some connection with the National Guard. What is the relative position of the 3rd district from our 5th district? Ye Feng inquired. It lies to the northeast of us, Nan Gong Yue explained. The entire 7th city is divided into 7 districts, with the 1st district at its center, housing the National Guard, government officials, and special guards. The other districts are evenly divided into 6 surrounding areas. Thus, to reach the 3rd district, one must traverse through the 1st district, she continued. You happen to be in the 5th district, which is why you encountered me. Had you gone to another district, we would have surely missed each other. This indicates that we are fated to cross paths, Luo Qinghan smiled. Do you possess a map of the 7th city? Ye Feng asked. I do. Once we arrive at my workplace, you can wait for me at the entrance while I fetch one for you. Nan Gong Yue nodded. Before long, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Comprehensive Office. After Nan Gong Yue exited the vehicle to retrieve a map, Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan did not linger, driving toward Deyang Street, where they intended to acquire a few phones along with other essential supplies. Although this would consume a considerable amount of energy crystals, it was of little concern to Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan at present. Furthermore, having phones would facilitate easier communication. They wandered through Deyang Street, purchasing 6 phones and various kitchen utensils, spending over 1,000 first-tier energy crystals. After leaving Deyang Street, Ye Feng turned to Luo Qinghan. Shall we visit the market on Qingyang Road? Let's go. Luo Qinghan expressed her curiosity about the awakened individuals in the 7th city. Qingyang Road was not far from Deyang Street. Within 5 minutes of driving, they reached the intersection. Ye Feng parked the vehicle at the roadside, joining the throng of awakened individuals as they entered Qingyang Road. The street was narrow, flanked by towering buildings, yet vendors had erected makeshift stalls filled with a myriad of goods, predominantly food and various wares from mutated beasts, including claws and pelts. Occasionally, the air was pierced by the cries of merchants hawking their wares. The entire scene on Qingyang Road bore a striking resemblance to a medieval trading market. Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan strolled along. They perused the shops on either side, searching for suitable items. The items for sale here are truly eccentric. There is an astonishing variety, Luo Qinghan remarked. Indeed, there is nothing you cannot find here. Only things you would never imagine, Ye Feng chuckled in agreement. Although there is an abundance of goods, very few hold any genuine value, Luo Qinghan observed. Let us inquire about where the shopkeeper, a burly middle-aged man with a thick beard and small yet lively eyes, regarded them with interest. What may I assist you with, esteemed guests? The middle-aged man asked. casting a lingering glance at Luo Qinghan, internally marveling at her beauty. I would like to inquire about something. Ye Feng smiled at the shopkeeper. I heard that people are sold here. Could you direct me to where? You must have misheard. That is impossible. Everything here is conducted legally. How could we sell people? The shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor turning angry as he retorted, If you are not here to make a purchase, kindly leave and do not linger. The items you offer here are worthless. I have no interest, Ye Feng replied, preparing to exit. Wait, who do you think you are looking down upon? The shopkeeper fumed, halting Ye Feng. If you possess any courage, repeat what you just said. Chapter 84. The purchase of slaves. Everything sold here is nothing but rubbish. Ye Feng remarked with a faint smile, producing a curved blade forged from the bones of a hunter, which he forcefully embedded into the wooden table with a resounding thud. Do you have anything further to say? And no, I don't. The middle-aged man, initially ready to erupt in anger, instantly changed his demeanor upon seeing the blade, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Though he was merely an insignificant awakener, he was well aware of the hunter's formidable reputation, and thus, the significance of the bone blade. The fact that the individual before him wielded such a weapon indicated that he possessed at least the strength to slay a hunter. How could he dare to offend such a remarkable figure? Do you know where I can purchase people? Ye Feng inquired, gazing intently at him. Why yes, I do, the man stammered. It's Yuan's trading company, located in the middle section of Qingyang Road. Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan chose not to linger further and exited the shop. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man discreetly wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that the blade had merely been driven into the table. Had Ye Feng harbored malicious intent, he would have met his demise in that very moment. After walking over 100 meters, Ye Feng and his companion arrived before a rather grand establishment. This shop boasted a width of nearly 20 meters and was not a makeshift stall like others, but rather an actual building. As they entered Yuan's trading company amidst the bustling crowd, they found themselves in an expansive space of over 1,000 square meters. Uniform wooden counters were neatly arranged, and behind each counter stood a strikingly beautiful woman clad in professional attire, offering polite smiles as they attended to each customer. What may I assist you with today? A tall young woman approached them and inquired. Are you in charge here? Luo Qinghan asked. Indeed. What are you looking to purchase? The young woman's expression shifted slightly in surprise as she scrutinized Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan. Please follow me. Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan trailed behind the young woman as she led them to the staircase, ascending to the second floor and entering a spacious office. I am Yuan Feifei. May I know your names? The young woman smiled as she spoke. I am Ye Feng, and this is Luo Qinghan. Ye Feng introduced himself. Do you have people available for purchase? Naturally, we do. However, I would like to clarify your backgrounds and the type of individuals you wish to buy, Yuan Feifei replied with a subtle smile. We have no significant background. Children under 12 are complimentary. Are there no awakeners? Ye Feng inquired. There are, Yuan Feifei continued. For a first-tier novice awakener, regardless of gender, the cost is 10 first-tier energy cores. A first-tier intermediate awakener is 30 first-tier energy cores, while a first-tier advanced awakener demands 70 first-tier energy cores. The price for second-tier awakeners is even steeper. A novice alone costs 700 first-tier energy cores. Ye Feng listened to Yuan Feifei's pricing and smiled, saying, Your prices exceed those for cultivating an awakener of the same tier. Naturally, they are more expensive, as the awakeners I sell possess combat experience, not just novice skills, Yuan Feifei replied. Ye Feng understood this and nodded slightly. Lead us to see the individuals, as money is not an issue. At that moment, Luo Qinghan produced a bag filled with second-tier energy cores, and upon counting, it became evident that there were at least over 1,000. Excellent. Yuan Feifei's expression brightened instantly. She stood and gestured for the two to follow her. Please, come with me. Yuan Feifei guided Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan into an elevator, which descended directly to the underground level. Upon exiting the elevator, they found themselves in a 10-meter-long corridor, dimly lit and somewhat oppressive. As they traversed the corridor, Yuan Feifei halted and pointed to the left. This side contains ordinary people. Then she gestured to the right, and this side houses the awakeners. Let us first examine the awakeners. Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan exchanged glances before agreeing. Very well. Yuan Feifei led the way. Follow me. This area had once been a large underground parking lot, now repurposed by Yuan's trading company into a series of makeshift rooms lining a central corridor. Upon arriving at the first room, Yuan Feifei remarked, "These are first-tier novice awakeners." Ye Feng peered through the iron door and was immediately met with an unbearable stench. Luo Qinghan instinctively waved her hand to disperse the foul odor. Inside were over 20 individuals, both men and women, clad in tattered clothing, with some women lacking garments entirely, covered only by strips of cloth shielding their modesty. Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan maintained their composure, merely glancing around before Ye Feng said, "Proceed." Yuan Feifei led them to 3 more rooms, and in the final room, there were only 3 individuals. 2 men and 1 woman. Although they were confined, each sat in isolation, ignoring one another. Their garments appeared ragged, yet not entirely disheveled. "Open the door. I wish to take a look inside," Ye Feng requested. "Certainly." Yuan Feifei produced a card and swiped it across the iron door, which then opened automatically. Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan entered, surveying the 3 individuals, who regarded them with wary eyes. "What are your names?" Ye Feng inquired, and one responded. Seeing this, Ye Feng chuckled and remarked, "You have reached this point yet still cling to your pride. Do you not find that amusing? Pray tell, what pride do you possess?" "Humph." A young man clad in black scoffed, "Though I have become a prisoner, one day I shall escape this place." "Do you possess it?" the young man sneered. "You may test me to see if I do," Ye Feng replied with a smile. "By the way, I advise you 3 to join forces. Otherwise, I might inadvertently incapacitate you, in which case, I would not take you with me." Chapter 85. The reason utterly shameless, the young man exclaimed in a fit of rage, his figure flickering as he launched himself at Ye Feng, swinging his fist with remarkable speed and strength. Any awakened being of the same level would likely feel compelled to evade such a forceful strike. Ye Feng regarded the rapidly approaching young man with a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as the young man's fist was about to connect with Ye Feng, he suddenly raised his left hand and grasped the young man's formidable punch, rendering him unable to advance even a fraction, no matter how hard he tried. Ye Feng looked at him and said slowly, "Put in some effort." The young man, filled with determination, attempted to free himself from Ye Feng's grip, but to no avail. In desperation, he raised his left hand to strike Ye Feng's face. Yet, Ye Feng easily caught his hand, taunting, "Is that all the strength you possess?" With a swift motion, Ye Feng shook both hands, unleashing a tremendous force that sent the young man hurtling backwards, crashing into the wall with a resounding thud. The young man gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his expression a mix of disbelief and fear, tinged with a hint of resentment. "With such feeble strength, you cannot even withstand a single palm strike. Where does your pride come from?" Ye Feng chuckled softly, a trace of derision lingering on his lips. "I'll take my turn." At that moment, a young woman clad in athletic wear fixed her icy gaze on Ye Feng, a glint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. In an instant, she surged forward with astonishing speed, appearing behind Ye Feng in the blink of an eye. She leapt high, her hands poised like claws, aiming to strike at the nape of Ye Feng's neck. Suddenly, a slender bolt of lightning erupted from Ye Feng's body, striking the young woman squarely. With a deafening bang, she was propelled against the wall, a jarring pain coursing through her body as she let out a piercing scream of agony. Ye Feng slowly turned to face her, his tone laced with mockery. "Is this truly your strength? Even a sneak attack from behind fails to harm me. How utterly pathetic." At this moment, Yuan Feifei was left dumbfounded, feeling as though she stood before a primordial beast. She desperately wished to flee and uncover Ye Feng's origins. Someone with such power could not possibly be an unknown figure. Could he be a member of the National Defense Force? Yuan Feifei speculated, but she quickly dismissed the thought. If he were truly one of them, He would not come here to purchase slaves. Only you remain. Care to give it a try? Ye Feng looked at the last individual, a ruggedly handsome man in his 30s, exuding a military aura, though it was unclear why he had fallen to such a fate. No need. The man shook his head and addressed Ye Feng. I will follow you. Good. A wise man knows when to yield. Why Ye Feng nodded and inquired, What is your name? I am Tang Bin, the man replied. Tang Bin, let us depart. With that, Ye Feng turned to leave. Wait, the young woman spoke up, kneeling before Ye Feng and imploring. Xiaoling beseeches you to take me with you. Give me a reason. Ye Feng glanced at her, his expression unreadable. I will not disappoint you. Sir, I shall become your capable assistant. Xiaoling bowed her head, speaking earnestly. Remember your words. Rise, Ye Feng nodded. Yes, Xiaoling replied, standing up. The young man gritted his teeth and, with a thud, also knelt before Ye Feng, pleading, I implore you to take Dong Fanghua away from here. Your reason? Ye Feng regarded him coolly. I ask you to take me with you. Dong Fanghua stammered. Your reason? Ye Feng reiterated, I seek vengeance. I must avenge my fallen kin. Dong Fanghua's voice trembled with suppressed emotion. Stand. Ye Feng gazed at him with indifference. I can offer you an opportunity, but should you betray me, you must understand the consequences. Yes, Dong Fanghua responded eagerly, rising and bowing in gratitude to Ye Feng. Thank you, sir. Let us go. Ye Feng nodded, departing the room alongside Luo Qinghan. May I take my brother as well? Xiaoling asked. What is his strength? Ye Feng inquired. Intermediate level 1, Xiaoling stated. His name is Qiu He, and he— Bring him along, Ye Feng consented. Thank you, sir. Xiaoling exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she expressed her gratitude to Ye Feng. Yuan Feifei approached the door of the intermediate level 1 room, opening it and calling inside, Qiu He, come out. At that moment, from among a group of more than 10 individuals, a tall, delicate-looking boy emerged, appearing somewhat frail and bashful. Brother, hurry out, Xiaoling urged from the doorway. Elder sister, Qiu He said, his gaze fixed on Xiaoling as he stepped out of the room, bewilderment etched on his face. We'll discuss this later, Xiaoling said gently, looking at him. Okay, Qiu He nodded. Let us see the ordinary people, Ye Feng suggested. Certainly, Yuan Feifei agreed, leading them toward the area where the ordinary people were held. In stark contrast to the awakened beings, the ordinary individuals suffered greatly. The space was divided into 5 large rooms, each containing 30 to 40 people of all ages and genders, forced to eat, drink, and relieve themselves within those. What do you seek from these ordinary people? Yuan Feifei inquired tentatively. Caretakers, doctors, teachers, individuals of such professions, Ye Feng replied, casting a glance at Yuan Feifei. Are there any among them? There should be. Let us inquire in the first room, Yuan Feifei suggested. Entering the first room, Yuan Feifei opened the door but did not step inside, merely gesturing for Ye Feng to enter. He walked in, surveying the gaunt, hollow-eyed individuals and sighed. Is there anyone here who has worked as a caretaker, doctor, nurse, or teacher? His voice echoed, yet no one stood up. After waiting 3 seconds, Ye Feng prepared to leave when suddenly, a middle-aged woman rose, exclaiming, I was a teacher. Ye Feng turned to her, noting her approximately 40 years of age, her eyes vacant from prolonged hunger, and her disheveled hair tangled with bits of debris. Come with me, he instructed. Where are we going? The woman asked, her voice trembling with fear. Leaving this place to follow me outside, Ye Feng replied gently. All right, the middle-aged woman said, her spirits lifted as she quickly pulled a 12 or 13-year-old boy to Ye Feng's side. This is my son. Please take him with us. Chapter 86, Personnel Arrangements, Ye Feng nodded, then departed from the premises. A middle-aged woman, overwhelmed with joy, pulled the boy along as they exited together. In an instant, the room filled with ordinary people erupted in a clamor. Please, take me with you, I beg you. However, they were met with Yuan Feifei's merciless closure of the iron door. Ye Feng moved to the second room, observing those who resembled withered trees. The sorrow in his eyes gradually shifted to indifference as he spoke. Has anyone among you ever worked as a doctor, nurse, or caregiver? After a brief pause, Seeing no one rise, he directly left for the third room. Upon entering the third room, Ye Feng repeated his previous inquiry. After a few seconds, two blonde-haired, blue-eyed women stood up from the crowd, one tall and the other short. The taller woman appeared to be around. She is a nurse, the taller woman declared. Step forward and accompany me, Ye Feng instructed, then exited in the fourth room. He could not find any caregivers and subsequently proceeded to the final room. There, he found a dozen individuals, 5 or 6 men and 8 or 9 women, dressed in relatively decent clothing, indicating they had only recently arrived. Does anyone among you have experience as a caregiver? Ye Feng inquired. I do, a woman in her 20s replied weakly. I have worked as a caregiver for 5 years. Please stand and follow me. Ye Feng nodded. Please, take me with you as well, another woman beside her hastily added. I can tidy up the house and manage the garden. Can you grow vegetables? Ye Feng hesitated before asking. Yes, absolutely. The woman nodded eagerly. Then you may come along, Ye Feng said. As the two women stood to join Ye Feng, the others hurriedly pleaded. Take me with you as well, I can help. I can too. Ye Feng did not spare them a glance, simply walking out with the two women. A few minutes later, they returned to the office on the second floor, where 6 ordinary individuals stood alongside 4 awakened ones, waiting. 3 level 2 initial awakened, 1 level 1 intermediate awakened, totaling 2,130 level 1 energy crystals, Yuan Feifei reported. As for the 6 ordinary individuals, they amount to merely 15 level 1 energy crystals. I'll give you a discount and charge you 2,001. You can forego the 45 level 1 crystals. Agreed. Ye Feng smiled. 2,100 level 1 energy crystals equate to 35 level 2 energy crystals, correct? Luo Qinghan remarked. Indeed. Yuan Feifei nodded. Here, Luo Qinghan reached into her bag, producing 35 level 2 energy crystals, which she handed to Yuan Feifei. Yuan Feifei was taken aback as she accepted the 35 level 2 energy crystals. She had roughly estimated that the bag held around 1,300 level 2 energy crystals. Such a quantity, when converted to level 1, would amount to nearly 80,000, an inconceivable figure. To casually possess 80,000 level 1 energy crystals implied a person of significant status and background. She resolved to investigate their origins immediately after Ye Feng and his companions departed. 80,000 was a sum that even their entire Yuan family trading company could not muster. After leaving the Yuan family trading company, Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan led their 10 companions out onto Qingyang Road, approaching their vehicle. Squeeze in. It should fit, Ye Feng remarked as he assessed them. Understood, they replied in unison, orderly climbing into the car. Once everyone was aboard, Ye Feng drove them back to the villa. Approximately 10 minutes later, in the villa's living room, Ye Feng addressed the 10 individuals before him. Please, introduce. My name is Chun Qin and I am 42, the middle-aged woman said, gesturing to her son. This is my son, Chen Lu. He is 13 today. I am Alice, a doctor, 33 years old, the tall, slim. This is my sister, Kai Hua, 27, the young woman explained. We both previously worked as caregivers. Ye Feng nodded. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ye Feng, and I shall be your master from now on. Remember, this is not the past. Do not speak of equality and freedom in my presence. If you insist on such discussions, I can easily sell you back to the Yuan family trading company. You 4 shall become the guards here. However, your abilities are rather lacking, and I will allocate time to train you. Ye Feng addressed Qiu Ling, Qiu He, Dongfang Bo, and Tang Bin. Understood, they replied in unison. Here are your weapons. Ye Feng gestured for Luo Shui to bring over 4 prepared bone knives. Indeed, they are the bone blades of a level 3 hunter. With your current abilities, these should suffice, Ye Feng said with a smile. Thank you, master. The 4 replied excitedly in unison. Chun Chun, come here, Ye Feng called to Ye Chen, who was sitting beside Bai Qian. Dad, Ye Chen glanced at the others, then at Ye Feng. Luo Qinghan gently took Ye Chen's hand, pulling him close. Chen Qin, you will be responsible for my son's education from now on, Ye Feng instructed. Yes, yes, master, Chen Qin replied, her affection for Ye Chen evident as she quickly agreed. Alice, Linda, you 2 will serve as our dedicated doctor and nurse, Ye Feng assigned. Understood, master, they responded promptly. Kai, you will oversee the daily cleaning here, along with managing our meals. Shortly, Qinghan will take you to the storage room to inspect, Ye Feng continued. Kai Hua, For the next few days, you will assist Guiye, and once we clear the land behind the house, you will be responsible for its cultivation. Chapter 87. Physical training. Furthermore, you shall reside in the adjacent villa, which is also our property. You may choose whichever room you prefer. However, I hope you will opt for one on the first floor, Ye Feng added. In this villa, apart from the living room and kitchen, you are prohibited from accessing any other areas. Understood? Understood, the group replied in unison. Also, from now on, you may address me as Sir, Ye Feng stated as he rose to his feet. Xiuling, you four come with me. The rest of you follow Qing Han and keep yourselves occupied. Luoxue, you come as well, Ye Feng called back to Luoxue, after taking a few steps forward. Brother-in-law, what do you need? Luoxue inquired as she approached Ye Feng. We are currently the weakest here. Later, you will serve as their sparring partner. Remember to go easy on them, Ye Feng remarked, casting her a glance. Don't injure them too severely. But, brother-in-law, I'm only at the second-tier high level. What if I get hurt? Luoxue protested, her expression shifting to one of discontent. Did you not hear them declare their own strengths just now? Ye Feng replied, looking at her. Ah, yes, I suppose I am slightly stronger than them. Luoxue contemplated for a moment, her face lighting up with a smile. Upon arriving at the grassy area by the riverbank, Ye Feng regarded the four individuals before him and calmly stated, I have no need for the inept. I will forge you into true warriors. From now on, she will be your captain, he declared. Though she had never engaged in hand-to-hand combat with zombies, her training had sufficiently honed her physical abilities and combat skills. Otherwise, Ye Feng would not have appointed her as the leader of these four. As for Beiyuan, her individual combat prowess was too formidable, presenting a significant disparity in strength that could inadvertently lead to the annihilation of the four. Hence, Luoxue was the more suitable choice. Now that they had just arrived, there were numerous tasks to undertake. Luo Qinghan was the chief steward here and needed to attend to Nan Gong Yue, which was too much for one person to handle. Thus, Beiyuan was required to assist Luo Qinghan in managing the affairs. By the way, assess whether they possess any innate talents. If so, impart the methods of talent visualization to them, Ye Feng instructed before departing. Now, take a moment to sense within yourselves for any extraordinary powers and strive to awaken them, Luoxue announced to the four. Luoxue's talent was water-based, though it was not particularly remarkable. However, it was sufficient for teaching them. Minutes later, only Xiuling awakened her water talent. Although Luoxue felt a tinge of disappointment, she proceeded to teach Xiuling the visualization method. The potency of this talent depends on your own comprehension, Luoxue concluded. Understood, Xiuling affirmed. All right, let us commence training. First, we shall focus on physical conditioning. Luoxue observed the grassy area by the river, which, while not expansive, measured over 200 meters in length. On this grassland, you will complete 50 laps of endurance running. Captain, Dongfang Bo interjected. We are now awakened beings. Why must we still engage in such physical training? If you encounter a zombie you cannot defeat, what will you do? Luoxue inquired with a smile. Despite her seemingly laid-back demeanor, she approached serious matters with utmost sincerity. Naturally, I would flee, Dongfang Bo replied. Then commence running. I shall see how long you can endure, Luoxue retorted. Everyone together. Upon hearing this, the four ceased their objections and swiftly began to run across the grassy expanse. Initially, apart from Tang Bin, the other three displayed impressive speed. Tang Bin, while not slow, maintained a steadier pace compared to the others. 1 lap, 2 laps, and soon they had completed 10 laps. Tang Bin continued to uphold his original pace, running with steady determination. At this rate, it seemed improbable for him to complete even 30 laps, let alone 50. Finish your laps before sunset. If you fail to complete them, you shall forfeit your meal, Luoxue proclaimed before stepping aside to find a comfortable spot to sit. Half an hour later, Tang Bin was the first to finish 50 laps of endurance running. Reporting to the captain, Tang Bin has completed the endurance run. Very well. You may enjoy 20 minutes of free activity, Luoxue replied as she rose. Watch over them. I will fetch some food and water for you. Understood, Captain. Tang Bin responded. A few minutes later, Luoxue returned, carrying a bag of snacks and several bottles of water. She handed the items to Tang Bin. Help yourselves. Thank you, Captain. Tang Bin expressed his gratitude as he accepted the food and water. How many laps have they completed? Luoxue glanced at the three, who were still struggling to run. Xiaoling and Dongfang Bo have completed 35 laps, while Qiu He has managed 26. Luo Xue remained silent, watching them continue their run. It was not until darkness fell that Qiu He finally staggered across the finish line after completing 50 laps. At that moment, his legs had lost all feeling, and he was moving purely on instinct. If you were to encounter a zombie you could not defeat, considering your performance today, how long do you think you would survive? Luo Xue asked No one answered. They had thought their physical capabilities were commendable, yet after such a grueling endurance run, they felt as if they had been reduced to the state of dogs. Reflect on this. With such limited strength, how long can you endure in this era? Luo Xue lamented. Afterward, divide the food among yourselves, then return to the front to collect your clothing and energy crystals. With that, Luo Xue retreated to the villa, leaving Tang Bin and the others in silence. Let us go. The captain is right. With our current strength, we have no reason for confidence. Xiaoling finally spoke. Let us distribute the food, Tang Bin suggested, retrieving a bag from the side. Sis, I can't move any longer, Qiu He admitted, his face filled with fear. It's all right. Just take a moment to rest, Tang Bin reassured him, stepping forward. I'll carry you inside. Thank you, Bin Gu. Qiu He sighed in relief at Tang Bin's words. The four returned to the villa, where they collected their clothing and energy crystals for leveling up, after which Luo Xue directed them to the adjoining villa. How did training go today? Ye Feng inquired. Quite dismal, Luo Xue shook her head. I merely had them complete 50 laps of endurance running. Apart from Tang Bin, who took half an hour, Xiaoling and Dongfang Bo took nearly an hour, while Qiu He took almost 2 hours to finish. That is entirely normal, Ye Feng chuckled. Chapter 88. Leaving the city, Ye Feng. At this moment, Luo Qinghan spoke. Do you not find that Tang Bin bears a resemblance to Tang Feng? Is that so? Ye Feng had not particularly noticed. I shall pay attention to it tomorrow. Exactly, Luo Xue chimed in. Brother-in-law, I have a feeling that Tang Bin has served in the military. He has been quite composed throughout. In that case, do keep an eye on him, Ye Feng suggested thoughtfully. Sure thing, leave it to me, Luo Xue replied with a playful grin. I must say, being a team leader feels rather good. Here, take this, Ye Feng said, producing 100 third-tier energy crystals and handing them to Luo Xue. Thank you, brother-in-law, Luo Xue exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the bag of energy crystals. Among the 5 of us, your abilities are the weakest, and yet you are the team leader, so you need to elevate your strength post-haste. Otherwise, you won't be able to manage them, Ye Feng remarked with a smile. Luo Xue nodded, pulling Ye Chen over. Chen, would you like to sleep with your aunt tonight? No, Ye Chen shook his head. Auntie snores. I want to sleep with Sister Bai Qian. Ah, Luo Xue's expression soured instantly. I don't snore, all right? And why do you want to sleep with Sister Bai Qian? Because Sister Bai Qian is beautiful, Ye Chen replied earnestly. But Auntie, you are also pretty, just not as pretty as Sister Bai Qian. At once, Luo Xue felt as if she had been dealt a 1,000-point blow by Ye Chen. Not only was he dismissive of her snoring, but he also compared her unfavorably to Bai Qian. Sigh, how ungrateful after all I've done for you. Luo Xue shook her head. Sister Bai Qian is also very good to me, Ye Chen reiterated. Time swiftly passed and a week went by. Nan Gong Yue remained in a deep slumber, showing no signs of awakening. Throughout these 7 days, Nan Gong Yue visited daily to check on her and engage in conversation. Luo Xue's team made considerable progress. She had advanced to the 3rd-tier high level, while Qiuling and the others had all reached the 2nd-tier high level, with significant improvements in their endurance running as well. Qiuling's water affinity also demonstrated considerable potency. Her visualization of an icy realm allowed her to unleash icicles upon her foes, exhibiting formidable lethality. As for Tang Bin, he had indeed been a soldier, yet he remained reticent about his past, merely stating that he had no history to speak of. In recent days, Ye Feng frequently ventured out, familiarizing himself with the 7 districts of the 7th city, as well as the current situation regarding zombies in the provincial capital. The provincial capital was vastly larger than Beiyuan City, hence the number of zombies there was significantly greater and more terrifying. During these 7 days, renovations on the 2 villas were completed, creating a spacious area. 1/3 was allocated for Luo Xue's team to train, while the remaining area was entrusted to Kai Hua to cultivate land for growing vegetables and grains like wheat. Presently, The vegetables in Ye Feng's space had begun to flourish, and the fruit trees he had planted were sprouting tender buds, a sight that was— Although he had scattered a considerable number of first-tier energy crystals here, their effect seemed rather limited, only slightly hastening the growth of the vegetables. I am considering purchasing a shop on Chengyang Road to become a bounty hunter. What do you think? Ye Feng mused as he sat on the sofa. That sounds good, Luo Qinghan nodded in agreement. I'd like to join as well, Beiyuan added. You wish to become a bounty hunter too? Ye Feng asked in surprise. Yes, Beiyuan affirmed with a nod. Very well, Ye Feng responded, turning to Luo Qinghan. I will leave the household matters to you. Rest assured, and Luo Shui will assist as well, Luo Qinghan smiled. At that moment, Nan Gong Yue strolled in from outside, inquiring, What are you all chatting about so merrily? Having grown accustomed to the place over the past few days, Nan Gong Yue now treated it as her own home, feeling very much at ease. I plan to buy a shop on Chengyang Road. Will you manage it? Ye Feng asked Nan Gong Yue. Another property purchase? If you have excess funds, do share some. I could use some cash at the moment, Nan Gong Yue joked. How much do you need? Just say the amount, Ye Feng chuckled. I was just joking, Nan Gong Yue said as she sat beside Luo Qinghan. That area is also under our jurisdiction, so what kind of shop do you wish to buy? Just a regular one, preferably with 2 levels. Ye Feng, please handle the arrangements for me tomorrow, Ye Feng instructed, while Luo Qinghan promptly produced 22nd-tier energy crystals and handed them to Nan Gong Yue. Wow, this is quite generous, Nan Gong Yue said gleefully as she accepted the 22nd-tier energy crystals. Continue your discussion. I will take Luo Shui and the others out for a bit. After so many days of training, it's time they see the world, Ye Feng announced as he stood up and headed outside. I'll join as well, Beiyuan said as she rose. All right, Ye Feng agreed. How is my sister doing today, Sister Qinghan? Nan Gong Yue asked as she and Luo Qinghan made their way to Nan Gong Yue's room. Still the same, Luo Qinghan shook her head. Sigh. Nan Gong Yue's expression reflected her helplessness. I wonder when she will awaken. As they spoke, they entered Nan Gong Yue's bedroom. Meanwhile, Ye Feng and Beiyuan arrived in the backyard, where Luo Shui was conducting sparring sessions with Qiu Ling and the others. Luo Shui, Ye Feng called out. What is it, brother-in-law? Luo Shui approached him quickly. Let us end today's training here. I will take you out to hunt zombies, Ye Feng stated. Great. Luo Shui immediately agreed, then turned to Qiu Ling and the others. All right, everyone stop. Grab your weapons, we're going out to hunt zombies. Seeing Luo Shui's excitement, it was clear that she had been cooped up for too long this past week. Qiu Ling and the others exchanged glances, but said nothing further, gathering their outer garments and weapons before joining Luo Shui. Let us go, Ye Feng said as he noticed that the 4 were prepared. Due to the distance, Ye Feng drove the black van, and the 7 of them set off. Upon reaching the southern gate of the 7th city, the city guards did not conduct any inspections. However, their movements were observed by a short fellow. Old Cheng, hold the fort for me here. I'm going to call for help. The short fellow approached Old Cheng and said, What is going on? Old Cheng inquired. Those guys without city entry permits left the city a week ago. I am going to inform the brothers from the Black Dragon Hall. The short fellow replied hurriedly. Is that so? Then hurry up. This time, we must take down that brat and seize his women. Old Cheng's expression brightened at the news, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. That's a must, the short fellow smirked. I'm off. With that, he entered the city. Chapter 89. Slaying the Black Dragon Hall. Ye Feng and his companions were blissfully unaware of the actions of the short man and Old Cheng. Even if they had noticed, it would have mattered little to them. In fact, Ye Feng entertained the thought of hastening the arrival of those from the Black Dragon Hall, so he could swiftly rid himself of them. Upon exiting the 7th city, they traversed a broad thoroughfare, entering the former streets of the provincial city. Due to the overwhelming number of awakened beings in the 7th city, the zombies in the nearby streets had been largely eradicated. Thus, even a solitary figure on the street would face minimal peril. After circumventing 2 streets, the number of zombies in the distance suddenly surged. Ye Feng halted the vehicle at the roadside not far away and turned to Luo Shui, saying, Get out. He disembarked, wielding 2 bone knives in his hands, with a modest crossbody bag slung over his shoulder. Beiyuan followed suit, descending from the vehicle to retrieve a bone knife from the trunk. Luo Shui, accompanied by Qiu Ling and the other 3, stepped out and gazed at the distant horde of zombies, her expression grave. Brother-in-law, isn't this a bit excessive? Luo Shui inquired. Excessive? Ye Feng cast a surprised glance at Luo Shui, then at Qiu Ling and Dongfang Bo, noting their solemn expressions. He calmly remarked, "Ask Xiao Qian if it's excessive." "Not excessive. It should be sufficient for us to slay," Bai Qian responded. Silence enveloped the five, their grips tightening around their bone knives. Ye Feng and Bai Qian led the charge, followed closely by Luo Shui, Qiu Ling, Tang Bin, Dongfang Bo, and Qiu He. Before long, the zombies detected their presence and let out a deafening roar. Charging toward them, Ye Feng and Bai Qian, undeterred, plunged into the throng of zombies, brandishing their bone knives with ferocity. Luo Shui widened her eyes, swallowed hard, and suppressed her instinct to flee, raising her bone knife as she too rushed forward. Qiu Ling, Dongfang Bo, and Tang Bin exchanged startled glances, realizing at that moment that those who had purchased them were indeed madmen. Superbly formidable madmen at that. Onward! Qiu Ling quelled her trepidation, swinging her bone knife as she surged forward, followed closely by Tang Bin and Dongfang Bo, with Qiu He trailing behind. With each swing of their knives, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a zombie would fall lifeless to the ground. Ye Feng and Bai Qian moved with astonishing swiftness, their killing efficiency staggering. They decimated the majority of the approaching horde, leaving only a scant few for Luo Shui and her group. Half an hour later, the battle subsided. Ye Feng took a moment to steady his breath and glanced at Luo Shui and the others, who were visibly exhausted. Had there been even a few more zombies, their survival would have been in jeopardy. Clear the battlefield and collect the energy crystals. Most of the zombies here were second tier, with a few first tier, and rarely third tier, which were swiftly dealt with by Ye Feng and Bai Qian. Understood, Luo Shui replied, fatigue evident as she and Qiu Ling began to comb through the remnants of the battlefield. Though weary and strained, their spirits lifted upon sighting the gleaming energy crystals. After half an hour of collection, they had amassed over 200 first-tier energy crystals, with second-tier crystals numbering over 800 and third-tier crystals at a scant 50 to 60. As they beheld the bounty, their eyes sparkled with excitement, yet they understood that this treasure did not belong to them. It was all Ye Feng's. They now comprehended why Ye Feng was so formidable, able to procure such a vast quantity of energy crystals with ease. Distribute the first-tier energy crystals amongst yourselves. The rest are to be submitted, Ye Feng instructed. Yes, brother-in-law, Luo Shui responded, handing over the second and third-tier crystals to him, while distributing the remaining first-tier crystals to Qiu Ling and her companions. You four can divide these among yourselves. Captain, Qiu Ling hesitated, refusing to accept. I said take them. You four split them, Luo Shui insisted, thrusting the first-tier energy crystals into Qiu Ling's hands. But, Captain, Qiu Ling began, only to be interrupted by Luo Shui. He is my brother-in-law. If I find myself in need of crystals, I can simply ask him. Thank you, Captain, Qiu Ling and her companions replied, their hearts trembling at her words. What thanks? Hurry and divide them. We must recover our strength, for we shall continue the fight shortly. Luo Shui waved her hand, urging them on deck. Ye Feng and Bai Qian stood observing the dilapidated streets, reflecting on the years he had spent here. The once thriving scenes remained vivid in his memory, now replaced by desolation. Surely, many years hence, this place would be entirely forgotten. Brother Yi. Bai Qian, leading them, was a stout middle-aged man wielding a knife, a firearm visibly strapped to his waist. Among them was the scar-faced man with whom they had previously clashed, who now walked beside the middle-aged leader, his expression menacing as he glared at Ye Feng and his companions. Luo Shui and her group also noticed the approach of these individuals. Brother-in-law, they appear to be from the Black Dragon Hall, Luo Shui remarked. I've been awaiting their arrival, Ye Feng replied with a faint smile, then turned to Qiu Ling and her companions. Are you willing to kill? Absolutely. Ye Feng nodded in satisfaction. Then you four shall eliminate them all, leaving none alive. Qiu Ling hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns, but Qiu He interjected, Sister, they are the notorious members of the Black Dragon Hall. Is that so? Qiu Ling's expression turned icy at this revelation. Brothers, charge. Kill the men, and spare the women. The middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Ye Feng and, particularly on Bai Qian, his eyes gleaming with a sordid interest. However, before he could finish his sentence, Qiu Ling and her companions lunged forward, bone knives in hand. The air was filled with screams, and the middle-aged man was the first to fall, his head severed by Qiu Ling's blade. The skirmish lasted only a few minutes, culminating in a one-sided massacre. Check them for anything of value. If nothing is found, we shall proceed on our journey, Ye Feng commanded. Nothing, the group reported after a thorough search. Let us move on. Ye Feng chose not to linger, leading the group onward as they continued their hunt for zombies. Not long after they departed, a figure emerged from a nearby shop, terror etched across his face as he watched Ye Feng and the others retreat. He produced a specialized phone and, in a panic, dialed a number. Moments later, a voice on the other end responded, that of a middle-aged man. Hello, this is Yang Shan. Chapter 90. Contact with Bai Shui, the Hall Master. Something terrible has happened. The third Hall Master and the brothers have all been killed, the man exclaimed in a state of panic. What? Wasn't it said that the enemy only had a few people? What on earth is going on? The man opposite him was immediately enraged upon hearing this, his voice rising in volume. Indeed, the enemy only consisted of a handful of individuals, but they were extraordinarily formidable. Merely 4 of them struck down the third Hall Master and his companions in an instant, the man hurriedly explained. In fact, the third Hall Master didn't even have time to draw his weapon in defense. Go find Shun the Shorty immediately and ascertain the true origins of our adversaries. The middle-aged man discerned that the background of these foes was likely not trivial, and it was imperative to investigate thoroughly. Yes, I will do so right away. After finishing his words, the man hung up the phone and swiftly departed the scene. On Ye Feng's side, he had just harvested a wave of zombies, acquiring numerous energy crystal cores in the process. Brother-in-law, look. Is there not a supermarket ahead? Luo Shui exclaimed excitedly, pointing into the distance. It appears to be one, though we cannot ascertain whether there are any usable supplies inside. Ye Feng nodded in response. Hey, Dongfang Bo, please bring our vehicle over. We are going to gather supplies, Luo Shui called out to Dongfang Bo, who was positioned behind her. Then recalling something, she turned to Ye Feng and said, Brother-in-law, the car keys. Here you go. Ye Feng handed the keys to Dongfang Bo, instructing, be cautious on the way. Understood, sir. Dongfang Bo acknowledged, turning to depart. The supermarket was not particularly large, spanning 2 levels, with the ground floor roughly measuring over 1,000 square meters. They still had some distance to cover before reaching the supermarket, and between them lay over 100 wandering zombies. This time, without waiting for Ye Feng to speak, Luo Shui charged forward with Qiu Ling, Tang Bin, and Qiu He, eagerly hunting down the zombies. Bai Qian was also prepared to intervene, but Ye Feng stopped her, saying, do not go. Let them train themselves. Understood. Bai Qian nodded, staying by Ye Feng's side as she inquired, Brother Yi, do you intend for Luo Shui and the others to venture out on their own to gather supplies in the future? Indeed. Ye Feng nodded. In the future, you and I will head to Qingyang Road to work as bounty hunters. The tasks of gathering supplies and energy crystal cores will be entrusted to them. After all, their growth must rely on their own efforts. They cannot depend solely on us. However, are there not too few of them? Bai Qian questioned further. Let us wait until they have matured. More people often leads to more complications, and we are not looking to establish any forces at the moment, Ye Feng pondered before continuing. Moreover, our immediate priority is to locate Yang Hui and enact our revenge. Understood. Bai Qian nodded, then her thoughts drifted to Bai Shui, her expression dimming slightly. I wonder how my sister is faring. Your sister possesses considerable strength. She should be valued wherever she is, Ye Feng reassured her. Do not worry. I hope so. Bai Qian smiled faintly. Meanwhile, within a relatively secluded building at the headquarters of the National Guard in the 7th city of the 1st District, Bai Shui, Lin Xian, and Lu Weiwei were seated in a dormitory. Are we truly to remain here indefinitely? Lin Xian gazed at Bai Shui and questioned. Yang Hui and his faction have betrayed us. Are we to simply let them go unpunished? Bai Shui's demeanor was icy as she replied. Now that the captain is dead, and Luo Shui has taken Qinshun and disappeared, with Qing Han's fate also uncertain, even if we leave here, what will it matter? Rather than that, it would be wiser to strengthen ourselves while we remain, and when the time is ripe, we can strike down Yang Hui and his cohorts, including that Han Ing. Are you suggesting we join their war god training program? Lin Xian inquired further. Yes, only by fortifying ourselves can we dictate our own future, Bai Shui affirmed with a nod. However, they will install control bombs on us, Lin Xian expressed her concerns, as she still had Xian to care for. She was determined to survive at all costs. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Weiwei, are you in there? Cousin? Lu Weiwei exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the voice. She exchanged glances with Bai Shui and Lin Xian before rising to open the door. Outside stood Tang Feng, donned in a camouflage military uniform, exuding a gallant and imposing aura. Weiwei, you truly are here. Tang Feng's expression brightened upon seeing Lu Weiwei. Cousin, how did you know we were here? Now that I'm back, I hurried to inquire about your situation. You saw Ye Feng. How are they? Lu Weiwei was startled, her eyes widening with concern. Just as Tang Feng was about to respond, his phone rang suddenly. He glanced at it, but did not answer. Instead, he quickly took out paper and pen, jotting down a series of numbers. This is Ye Feng's contact number. I must dash over for something urgent. I will come back to find you in the evening. With that, Tang Feng departed. The three women picked up the note, and Bai Shui took out her phone to dial the number. As Ye Feng was conversing with Bai Qian, he suddenly felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he pressed the answer button. Hello, this is Ye Feng. This is Bai Shui. Bai Shui's voice came through the phone, filled with excitement. Bai Shui, where are you now? Are you all well? Ye Feng's expression shifted slightly as he quickly inquired. Upon hearing Ye Feng's words, Bai Qian's demeanor brightened, and she felt a surge of emotion, anxiously glancing at Ye Feng. We are well, currently at the National Guard compound in the 1st District, Bai Shui replied. What about my sister? How is she? Is that you, sister? Ye Feng passed the phone to Bai Qian, who promptly took it, her heart racing as she spoke. Xiao Qian. Bai Shui's voice came through, though soft. It caused Bai Qian to burst into tears. How are you all? Are you doing well? We are well, sister, Bai Qian sobbed as she spoke. We have bought a house here and acquired many things. And Qing Han? Bai Shui dared not ask further, fearing she might hear something disheartening. Qing Han is doing fine. Brother Yi rescued her just in time, Bai Qian reassured her. Luo Shui, Chen, and the captain, we are all doing well. However, what is it? Bai Shui's heart raced at the sudden tension in Bai Qian's voice. Only that although the captain is not dead, she has yet to regain consciousness, Bai Qian explained. Bai Shui's eyes glimmered with unshed tears as she spoke softly. As long as she is alive, she will awaken one day. Chapter 91. The Plunder of the Supermarket, Bai Qian nodded. Sister, how are things on your side? What about Aunt Li, Guanxi, and Qingqing? Aunt Li has separated from us. We do not know where she has been taken by the National Guard, Bai Shui replied slowly. Qingqing and Guanxi have perished, killed by Yang Hui. What? Then, what about the others? Bai Qian was taken aback, her mind reeling as she asked. The others have all betrayed us, Bai Shui sighed. Weiwei, Lin Xianjia, and I were sent to the National Guard. They all remained with our organization. Sister, please find a way to escape the National Guard and come to us, Bai Qian urged. There is currently no way to leave, especially since Xian is still in their grasp. Bai Shui shook her head. Upon hearing Bai Shui's words, Bai Qian fell silent. She was at a loss, unsure of how to assist in their escape. I am Ye Feng. At that moment, Ye Feng took the phone from Bai Qian's hand and spoke to Bai Shui. For now, it is best that you remain with the National Guard. Our current strength is insufficient for revenge. When the opportunity arises to rescue Xian, we will take further action. All right, Bai Shui agreed, realizing that this was the only course of action for now. After exchanging a few more words, Ye Feng hung up the phone and sent a message, sharing Bai Qian's and Luo Qinghan's phone numbers with her. They are not safe, so it is best we minimize contact with them, Ye Feng advised as he looked at Bai Qian. I understand, Brother Yi, Bai Qian nodded, the death of Guanxi weighing heavily on her heart. Brother Yi, should we inform Luo Shui about Qingqing's death? Bai Qian inquired. Let's wait until we return, Ye Feng sighed, feeling a pang of sorrow for his fallen comrades. At that moment, Luo Shui and Xiuling, along with the others, had already dispatched the wandering zombies and arrived at the supermarket just as Dongfang Bo pulled up with the vehicle. Be cautious. There may be zombies inside, Ye Feng warned as they approached the supermarket. Upon entering, the dim lighting prompted Ye Feng to produce several flashlights for Luo Shui and the others. The beams illuminated the supermarket, making it considerably brighter. Simultaneously, the groans of zombies echoed, accompanied by the sound of items crashing against the shelves. "Be careful," Luo Shui cautioned. Just as she spoke, two zombies lunged out, charging directly at Luo Shui. Undeterred, she swung her bone knife with precision, swiftly dispatching the two creatures. Qiu Ling and the others quickly joined in, and within 2 minutes, they had eradicated all the zombies on that floor before proceeding to cleanse the second level. Although there are plenty of supplies here, most of it has already spoiled and rotted. Usable items are scarce, Ye Feng remarked, surveying the toppled shelves and scattered goods with a furrowed brow. Let us check the warehouse. The items there should be in better condition, Luo Shui suggested. Upon entering the warehouse, they found an abundance of intact cases and items, preserved well due to the enclosed environment, which had shielded them from damage. Tang Bin exited the warehouse and discovered a box truck in the backyard. After checking the fuel, he found there was still a good amount, enough to travel a distance. "Captain, there's a truck in the backyard. We can use that for transport," Tang Bin reported upon returning. "Good, we'll claim this place. In 3 days, we will clear it entirely," Luo Shui nodded, her spirits lifted. The others were equally jubilant, as the collection of such abundant supplies would sustain them for a considerable time. Ye Feng did not partake in the logistics of moving supplies, but returned to the vehicle to call Luo Qinghan. "Hello, what is up?" Luo Qinghan asked. "Have Bai Shui and the others contacted you?" Ye Feng inquired. "I just hung up," Luo Qinghan replied. Ye Feng refrained from further questions, stating, "We found a supermarket here filled with supplies. Please arrange for them to clear out the basement so we can store everything there." "Is one basement sufficient?" Luo Qinghan asked. "Not enough. Clear out both," Ye Feng decided, planning to extract some supplies from his own space upon their return. "All right," Luo Qinghan nodded. "If there are any toys in the supermarket, remember to bring some back for Chanshin." "Got it." Ye Feng paused, having forgotten about that detail, so he returned to the supermarket to search for toys. After a brief search, he found a plethora of toys on a shelf, various guns, cars, and dolls for girls, among other things. Without hesitation, he collected all the toys. After half an hour of busyness, the truck was fully loaded. Tang Bin drove while Dongfang Bo sat in the passenger seat, maneuvering the vehicle through the adjacent passage. The others boarded the business vehicle, departing from the site. Upon reaching the southern gate of the 7th city and undergoing a brief inspection by the city guards, they were allowed entry. Once they left, the city guards began to converse among themselves. "Did you see that? Wow, a truck full of supplies," one guard exclaimed in astonishment. "I saw it. If that were given to us to eat, it could last a year," another guard remarked wistfully. "They must have been lucky to find an unsearched supermarket," another guard added with a hint of envy. "Should we go look for one too?" someone proposed. "Do you know where to find one? What if we stumble into a zombie den?" Although they were envious of the truckload of supplies, they were acutely aware of the value of their own lives. "I feel like they haven't cleared out all the items yet. When they go back, we should send someone to secretly follow them to find out," one guard suggested. "That sounds like a plan," the others agreed enthusiastically. Upon returning to the Qinghe Bay Villa, Luo Qinghan and the others had already thoroughly cleaned both basements. To prevent moisture, they had even torn up some cardboard boxes to lay on the floor. After unloading the truck's cargo into the basement, the sight of the towering pile of supplies filled everyone with joy. "Brother-in-law, should we make another trip?" Luo Shui approached Ye Feng and asked. "I have something to tell you," Ye Feng said, looking at Luo Shui, pausing for a moment before speaking gravely. "Qingqing has died." What? Luo Shui was struck as if by lightning, her entire being frozen in shock. "Brother-in-law, please tell me this isn't true. Qingqing is not dead, right?" Seeing Luo Shui weeping uncontrollably, Ye Feng felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Luo Qinghan stepped forward to embrace her, saying, Luo Shui, how could this happen? How could this happen? Luo Shui cried, Sister Qinghan, please tell me this isn't true, that this is real. Qingqing is still alive, right? Chapter 92. Opening the door to the space as Ye Feng gazed upon the anguished expression of Luo Shui, tears welled in his eyes, leaving him at a loss for words to comfort her. Luo Qinghan held Luo Shui tightly, weeping silently alongside her in a corner. Beiyuan also succumbed to her sorrow, her cries echoing in the stillness. Ye Chen approached her side, asking gently, Sister Beiyuan, why are you crying? Chun. Beiyuan pulled Ye Chen into her embrace, tears streaming as she lamented, Sister's friend has become a shadow. I can no longer see her. That's all right. Dad says that as long as we wish to see her and keep thinking about her, we can meet them in our dreams. Ye Chen tilted his head, earnestly addressing Beiyuan. Yes. Luo Shui nodded, wiping her tears and managing a smile. Then I shall try it tonight. Ling quietly wept, uncertain of the events that had transpired, yet witnessing Luo Shui's profound sorrow was a first for her. In their hearts, Luo Shui had always been a carefree and straightforward girl, yet now, her cries were heart-wrenching, evoking deep sympathy. The night felt heavy as Luo Shui and Beiyuan retreated to their rooms early. In the living room, Ye Feng, along with Luo Qinghan and Ye Chen, sat in silence for a moment before Ye Feng finally spoke, Qinghan, you should rest early as well. I cannot sleep. I want to stay here and play with Chun for a while, Luo Qinghan sighed. Dad, did you bring me toys today? Ye Chen looked up at Ye Feng, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. I did. Luo Qinghan initially wore a puzzled expression, but soon understood and refrained from further inquiry. However, Ye Chen was filled with wonder. Dad, where did all these come from? It's so magical. Isn't Dad amazing? Ye Feng chuckled, finally realizing the joy in his son's eyes. Very amazing. Can you conjure up another one for me? Ye Chen asked eagerly. Of course. Ye Feng nodded, then produced 2 small cars from his spatial realm. Wow, Dad, you're truly incredible. Ye Chen exclaimed happily as he accepted the toy cars. Go play, Ye Feng smiled and encouraged. Okay. Ye Chen began to play with the toys excitedly. I possess a spatial realm, Ye Feng contemplated for a moment before confiding in Luo Qinghan. I sensed it, Luo Qinghan replied with a gentle smile. I hadn't told you before. I hope you don't mind, Ye Feng added. Not at all, I understand, Luo Qinghan shook her head. Would you like to take a look inside? Ye Feng inquired further. Can we really go in? Luo Qinghan asked, visibly surprised. Absolutely. How about I take you and Qin in for a visit? Ye Feng suggested. That sounds great. Luo Qinghan nodded enthusiastically. Come here, Qin. Dad will take you to a fun place, Ye Feng called to his son. What place? Ye Chen, clutching a small car, approached curiously. You'll find out when we get there. Ye Feng took hold of Ye Chen with one hand and Luo Qinghan's arm with the other. In the next moment, the 3 of them vanished, reappearing within Ye Feng's spatial realm. Here, the space expanded slightly each day, now encompassing an area of about 120 meters. Wait, I ascend that the garden we planted before? Luo Qinghan scanned the surroundings and suddenly spotted the vegetable patch by the stream, exclaiming in surprise. Indeed, Ye Feng confirmed, let us go. Luo Qinghan knelt down, her fingers brushing against the crisp leaves of a green vegetable. At last, we can enjoy fresh vegetables again. In just a few days, these veggies will be ready to eat, Ye Feng remarked. But how do you plan to explain this to them? Luo Qinghan pondered aloud. No need for explanations. We can simply eat them. Besides, fresh vegetables are sold on the market, albeit at a steep price, Ye Feng replied. That is true, Luo Qinghan nodded. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a cluster of seedlings across the stream, prompting her to ask, what are those? I am not afraid of the trouble, so why should you be? Luo Qinghan retorted. The main concern is that I need to facilitate your entry and exit from this space. I can bring you in without issue, but I don't know when you'll need to come out, Ye Feng expressed his worries. That is indeed a problem, Luo Qinghan conceded. Then a thought struck her. Could you devise a way to open a door to this space? That is an excellent idea. Ye Feng's eyes lit up as he nodded. I can certainly give it a try. How will you attempt that? Luo Qinghan asked, puzzled. You and Chen Shan can play here for now. I'll step outside and try to open a portal into this space, Ye Feng instructed. All right, Luo Qinghan agreed. Ye Feng exited the spatial realm and returned to the living room. He did not linger, heading directly to his bedroom. Upon his return, Ye Feng began to communicate with his spatial realm without entering it. After several failed attempts, on his fourth try, he focused the power of the purple lotus within him to connect with his spatial realm. Finally, with the purple lotus's energy enhancing his efforts, a spatial passage materialized. However, as the portal opened, he felt a rapid depletion of energy within himself. Contemplating for a moment, he retrieved a second-tier energy crystal and placed it above the spatial passage. A minute passed, and upon checking the energy within the crystal, he noted that 1/6 had been consumed, yet the energy of the portal remained unstable. He then removed the energy crystal, quickly channeling his own energy into it to stabilize the portal before stepping through. Chapter 93. The Shidu Pit. As Luo Qinghan observed Ye Feng approaching, she inquired, "How did it go? Were you successful?" "Indeed," Ye Feng replied, gesturing towards a nearby portal. "I have established it in my room. After we exit, I will create one in your chamber as well. However, the energy consumption for this portal is quite substantial. I will need a moment to recuperate," he added. "Understood," Luo Qinghan nodded. They did not linger long and soon stepped through the portal, arriving in Ye Feng's bedroom. Afterward, they proceeded to Luo Qinghan's quarters, where Ye Feng employed the same method to open a portal there. "Does this portal not require energy to maintain?" Luo Qinghan asked. "It does, indeed," Ye Feng responded, "but the energy required is minimal. It directly draws from my own reserves. What if we placed energy crystals on it?" Luo Qinghan pondered aloud. "That is feasible, but it would be somewhat wasteful of the energy crystals," Ye Feng chuckled. "Surely, it is better than depleting your own energy," Luo Qinghan remarked. "After all, you could be called to battle at any moment. We cannot allow these two portals to hinder you." "Very well," Ye Feng considered for a moment before nodding. "The energy from 10 third-tier energy crystals can sustain it for approximately 25 days. As he spoke, Ye Feng retrieved half a bag of third-tier energy crystals, approximately 200 in total. When one of the crystals is depleted, simply place another on the portal. All right, Luo Qinghan accepted the energy crystals he offered, nodding in agreement. As for irrigating the fruit trees and vegetables, first-tier energy crystals will suffice. As for the quantity required per plant, I am uncertain. You may wish to experiment with it yourself, Ye Feng added. "I am aware of that," Luo Qinghan replied. "I have a considerable number of first-tier energy crystals remaining." "I will give them to you as well." Ye Feng produced the remaining first-tier energy crystals from his possession and handed them to Luo Qinghan. "Use these to water the fruit trees." Certainly, Luo Qinghan accepted the energy crystals without hesitation. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind. Just how many energy crystals did Ye Feng possess? He had already given her a bag when purchasing the property and the slaves, and now he was presenting her with 2 more bags. He must have an even greater supply. The following day, due to Luo Shui's despondence, she remained confined to her bedroom, neglecting to eat. Qiu Ling and the others, apprehensive that the supplies in the supermarket might be discovered by others, rose early and set out in their vehicle. By the time they returned, it was already late morning. They busily unloaded a truckload of goods, hardly pausing for rest before embarking on their next journey. However, this time, they were delayed, not returning until after lunch. Moreover, Dongfang Bo had sustained an injury. What transpired? Ye Feng inquired, observing Dongfang Bo. "Sir, the supermarket we discovered was compromised," Dongfang Bo replied, his tone laden with frustration. "By the time we returned for a second trip, they had already loaded half a truck. Thus, you engaged in conflict with them," Ye Feng remarked, his expression serious. "Yes," Dongfang Bo confirmed. "Who were they, and how many were there?" Ye Feng pressed further. "There were 6 of them, their origins unclear." "They appeared to be other awakened ones," Qiu Ling interjected. "However, they were armed. Otherwise, Dongfang Bo would not have been injured." You have attracted the attention of the city guards. Do not attempt to retrieve any more supplies. Ye Feng quickly deduced the situation. Dongfang Bo, rest at home and allow Alice to attend to your injury. However, sir, there is still at least another truckload of supplies remaining. Dongfang Bo protested, clearly unwilling to concede. Let me ask you, which is more important? Those supplies or your life? Ye Feng countered. Dongfang Bo faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. Return home to recuperate. I will remember this incident and will not let it pass unnoticed, Ye Feng stated firmly. Yes, sir. Dongfang Bo acquiesced and departed. Left behind were Qiu Ling, Tangbin, and Qiu He, who continued unloading the goods. 3 truckloads had filled the basement to capacity, with the surplus placed in a storeroom on the first floor. Just as Ye Feng prepared to step out, Nan Gong Yue arrived. Are you heading out? I was just coming to find you. How has the matter regarding my shop progressed? Ye Feng inquired. It has been taken care of. I have brought the paperwork, Nan Gong Yue said, raising the bag in her hand. Money does make things easier, Ye Feng teased. Indeed, if you were to give me 1,000 second-tier crystals, I could guarantee an even quicker process, Nan Gong Yue jested in return. Well, think it over, Ye Feng replied with a chuckle. He examined the documents Nan Gong Yue handed him. The shop he had purchased was located deeper on Qingyang Road, not far from the Yuanji Trading Company, separated by 4 or 5 other shops. Are you planning to sell something specific? Nan Gong Yue asked curiously. Yes, I will see what I can offer, Ye Feng nodded in response. Are the prices steep? If they are reasonable, I can have the awakened ones from the Nan Gong family come to support you, Nan Gong Yue suggested. No need, Ye Feng waved his hand dismissively. That is merely our side venture. If we truly wish to gather energy crystals, hunting zombies ourselves would surely be more efficient. True enough, Nan Gong Yue conceded with realization. By the way, do you know where the most beasts are located near the 7th city? It seems the Yuanji Trading Company sells such intel, Nan Gong Yue suggested. Very well, Ye Feng nodded then added. You should go check on your sister. I will investigate my shop. All right, Nan Gong Yue replied, that moment. Beiyuan promptly stood up. Staying cooped up at home was not ideal. Perhaps a little excursion would lift her spirits. Ye Feng drove off with Beiyuan, heading towards Qingyang Road. Brother Yi, Beiyuan said from the passenger seat, glancing at him, hesitating to speak. What is it, Xiaoqian? Ye Feng asked. My sister mentioned that Guanxi's body was discarded in the Shidu pit to the south of the city. I want to go see it, Beiyuan confessed. Let us go, Ye Feng responded, feeling a weight in his heart as he drove towards the southern gate of the city. The Shidu pit lies over 10 miles southeast of the southern gate. It was once a riverbed that dried up, gradually forming the current pit. The Shidu pit is quite expansive, measuring about a mile in length and 30 to 40 meters in width. It has become a designated dumping ground for the 7th city, with the National Guard regularly coming to incinerate the bodies. Chapter 94. The blooming of the other shore flower. Before Ye Feng and Beiyuan arrived at Shidu pit, they were already met with a nauseating stench wafting through the air. Ye Feng produced 2 protective masks, offering one to Beiyuan with a gesture to don it. Once the masks were secured, the foul odor diminished significantly. The two descended from their vehicle and approached the edge of Shidu pit, peering into the depths. There, they beheld a grim sight. Countless corpses, carelessly discarded like refuse, numbering at least in the thousands. Silently, they walked along the periphery of the pit, each lost in the somber task of searching for the bodies of Guanxi and Qingqing. Halfway through their search, Beiyuan suddenly halted, transfixed by a particular spot, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Ye Feng, noticing her distress, followed her gaze to a nearby mound of bodies, where a naked corpse, bloodied and marred, lay discarded. A gaping wound marred its neck, and within the hollow eyes, it seemed that the fury and resentment of Guanxi still lingered. Even in death, it was apparent that she had suffered indignities before her demise. Ye Feng clenched his fists, a flash of crimson flickering in his eyes. What was astonishing, however, was that despite Guanxi's lifeless state, there were no signs of decay upon her body. Not even a trace of livor mortis. Her skin retained the vibrant hue it had in life. Ye Feng speculated that this phenomenon was related to the indestructible star source within her, contrasting with Nan Gong Yue, who had survived by consuming the multicolored energy core of her mother bug. A thought crossed his mind. If there was a way to revive Guanxi, it would involve her transformation into a corpse, Yet he pondered whether she would still be the same Guanxi after such a transformation. After weeping for a while, Bai Qian activated her angelic transformation and soared to Guanxi's side, gently cradling her body and bringing it back to the edge. "Brother Yi," Bai Qian called, looking at Ye Feng. He casually retrieved a sheet and draped it over Guanxi's form, inquiring, "Did you see Qingqing's body?" "I did, it's just below, but it has already begun to decompose," Bai Qian replied softly. "Let us first place Guanxi's body into my space," Ye Feng suggested after a moment of contemplation. "All right," Bai Qian acquiesced. Ye Feng extended his hand, drawing Guanxi's body into his space, positioning it at the edge of the fruit grove. "I will go retrieve Qingqing's body as well," Bai Qian stated. Qingqing's corpse was swollen, nearly unrecognizable, and Bai Qian brought it up in a limp state. Ye Feng covered her with another sheet and placed her into his space alongside Guanxi's remains. "Let us depart," Ye Feng sighed, speaking slowly. The autumn wind howled, a chill sweeping through, stirring the fallen yellow leaves and carrying away the wandering souls. "Brother Yi, what are those flowers? They are so beautiful," Bai Qian exclaimed, pointing to some small flowers blooming amidst the corpses in Shidu Pit. The flower stalks, only about 20 to 30 centimeters tall, bore no leaves, and the blossoms, the size of a baby's palm, were a vivid crimson, swaying eerily in the breeze. "I am not certain. They resemble the other shore flowers," Ye Feng mused casually. "Other shore flowers?" Bai Qian paused, gazing at the blood-red blooms in a trance. The wind tousled her hair, disturbing her thoughts, and after a moment, she asked with a downcast expression, "Brother Yi, do other shore flowers truly exist?" "There should be," Ye Feng replied slowly. "And what about the river of forgetfulness?" Bai Qian turned her gaze to Ye Feng once more. "Where the other shore flowers bloom by the river of forgetfulness, gazing upon the past lives that have passed away," Ye Feng said, looking at her. "You must have often heard the elders speak of this, haven't you? If these flowers are indeed other shore flowers, then this Shidu Pit must be the river of forgetfulness." "Yes," Bai Qian nodded, murmuring, "I just hope Anxi and Qingqing can have a peaceful passage. Let us go." Upon returning to the seventh city, Ye Feng and Bai Qian did not head to Qingyang Road but instead made their way directly to the Qingwan Villa. "You're back so soon," Luo Qinghan remarked as she noticed Ye Feng and Bai Qian entering the living room in silence. "What happened? Is everything all right?" "We just visited Shidu Pit and brought back the bodies of Guanxi and Qingqing," Bai Qian explained. "They are now in Brother Ye's space." "What?" Luo Qinghan was taken aback. "Where is Luo Shui?" Ye Feng inquired. "Still in her room," Luo Qinghan replied. "Have Qin take Qianqin and call Luo Shui." "We need to go to your room," Ye Feng instructed. "Understood." Luo Qinghan hurriedly went to summon Luo Shui. "Brother-in-law," Luo Shui greeted Ye Feng as she entered. "Let us discuss this inside," he said. The four of them walked into Luo Qinghan's room and entered Ye Feng's space through the portal. Ye Feng led the three women to the edge of the orchard, where the two bodies draped in sheets lay. Luo Shui trembled, saying, "Brother-in-law, is that Qingqing?" "Yes," Ye Feng nodded. "The other is Guanxi." With a soft thud, Luo Shui collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. 2 hours later, Guanxi and Qingqing's bodies were laid to rest beside the orchard, marked by 2 stone tablets. Bai Qian and Luo Shui's eyes were swollen from crying, yet tears continued to flow unabated. Luo Qinghan silently wept, her heart heavy with sorrow. Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan first exited the space, making their way to Nan Gong Yue's room, where they resumed their conversations as usual. "Yeah, today we found Guanxi and Qingqing, and we have buried them beside our orchard. Thus, those 2 young girls will not be alone. They will always be able to watch over our orchard and will one day catch a whiff of its delicate fragrance," Ye Feng said, holding Nan Gong Yue's hand gently. "Qianqin eagerly awaits your awakening to tell him bedtime stories. Today your sister visited you again, bringing your favorite snacks. If you don't wake up soon, we will have to eat them in your stead." "Ye Feng," Luo Qinghan called softly at that moment. "What is it?" Ye Feng turned to her. "Look at Ye's eyes." "Didn't she just shed a tear?" Luo Qinghan observed closely. Ye Feng quickly looked over, and indeed, he noticed a tear stain glistening at the corner of Nan Gongyue's eye. Yeah, he called out, his expression growing animated. I feel that Ye should be able to hear us, yet for some reason, she remains unable to awaken, Luo Qinghan remarked. Yes, Ye Feng concurred, sensing the possibility. If that were the case, perhaps the time until Nan Gong Yue's awakening was drawing near. Should we have Alice come to take a look? Luo Qinghan pondered aloud. Have you inquired about her special? What field does she primarily focus on? Ye Feng asked. I have asked. She specializes in surgery, and she also has knowledge of internal medicine and neurology, Luo Qinghan replied. Chapter 95. Naming the demon hunting store. Let us call her over and see if she has any solutions. Ye Feng nodded and said, I will go summon her now, Luo Qinghan replied, stepping out of the room. After a brief moment, Luo Qinghan returned with Alice to Nan Gong Yue's chamber. Alice, please conduct an examination, Ye Feng instructed, turning his gaze towards her. Yes, sir, Alice responded, approaching Nan Gong Yue and performing a series of basic checks. Sir, she appears to be free of any illness. She is likely just asleep, she concluded. Yet she has been in this state for 10 days, Ye Feng remarked. That is indeed peculiar. Her health seems robust, and she shows no signs of sickness, Alice said, furrowing her brow as she examined her again. Could it be that her brain has experienced some form of stimulus? Alice pondered aloud, resulting in a state of stress-induced slumber from which she cannot awaken. Upon hearing this, Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan exchanged glances, realizing there was indeed a possibility. I once read a report in a medical journal about a patient who suffered from stress-induced slumber and remained in that state for 10 years, only awakening after a specific stimulus, Alice continued. What kind of stimulus could possibly rouse her? Ye Feng inquired. I am unsure. I have never personally encountered such a case and wouldn't dare speculate, Alice replied apologetically with a smile. Understood. You may return to your duties, Ye Feng nodded, adding, moreover, please keep today. I want Xiao Qian to come and check on that mysterious energy within her, Ye Feng suggested thoughtfully. Ye possesses mysterious energy? Luo Qinghan exclaimed in surprise. That is what Xiao Qian mentioned, Ye Feng affirmed. It is that very energy that healed Ye's heart. Indeed, Luo Qinghan nodded slightly, falling silent for a moment. I feel it may not be related to that mysterious energy. Rather, it could be linked to what Alice mentioned. How so? Ye Feng queried, puzzled by her assertion. It is merely a feeling, Luo Qinghan contemplated. I believe that Ye must have harbored that mysterious power within her all along. Otherwise, it would not have been capable of mending her heart. She had not previously lapsed into slumber, and it seems unlikely she would do so now. True, Ye Feng conceded, having considered these possibilities. However, the two states are distinct. Who can say for certain? After a brief interval, Bai Qian entered the room. Brother Ye, Sister Qinghan, she greeted. Come, come, we were just about to seek you out, Ye Feng replied upon seeing her. What do you need me for? Bai Qian asked, somewhat bewildered. I need you to examine the mysterious energy within Ye and see if it has dissipated, Ye Feng explained. All right, Bai Qian said, approaching Nan Gong Yue and taking her wrist to investigate. Moments later, her expression turned peculiar. Strange, why has it increased? What do you mean? Ye Feng asked urgently. I cannot say for certain, but the mysterious energy within the captain has nearly doubled compared to before, Bai Qian responded. What could account for this? The three exchanged bewildered glances, finding the situation illogical. I truly do not know, Bai Qian admitted, shaking her head. Did you come to us for a specific reason? Luo Qinghan inquired. Yes, Bai Qian nodded. You should check on Luo Shui. She fainted from distress, and I have already taken her back to her room. Let us go see, Ye Feng sighed, rising to his feet. Upon arriving at Luo Shui's chamber, they found her merely in a deep slumber, her eyes swollen and red, with no other apparent issues. Ye Feng and Luo Qinghan breathed a slight sigh of relief. Let her rest properly, Ye Feng advised, looking at Luo Shui. After a day and night without food or sleep, her body must be overwhelmed. The trio departed Luo Shui's room and settled in the living area. Those who have passed on are gone. We who remain must live well, carrying on their legacy, Ye Feng sighed softly. Indeed, Bai Qian acknowledged, I understand, Brother Ye. Tomorrow, the two of us shall head to Qingyang Road to establish the Bounty Hunter Guild, Ye Feng declared. What shall we name it? Bai Qian asked. Let us call it the Bounty Hunters. How does that sound? Ye Feng suggested after a moment's thought. You will be selling goods while also engaging in hunting business, Luo Qinghan mused. What about naming it the Demon Hunting Store? I find that agreeable, Bai Qian nodded in approval. Then it shall be the Demon Hunting Store, Ye Feng concurred. However, Brother Yi, what shall we sell? Bai Qian queried. I possess quite a few hunter's bone blades, all of the 3rd tier. We can begin by selling those, Ye Feng replied casually. His purpose in establishing the Demon Hunting Store was not merely to sell items or to earn energy crystals, but rather to gradually obtain the information he sought through this channel. What would be the price for each? Bai Qian inquired. It seems that 3rd-tier energy crystals are still quite scarce, Ye Feng mused, frowning. As for 2nd-tier energy crystals, they hardly seem commensurate with these bone blades. How about this? We sell each bone blade for 100 2nd-tier energy crystals? Though the price is somewhat low, the current awakened individuals possess limited strength and very few energy crystals, making it unlikely that many can afford them, Luo Qinghan suggested. Setting the price at 100 2nd-tier energy crystals would make it more accessible for those awakened. After all, they are not 3rd-tier energy crystals, but merely weapon materials. Yet, to hunt a 3rd-tier hunter, even 3 high-level awakened individuals might not guarantee success, Bai Qian pointed out. Let us settle on this price. Ye Feng contemplated for a moment before agreeing. If they can afford it, they will purchase. If not, it will remain unsold. After all, we are not primarily in this for profit. Indeed, Bai Qian replied, how many bone blades do you possess, Brother Yi? Approximately 1,000, Ye Feng stated, glancing at his storage. Have you ventured to Hualong Road again? Bai Qian exclaimed in surprise, suddenly recalling something. Yes. Had it not been for the poor quality of that mother worm's forelimbs, I would have disassembled it to create a large scythe, Ye Feng nodded. Very well, then we have goods to sell? Bai Qian pouted. Once Luo Shui has recovered, I will have them begin attempting to hunt exotic beasts to acquire useful fangs, pelts, and such. Then we can sell those at our demon hunting store as well, Ye Feng proposed. Should we promote this venture? Bai Qian asked. We need only display that we are bounty hunters in our shop, Ye Feng replied. As long as we are provided with sufficient energy crystals, we guarantee the completion of the tasks. Chapter 96 Bargaining on the following day. Luo Shui rose early, her spirits considerably revived. However, having gone an entire day and night without sustenance, she immediately sought something to eat upon awakening. Fortunately, Kai had also risen early and was preparing breakfast, offering Luo Shui a bowl of instant noodles, accompanied by 2 marinated eggs and several beef sausages. After her meal, Luo Shui sat alone on the sofa, lost in thought, her mind adrift in contemplation. Shortly thereafter, Ye Feng and Ye Chen emerged from their slumber, having consumed a light breakfast before making their way to the living room sofa. Brother-in-law, Luo Shui called out. Ye Feng replied. Are we heading out today? Indeed, Luo Shui nodded. In a little while, I shall take Xiuling and the others to continue hunting zombies and gathering supplies. How about this? Today, take them to till the backyard and plant some wheat, Ye Feng suggested after a moment's reflection. It's a good opportunity since you 1T need to train. The training ground has also been tilled, amounting to roughly 1.5 mu of land. Understood, Luo Shui acknowledged. As for farming tools, we currently lack them here. You should check out Dong Street. Simply purchase what you find suitable, Ye Feng continued. If energy crystals are insufficient, seek some from Qinghan. Got it, brother-in-law, Luo Shui nodded. What about you today? I'm off to Qingyang Road to open the Demon Hunter shop, Ye Feng replied. I'll also take the opportunity to sell some weapon materials. When you all go out tomorrow, you might want to explore the wild forest to the east of the city. There are quite a number of mutated beasts there. Some of their meat is edible, and their tusks, horns, or hides are excellent materials that could be collected and sold at our Demon Hunter shop, he added. Luo Shui responded. At that moment, Bai Qian, having finished her meal, approached. Brother Yi, shall we go? Indeed, Ye Feng replied, ruffling Ye Chen's hair. Listen to your father at home, okay? Understood, Dad, Ye Chen nodded. Take care on your journey. After a brief span of minutes, Ye Feng and Bai Qian arrived at Qingyang Road. They stood before the shop mentioned by Nan Gong Yue, which spanned 7 to 8 meters in width and boasted 2 stories, appearing quite well maintained. Ye Feng produced the key to unlock the shop's rolling shutter door, stepping inside. The interior had also been tidied, though it felt somewhat empty, with only a few solitary shelves placed haphazardly along the walls. Let us check the upstairs, We'll need to procure some shelves and tables shortly, and we should also arrange for our signboard to be crafted and hung up as soon as possible, Ye Feng remarked after surveying the space. Agreed, Bai Qian replied. The two ascended the staircase to the second floor, which mirrored the layout of the first, save for a solitary table and a sofa. Nothing more. 2 hours later, Ye Feng and Bai Qian had arranged the counters and shelves on the first floor, displaying the bone blades meticulously. Each bone blade measured over 2 feet in length, their stark whiteness somewhat intimidating, yet they possessed remarkable toughness and sharpness. They also furnished the second floor with a set of sofas and a cabinet. Should business be slow, they could retreat upstairs for a respite. As for the signboard, it would be ready by the following day for hanging. The two sat on the sofas on the first floor, sipping water and engaging in conversation. At that moment, 2 young men entered from outside, both awakened beings, dressed in somewhat tattered clothing, each wielding a knife. "What do you sell here?" they muttered, approaching a counter curiously. "What would you like to purchase?" Bai Qian inquired politely as she approached them. The 2 men were rendered speechless upon seeing Bai Qian, their mouths agape, gazing at her as if entranced. "What do you wish to buy?" Bai Qian frowned slightly, glancing back at Ye Feng before repeating her question. We're just browsing," they stammered, shaking themselves from their stupor. "Since we just opened today, we currently have only one type of product," Bai Qian said, retrieving a bone blade from the shelf. "This is the hunter's bone blade." "The hunter's bone blade?" The 2 men gasped, their astonishment evident. They had only heard tales of the hunter, a formidable type of zombie. Indeed, Bai Qian nodded slightly. "Then, how many energy crystals is this hunter's bone blade?" one of them asked with a grin. 100 crystals, Bai Qian stated. 100. The 2 men exchanged incredulous glances, confirming they had not misheard. The taller of the 2 spoke up. "I must say, young lady, despite it being a hunter's bone blade, the price seems rather steep. This is a bone blade from a level 3 hunter, thus it is naturally more expensive," Bai Qian explained. A level 3 hunter. They were taken aback once more. "Surely, you jest." "Young lady, I am not jesting," Bai Qian replied coolly. "She speaks the truth. This is indeed a level 3 hunter's bone blade." A young man entered from outside, clad in black combat gear and carrying a long knife on his back, exuding an air of distinction that suggested he belonged to a powerful faction in the 7th city. "And you are?" The tall man scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at the black-clad figure. "I am Gao Cheng from the Gao family," the young man replied with a slight smile. "Ah, a member of the Gao family," the 2 men exclaimed, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. "May I ask the lady's name?" Gao Cheng inquired, evidently captivated by Bai Qian's beauty, though he maintained his politeness. "Bai Qian," she said, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Ah, the esteemed Bai Qian." Gao Cheng nodded slightly. "May I inquire how many energy crystals this level 3 hunter's bone blade requires?" 100 crystals, Bai Qian reiterated. "That is not overly expensive," Gao Cheng remarked nonchalantly, retrieving 100 first-tier energy crystals from his pocket. "Here, I would like one. I believe you may have misunderstood." Bai Qian glanced at the energy crystals on the table and then at Gao Cheng. "I meant 100 second-tier energy crystals. What?" All 3 were taken aback. "Why don't you go rob someone instead?" The tall man blurted out instinctively. "Is it truly that expensive?" Bai Qian asked, momentarily taken aback, then continued. "If anyone here possesses a level 3 hunter's bone blade, I will buy it for 100 second-tier energy crystals, no matter the quantity." "If we had one, why would we buy yours?" the tall man retorted, frustrated. "Miss Bai, this is rather steep. Isn't it?" Gao Cheng said, attempting a sheepish smile. "Then let me ask you, how many second-tier energy crystals is a regular level 3 zombie's energy crystal worth?" Bai Qian inquired. 60 crystals, Gao Cheng answered. Chapter 97. Catching bullets with bare hands, a level 3 beginner awakener can hunt down an ordinary level 3 zombie, Bai Qian remarked. "Now, I would like to inquire how many level 3 beginner awakeners would be needed to take down a level 3 hunter." At this, the 3 fell silent. It was not merely a matter of quantity. Any level 3 beginner awakener encountering a hunter would be akin to delivering themselves as a meal, entirely insufficient for a proper slaughter. "Do you still consider 100 second-tier energy cores for a bone blade to be exorbitant?" Bai Qian continued. "Not exorbitant," Gao Cheng gritted his teeth, responding. "It's just that we can only observe. We simply cannot afford it," the tall man lamented. "Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do. The price is already at its lowest, Bai Qian replied with a smile. Gao Cheng and the two others exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to leave the premises. The merchandise is excellent, but it is far too expensive. We cannot possibly afford it, the tall man expressed his frustration. I estimate that, given enough time, these items will surely fail to sell, and perhaps the prices will drop, the companion suggested. Dream on, Gao Cheng shot him a look. Do you really think those capable of hunting level 3 hunters are lacking in energy cores? With that, Gao Cheng departed, intending to return to the Gao family to report the events here. Perhaps he could secure a formidable ally for the family in the process. Ye Feng approached Bai Qian, smiling as he said, "Not bad at all." "Hee," Bai Qian replied with a light smile. "It's a pity none have been sold. If they could be, the ordinary can be left for others to sell." Ye Feng nodded in agreement. "What if the city guard or the National Guard come to buy?" Bai Qian suddenly posed a thought-provoking question. If anyone were to claim the wealthiest in the 7th city, the National Guard would rank second, with no one daring to assert the first. The National Guard was undoubtedly overflowing with riches. Although the City Guard was considerably inferior to the National Guard, they still far surpassed the individual family factions within the 7th city. "We will sell to them as well," Ye Feng replied nonchalantly. "We are open for business. We will sell to whoever comes." But Bai Qian attempted to voice further concerns but was interrupted by Ye Feng. "I understand your worries. You need not fret. Weapons." At that moment, Ye Feng's phone rang. He took it out to find it was a call from Luo Shui. Pressing the answer button, he said, "Hello, Luo Shui." "Brother-in-law, where are you right now?" Luo Shui's anxious voice came through the phone. "I am at the shop. What's the matter?" Ye Feng frowned, sensing that something was amiss. "We are on Deyang Street, but we have been cornered by the city guard. They are accusing us of causing a disturbance and want to take us away," Luo Shui explained. "I'll head over now," Ye Feng replied, hanging up the phone. "There has been a conflict with the city guard. I need to go take a look," Ye Feng said. "I'll go with you," Bai Qian quickly offered. "There's no need. I can handle it myself. You stay here and watch the shop." "After all, it is our first day of opening," Ye Feng insisted. "All right, just be careful on your way," Bai Qian conceded, nodding in agreement. Ye Feng left the shop, swiftly making his way toward Deyang Street. Before long, he arrived at Deyang Street, where he could see a large crowd gathered in the middle, engaged in a heated dispute. "Bring them in. Anyone who dares to resist will face immediate execution," a portly middle-aged man bellowed. "How dare you?" Luo Shui shot back in anger. They were merely there to purchase a few items, yet these city guards had inexplicably accused them of disturbing the peace. How could she endure such injustice? A series of clicks echoed as 6 city guards, guns drawn, slowly approached. The portly man in the back wore a mocking smile. "You dare to oppose the city guard with such a pitiful display? Truly, you must have the courage of a bear and the audacity of a leopard." Luo Shui stood protectively in front of Qiu Ling and despite possessing some strength, she was still a girl, and this was her first time encountering such a scene. She was at a loss for how to resolve it that moment. A sharp crack resounded as a hand struck the portly man's head, sending him into a daze, almost collapsing to the ground. The 6 city guards turned at the sound, only to see their captain stunned by a young man's blow. "Whoever dares to lay a finger on them, try it," Ye Feng said slowly, his voice low yet exuding an icy demeanor that sent shivers down the spines of the city guards. You dare strike me?" The middle-aged man regained his composure, drawing a pistol from his waist and aiming it at Ye Feng. "Die!" But before he could revel in his triumph, Ye Feng suddenly shifted, effortlessly catching the bullet in his hand and smiling at the man. "Do you really think a gun will be of any use against me?" "You?" The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he fired several more shots at Ye Feng, all of which Ye Feng caught with ease. He then released the bullets, letting the casings drop to the ground as he chuckled. "Continue. I want to see how many bullets you have." Upon hearing this, the portly man was utterly petrified, his handgun clattering to the ground. The other 6 city guards raised their weapons and began firing at Ye Feng in a frenzy. Suddenly, an electric net appeared around Ye Feng, blocking all the incoming bullets. Ye Feng advanced slowly toward the portly man, lifting him effortlessly with one hand. "I won't kill you, but go back and tell your superiors to clean their necks. I shall personally pay them a visit." With that, he tossed the portly man aside, sending him crashing 10 meters away. The 6 city guards ceased firing, hastily rushing to assist their captain, and promptly retreated. Ye Feng's gaze remained fixed upon them. "Brother-in-law, you are magnificent." At that moment, Luo Shui leaped excitedly in front of Ye Feng, her expression one of exhilaration. The four companions following Luo Shui were utterly astonished. Catching bullets with bare hands, what did this signify? Firearms posed no threat to him at all. What level of power must one possess to achieve such a feat?